If you liked this clip, thank you for visiting the Light Novel Podcast channel. Remember to click like, subscribe, and the notification bell, in order to avoid missing the time when the Light Novel Podcast channel will upload the upcoming clip. If you find this story amusing, leave a comment under the video saying so and help each other like it to get to 1,000 likes for me. Let's listen to the rest of this sentence. The ad channel has extremely few likes and followers. Chapter 451, Faceless. Chapter 451, Faceless. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. 15, Minsk Street, in the dank, cold kitchen. Klein rummaged for his newly bought large iron pot, poured fresh water into it, and carefully scrubbed it several times. Then, he dropped some matches into it and snapped his fingers. The scarlet flame soared, and under his control, they quickly burned the remaining water droplets dry, without harming the surface of the pot. This time, there were no ingredients such as pure water in the potion recipe, so Klein was even more careful than the previous 2 times. He wanted to ensure that everything was in good measure to prevent any problems. Although he was able to divine whether the concoction would be successful or not, at least to not endanger his life, such a result could still involve his potion being ineffective. Attempting to extract the Beyonder characteristics from the concoction would be relatively difficult, just like the removal of the mental corruption of a rampager. He would need the corresponding technique, methods, or rituals, and Klein wouldn't be able to gather a second round of ingredients within a short period of time either. After finishing his preparations, Klein took a deep breath as he looked at the neatly arranged boxes. Finally, he recalled the potion recipe. Faceless. Main ingredients: mutated pituitary gland of a thousand-faced hunter, characteristic of a human skin shadow. Supplementary ingredients: 80 milliliters of a thousand-faced hunter's blood, 5 drops of black jimsonweed juice, 10 grams of dragon toothgrass powder, 3 strands of hair from a deep-sea naga. He first picked up the cardboard box which came from Vampire Emlyn White. He opened the box and took out the glass bottle that contained 100 milliliters of a thousand-faced hunter's blood. Glancing at the scale, Klein unscrewed the lid and steadily poured the sticky liquid into the pot with a stable wrist. The liquid changed its color depending on the variation in the lighting. As it was a supplementary ingredient, he didn't pursue precision and didn't use chemical experiment apparatus to separate and titrate the liquid. The thousand-faced hunter's blood was like thin honey that slowly filled the bottom of the pot. When Klein felt that it was about time, he stopped tilting it and allowed the liquid to flow back. There's still about 20 milliliters left. My spiritual intuition is quite accurate. Klein withdrew his gaze from the glass bottle and tightened the lid. This 20 milliliters of thousand-faced hunter's blood could still be used to make mystical items, Beyonder weapons, extraordinary scrolls, or for drawing symbols or labels in some ritualistic magic. It was still very precious. After putting the glass bottle back into the cotton-filled box, Klein went down the list and added the black jimsonweed juice and the dragon toothgrass powder. He saw that the liquid in the iron pot started to bubble. Without pausing, he picked up 3 strands of dark blue hair that resembled tiny snakes with his black-gloved right hand, and he firmly placed them on the surface of the liquid. Sizzle! A faint mist rose from the iron pot, and the color of the liquid turned a deep blue. It already has such a strange effect even without adding the main ingredients. As expected of a Sequence 6 potion. Klein reached out and grabbed the silver tin box which Vampire Emlyn White had thrown in as well. With a snapping sound, Klein opened the lid of the box, revealing a peach-like item inside. He didn't directly touch the thousand-faced hunter's mutated pituitary gland. Instead, he placed the tin box over the top of the pot and overturned it. A yellow-brown object with the grooves and ridges of a brain fell in, crashing into the dark blue liquid. At this moment, no liquid droplets splashed up, and the pituitary gland that was constantly changing its shape silently melted. The colors of gray and yellowish-brown quickly merged with the dark blue, and the bubbling suddenly increased in size. At this point, Klein was a little nervous, but he controlled himself. He picked up the last box and overturned the huge diamond-like human skin shadow characteristic into the pot. All of a sudden, the mist converged, and even the glow of the gas lamps showed signs of being attracted and devoured as the room turned darker. When everything returned to normal, Klein finally saw what the final potion looked like. It was blackish green all over, and from time to time, it would produce a bubble the size of an eye, and as if it had a life of its own, it would produce a burping sound every few seconds. When the bubble reached the surface, it would immediately burst, and during this process, it would reflect light in a myriad of colors. The colors combined to form a picture of different faces, and the facial features seemed to be a random combination. Klein picked up the iron pot with one hand and poured the liquid inside into a glass bottle that he had prepared beforehand. Because of a potion's characteristics, not one bit was left in the pot. Using divination to confirm that the degree of harm was acceptable, which meant that the potion had been successfully concocted, Klein took the Faceless potion bottle and walked steadily back to the second floor, entering the room with the curtains closed. After locking the door, he sat on the edge of the bed and, with the help of cogitation, calmed his slightly agitated and anxious mood. After sitting upright for more than 10 seconds, Klein twisted the cap off of the bottle, raised his right hand, and swiftly poured the entire potion into his mouth. A slightly tingling sensation swished in his mouth and esophagus, and finally, it fermented into a numbing sensation that made him lose his senses. Klein's psyche seemed to be extracted from his body as he had the feeling of being a bystander and saw his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes melting. His entire face was melting. In just 2 or 3 seconds, his face and head had turned into what seemed like scorched white wax. His body was similarly abnormal. It was as if his bones and skin were being melted by blood. No, I can't allow such a situation to continue developing. Klein knew that if he didn't keep it under control, he could be on the verge of losing control at any moment. As a spectator, he tried his best to pull his thoughts back to his body, trying to visualize the layers of stacked spherical lights and maintain his state of cogitation. After a brief but repeated attempt, he finally felt his body once again. He tried his best to control every tiny part of his body to hold on to his lower limit. As the melting and dissolving assaulted him again and again, Klein lost sense of how long he held on for, but when it finally came to an end, he regained the feeling that his body belonged to him. At that moment, he knew that he had finally broken through the threshold and was now a sequence 6. He was now a Faceless. Klein didn't sweat, but he was mentally exhausted. He barely got to his feet and walked to the full-length mirror, trying to observe what he looked like. Under the gas lamp's illumination, he took 2 sudden steps back and caused the floor to reverberate. The scene in the mirror was extremely shocking. Klein saw that his face and exposed skin were covered with dense, pale granules. It would make any normal creature who saw those go numb and subconsciously resist. The more timid ones might even lose their mind. Despite knowing the acting method, and having completely digested the magician potion, my advancement to sequence 6 was still rather difficult. I was only 2 to 3 steps away from losing control. I wonder how much of a risk those beyonders who relied on the accumulation of time and barely qualified to consume the potion faced. The probability of failure definitely isn't low. It's no wonder sequence 7 is relatively common among the members of the churches, and they will shoulder the responsibility of captain or bishop, while the number of people at sequence 6 begins to plummet. Klein closed his eyes and sat back in his chair. With the help of cogitation, he was able to restrain his overflowing spirituality and recover from his exhaustion. After about 10 minutes, the disgusting granules on his body had completely faded and merged into his flesh. Phew! Klein exhaled, walked back to the full-length mirror, and he looked at his full bearded appearance. Suddenly, his facial hair began to squirm. His flesh and skin began to undergo a bizarre change like half-melted wax. Within a second or two, Klein had reverted to his original appearance: black hair, brown eyes, ordinary facial features, a clean face with a deep outline, and a somewhat thin body. He quietly gazed at his past self and stretched out his right hand to press it against his face. With a gentle touch, Klein's face changed again. His nose bridge was high, his lips were extremely thin, and there was a tinge of elegance in his handsome face. There was an unconcealable pride in his appearance. It was none other than vampire Emlyn White. A little too short. He laughed at himself. At this moment, the bones and ligaments in his body began to produce cracking and snapping sounds as his entire body suddenly soared up a little. He now looked identical to Emlyn White, externally. I've noticed that I can accurately recall the exterior appearance and temperament of every person I know, and I can grasp their unique scent. Klein's pores squirmed, and his body changed accordingly. The smell of his body became different as a result of this. He looked into the full-length mirror again, letting his hairline slowly recede, and he changed the color of his eyes into a deep gray. Without a sound, Dunsmith seemed to come alive again, and he was staring at the team member who always came to him to report on unusual matters. Letting out a breath, Klein returned to his original form, but the corners of his mouth remained curled upwards. He thought for a moment, took a few steps back, and looked at the magazine, Ladies' Aesthetics, which he had bought to look at fashionable beauties, and he noted down the appearance of the actress on the cover. Then, he went back to the full-length mirror and wiped his face with his right hand. When he looked in the mirror again, he saw a young lady with black hair that went past her shoulders and delicate facial features. It really works. Klein looked down at his chest, but he didn't see any protrusions. Trying hard to control his body, he managed to create a pair of cups by moving his fat and some of his flesh. However, there was nothing he could do about his lower body. That is to say, it is just a superficial change in appearance, nothing fundamental. Also, I can only grow taller or shorter by 10 centimeters at the moment. Going beyond this range would be difficult. Also, there's a limit to the enlargement and shrinkage of the head. For example, I can't mimic Father Yutravsky's half-giant head at all. Also, I can only observe the appearance and temperament of the target in an instant, without knowing anything related to him. It's easy for me to be exposed when facing a spectator like Miss Justice. In the clown stage, the clown restrains the spectator, but in the faceless stage, it is actually somewhat restrained by the spectator. Interesting. Upon having this thought, Klein stopped changing and returned to the appearance of Sherlock Moriarty. Divination, fighting, as well as a magician's beyonder powers, have all been enhanced. As for how much they've improved, it can only be confirmed through practice. I should find some time to head to the Quelite Club tomorrow. Klein took one last look and went downstairs to clear up the mess. After rounding up everything, he quickly washed up and crawled into bed. Lying there, looking out the window at the crimson moonlight, he gradually calmed down. After a few minutes of this, Klein slowly closed his eyes and smiled to himself. Good night, Faceless. Chapter 452, Benson's Decision. Chapter 452, Benson's Decision. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Townsend Street, in between Empress Borough and West Borough. Zio Dericha was standing in a dark, secluded alley. Even without looking up, she could see the countless magnificent palaces and tall Gothic towers in the distance. It was the highest district in the whole of Backland, and it was also where the lone royal family resided. It shared the same or even slightly higher status as the White Maple Palace of Intis and the Ormur Palace of the Fasak Empire in the southern and northern continent and in the entire world, but its name was neither romantic nor ancient. It was called the Sodila Palace, and in ancient Fasak, it meant balance. Zio looked away from the famous Bell of Order and directed her sight to the other side of the alley. In the shadows where the street lamps didn't shine, a figure slowly walked out. The figure wore a golden mask that revealed the lower half of his face. He was none other than the mysterious person who had previously sold the sheriff formula to Zio and had occasionally entrusted her with some tasks. When Zio and Furs discussed in private, they both suspected that the person was from MI9. Any progress this week? The man wearing the gold mask asked as per usual. Zio shook her head. No, I don't think anyone was keeping tabs on Capum before the incident. She paused for a moment, then she reluctantly asked, Do you still want to continue investigating this matter? The masked man was silent for a moment. There's no need, but if you hear anything related in the future, then contact me right away. Today, I'll give you a new mission. What mission? Zio was completely in her bounty hunter state, ready to assess the risks. The masked guy laughed. This is a very simple mission, and it's one that you've been dreaming of doing. Seek to purchase the sheriff and interrogator main ingredients in all your circles, especially a special ingredient that can be directly concocted into a potion. If someone responds to it, we will pay for it. The purchased ingredients will belong to me? Zio blurted out a response. This was her greatest concern. No, do you believe that such a simple mission would have such a high reward? Of course, if you're able to fish out the person we're looking for, it's not impossible to negotiate and let you obtain the main ingredients, the masked man said with a chuckle. But I don't know the main ingredients of the interrogator potion, Zio hesitantly said. I'll tell you later. This is also our advance payment. Even if we don't find the target, you'll have the main portion of a sequence 7 potion formula, worth more than 600 pounds. I think you're fully aware of our generosity, the masked man said in a bewitching tone. Generous indeed. Who's their target, and why are they willing to pay such a high price to find them? Well, if he were from MI9, taking advantage of this mission to retrieve the Beyonder ingredients of the Arbiter pathway on the market should also be one of his goals. There's no problem about wasting money. As quite an experienced bounty hunter, Zio instinctively thought of a few things. After some deliberation, she nodded and said, I'll take this commission. Very good. The masked man's tone turned relaxed as he surveyed his surroundings and said, the interrogator potion's main ingredients are the horn of a flash-patterned black snake and dust of a lake spirit. After saying that, he slowly retreated and melded into the shadows, disappearing into the corner of the alley. He really told me the main ingredients of the interrogator potion. Zio was momentarily stunned. Only at that point did she clearly realize how much importance the masked man's faction placed on this mission. I wonder who their target is. It seems to be focused on some special ingredient that can be used to directly concoct a sheriff or interrogator potion. With this in mind, Zio suddenly froze up. She remembered one thing. When she advanced to sheriff, she had used a special ingredient she had bought through furs, one that could be used to concoct the corresponding potion. Is that their target? Zio instinctively decided to keep silent on this matter, to never tell the masked man anything. She rubbed her fat baby cheeks and walked towards the street outside, ready to take a public carriage back to Cherwood Borough. At that moment, she saw a brown carriage drive past. Her eyes were instantly attracted by the coat of arms on the carriage. The coat of arms consisted of a single flower in 2 rings. There was nothing special about it, but Zio stared at it in a daze as though her gaze had frozen. It was only when the carriage was far away did she withdraw her gaze. Her mood immediately reached rock bottom. It didn't turn for the better, even when she returned to the shared rented house. Seeing that her friend was in a bad mood, Furs poured 2 glasses of red wine and brought them to her. What happened? She sat across her and pushed one of the glasses toward Zio. Zio looked down at the red wine. After a full 2 minutes of silence, she said in a slightly hoarse voice, on the way back, I met someone I used to know. Who? Furs asked, cooperatively. Viscount Stratford, Zio replied to any question she received without elaborating. Furs thought for a moment and then she said, this Viscount seems to be the captain of the Royal Guards? As a best-selling novel author, she would receive invitations from noblemen who liked literature and participated in afternoon tea parties and banquets from time to time. With her professional habits of collecting material as a writer, she would certainly volunteer to understand more famous noblemen. It was at such a party that she got to know Viscount Glaint. Yes, he used to be my father's deputy, Zio said with some difficulty. Your father? Furs knew that Zio came from a fallen aristocratic family and had some secrets. However, she didn't know the specifics. Zio picked up the glass of red wine and gulped it down, coughing a few times after she choked. After calming herself down, she said, my family was once part of the aristocracy. In its heyday, it even served as an Earl Palatine. Earl Palatine? What position is that? Furs asked, half curious, half trying to soothe her friend's mood. It's equivalent to being the spokesperson for the royal family, nobles that are the closest to the throne, Zio said in recollection, her face jubilant. From that moment forth, our family had the fief a true earl would have, but it wasn't as illustrious during the time of my father. However, we still held the trust of the former king, Might Wielder William VI. He was the leader of the Household Guards Division and the captain of the Royal Guards. Her tone gradually turned melancholic as she found it difficult to hide her pain. But 7 years ago, he was accused of participating in a revolt, and he was eventually executed and deprived of his aristocratic title and fiefdom. Because of this, my family fell from grace, and many of my family members even died for no reason. In order to live, we changed our surnames and left East Tucker County. I don't believe that my father would engage in mutiny. He was so loyal to the royal family, even more so than his belief in the goddess. In order to. Anyway, I left my mother and my younger brother and came to Backland, looking for a chance to improve myself, hoping to restore my family's glory and my father's reputation. Zaya was vague about some of the things midway through her recount, but Furs didn't mind. She sighed and said, "It'll be very, very difficult." But she immediately smiled. "But I will support you. And behind me is the mysterious Tarot Club," she added in her mind. Nighttime in Tingen City, 2, Daffodil Street. Melissa, who was doing math problems, turned her head to the door and looked at Benson, who had just taken off his half-top hat. "Where did you go? Aren't the results announced tomorrow?" "They're already available tonight, and I happen to know 2 of the city's employees who are in charge of the unified exam," Benson said with a smirk. In early December, he had enrolled for the Civil Servant Unified Examination, selected a relatively uncompetitive position, and, in the process, established friendships with several civil servants and a number of examination candidates through his eloquence and communication skills. What was the result? Melissa unconsciously put down the fountain pen in her hand. Benson's expression immediately darkened, but before Melissa could open her mouth, he revealed a bright smile. "I passed. And I'm ranked quite high." "That's great." Melissa stood up and took 2 steps forward. "You have to start preparing for the second round of exams at the end of January. It's held in Backland. I need to prepare your luggage for you ahead of time. When are you planning on leaving?" Seeing his sister's concern, Benson walked into the living room, smiled and said, "I plan to do so after the new year. We'll go to Backland together and rent a house there. Regardless of the success of the exam, I'm prepared to stay in Backland and try my luck. And you can take advantage of the New Year's holiday to transfer to the technical school in Backland to prepare for the entrance exam at the Backland University of Technology and Industry in June." Just a month ago, the Backland University of Technology and Industry had been reorganized and officially upgraded to a university for industry and technology. Melissa's lips unconsciously pursed as she quietly listened. She looked around wistfully and replied softly, "Okay." Friday afternoon at the Quelite Club. Klein walked out and hired a carriage to head for Prince Edisac's Red Rose Manor. It was the place where Talum had gone to a few days before his death. As a qualified detective, he would be completely unworthy of the £100 he was paid if he didn't hold any investigations there. "No matter what, I still have to put on a convincing act," Klein muttered as he sat in the carriage and enjoyed the scenery outside the window. After his morning practice, he had roughly grasped the range of improvements in every aspect. Flame controlling, flaming jump, and other Beyonder powers had become about 30% stronger. The might of air bullets and the length of the underwater breathing pipe had even increased several-fold. His divination and combat skills had also received a substantial improvement. Paper figurine substitutes and damage transfer didn't experience much change, but because of the growth of his spirituality, the number of times that they could be used had increased. Klein finally arrived at Red Rose Manor amidst the rumbling journey and informed the 2 soldiers guarding the entrance of his purpose. After passing the news, he met the old butler from before. "You can ask everyone here." The white-haired elderly butler paused, then added, "Except that lady." "That's what I want. I don't want to get into trouble." Klein laughed casually. "All right." Chapter 453, Stairs. Chapter 453, Stairs. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Red Rose Manor, outside the luxurious rooms filled with all kinds of antiques. Klein stood at the door and asked the sixth maid he had met today. The young maid was wearing a black and white servant dress that had the characteristics of the times. She was pretty, in her prime, and had natural curls to her brown hair. She had a hint of playfulness on her face. "Who does Mr. Talon meet when he visits?" Klein repeated the question numbly. The maid replied almost without a pause, "Mr. Talon usually requests to meet His Highness, or to accompany him in riding horses, or to discuss matters. If His Highness happens to be absent, he will meet with that lady. They are very good friends. He receives permission from the butler." "Talon is good friends with the commoner lady who Prince Edisac likes? Meeting in private from time to time?" It was likely that he was persuading her to leave this place so as to not affect the reputation of the prince. Klein nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Talon and the young lady, what would they talk about?" When he asked this question, Klein suddenly recalled how Talon had fallen in love just recently. With his rich experience from the information age, he somehow came up with an extremely contrived romance story. The maid wasn't afraid of the detective. She smiled, shook her head, and said, "At times like these, we're all asked to leave the room." Even more than ever, Klein couldn't resist making associations, even to the point of changing the colors. 1. Of Prince Edisac's hat and helmet. Without waiting for him to ask any further questions, the maid chuckled and said, "Detective Moriarty, if you want to find out exactly what the lady and Mr. Talon were talking about, you can ask her directly. The old butler doesn't permit that." Klein confidently pushed out his scapegoat. He changed the topic and said with a smile, "You seem to know more than the other servants. You even know to call me Detective Moriarty." The maid looked around, maintained her smile, and said, "It's because I've been serving the lady during my rotations. She's always wanted to meet you, Detective Moriarty. After all, she's close friends with Mr. Talon and cares a great deal about his death. Unfortunately, she always ends up missing you." "Always?" Klein was sensitive to the words always, just happened, and missed. The maid nodded seriously and said, "The first time His Highness invited you to be his guest, she intentionally threw a tantrum and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to walk downstairs to meet you. Who knew that you would leave in a hurry? Afterwards, she took the initiative to represent His Highness to place flowers on Mr. Talon's grave, but as she didn't know what you looked like, she wasn't able to find you. And today, she just happened to go to the golf course out back to relax on horseback. Otherwise, even if the butler didn't allow it, she would have tried to find a way to meet you. What a coincidence." Klein sighed as he suddenly grasped a crucial point. On the day of Talon's funeral, it was the commoner lady he loved who had offered flowers in the prince's place. On that day, Klein was most concerned about the lady with the black veil and the sapphire ring on her finger. She might have a grade 0 sealed artifact or some powerful existence of an equal level. All of a sudden, a thought flashed through Klein's mind. The woman with the sapphire ring on her finger was wearing a long, heavy black dress. Accompanied by 2 maids, she slowly disappeared into the distance. One of the ladies had brown natural curls. The image of the maid quickly overlapped with the one in front of Klein, and it was abnormally identical. Klein's body tensed up, and sweat rolled down his back, but his expression didn't change at all. Using the abilities of a clown, he pretended like he was recalling the event, and he asked with a smile, "Were you with that lady on the day of Talon's funeral?" The maid replied without much thought, "Yes." "Damn, it's really her." Klein maintained his smile. "Very well, next question." As if nothing had happened, he began to inquire about other things, then he switched to another servant and continued. However, Klein secretly shortened the process and sped up the progress. He wanted to leave Red Rose Manor before the young lady returned from her riding. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, before the sky had turned dark, Klein left the manor much earlier than expected and took the carriage sent by the old butler back to the city. Sitting in the window with his back against the wall wrapped in silk and muslin, he was relieved to have the energy to reflect on the whole situation. It was Prince Edisak's beloved commoner lady who had cursed Talon. Why did she have to deal with a descendant of a fallen noble family? To take revenge against Talon for trying to break up the relationship between her and the prince? But there's no need for her to do it herself. She can find a chance to mention it while in bed. Prince Edisak has plenty of ways to make Talon disappear without a sound. Talon was in a state of deep love before he died. Yes. The first sign was after he successfully persuaded the commoner lady to leave Prince Edisak. They had an affair? So, the commoner lady who was brought back to the manor killed Talon in order to silence him and remove any latent dangers? Logically speaking, it makes sense, but the problem is, how could a person with a Grade 0 sealed artifact or a powerhouse of an equivalent level be restricted by Prince Edisak? Even if the Augustus family is an angel family, with the accumulation of enough knowledge, they would still need to use tremendous strength and special methods to be able to restrain someone like that. This isn't something a prince can do. Besides, how could such a figure have taken a fancy to Talon? Why does she want to see me all the time? Did she sense that I'm using the gray fog to spy on her? No, if that were the case, I would have been buried with Talon on the day of his funeral. Besides, when she first wanted to see me, I didn't have any blood, hair, or belongings. I hadn't made any divinations yet. Klein was puzzled as he thought about it. In the end, he decided to bury the problem deep within his heart. He wasn't to probe or investigate. I hope that the machinery hive mind, with my earlier reminder, will pay importance to this matter of noticing the royal family's abnormality. Yes, they might regard it with great importance. Not because of Prince Edisak's reputation, but for another reason. I hope the royal family continues to prevent the lady from visiting me. After a few days, when the time is right, I'll relinquish this mission, express how powerless I am on this matter, and then use the excuse of going to the south for a holiday. To change my identity and hide for a while. Klein's heart gradually calmed down. Evenings in Backland were always replaced by dark clouds and drizzling rain, and Klein, who felt physically and mentally exhausted, held down his half-top hat and walked quickly across the wet street to number 15 Minsk Street under the illumination of the street lamps. After resting for a bit and taking advantage of the dark surroundings, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. After advancing to sequence 6 Faceless, he had always wanted to check the mysterious space to see if there were any changes. However, as he was too tired last night and couldn't wake up in the middle of the night, he had to wait until he was done being busy outside. In addition, Klein had to eliminate any interference in order to divine a particular matter. That was, after this advancement, when his spirituality wasn't stable yet, he didn't hear the illusory ravings of Hornaces. Phlegria. Hornaces. Phlegria. Hornaces. Phlegria, anymore. He wanted to know if this was a natural change after ascending to sequence 6, or if there was some other reason. Within the majestic palace, the modeled bronze tables and the 22 high-backed chairs with different symbols on their backs stood quietly, as if they had remained unchanged since time immemorial. The same was true for the gray fog below them, as well as the endless emptiness around them. But as soon as Klein entered, his spiritual intuition was keenly aware that the mysterious space was somewhat different from before. He was in no hurry to explore or make any attempts. Calming himself down, he sat at the end of the table, conjured a pen and paper, and wrote a divination statement, the reason why I haven't heard any ravings after my advancement. Holding the piece of paper and muttering the sentence, Klein leaned back in his chair and quickly entered the dreamland with the help of cogitation. In the dusky sky and land, images flashed, and in the end, they all came to a stop on a particular scene. It was Klein, whose face and body was still covered in pale granules. He was surrounded by an illusory, thin layer of gray fog that was undetectable. The dream shattered. Klein opened his eyes and roughly understood the reason. The gray fog has interwoven with reality, helping me block out the ravings that come from who knows where. After advancing to sequence 6, my connection with the mysterious space above the gray fog has become even stronger, thus, bringing about certain changes and allowing me to naturally borrow a portion of its powers? From the looks of it, that should be the case. Yes, I should try to explore the area and see if there are any changes. Klein slowly stood up and followed his spiritual perception, walking in a certain direction outside the ancient palace. Beneath his feet was the gray fog that spread out like the sea. He finally decided to stop after walking for an unknown period of time. However, when he gave up on exploring, a light suddenly flickered at the end of the path. In his joy, Klein quickened his pace and approached. 7 or 8 seconds later, he saw a flight of stairs that seemed to lead to heaven. The staircase was formed from pure light. It was holy, transparent, and untainted, capable of shocking anyone's heart. There were only 4 levels as the staircase reached up into the void, and each level was rather high, as though it was meant for creatures even larger than giants. Klein looked up, followed its path, and saw a layer of grayish-white fog, condensed and suspended in midair, as though it was supporting something. It was a significant distance from the staircase of light. The 4-step staircase represents my consumption of the Sequence 9, Sequence 8, Sequence 7, and Sequence 6 potions? What exactly is above that layer of fog? Klein cautiously advanced until he reached the staircase of light and stepped onto it. There was nothing odd about the steps, and they were as solid as stone. Klein went up the stairs, climbed up to the 4th level, and then tried to look up at the area above the gray fog. Unfortunately, his vision couldn't penetrate anything. He thought for a moment, then he took 2 steps forward and jumped up with all his might. However, the moment he left the staircase of light, he lost his momentum and his spirit body's flight instinct. He plummeted straight down and landed on the bottom layer of the gray fog. Looks like I need to advance another 2 to 3 other sequences. If Sequence 4 really does result in a qualitative change, then I should be able to see after becoming a demigod. Klein looked up and made a judgment. Chapter 454, Who am I? Chapter 454, Who am I? Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. After looking around, Klein, who had found nothing else, returned to the stone pillar-propped ancient palace. He sat at the head of the long bronze table with his eyes half closed. He examined his spirituality growth with the number of members he could draw in. Including the empty positions that I could handle from before, I can still recruit 4 new members. However, there are no suitable targets at the moment. Klein shook his head and muttered before returning to the real world to busy himself for a good dinner. After slicing potatoes, boiling beef, adding onions, and stir-frying them for a while, as well as sprinkling seasonings like sugar and pepper, Klein poured the prepared hot water into the saucepan, covered it with a lid, and turned the fire down. I have to admit that a magician's flame controlling is a good helper in the kitchen. Ever since I got it, my culinary skills have clearly improved. If it wasn't for the loss of control, the monsters, the searches, and the evil gods, the world would be at peace and perfect if everyone was dedicated to using their abilities without causing public damage. Klein sighed and left the kitchen to enter the living room. As the light from the wall lamps spilled out, Klein, who had been planning on flipping through magazines and wait for the appropriate time to throw in the potatoes, carrots, and the proper amount of salt, he couldn't help thinking about how to act as a Faceless. Just after waking up this morning, my spirituality had completely stabilized. I discovered that although there aren't any signs of digesting the Faceless potion in me, I do have a certain level of harmony. This is a phenomenon that never happened after consuming the seer, clown, and magician potions. With this in mind, Klein looked up at the oriel window. As it was already dark outside, it had become like a mirror, faithfully reflecting Sherlock Moriarty with his black hair, brown eyes, beard, and gold-rimmed glasses. Klein nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps it's because I've always been acting as Klein Moretti. Yes. In a way, Sherlock Moriarty is just Klein's disguise. Not someone else. Although I've received many memory fragments and gained some of the original's feelings that previously existed, in essence, I'm still a guest from an alternate world. I am Earth's keyboard warrior, Joe Mingrue. I've been through so much in the last 5 months that sometimes I even think I'm Klein Moretti. Amidst the silence, many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, giving him a lot of insight. However, I'm still Joe Mingrue who's donning the skin of Klein Moretti. Someone who has never given up the idea of returning. he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the figure reflected on the oriel window had already changed. It was a young man with dark brown eyes and short black hair. His facial features were unremarkable, and he appeared refined, but he had obvious eye bags with an inkling of a double chin. This was Zhou Mingrue from Earth. Long time no see. Klein sighed, raised his hands and rubbed his face. By the time he lowered his arms, he was back as Sherlock Moriarty. After this period of contemplation and adjustment, he inexplicably felt that the gap between his spirituality and the potion had reduced significantly, and there were signs of them slowly blending together. No wonder Nimblewright Master Rosego's teacher, yes, perhaps his teacher would say that you can disguise yourself as anyone, but you are ultimately yourself. This is likely a core rule of a faceless acting method. Once one forgets this point, it would be easy to forget yourself amidst the constant changes, eventually turning into a monster. Klein felt enlightened when he recalled what he had previously obtained via spirit channeling. He crossed his right leg and leaned back, quickly coming up with a plan for the future. Search for and conclude the actual acting rules for a faceless. In the Beyonder circles of Backlund, through the Tarot Club, gather information about mermaids, in preparation to complete the ritual at sea. Directly or indirectly get the Solar High Priest potion formula to help Little Sun advance to sequence 7, so that he has the clearance to obtain the method for removing a rampager's mental corruption on a Beyonder characteristic. But I can't fully place my hopes on Little Sunday. I should still attempt to look. Klein, whose mood was slowly turning staid, snapped his fingers, reducing the stove's fire in the kitchen as the fragrance of beef emanated. At that moment, he heard the doorbell ring. The visitor was none other than Lawyer Jurgen. Even though it was drizzling and the ground was wet, Jurgen was still dressed meticulously. He even wore a vertical collar. "What's the matter?" Klein, who was very familiar with Jurgen, didn't make any small talk and directly asked. Jurgen put away his black umbrella, patted a few drops of water off of his double-breasted frock coat and said, "Sherlock, I'm leaving Backlund on Monday next week to go south on a holiday with my grandmother. The warm environment and the clean air suits her very well." "That's excellent news." Klein took the initiative to deduce, smiling as he asked, "You want me to temporarily adopt Brody?" Jurgen shook his head gravely. "My grandma can't bear to part with Brody and insisted on taking him with her. I've already asked, as long as we put him in a cage and buy a full-price ticket, he can board the steam locomotive, but we have to keep the cage clean at all times to not pollute the air above. Honestly, the smell in the third-class carriage is enough to overwhelm the stench of cat poop." Klein chuckled. "Brody shouldn't be too happy to leave, right?" "But he's even more reluctant to part with my grandmother," Jurgen replied. He pressed his hat and changed the subject. "I'm here to inform you that if you need to be released on bail or settle any legal disputes during this period of time, you can go to my colleague. Here is his business card. I've already informed him that he wouldn't be leaving Backlund this year." What a professional, to think that he even considered this problem. However, I don't need to do that for now. I'm now an informant for the machinery hivemind, and I won't be remanded at the police station under normal circumstances. Klein thanked him with a smile, took the name card, and slipped it into his pocket. Jurgen didn't have any intention of chatting or entering the room. He immediately raised his hand and said, "I still have to visit the rest of my clients." "Sherlock, I'll see you tomorrow." "No, I'll see you next year." "Then, I must wish your family a Happy New Year in advance." Klein smiled and waved. After watching Jurgen leave with his umbrella, Klein closed the door and sat back down in the living room. At this moment, apart from the flame which was licking the bottom of the pot in the kitchen, there were no other sounds coming from the house. It was so quiet that Klein could hear the carriages outside moving in the distance. He looked around slowly and saw the coffee table, contracts, cupboards, pens, porcelain cups, dining table, chairs, and walls. Retracting his gaze, Klein leaned back against the sofa and looked out the window at the dark night and the street lamps emitting a misty glow in the dark. In the deep cold silence, he sighed. The new year. The lightning gradually calmed down, and the darkness became the ruler of the earth. The exploratory team from the City of Silver finally reached their destination after a short but, at the same time, not short trek and numerous battles. On both sides of the street, most of the houses had collapsed. Only a few could barely hold on, but their surfaces were mottled with the dust of time. With the help of an animal hide lantern whose light didn't reach far, Derek Berg saw the completely collapsed walls and streets that were in such ruin that even weeds didn't grow. On both sides of the streets were half-collapsed houses, with a tiny minority barely standing. However, their surfaces were mottled and filled with signs of aging. The white and blue colors that formed the foundation of the coatings, the pointed structures which were different from the City of Silver, had already turned gray, making it hard for anyone to imagine their original appearance. However, Derek could figure out the city's past through such observations. It had definitely experienced a long history with a considerable number of inhabitants, developing its own civilization in the Dark Ages. The humans here took potions, built and repaired buildings, and defended the city wall. About 6 teams or more had explored the outside and hunted monsters in search of the necessary resources to survive. They would celebrate for any brief periods of calm, offering sacrifices to the gods and yearning for a response. They gave birth to the next generation, allowing hope to continue. However, in the end, they disappeared into the darkness, losing all their voices and leaving behind only ruins. The ruins were like a huge grave, burying a civilization that had struggled to survive but eventually vanishing dismally. Demon Hunter Colin looked around, his expression somewhat solemn, as though he saw the future of the City of Silver. He pointed ahead and said, "The other places have already been cleared. The temple is in the center of the city." The exploratory team dispersed a bit, but they still maintained sufficient order and didn't let down their guard. After passing through ruins that had been destroyed for an unknown period of time and went past streets so quiet that they drove people mad, Derek finally saw a high, wide artificially made platform. On top of the high platform, there was a half-collapsed building. It looked extremely similar to the temples in the City of Silver. It had a dome propped up by pillars, creating an arched entrance. The style of the buildings here was completely different from that of the other buildings. It really is true that they later converted to the fallen creator. The thought had barely crossed Derek's mind when the 4 lanterns in the team went out at the same time. All of a sudden, the exploratory team was plunged into pure darkness. There was no lightning in the sky, the candles on the ground had extinguished, and all human breathing seemed to disappear at once. Derek's body immediately tensed, as he felt as if some monster had stuck its tongue out in the darkness and was trying to lick his scalp, but his spiritual perception told him that nothing real had appeared. At that moment, an immature, helpless, terrified, and dry voice sounded out by his ear. It was a child whispering, "Save me! Save me!" For a moment Derek froze, not knowing how to react, but in an instant, a coruscating glimmer of dust appeared before him. The dust exploded one after another, igniting a silvery white light that illuminated the surrounding area. Colin stared at Derek and said in a deep voice, "What's on your mind?" Derek instantly snapped to his senses and clasped his hands in shame and pressed them to his mouth and nose as if in prayer. His body immediately emitted rays of clean, pure light, causing the surrounding darkness to silently disperse. The other team members seized the moment to reignite the candles. Because of the demon hunter's timely reaction, no members disappeared this time, nor were there any new members appearing. Colin retracted his gaze from Derek and looked at the half-collapsed temple on the high platform. He solemnly said, "From now on, we can't afford to be careless. We have to be on full alert." Chapter 455, Help Seeker. Chapter 455, Help Seeker. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Within the half-collapsed temple, only a few stone pillars remained intact as they collectively supported half of the main hall. At the very front of the main hall, there was an altar covered in cracks. In the middle of the altar, there was a huge, pitch-black cross. Hanging from the cross was a naked man who was hanging upside down. Around his ankles, thighs, and torso there were obvious rusty metal spikes protruding outward that were accompanied by bright red bloodstains. Derek knew that this was the statue of the fallen creator, but he couldn't help look down to size up the statue's face. He saw the face of the statue. The nose, mouth, and ears were all blurry, except for the eyes, which were carved with abnormal clarity. The fallen creator's eyes were tightly shut, as though he was suffering from guilt and pain. "Look away, don't study the statue of an evil god," Demon Hunter Colin warned in a low voice. "Yes, Your Excellency." The few members of the exploratory team immediately retracted their gazes. Before today, although the City of Silver had discovered many destroyed cities and written records pointing to evil gods during their explorations, most of the residents had never seen the statues of so-called evil gods. The remaining area of the temple wasn't very wide, so the exploratory team quickly split up into groups of 2 or 3 and completed the investigations without finding anything abnormal. Upon seeing this, Colin, the chief of the 6-member council, said after a few seconds of deliberation, "Let's head underground." As he spoke, he drew one of the 2 swords he carried on his back and smeared it with a grayish-silver ointment. Then, he removed a small metal bottle from a hidden compartment on his belt, pulled out the stopper, and gulped the contents of the potion. At this moment, Derek felt as if the light blue eyes of the chief had become a little brighter. The members of the exploratory team made their utmost careful preparations. Under the illumination of the 4 animal hide lanterns, they followed the stairs on the left side of the statue as they walked down into the underground area. Derek took his turn holding the lantern, walking at the front left as he cautiously entered the darkness. He heard the sound of his own footsteps and those of his companions echoing off of the stone steps. They produced a distant and empty echo. The echoes didn't suffer from any interference, making the absolute silence beneath them obvious. However, in the hearts of the exploratory team members, it was like a knock on the door. The attempt to uncover a secret that had been buried for an unknown number of years left them feeling extremely tense. After walking without having any sense of time, Derek finally saw that the road ahead had turned flat. He also saw the newly discovered mural which the corrupted Dark Regents had mentioned. The mural was spread across 2 sides of the wall. It was simply colored and gloomy, looking ancient as if it had seen the vicissitudes of life. Derek took a casual glance and was immediately attracted by one of the murals. On the wall to the left up ahead, a pure white cross was depicted in the middle. It was surrounded by seawater-like blackness, drowning all the humans who were struggling as they stretched out their arms. Hanging upside down from the cross was the fallen creator. The rusted nails and blood-red stains were no different from the statues in the outside world. But in this mural, the fallen creator was suffering from a black erosion, so much so that part of the white of the cross had become pitch black. In addition, the cross supported a hazy piece of land, and countless humans were kneeling and praying to the fallen creator. Around the mural, in the deepest part of the darkness, there were 6 figures akin to evil gods. In the upper left corner was a woman wearing a black, classical dress. Her clothes were layered but not complicated, and it was embedded with a starry sheen. Her body was relatively ethereal, with signs of rippling outward. Her face was blurry, as though she was wearing a mask without any facial features. The darkness around her surged as one strange eye after another faintly became discernible. Directly above was a young man wearing a pure white robe. His face was painted with a pure gold color, and there were tentacles in the form of light growing out of his skin. In his hands was a putrid green book and a radiant spear, and his chest and back were inverted. In the upper right corner was a trident-wielding monster with an octopus-like head, white eyes, and a body wrapped in lightning. The feathers of countless birds formed his cloak, and the darkness turned into waves that supported the bottom of his feet. At the bottom right was a supple and beautiful woman. Her chest bulged, propping her clothes up. In her arms was a rotting baby, and at her feet were black ears of wheat, spring water squirming with flesh, herbs dripping with pus, and wildly mating animals. Directly below was an old man wearing a hood that revealed his mouth, wrinkles, and a white beard. The old man held an open book, and on top of it was an eye that was the symbol of omniscience. At first glance, this old man looked the most normal, but the smile on his face was indescribably evil. At the bottom left was a giant warrior in tattered armor. He held a long sword and was sitting on a throne with bleak dusk as its backdrop. What this mural means is that when the cataclysm struck, the evil gods climbed out of the abyss. In order to save the people of the world, the fallen creator had suffered the vast majority of the sins and pain, and as a result, showed signs of being corrupted and having his image change. But, I think he is the worst evil god. Carrying an animal hide lantern in his hand, Derek looked at the mural on the wall as he walked. He realized that the description was identical to Dark Regence's description, with the core theme being that the place where they were had not been abandoned by the gods. Instead, it was blessed by the Creator and had maintained civilization through the apocalypse. Of course, Dark Regence had only briefly mentioned it, and the details were far what the murals depicted. Throughout the entire process, Derek didn't let his guard down. He prepared himself in case any accidents were to happen so that he could respond immediately. Under the dim yellow light of the candle, the exploratory team went through many corridors, halls, and rooms one by one, delving deep into the temple's basement. Suddenly, a semi-open gray stone door appeared in front of them. Outside the door, a cluster of beautiful mushroom-shaped objects grew. They were palm-sized, with white stems and bright red heads, sparkling with dark golden specks. Upon seeing these mushrooms, the members of the exploratory team had their appetites whet. All they wanted to do was to rush over, pull out a stalk, and stuff it into their mouths. Gulp! Quite a few people swallowed their saliva. However, most of the people who were able to enter the exploratory team had rich experience and were of a relatively high sequence. Having received a warning beforehand, someone immediately stood up and said in a low voice, "Those are rotten flesh and hairy scalps." Derek knew this teammate and that his name was Joshua. He had successfully traded for a mystical item from a particular exploratory expedition. Joshua stretched out his left, scarlet-gloved hand at the door. With a flash of light, a burning fireball quickly took shape and shot out, landing directly on those extremely tempting mushrooms. Boom! The ground trembled slightly, and an inferno spread out to cover the space of 2 meters. By the time the fire subsided, all of the mushrooms had already disappeared, leaving only bits and pieces of flesh and blood. It left all of the Beyonders, who nearly failed to resist the temptation, disgusted. Demon Hunter Colin didn't interfere with the actions of the team. He quietly watched from the side, nodding from time to time. Why would there be mushrooms made from flesh and hair? Where did the flesh and hair come from? Joshua withdrew his left palm and muttered to himself in confusion. Another member of the team made a bold guess. The original inhabitants of this city? It's possible. Perhaps their deaths were a result of turning into pure flesh and hair. Derek agreed inwardly. After a brief discussion, the exploratory team split into several groups and cleaned up the hall outside the gray stone door. After doing all this, they regrouped and slowly passed through the door, ready to engage in combat at any moment. Behind the door was a place that looked like an altar. The surrounding light could hardly dispel the darkness of the region, which seemed to hide something unknown. Above the altar, a similar pitch-black cross and an upside-down fallen creator was erected there. Carrying an animal hide lantern, Derek stood the closest as he instinctively swept a glance. His gaze suddenly froze because he discovered that the fallen creator statue here was different from the one outside. Its eyes were open. He had blood-red eyes and black pupils, staring straight at any intruders like it possessed life. Tat! 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 Derek heard the chattering of teeth. He originally imagined that it came from a team member, but he soon realized that he was the one trembling. Although he didn't understand much about the evil god's dangers, his teeth were instinctively chattering at that instant. Tat! 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 His teammates reacted similarly. At that moment, a speck of powder floated into the air. Demon Hunter Colin clenched his fist. Boom! As the sound of thunder reverberated through the air, Derek and the others suddenly snapped to their senses, escaping their nightmare state from earlier. Before they could investigate the area, the sound of weeping could be heard from behind the altar. Sob, sob, sob. Sob, sob, sob. In the chilling silence, Demon Hunter Colin calmly ordered, "Derek, Joshua, go around and take a look." As a chill went through his body, Derek held the animal hide lantern and the axe of Hurricane in his hand. Together with Joshua, he slowly walked around to the back of the altar. As the darkness was gradually dispersed by the light, they saw a black figure curled up behind the altar. After taking 2 steps forward, the shadow revealed its original form. It was a 7 or 8-year-old child, with soft yellow hair. He closed his eyes, as though he wasn't used to the light, as he shouted in excitement, "Save me, save me!" Derek's pupils shrank, and when he thought of the cry for help he had heard in the pure darkness earlier, he subconsciously lifted his axe of hurricane. At this moment, demon hunter Colin took a step forward and solemnly asked, "Who are you?" The child stopped pleading for help and said reminiscently, My name is Jack." After dinner, Klein put on his coat and hat in preparation to head out. He was going to find Miss Sharon, resolve the problem of the baronet digging up a tunnel, and ask for clues about mermaids. He wanted to complete these matters before Detective Sherlock Moriarty headed south for a vacation. Chapter 456, Playing Ghosts. Chapter 456, Playing Ghosts. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Outside the Bravehearts bar, a rental carriage briskly drove by. Inside the carriage, Klein, who was wearing a half-top hat, was sitting opposite Sharon, who was still wearing her black Gothic regal dress. Looking at the expressionless and pale face of his former bodyguard, Klein was at a loss on how to exchange pleasantries. He could only go straight to the point. "I'm done with my preparations." Although Sequence 6 Faceless had only given him 1 beyond durability, all the powers he had before had experienced a clear upgrade, resulting in a great improvement to his strength. This was the best form of preparation. However, a Faceless powers could be deemed a godly skill in certain situations. For example, when being pursued or trying to infiltrate. Klein couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Sharon listened quietly and simply said, "Tonight?" She spoke with a slight rise in intonation towards the end to indicate an inquiry. "If it's fine with you, then I'm fine as well," Klein responded, prepared. "All right." Sharon nodded. After a few seconds of silence, Klein asked in deliberation, "Have you heard about anything to do with mermaids? Do you know where one can meet such a creature of legends?" Sharon's blue eyes stared unblinkingly at Klein, as though she had transformed into a real doll. After a while, she emotionlessly said, "There are no longer mermaids in places where humans can reach. Only the fishermen of the Gargas Islands would occasionally hear the mermaids singing in the midst of a storm during their long voyages to hunt white-tailed whales." Located in the depths of the Sonia Sea, the Gargas Islands was the farthest human colony in the sea, characterized by local products such as whale oil and whale meat. "I wonder if this rumor is true or fake." Klein nodded. "I understand." The bell chimes in the night rang out quietly, as though they came from a faraway place. There was an abandoned chapel in the middle of William Street. Withered vines crawled over its walls and greystones were strewn everywhere. Inside the chapel, feces and debris intertwined amidst the rocks and dead grass. In the half-collapsed corner, a middle-aged man, wearing black tights, was moving stones that hid the entrance to a cave. He carefully and excitedly went into the tunnel, carrying his digging tools, lighting tools, and earth basket. His hair was grey at the temples, and his eyes were puffy. He was Baronet Rafter Pound, who was considered mentally ill by the outside world, but he was secretly a descendant of the Tudor family of the Fourth Epoch. This prodigy, who was always entangled with high-class callgirls, had a serious expression on his face, and his eyes were bright. It was impossible to find any signs of him being addicted to drinking and sex. He pushed himself up on his elbows and rapidly crawled down the slope, as though the end of the tunnel hid the greatest and only hope of his life. Not long after, he touched the wet mud and cold stone in front of him. This didn't extinguish Rafter Pound's enthusiasm. He repeated motions that he was extremely proficient with after having recently gained the experience. As he was digging, carrying, and moving things, an empty area appeared before him. It was a dark underground palace that was in front of him. Rafter Pound's expression immediately became crazed with excitement. He quickly moved forward and grabbed the black iron badge. The badge was a hand holding a scepter. Seeing this, Rafter Pound's eyes lit up as if they were on fire. Just as he put the black iron badge on his chest, everything in front of him shattered. He was still in the narrow and irregular tunnel, with wet mud and ice-cold stones in front of him. No, there was someone else there who was quietly watching him. He had no eyes, no nose, no mouth, no eyebrows, and no ears. Rafter Pound's pupils contracted. He could only feel a numbness rising along his spine from his waist down to the back of his head. Without even thinking about it, he immediately threw away all his tools and frantically retreated. His elbows smacked the ground, but he felt no pain despite having a mangled wound. Finally, Rafter Pound left the tunnel and returned to the abandoned chapel. Because of the loss of his lantern, he could only see the deep darkness and the dim crimson that shrouded the edges. Suddenly, the withered vines that were crawling up the wall swayed like snakes. A figure walked out from the darkness. She was wearing a gothic regal dress and a black small soft hat, with a pale face to the point of being transparent, as well as pale blonde hair and blue eyes that didn't look human. Rafter Pound almost shouted out loud. For such a woman to appear in an environment such as this was no different from a ghost story from folklore. Tap. 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 He took a few steps back and almost tripped over a rock. At that moment, he seemed to think of something, and he suppressed his horror in an instant, revealing an excited and hopeful expression. Are you that evil spirit inside the underground palace? Yes, it must be you. Sir Pound, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Faceless Klein came out of the tunnel and stood in the shadows. His and Sharon's original plan had been to scare Rafter Pound off, scaring him so badly that he would no longer dare to explore the underground ruins again. However, Rafter Pound's reaction was somewhat out of their expectations. Sharon was silent for a second before tacitly asking, "What do you wish to say?" Rafter Pound quietly exhaled, and he then curled his lips into a smile. After attempting for so many years, I believe you already understand that killing the descendants of the Tudor family won't help you break the seal. Only by working with me, who has the great Tudor bloodline, can you hope to get out of this predicament that has lasted for more than 2,000 years. The Tudors knew about the existence of the evil spirit, but they still died in that room. Klein frowned as spoke before Sharon could. He imitated Sharon's ethereal voice. What took you until today to come here? This was a branch of the Faceless Beyonder powers to mimic the sound of a target. He could reproduce any voice as long as he heard it before. Of course, Klein believed he couldn't repeat the ravings of the true creator and the pleas of Mr. Dorr. This Beyonder power was still limited to the realm of ordinary people. Sharon looked sideways at him but didn't expose him. Rafter Pound didn't notice and chuckled. It's because the Dark Emperor has appeared. Fate tells me that the glory of the Blood Emperor will appear once again. Is there some logical connection? Klein had an inexplicable feeling that Rafter Pound was more like a madman than before. He asked in Sharon's voice again, Dark Emperor? Ha ha. Rafter Pound laughed, yes, hero banded Dark Emperor. He must be closely related to the real Dark Emperor. Why don't I know that? Klein felt amused. He thought for a moment, then he stopped asking, giving up the right to ask questions. Sharon, for some reason, remained silent. Upon seeing this, Rafter Pound was overjoyed as he quickly asked, so, what's your answer? I refuse, Sharon replied emotionlessly. Rafter suppressed his anxiety and tried to persuade her again. At this moment, his eyes suddenly glazed over as he abruptly took a few steps to the side, arriving at a relatively intact stone wall. This. Klein and Sharon noticed an abnormality at the same time. They responded in their own ways, one pulling out a revolver and pointing it at Rafter Pound, the other filling the ruined chapel with a crimson lunar brilliance. Rafter Pound didn't even look at them. He faced the stone wall and slammed his head into it. Thump! 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 He slammed his head 3 times in a row and fainted with blood dripping from his forehead. Then he got up again, his eyes were bloodshot for some unknown reason. Rafter Pound raised his right hand and wiped the blood from his forehead, covering his palm with blood. He stuck out the tip of his tongue, licked the scarlet liquid, and said in an intoxicated manner, "A member of the Tudor bloodline sure is delicious, it's really intoxicating. It will allow my loathing to exceed its limits to the greatest extent, and it will help me temporarily expand the boundary of the seal." Klein's muzzle was aimed at him as he asked in a stunned tone, "The evil spirit in the ruins?" Blood trickled across Rafter Pound's face, and he laughed horribly. "You guessed right. Before, I judged that you were weak and wanted to corrupt your mind and enter your dreams to tempt you into rescuing me. Who knows, you're also a person with a secret. Don't be so direct." Klein subconsciously glanced at Sharon, but he found nothing out of the ordinary about her. "What do you want to do?" Klein asked directly. "The evil spirit side. I'm an innocent person who was harmed because of Alista Tudor's ambition. Due to the constraints of my corpse, I've been trapped in that underground ruin for nearly 2,000 years. I hope that you can help me out of this predicament and allow me to become a free spirit. I swear, I won't involve innocent people." After saying that, he looked at Sharon with his bloodshot eyes. "You should be a wraith from the mutant pathway. The next stop is a critical point to becoming a demigod. I'm not sure if you have the puppet potion formula, but I can help you obtain it. I can even be a part of your ritual. That is the reward I can promise you." Puppet, sequence 4 of the mutant pathway is called Puppet? What a strange name. Klein muttered inwardly. The evil spirit turned to look at him. "You will similarly be rewarded. It's an object that can be considered mystical and precious, and because of some sort of attraction, its holder came to the underground palace and died by the side of the Tudor descendants. This is what it looks like." As he spoke, the evil spirit spread open the palm of his hand, causing the crimson moonlight to form a scene. Inside the picture, there was a normal-looking tarot card. The image on it was completely different from the others. Sitting inside a chariot wasn't a king, but rather a male priest wearing a dark red robe. The priest looked like Roselle Gustave. This? A card of blasphemy. Klein's eyes instantly shifted. He saw that the starlight in the upper left corner had condensed into a line of text, Sequence 0, Red Priest. Chapter 457, Information provided by the evil spirit. Chapter 457, Information provided by the evil spirit. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Sequence 0, Red Priest. Which pathway Sequence 0 is this? I've learned the true name of another Sequence 0. Of course, the pretext is that the evil spirit isn't lying. It said that the holder of the Red Priest card would seek out the underground ruins of the Tudor family due to some form of attraction, but they ended up dying in that room. This should be the law of convergence of Beyonder characteristics within the same pathway, right? No, Emperor Roselle had apparently mentioned that after advancing to become a high-sequence Beyonder, possessing a corresponding card of blasphemy would allow them to subtly sense the Beyonder ingredients needed for subsequent sequences. In other words, the room where the evil spirit is sealed has a demigod-ranked characteristic of the Red Priest path of the divine hidden within. Perhaps, the evil spirit was a demigod of this pathway when it was still alive, and it might even be a little stronger. The subtle sensation provided by the card of blasphemy is probably a result of the law of convergence. Klein suddenly thought of many things. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Sharon to see her reaction. By doing so, he could determine if she knew about the card of blasphemy and whether she understood the meaning of a Sequence 0. However, there was no change in Sharon's nearly transparent face. It was as if the evil spirit had just shown an ordinary tarot card. However, this actually implies something. When any Beyonder first come to learn of a Sequence 0, they will subconsciously think about what it represented. Perhaps only a Beyonder in the spectator pathway can read the subtle body language of Miss Sharon. Klein sighed to himself. Seeing that both of them were silent at the same time, the evil spirit gave Klein a deep glance, slowly making the projection of the card of blasphemy disappear. It once again looked at Sharon with its bloodshot eyes and said with a low and hoarse laugh, "If you are unwilling to become a demigod of the mutant pathway, then I can provide you with the sequence 4 potion formula of the abyss pathway." The temperance of desire and the flamboyance of malice has always been very congruous, isn't it? Sharon ignored the evil spirit's question and turned unhurriedly to Klein, leaving him to respond. What the evil spirit means is that the mutant pathway and the abyss pathway are closely related pathways which are exchangeable at high sequences. How the Rose School of Thought and the Blood Sanctify sect act on the surface does seem very similar. Klein thought for 2 seconds and looked at the bloodied rafter pound. Then, how can your seal be removed? The evil spirit laughed and said, "Very simple. Find a direct descendant of the Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici family and obtain 10 milliliters of their blood, each. A little more is fine, but not less. Then mix them with holy water and pour them into my room. This way, the seal will be lifted." It's a very simple and strange method. Even in the field of mysticism, it's rare. Why must they be direct descendants of the Sauron, Einhorn, and Medici families? I have never heard of the last one. Sauron is the former royal family of Intis, and Einhorn is the royal family of the Faceless Empire. Both of them were loyal to the Trunsoist Empire, the angel family of the Fourth Epoch, and they were the final winners. However, Loans Augustus and Phaenopoder's Castilla families also meet the same conditions. Alright, the Sauron and Einhorn family have one more thing in common, and that is their possession of the Hunter pathway. Is this the reason for them being chosen? Taking the situation from before into context, the Hunter pathway is equal to the Red Priest pathway? As he made a guess, Klein didn't conceal his doubts. I know about the Sauron and Einhorn families, but I've never heard of the Medici family. Very normal. They often enjoy hiding in the shadows. They are corrupted angels and have established an extremely secretive organization, the evil spirit said with a contemptuous tone. That organization is known as Rose Redemption. This name is very familiar. That's right, inside the abandoned temple of the true creator that was recently found by the City of Silver, there is something similar written on a corner of a mural. They suspect that it's the name of the city or the creator of the temple. Now, from the looks of it, this symbolizes an extremely secretive organization that was founded by corrupted angels. They believe in the true creator? What is their relationship with the Aurora Order? Klein pondered for a moment and said, "It's related to the true creator?" The evil spirit was silent for 2 seconds before asking in a low voice, "You know about Rose Redemption?" "I heard it by chance." Klein spoke the absolute truth. The evil spirit thought for a moment, then it suddenly said with a smile, "You have more secrets than I thought. Can we not talk about such things?" Klein held himself back from watching Sharon's response as he wore an unperturbed look. The evil spirit's gaze swept across the two and laughed. Rose Redemption has a close relationship with the birth of the true creator. It's impossible for you to imagine that certain people were once members of Rose Redemption, but they have since left it. As long as you find an organization that believes in the true creator and trace it to the very end, then there will be a chance of you coming into contact with Rose Redemption. It sounds a little like the Twilight Hermit Order, with one being the front side while the other is back side. Klein made an intuitive guess. Seeing that the evil spirit had no intention of giving an in-depth introduction to Rose Redemption, he laughed and said, "Do you think we can complete something like that with our strengths?" The evil spirit was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Maybe you guys can try your luck in Beanchy Town." Beanchy Town? Where's that? Despite Klein's repeated questioning, the evil spirit refused to reveal anything else. Faced with this situation, Klein could only switch to asking, during the Fourth Epoch, were the Dark Emperor, Blood Emperor, and Night Emperor fighting for the position of Sequence 0? When the evil spirit heard this, it was stunned for a moment before it smiled and said, "It was the case, but not later." It wasn't the case after Alista Tudor went mad. Alista Tudor was that Blood Emperor? Klein sought confirmation. The evil spirit nodded. Yes, there has only been one Blood Emperor, that lunatic, Alista Tudor. Ha. The descendants of the Tudor family have all inherited the madness of that bloodline. They're usually crafty, devious, careful, and cautious, but at critical moments, they can become reckless and not consider the repercussions. The evil spirit pointed at Rafterpound's face and said, "He is an example." However, after this lesson, he will definitely become more normal for a long period of time. I've no idea if he's the last Tudor. Alista left quite a number of good things which require the blood of his descendants in order to gain access to them. It's best that you don't kill him now. The evil spirit paused and chuckled softly. Alright, after you help me remove the seal, I will tell you all the stories I have experienced. No, a more accurate description is the history I've experienced. Having said that, Rafterpound's eyes suddenly lost focus. His body twitched a few times before limply collapsing to the ground. Sharon silently watched the scene before she suddenly took a step forward. Whoosh! The wind howled as the dirt and rocks on the ground began to move before falling into the underground tunnel and sealing off the entrance. After that was done, Klein and Sharon left William Street and took a detour to another block in the silent darkness. When Klein boarded the rental carriage, Sharon's figure appeared, and she sat across from him. She looked unblinkingly at Klein as she asked with her hoarse and ethereal voice, "Will you help it lift its seal?" No, Klein didn't hesitate to reply, and then he asked, "What about you?" Sharon shook her head, indicating that she wouldn't either. Klein heaved a sigh of relief as he smiled. It's already been dead for about 2,000 years, and right now, it's just a remnant of an evil spirit. Dispersing or returning to the spirit world is supposed to be its end. My plan is that once we become high-sequence Beyonders, we can team up and eliminate it, giving it true deliverance. Although the Red Priest card, the hidden history of the Fourth Epoch, and the evil spirit's promised rewards were tempting, Klein had no confidence in it at all. In his mind, he would always recall the scene of the evil spirit's corpse sitting on a high-backed chair with its head lowered. He would also remember how the other party's face would be covered in traces of decay when he raised his head. Sharon tersely acknowledged, giving the necessary response. Aren't you supposed to ask me why I'm so confident in becoming a high-sequence Beyonder? Klein couldn't help but lampoon. And the answer to that question was that people needed to have dreams. Klein no longer bothered with the topic and switched to asking, "Is the Wraith's corresponding sequence for really puppet?" Sharon nodded. "Do you have the potion formula or Beyonder ingredients?" Klein asked in thought. Sharon shook her head. Klein let out a soft chuckle. "I'll help you keep an eye out for it in my circle." Without changing her tone, Sharon said without changing her tone, "Thank you." Klein looked out of the window and muttered to himself, "I'm going to the south for a holiday." At this point, he said with a smile, as if he were speaking to a lawyer, "Jurgen, let me wish you and Marek a happy new year in advance." Sharon was silent for 2 seconds, then she pursed her lips and replied in a fleeting voice, "Happy New Year." Her figure gradually faded and disappeared from the carriage. Looking at the little boy behind the altar and hearing his slightly hoarse and tender voice, Derek felt as if he was facing the most terrifying monster. He almost performed a downward cleave with the axe of Hurricane in his hand. From what he knew, a person who could survive in the pure darkness for so long was definitely not human. Even if he was one before, it definitely wouldn't be one after that long. Demon Hunter Colin's eyes seemed to brighten a little. He tightened his grip on his sword and asked in a calm voice, "What are you doing here?" The yellow-haired boy who called himself Jack had a pained expression as he replied, "We're looking for the holy residence of the Lord." "The holy residence of the Lord?" Colin pressed. "Right." The little boy Jack turned his head and looked at the pitch-black cross and the statue of the overturned man. "They told me that as long as I go in the direction that the Lord's eyes look in, then I will be able to reach his holy residence." "They? You still have companions?" Colin's eyes moved one full revolution as if he were a monster, taking in the surroundings. "Where are they?" Hearing this question, the little boy Jack was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he held his throat, and with a twisted, blank look on his face, he said, "I'm so hungry." So Hungry, Chapter 458, An Ancient Sanguine. Chapter 458, An Ancient Sanguine. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. So hungry. Amidst his trance-like words, Jack raised his head and looked at Joshua, who was wearing a pair of scarlet-red gloves. So hungry. His mouth opened in an instant, reaching straight to his ears, revealing his neat white teeth and thick saliva that was constantly gushing out of his mouth. At the same time, he threw himself forward towards Joshua. He was so fast that he left behind an afterimage on the ground. Although Joshua was on high alert, he wasn't able to react in time. Before he could even make out what was happening, the little boy, Jack, had already pounced in front of him. Thump! The yellow-haired figure seemed to slam into an invisible wall, stopping only a step away from Joshua. Jack suspended himself in midair as a reddish glow from the darkness emerged from his body and started to corrode the transparent barrier that was denying him entry. Behind Joshua and Derek, demon hunter Colin had already fallen to one knee at some point. He had stabbed his sword, smeared with a silver ointment, into the ground. Soon after, the area around the altar instantly brightened, as if it was the purest ray of the light of dawn. Colin suddenly drew his sword, and his figure strangely split apart, turning into a series of afterimages that spread out around the altar. Every single figure raised the sword in their hands at the same time and, combined with the light of dawn in the vicinity, released a bright glow. So. One sword after another was thrust forward as the light of dawn converged towards Jack from all directions, encircling him in the middle. Under the brilliance of the rising sun, the black and red figures quickly evaporated, disappearing under the storm-like barrage of attacks. In the underground hall where the altar was located, the brilliance became abnormally bright, so bright that Derek Berg couldn't help but close his eyes. With a sudden jolt, he suddenly woke up from his slumber and saw a bonfire quietly burning in front of him and his teammates, who were diligently guarding the camp. Demon hunter Colin, who was sitting cross-legged beside a stone pillar, opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "We will set off after 50 rounds of lightning." Upon hearing this, Derek looked up at the sky and found that the frequency of lightning hadn't significantly increased. Darkness remained the ruler of this land. When he thought of the city he was about to arrive at and the temple of the fallen creator, he couldn't help but feel slightly nervous. After spending some time calming himself down, Derek quickly ate his food and recovered his combat-ready state. I wonder what will happen in that temple. Holding the axe of Hurricane, he came to the middle of the group. Within the campsite, lanterns that were covered with a thin layer of animal hide were being lit one after another. 15, Minsk Street. Klein heated the water, adjusted the temperature, and took a comfortable bath. With the languidness after a bath, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He intended to use divination to make a confirmation about the evil spirit's matter. In the silence of the ancient palace, Klein leaned back in his chair and began to seriously consider which divination method to choose and how to design the divination statement. It had to conform to the principles of mysticism, it shouldn't involve subdivision or elimination, and it had to contain sufficient information. After a short period of silence, Klein leaned forward and wrote down what he wanted to confirm: the evil spirit in the ruins harbors strong malice towards Sharon and me. He undid the spirit pendulum on his left wrist, gripped it with one hand, and began entering cogitation. After muttering to himself for a while, he opened his eyes and looked forward. This time, the topaz pendant was wildly rotating clockwise. This meant that the evil spirit's malice was stronger than Klein had imagined. At that time, there was nothing abnormal about the spiritual intuition we had. That evil spirit is also a powerhouse that's good at interfering with divination and prophecy. He definitely wouldn't have imagined that one of us has the temperance to resist desire, preventing her from being blinded by greed, while the other has experienced too many things to know what it means to ask a tiger for its skin. With a sigh, Klein returned to the real world and laid down on his bed. Unfortunately, the heat brought by the sun brooch is only a psychological feeling and can't warm the bed. Before he fell asleep, he closed his eyes and thought with regret. South of the bridge, Rose Street, Harvest Church. After Emlyn White wiped the last chair, he straightened up and eagerly said to Father Yutravsky, "I've finished doing today's chores." "Damn old man, Don't you suddenly get ideas of getting me to copy the Holy Bible?" Emlyn prayed inwardly. The object of his prayer had unwittingly changed from the moon to Earth Mother. Father Yutravsky stood there, making the vampire look like a child. He smiled and said, "Recently, you've been able to experience the joy and relaxation of working with dedication and gratitude. Go back and quietly feel the pulse of life and the pure joy that comes from it." "I haven't," Emlyn denied on reflex. Without saying anything, Father Yutravsky looked at him with a kind smile, turned and took a seat, and then began his nightly prayer. Emlyn White's lips quivered as he wanted to refute, but in the end, he failed to say anything. He silently left the Harvest Church and habitually closed the door. When he returned to his current residence, he found that the house was empty. Both his parents had disappeared without a trace. It was only after witnessing this scene that he remembered that there was going to be a sanguine gathering in the Backland area tonight. Those fellows are really disgraceful. As noble sanguine, they should sleep in coffins or stay in their own rooms. Why are they mimicking humans and holding all kinds of gatherings? There's even dancing," Emlyn muttered contemptuously. As he spoke, he touched his belly and swallowed a mouthful of saliva before deciding to change into some clothes to attend the gathering. The Odora family sure is enviable. They actually have a pure human partner who runs several hospitals and has fresh blood every day. They can drink as much as they want, anytime they want. Emlyn put on his black top hat and quickly walked out of the house. Westboro, in a brightly lit villa. Emlyn picked up a glass with scarlet liquid and hungrily took a gulp of it. It really has been pre-selected. He half closed his eyes, sighing in praise from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, on the dance floor, handsome men and beautiful women were dancing, twirling and taking slow steps with each other under the romantic music. What's the point of all of this? Emlyn stood at the edge of the railing on the second floor, looking down at his kinsman. As the largest city in the world, Backland had many vampires living in it. They hid in all walks of life and had completely integrated into human society. As for those who were unable to control their own destructive urges and bloodlust, they were either sent to castles deep in the mountains or were dealt with in advance to prevent the Nighthawks or other official Beyonder organizations from finding clues. As he looked at his fellow kinsmen, who were growing more spirited as the night went on, Emlyn increasingly felt like there was nothing in common between him and them. At that moment, the host of the banquet tonight, Cosme Odora, walked over with a wine cup in hand. Smiling, he asked, "Do you like tonight's wine?" Of course, its owner is young enough and possesses great vitality. Emlyn straightened his back and assumed a noble posture. Based on appearances, Cosme Odora was a very gracious middle-aged gentleman, but Emlyn knew that he was over 200 years old. He had once seen Entis under the rule of Emperor Roselle, and then he moved to Lone because he had lived for too long and feared that his neighbors would discover something was wrong about him. Upon hearing Emlyn's praise, he smiled and said, "Yes, its owner is a young lady who was stabbed by a thief and nearly lost her life. Fortunately, she met me, and this is the price she needs to pay for her recovery. You can have a taste of the wine over there, as well as the wine over there. The owners are from Balam and Fainapotter respectively. They have different flavors." Fainapotter? Mother Goddess, the humans there love chili so much that their blood has a spiciness that I can't stand. Mother Goddess. As he spoke, Emlyn suddenly paused, his expression instantly turning blank. The corner of Cosme's mouth twitched, and he pretended not to hear anything. In the awkward silence, he cleared his throat and said, "Emlyn, that's just your imagination. By the way, my grandfather wishes to meet you." "Your grandfather?" Emlyn was startled for a moment, but he then immediately widened his eyes. "Lord Nibs?" Nibs Odora was a powerful sanguine who had been active in the Fourth Epoch, but the times had corroded his life and forced him to lie in a cold coffin for extended periods of time. Cosme nodded solemnly. "Yes." With that, he turned and walked to another staircase on the second floor, not considering the possibility that Emlyn might refuse him. Emlyn followed, a little nervous and uneasy, thinking about the purpose of Lord Nibs's summons. Has he finally understood that the honor of the Sanguine is more important and has decided to help me get rid of Father Yutravsky's psychological cue? As he walked, Emlyn White developed a strong sense of hope. Following the stairs to the underground area, Emlyn White passed through a few secret doors and entered a large gray hall. In the center of the hall was a heavy coffin made of black iron, engraved with symbols and magic labels. After Cosmiodora reported Emlyn's arrival, a heavy and aged voice slowly came out from the coffin. "Emlyn White, do you know why I summoned you?" "Honorable Lord Nibs, I imagine that you are planning on helping me remove the psychological cue," Emlyn responded without hesitation. Silence reigned in the underground hall for a few seconds. Then, Nibs Odora, who was lying in the coffin, chuckled and said, "That's one of the purposes, but it won't be me helping you. I just woke up from a long dream because I received a revelation from the ancestor." "Ancestor? She has awakened?" It wasn't Emlyn who exclaimed in surprise, but Cosmiodora. After the cataclysm, doesn't the ancestor only respond to important matters? Emlyn listened in bewilderment. "No, not yet," Nibs said in a heavy voice. "The ancestor told me that the apocalypse is near and that we must prepare for it, and you, Emlyn White, are one of the key elements in the ancestor's revelation." "Apocalypse?" Cosmi asked in surprise. But Emlyn only had one thought. "I, Emlyn White, was actually mentioned by the ancestor. I am a key element for the sanguine survival of the apocalypse." Nibs ignored his grandson's question and continued, "Emlyn White, I'll hand you a task right now. Please speak." Emlyn felt that he was being too modest. Even after hearing what had just been said, he didn't show any arrogance in front of Lord Nibs. Nibs Odora solemnly said, "Find a chance to pray to the fool." "Ah?" Emlyn suspected he had heard wrongly. Nibs lowered his voice and added, "The fool whose honorific name has only recently been spread." Chapter 459, Letting a Chance Slip. Chapter 459, Letting a Chance Slip. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Although I have always had the urge to pray to the fool to get rid of the psychological cue that Father Yutravsky gave me, I also know, very clearly, that it's dangerous to recite the honorific name of an unknown being. Not all hidden existences will start with bait and slowly provide guidance. In such matters, they are often like sharks in the sea, who would go mad and lurch forward once they smell blood. But now, Lord Nibs, no, what does the ancestor want? Emlyn White said, finding it rather ridiculous, "It will be very, very, very dangerous." Inside the black iron coffin, Nibs Odora replied with an aged voice, "Yes, under normal circumstances. But not all hidden existences are filled with malice. Among them, they will similarly abide to rules and enjoy transactions. For example, the 7 pure lights of the spirit world. Since the ancestor has given such a revelation, it means that the danger that the fool can bring is not too serious, or even none. And during this entire process, I will always be by your side to protect you. Don't you want to get rid of the psychological cue? Have you already become a believer of Earth Mother and abandoned the moon?" "No, I haven't," Emlyn frantically denied. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and said, "I wish to have a few days to think it over." "All right, no problem. I believe that you will make a choice that suits your noble identity as a member of the Sanguine." Inside the coffin, Nibs's voice turned soft as he smiled and comforted him. After sending Emlyn White back to the second floor, Cosmiodora once again returned to the dark and gloomy underground hall, and he asked with confusion and doubt, "Grandfather, how could the revelation given by the ancestor involve Emlyn White? He's just a weak member of the Sanguine who only recently reached adulthood." Nibs's voice came through the thick black metal coffin lid and reverberated in the air. "No, the revelation provided by the ancestor never included Emlyn White. She only showed a scene of the dawn of the apocalypse, depicting the erosion of the crimson moon, as well as mentioning the fool and the corresponding honorific name. During this process, no Sanguine appeared. The mention of the key element was just my way of convincing Emlyn White. However, being able to take risks for the future of the Sanguine can also be considered a key element. Cosme was first enlightened before he had another question. Why did you choose Emlyn White? What's so special about him? Nibs O'Dora suddenly laughed. Hasn't he been clamoring about praying to the fool all this time? Didn't he think that we weren't putting too much weight on his problem, that we aren't willing to antagonize Bishop Utravsky, so he was trying to find other help? I'm just fulfilling his wish. For a long time, Cosme was speechless. Emlyn White stood at the railing of the second floor, looked down at his tireless kinsman, and nervously took a sip of his wine. Up to this day, I haven't heard of any terrible outcome for people who prayed to the fool. Perhaps it's just as Lord Nibs said, the fool is just like the 7 pure lights in the spirit world, a hidden existence that maintains order and is warm-hearted. Wait a minute, what are the 7 pure lights in the spirit world? Why haven't I ever heard of them before? They seem to be on the side of good? I wonder if this will be any help to me. In short, the fool isn't necessarily dangerous, and there is Lord Nibs protecting me. Maybe I can take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of the psychological cue. Emlyn consoled himself with fear and anticipation. Monday morning. Sherwood Borough, 15, Minsk Street. Klein squatted in front of the toilet, holding a brush and carefully cleaning the dirt inside it. According to his schedule, after completing his visits on Saturday and Sunday, he decided to take a day off and wait until tomorrow to report back to Prince Edisak about the final results and hand over the assignment. But during what should have been his relaxation time, he found the house a little too messy and dirty. It was only when he saw this that he remembered that the cleaning of the house had been done twice a week through the temporary employment of the landlady's maid next door. As the Sammers had gone on holiday to Seville City and Desi Bay, one of the maids had gone along with them, while another had returned to the countryside after receiving a year-end bonus. 15, Minsk Street, where he lived, hadn't been cleaned by anyone for quite some time. Klein had planned to put up with it for 2 days since he was leaving Backlund, but in his free time, he didn't dare to take the time to head to the Quelite Club to have fun. He was afraid of infuriating Prince Edisak, so he could only stay home. Hence, seeing the things that irked him, he changed into his old clothes and began spring cleaning before the new year. He went on to scrub the toilet, wash the bathtub, wipe the windows, mop the floors, clean his equipment, and wash clothes. Klein busied himself from 8 to 11 before barely completing his desired cleanup. Of course, he only did it perfunctorily without that much attention to detail. Sometimes, renting too big a house isn't a good thing. Klein washed his hands and wiped his face with a towel. Walking out of the bathroom and looking at the clean and tidy living room and dining room, and watching the sunlight pierce through the clouds and shine through the transparent glass window, showering golden spots in his house, he had a strange sense of accomplishment. He felt a lot happier. Time to reward myself for lunch. I'll find a good restaurant. Klein returned to the second floor and changed his clothes. As he leafed through the papers, waiting for lunchtime, the doorbell rang. It's almost the new year, and there are still people coming to entrust me with missions? As he rose and walked to the door, Klein made up his mind to decline. Although he only had £34 left in cash, in order to get out of the royal strife, he had to go on vacation to the south as soon as possible. He could no longer accept assignments. To his surprise, the visitor wasn't a stranger, but the old butler of Prince Edisak. The old butler was wearing a well-cut tuxedo. He saluted without losing his dignity, and said, "Detective Moriarty, His Highness, the Prince, is waiting for you in the carriage at the end of the street. He wishes to know the progress of your investigations." So impatient? All right, that saves me the trouble of going all the way to Red Rose Manor tomorrow. Klein quickly reorganized what he had thought of last night and calmly replied, "All right." He was about to remove his hat from the coat rack when he felt a sudden ache in his stomach, a pain that required him to visit the toilet. After enduring for a while, he realized that he couldn't hold it in any longer and apologetically said to the old butler, "I'm very sorry. I'll need to use the bathroom first. My stomach isn't feeling well." The old butler didn't show any abnormal expression. "That's your freedom." As he discharged one wave after another of bliss, clearing away the remnants in his stomach, Klein washed his hands and returned to the hall. At that moment, he noticed that the old butler was no longer around. The one waiting outside was the maid with curly brown hair. "His Highness requested me to apologize to you, he still has matters to attend to and cannot wait for too long. Please go to Red Rose Manor tomorrow or the afternoon of the day after tomorrow." The maid bowed meticulously. "It hasn't even been 10 minutes, and I'd already done it as fast as I could. Usually, I can continue on for quite a while if I have newspapers." Klein smiled. "No problem." After receiving a response, the maid who had completed her mission immediately felt a weight off her chest. She giggled and said, "Detective Moriarty, you missed that lady again." "Ha?" Klein was at a loss. The maid lowered her voice and said, "This time, the young lady came with His Highness. She was the one who suggested taking a detour to meet you." "In the end, I missed her because of my stomachache? Something isn't right." Klein frowned slightly. In a room padded with a thick and soft carpet, a quill that was being held came to a pause and stopped writing. In the open notebook beneath it, there were lines of text and marks of scribbled out text. Scribbles. Target attempted to escape control, but unfortunately, Detective Sherlock Moriarty leaves before she heads downstairs. The target influenced the surrounding maids, but Prince Edisac's butler, Funkel, chanced upon the problem and dealt with it. Scribbles. The target went off track once again. She participated in Talam's funeral on behalf of Prince Edisac. However, having quickly recovered to her normal state, she realized that she was unable to identify Sherlock Moriarty, and she could only let a chance slip. Sherlock Moriarty went to Red Rose Manor to investigate, but the timing wasn't right, and the target happened to be riding horses on the golf course. Scribbles. The target, once again, triumphed over the arrangement, encouraging Prince Edisac to visit Detective Sherlock Moriarty. Unfortunately, Sherlock Moriarty happened to have a stomachache, ended up staying in the bathroom for 7 minutes and 45 seconds, and the prince couldn't afford to wait. His facial features were like a sculpture, but the middle-aged man who was blinded in one eye put down his quill and looked at a woman. "What exactly did you put on her body? Breaking through the restrictions time and time again will create big problems." The woman laughed in a low voice and said, "It was just an accident. Don't worry, there won't be any problems." As she spoke, she pulled back her hair, revealing her long, white neck. After that, she slowly applied various things to her face, making her look even more alluring. Seeing that she was putting on her clothes and accessories, the dark golden-haired middle-aged man frowned and asked, "Where are you going?" The woman didn't directly answer and said with a smile, "Be careful of the quill in your hand, you almost exchanged bodies with someone the last time." "You don't need to remind me," the middle-aged man with deep blue eyes to the point of being black said with a straight face. The woman tightened her belt to make herself look thinner, then she lazily stretched and yawned while covering her mouth. "I'm going to pay a visit to Mr. A of the Aurora Order. I hope he's as crazy as the rumors say." As she spoke, the expression of the blind middle-aged man suddenly sank. It was because that ordinary quill had begun to write on its own, as though an invisible hand was holding onto it. Chapter 460, Cyclic Explorations. Chapter 460, Cyclic Explorations. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Above the gray fog, the ancient temple-like building stood quietly. After noticing some abnormalities in the series of coincidences, Klein entered the mysterious space after lunch, in an attempt to confirm a guess in his mind. He picked up a fountain pen he conjured, paused for 2 seconds, and then wrote, "I am involved in a series of coincidences created by sealed artifact 0-08. Putting down the dark red pen, Klein held the silver chain in his left hand and began his divination. Finally, he opened his eyes and looked at the spirit pendulum just inches away from him. The topaz pendant stood still without any rotations. This meant that the divination had failed. Divination cannot be completed. Possibly due to not fulfilling sufficient conditions, or it could be because 0-08 is resisting it. In both cases, a similar result would occur. Klein changed his statement and tried to direct it at different targets, but all of them failed. He tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his finger, hesitating on whether he should go to Red Rose Manor the day after tomorrow. If there's no 0-08 or a similar power to arrange these matters, then my sudden escape will definitely raise Prince Edisac's suspicion. No, my escape might not be successful. Prince Edisac's men live next door. Of course, since I'm already a Faceless, it's easy for me to find a chance to escape when I'm out, but is there a need to go this far? Tomorrow afternoon, I'll be able to leave Backland without attracting too much attention by honestly seeking an audience with Prince Edisac and normally handing over the mission. His Highness will likely not force me, an unaffiliated Beyonder, to accomplish too difficult a task. If there really is a sealed artifact or demigod like 0-08 influencing the recent events, then from my past experience, I should just be a side character who mistakenly entered the stage and haven't received enough attention. In this case, escaping is tantamount to telling the other party that I have detected your presence. I'm highly problematic. In this way, relying on my faceless powers wouldn't necessarily allow me to escape the attention that is locked onto me. The best method would be to calmly go to the Red Rose Manor and go through the normal procedures to exit the stage. After graciously bowing from the curtain call, I'll fade away from the attention of the unknown party. After combining the two elements, Klein finally decided to pretend that he hadn't discovered anything and to leave Backland according to plan. The bonfire in the campsite was burning with flames, and there was someone standing guard inside the campsite the entire time. Derek Berg leaned against a stone pillar and slept to recover his strength. At this moment, he was dreaming of the endless grayish-white fog, an ancient chair situated at the highest point in the center, as well as the indifferent figure sitting on that chair, overlooking everything. Mr. Fool. Derek said the name in a chanting manner in his mind. Following that, he heard the fool's voice, "Prepare for the gathering." "Yes, Mr. Fool." Derek answered silently and began counting his heartbeats. His eyes never opened, as if everything that had just happened was just a prelude to a dream. There's still quite a bit of time before we set off. There's enough time to attend the tarot gathering. He thought with relief. He originally imagined that he, who had joined the exploratory team, would miss this gathering. After 1,000 heartbeats, Derek waited a little longer before he felt himself entering that quiet and serene divine hall. The moment he opened his eyes, scenes flashed through his mind. It was as if an external force had instantly injected all his lost memories into his head once again. The scenes were crumbling city walls, buildings crisscrossed with white and blue, the temple of the fallen creator with a similar architectural style as the city of silver, murals detailing the approaching apocalypse and the fallen creator's protection of the remaining humans from the 6 great evil gods, the beautiful and dangerous mushrooms. And Jack, the eerie pale yellow-haired boy of unknown origins. These kinds of scenes had repeated over and over again for a total of 5 times, but each time there was a slight difference in the details. The first time, outside the fallen creator's temple, all of the animal hide lanterns had been extinguished, nearly causing a tragedy. The second time, someone lost control of themselves and almost swallowed a mushroom. Fortunately, Chief Colin stopped them in time. The third time, the little boy, Jack, told a story, which was that he and his father had been searching for the creator's holy residence in the endless ocean, and they ended up encountering a huge storm. The fourth time, Joshua was severely injured by Jack, who had mutated without any warning. The fifth time, the temple completely collapsed, blocking the exit of the underground area. And all of these occurrences ended with Demon Hunter Colin killing the little boy, Jack, and then started off with their rest in the camp, preparing to enter the ruined city. The beginning and end were connected as it repeated in a cycle. We've explored the temple 5 times. We have been living through this experience all this time, and there is no way to truly end it. The more Derek understood his sudden new memories, the more frightened and terrified he became. Audrey, who was sitting on the other side of the long bronze table, originally wanted to greet Mr. Fool and the others with a cheerful and light voice as usual. However, when she glanced over, she immediately noticed that little Sun's mood wasn't right. She immediately asked, "Mr. Sun, did something happen? Has the exploration of the true, fallen creator's temple not gone smoothly?" Derek seemed to have grabbed onto hope as he hurriedly described the rough situation once. When he was done, he said, after that little boy was dealt with by His Excellency, we all closed our eyes and woke up in the campsite outside the city in preparation to begin a brand new exploration. We no longer had any memories from before. This process has been repeated 5 times, with only the details being slightly different. If it wasn't for Mr. Fool's alerting me to this, then I wouldn't have even known that I've been living a recurring life all this time. He took it for granted that the extra memories from his arrival above the gray fog were the result of Mr. Fool's reminder. He stood up and gave a solemn salute to the blurry figure seated at the head of the long bronze table. I only understood the situation after listening to your description. Klein was still in a daze. He maintained his original posture and lightly nodded his head in response. In a situation where the reasons are unknown, a superior wouldn't so easily express his opinion, so I can't rashly open my mouth. Klein secretly reviewed what he had learned from his past life as a keyboard warrior. Seeing that Mr. Fool seemed to be an imperturbable ancient wall, Derek felt a lot more at ease and felt that the matter could finally be resolved. He turned to look at the hanged man, the world, justice, and the magician, and he sincerely asked, "Do you know the root of the problem? How can this be resolved?" The zealous Audrey instinctively wanted to answer, but she found herself without a clue or even a guess. Furs was in a similar state as she was. Filled with rich knowledge from Earth and having read many novels of being stuck in the same day, Klein originally wanted to control the world, to give out ideas, to give everyone some inspiration to consider regarding the matter, but after thinking about it carefully, he chose to stay low-key and prepared to observe first. After listening to the son's description, Alger remained silent for a long time. At this moment, he said in a measured tone, "I can only think of 2 possibilities. First, you have encountered a nightmare or hallucinatory power at a level that exceeds a demigod. After regaining your memories with Mr. Fool's help, you should be able to immediately detect something amiss once you return to the real world. That way, the problem will easily be resolved. Second, you were forced to, or you proactively entered a strange space or state at a particular node where time is controlled to flow in a certain manner, but the time is fixed within a certain range which is cyclical and the continuation is balanced, that is to say, it is relatively static. In this situation, there aren't many ways to end the cycle. Either there is an external force that can forcefully break the balance, or you find the key point that connects the distortion of time." An external force that can forcefully break the balance? Upon hearing this, Audrey, Furs, and Derek all subconsciously glanced at the calm and leisurely Mr. Fool sitting at the end of the long bronze table. No, I can't always seek Mr. Fool's help. By not saying anything directly, he probably wishes to test my ability at dealing with such matters. After a moment of thought, he said, "Mr. Hanged Man, let's assume the second situation. In your opinion, what do you think is the key point that connects the distortion of time?" Without waiting for the hanged man to respond, Audrey guessed with interest, "That little boy Jack? You can't kill him when you're facing him?" Alger nodded. "That's a possibility." He hesitated for a moment before saying, "The son's description of Jack and his father reminds me of a particular incident." He turned to look at Miss Justice. "Didn't I once mention that I was pursuing a listener of the Aurora Order at sea? The goal for his voyage was to seek the true Creator's holy residence." Audrey carefully recalled and said without any strong confirmation, "That seems to be the case." Alger immediately said with a deep voice, "That listener also brought his son, and the son's age is very close to the son's description of Jack." "Are you saying that Jack went from your world to the vicinity of the City of Silver?" Derek asked, stunned. After a short period of settling down, he inwardly felt an indescribable sense of happiness. This means that the City of Silver hasn't been completely sealed off yet. There's still a chance to connect with the normal world where the Hanged Man and Justice are from. I can only say that it is possible. The Hanged Man couldn't give an affirmative answer. He thought for a moment and suggested, "You can find a chance to bring up the Sonia Sea, the Lone Kingdom, and the Port City in front of Jack. Perhaps there will be a different reaction, but of course, try to avoid doing so in front of the chief of your City of Silver as much as possible. Also, the key point doesn't necessarily lie with Jack. We have to consider other possibilities as well. You should tell us the specifics, such as the details of the mural, and maybe we can find something useful. At this point, Alger began to look forward to receiving information. Chapter 461, The Kind and Enthusiastic Hanged Man. Chapter 461, The Kind and Enthusiastic Hanged Man. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Unlike the past, Derek was clearly smarter. He didn't clumsily rely only on words to provide a description. After receiving Mr. Fool's permission, he conjured a series of scenes from the memories that he could recall. He showed the exploratory process and the points he found important to the Hanged Man, Justice, the Magician, and the world in a fragmented fashion, and then he included some explanations for them. The walls that had collapsed in the darkness, the streets that passed through the destroyed buildings, the stone pillar-propped white and blue ancient temple that was covered in dust under the light of the animal hide lantern, the statue that hung upside down from a pitch-black cross. The series of murals depicting the fallen creator who suffered from the sin in place of humanity, the exceptionally alluring mushrooms, the statue at the altar that had strangely opened its eyes, and the young yellow-haired Jack who had been hiding in the back. All these scenes took shape and were reflected in the eyes of the Tarot Club members in the most direct and realistic manner. The gloomy and dark tone, the sense of crisis with every step that was taken, and the bizarre development that the son was experiencing made Audrey rather excited. She became extremely interested in what he was saying. This is the situation around the City of Silver. It's more attractive than any novel I've ever read. This is the charm of mystery, uncertainty, and terror combined. Of course, to the humans who live there, this isn't a good thing. Audrey's thoughts were in disarray. She wanted nothing more than to immediately become a powerhouse at the level of a demigod and venture into that region ruled by darkness and storms. Klein watched and sighed emotionally. He was sighing because it truly wasn't easy for the City of Silver to last all this time in such an environment. He sighed because little son still wasn't smart enough and had no experience. Otherwise, he would have been able to completely present the events that happened in the form of a movie or documentary. It would certainly be exciting and attractive. However, this way, the description would take too long. My spirituality wouldn't be able to endure if everyone were to watch such a movie. Also, the longer one stays above the gray fog, the more likely it is that something bad will happen in the outside world. Klein suddenly felt lucky. Alger finished watching in silence as he thought over it. He got the son to pick a few important points he had chosen to present them above the long bronze table. Among them included the mural of the fallen creator resisting the 6 evil gods. Which evil gods are these? Alger looked at the octopus with lightning wrapped around its body, black waves at its feet, an avian feathered cloak on its back, and a 3-pronged trident in its hand as he began to make connections. Derek shook his head honestly. I don't know. I thought you would know them. Audrey and Furs cast their gazes over at the same time, carefully observing them several times, but they still failed to come up with any guesses. They had originally thought that these were 6 of the 8 ancient gods from the legends of the City of Silver, but they couldn't find a suitable match. After all, there was a dragon, an elf, a giant, a phoenix, and an annihilation demonic wolf, while there was only one giant in the mural. The fool took a serious look and his pupils nearly contracted. In consideration of his standing, he had only taken a cursory look at the mural in the beginning, but now, he finally realized that something was wrong. This is very similar to the statues of the 6 gods which I saw in the Tudor family's underground ruin, except that one is a normal version and the other is a corrupted version. It really is a bit hard for people to look at it directly, especially Earth Mother, Lord of Storms, and Eternal Blazing Sun. Not only have they been sullied as evil gods, but they're even akin to ugly monsters. Klein didn't feel a sense of sudden enlightenment from having realized the truth. He had expected the true creator to disparage the 6 gods and distort their images. However, I can't completely ignore the possibility of this mural appearing. Just like how I had always thought that the Orthodox gods didn't have a human form, with only symbols left. As a result, the statues in the ruins of the Tudor family have made me less certain. It seems like the establishment of the images of the gods have undergone a long evolution, and many secrets are hidden within. Klein was relieved when he saw that Miss Justice was focusing on examining the mural and didn't pay attention to Mr. Fool's attitude. Because it involved whether or not Little Son could get out of the strange predicament of repeating that short period of life, he decided to tell them what he knew. Of course, the long introduction and display of the images of the 6 gods inside the underground ruin didn't fit the identity of the Fool. He intended to control the world to complete this task. And this was in line with his goal of making the world and Sherlock Moriarty equivalent. The Fool should enigmatically say, Evernight, Sun, Storm, Wisdom, Earth, Giant, and then give no explanation, with superfluous descriptions. Klein thought for 2 seconds and let the world say in a hoarse voice, I've seen similar statues. After attracting everyone's gaze, he paused and added, in an adventure to a 4th epic ruin. Audrey was very interested, but she maintained her basic level of restraint. Mr. World, what kind of statues were there? Can you show it to us? Of course, if you aren't willing to, or if you require compensation, it's negotiable. There's no need, as this might also solve some of my doubts. The World smiled darkly. He acted by making a request to Mr. Fool, and when he got permission, he conjured the statues of the 6 gods and their corresponding sacred emblems. With her head against the full moon, the lady, who wore layers upon layers of hazy dresses that didn't repeat, gave off an exceptionally beautiful feeling. On her long black skirt, there were also specks of starlight, as if it were a night sky, and on top of that iconic Evernight sacred emblem. Audrey immediately recognized her to be the Evernight goddess she worshipped. This statue was most similar to the evil god in the upper left corner of the mural, but its face was more human, and there were no strange eyes hidden around it. What sacrilege! This is sacrilegious to the goddess. Audrey was a little angry, but she quickly calmed down. As the most infamous evil god, it's expected that the true creator would let his followers disfigure the goddess. But, why would there be a humanoid sculpture of the goddess in the underground ruins? Isn't it said that the Orthodox gods only have symbols? Audrey frowned slightly, lost in thought. Alger felt somewhat enlightened as he said with a sigh, so the murals depict the distorted images of the 6 gods. They really had humanoid images in the past. Perhaps this is the reason why the churches have always been trying to find the forsaken land of the gods. As for the forsaken land of the gods, it's most likely hidden in the depths of the Sonia Sea. Yes, it definitely doesn't exist in a normal state, otherwise, it would be impossible for the deities to not notice it. Alger added silently inwardly. The son was first taken aback before he came to a realization. Mr. Hangman, are these the deities that all of you mentioned before, the Evernight goddess, the Lord of Storms? Yes, the Hanged Man gave an affirmative answer. What do they have to do with the apocalypse? What does it have to do with our land being forsaken by the Lord? Derek subconsciously pressed. Unfortunately, no one could answer him. Furs raised her hand in confusion. Why is there no god of steam and machinery? This was the god she believed in. In the northern and southern continents, the 7 gods had always been equal. Rumor has it that the god of steam and machinery, also known as the god of craftsmanship, wasn't born until the 4th epoch. From the looks of it, it's true, and the time node at which he was born seems to be in the late 4th epoch, not in the early or mid-4th epoch, the hangman said, a mixture of explanations and guesses. He had an unconcealable enthusiasm for such topics. So that's the case. Furs felt a little guilty as she had never read the Steam and Machinery Bible seriously, and her faith appeared as just a way of life. Derek didn't harp on the previous matter and instead asked, is this mural the key point? Perhaps, you can try to break it, but don't let the chief suspect you. The hanged man was about to say that he shouldn't attempt to pronounce the honorific names of one of the 6 gods, or else he or they might directly descend into the forsaken land of the gods, but after careful consideration, he realized that the little son didn't know the corresponding honorific names at all. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hangman. You're always so kind and enthusiastic. Also, Miss Justice, Miss Magician, and Mr. World, you are similarly as kind-hearted. Derek thanked them sincerely. Kind? Enthusiastic? The hanged man was momentarily unsure of how to react. This was the first time that someone had used such words to describe him. After the discussion was over, Klein suddenly remembered something. In the previous exploration of the abandoned temple of the true creator, the City of Silver found the name Rose Redemption. However, it didn't seem to pay attention to this. It can't be ignored. According to the evil spirit in the underground ruin, this extremely secretive organization is an organization led by fallen angels, and it is in no way inferior to the Twilight Hermit Order. Perhaps the cyclic time was set up by them. Thinking of this, the fool, who was sitting upright in a high-backed chair, leisurely adjusted his posture and used his fingers to lightly tap the edge of the long, model table. Audrey immediately turned her head and looked at Mr. Fool in excitement, waiting for him to give a hint. The Hanged Man, the Sun, the Magician, and the world also looked expectantly at Mr. Fool. Amid the fog, Klein chuckled and said, "Rose Redemption." Rose Redemption? What is that? The key point to getting out of this predicament? That's right, there's such a name in the corner of a mural near the top of the temple. Derek seemed to understand something. Alger, Audrey, and Furs also recalled and gave the name Rose Redemption high importance, but they didn't fully understand the true meaning that Mr. Fool was trying to convey. Honorable Mr. Fool, what does Rose Redemption represent? Audrey raised her hand and took the initiative to ask. This time, Klein didn't respond other than giving a short laugh. His idea was very simple. The organization, the Rose Redemption, was intricately tied to the true creator. No matter what happened in the temple, it would always point to them in some way. As for whether this name was a so-called key point, Klein wasn't sure or worried. After all, he held the right to interpretation. If the Sun and the others misunderstood the real meaning, how could it be Mr. Fool's fault? Chapter 462, What is a Miracle? Chapter 462, What is a Miracle? Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Seeing the fool chuckling silently, Audrey and the others had no choice but to withdraw their gaze and stop asking questions. In a situation like this where they were only given hints and not explanations, they didn't find it problematic. Existences at the level of deities typically had similar habits, and sometimes, what they gave weren't even hints, but revelations. In the eyes of a powerful figure like Mr. Fool, just providing a single name is enough. Our failure to comprehend things is because we are lacking. We need to work harder at figuring out and attempting things. Audrey was increasingly looking forward to her future as a psychiatrist. I remember that there was something related to Rose Redemption in that semi-abandoned temple? Alger tilted his head and looked at the sun. Without any hesitation, Derek nodded and said, yes. It was text derived from Jotun in a corner of the murals. We used quite some time to decipher those words. Text derived from Jotun. Alger hadn't paid much attention to this detail before, but he couldn't help but make connections at that moment in time. That little boy, Jack, seems to have gone there from the Sonia Sea. Text derived from Jotun. Alger deliberated before making a request to conjure a line of text. Those words were in ancient Faceless, the origins of the northern continent's language, and they meant Rose Redemption. Derek took a closer look and was stunned. It's very close, but the way that the words end is handled differently. Mr. Hanged Man, is this a language from where you come from? As he spoke, Derek conjured the text on the mural again. Yes. Alger gave an affirmative answer. This language itself has evolved. The one you found should be of an earlier type. In the world of linguistics, this type of language, which is similar to ancient Faceless, is widely regarded as a characteristic of the Solomon Empire. Historian Klein gave the most accurate answer in his mind. Alger paused. What about the content of the corresponding mural? I wasn't in charge of that area, and I didn't take a careful look before departing. Derek instantly felt ashamed. Alger nodded without a change in expression. Find a chance to clarify this. There might be a crucial point hidden within. All right. Derek was increasingly convinced that things weren't so bad after all. Seeing that he had relaxed quite a bit, Audrey was a little curious and a little puzzled as she asked, "Mr. Hangman, if that young boy named Jack is the child of the listener you described, why would he be able to communicate with the sun and the others?" After discussing the corresponding terms for Rose Redemption, she was completely certain that the City of Silver used a different language compared to the other countries in the northern and southern continent like Lone. And above the gray fog, everyone is able to communicate fluently, without any gaps in communication. It's all thanks to Mr. Fool's powers, Audrey praised in her heart. Alger scoffed as he looked at her. "Miss Justice, you haven't experienced any Beyonder events, have you? Jack has already become such a terrifying monster, so what else can he change? Trust me, there are times when language knowledge is very easy to obtain, with it taking just a second or two." Audrey blinked, feeling that she had once again exposed that she didn't have much experience or knowledge in mysticism. After this matter came to a close, the tarot gathering resumed as per the usual schedule. Audrey looked towards the end of the long bronze table and said, "Mr. Fool, this time there are 3 more Roselle diary pages. I still owe you 7. Upon hearing that, Furs hurriedly added, "Mr. Fool, I also received some responses. There will be new Roselle diary pages the next time." "Very well." Klein chuckled in response. By the side, Derek suddenly felt ashamed again, because he hadn't had time to visit the library last week to look through any material and memorize historical details due to his participation in the exploratory team. After a simple process, Klein picked up the 3 diary pages which were conjured, and he began to read with great anticipation. August 8th. For the first time, I was invited to the White Maple Palace to attend a ball held by His Majesty. These aristocrats are really King extravagant, with the food they eat completely being in pursuit of novelty. Things like grilled swans, sheep's testicles. I have to say, I was very surprised at the beginning. The aristocrats of this world, yes, this is limited only to aristocrats, really love cleanliness. It's common for them to take baths, and toilet paper has already taken a nascent form. They totally aren't like the aristocrats of Earth's Middle Ages. I originally thought that this was an effect of the existence of true gods, but I was later informed that this was an improvement that had to be made because of some kind of threat. Beyonders of a particular sequence are able to spread the plague through dirty habits. I wonder which pathway and sequence that is. At that time, my first thought was that there's something wrong with these aristocrats' brains, right? Since they're afraid of the plague, why don't they clean up the streets? Why didn't they build a complete sewage system? Why don't they uplift the slums? They're all in the same city. Does this mean that this place will be fine when there's a plague over there? Well, with water sources, food, and people isolated and them moving only in one direction, perhaps it really will be alright. But there are plagues that can be transmitted through the air. When I hold a high position, I must push for urban planning and clean up the environment. Even without the plague, just living in such a stinking city is still very annoying. Alright, I've been summoned tonight by His Majesty. I thought that since I was born on Earth, I, who received an education of all men being equal, would be neither humble nor arrogant and appear rather calm. But in fact, I remained very nervous and excited, unconsciously bending my waist and bowing my head. Of course, I know that in terms of dignity, I'm equal to the king. This is the charm of power. Even though this entire page is filled with daily activities, the Emperor has still managed to make me laugh. He was also someone with a goal. Indeed, even for someone born in the modern world, they will still become apprehensive and sycophantic when faced with someone of high status, a person who can influence their fates. Klein smiled, his mood much more relaxed. He turned to the second page and continued reading. November 11th. About to advance to sequence 4 to become a demigod. After this, as long as I don't lose control, then my life's natural order will experience a qualitative change. I would no longer be a short-lived creature. Of course, different sequences of different pathways will be in different states. I face 2 choices. One is alchemist of the savant pathway, and the other is mysticologist of the mystery prior pathway. Eventually, I chose not to change pathways since the hidden sage is a very dangerous existence. However, I ultimately suspect that he isn't a real deity. Perhaps he is of a slightly lower level. After becoming an alchemist, I will be able to inject soul into the items I create and give them life. This is the feeling of being a creator. It will definitely be excellent. It's also the reason why I continued choosing this Beyonder pathway. After obtaining this sequence's Beyonder characteristic, I should be able to complete more of my concepts. There will come a day when the saying, "It's not that we aren't working hard, it's just that the cheat has a Gundam." It will be a Gundam in the truest meaning of the word. The only problem is that the corresponding ritual of alchemist needs to extract all the life force of a particular region, desertification of the land and the drying of lakes. Why is this not much different from a cult's sacrificial ritual? I've always felt that the potion sequence system has too many dark and crazy parts to it. Occasionally, it would be so evil that it can make one despair. The Emperor also feels the same way. Seeing this, Klein couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes, he also felt that the background color of this world was grayish-black and crazy. Things like the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility, the laws of pathway convergence, and interchangeability of close sequences all bring about change that leads to tragedy. Alchemist is a very interesting sequence. Alchemical life sounds forbidden and is a domain very close to that of deities. I wonder if the Emperor made any Gundams before he was assassinated. Probably not. Klein's thoughts drifted away for a moment. He was rather curious about the ritual of becoming a demigod like high-sequence Beyonder. Unfortunately, Roselle didn't record much of it. After all, it was a diary, not a notebook. Sequence 4 Mysticologist of the Mystery Prior Pathway sounds good too. Klein turned over the second diary page and displayed the third page in front of him. April 23rd. This bunch of aristocrats really are a mess. I even thought that Ma'am Karen had seduced me for sex because she had taken a fancy for my inner self. But who knew that her husband, the Earl of Champagne, was peeping in the opposite room? He was even thrilled, and even F***King wanted to F***K me. You're reading on Novelful, thanks. I'm sorry, but I just can't accept it, so I had to kick him out of the room. Compared to their family, I'm just a pure child. Klein was momentarily speechless. He felt that the private life of Emperor Roselle was really filled with excitement and that many of the Intis aristocracy were also sufficiently eccentric. If some aristocrat tries to seek novelty and finds a curly-haired baboon, some kind of disease might even be born. Klein sighed and looked down. April 25th. To cultivate my character and hone my mind, I went fishing at Swan Lake. I hope that one day I can go fishing at sea for a mermaid. Sigh, I've been quite depraved recently. I have to invigorate my spirit and invent more things. I can't leave any gaps. Since I transmigrated to this world, I will brand this era with my name. Emperor, it's better if you had fallen into depravity. Klein's mouth twitched without any intention of making comment. Then, he calmly looked at the last diary entry on the last page. April 26th. Zeratul came visiting. I deliberately asked him what a miracle was. He asked me in return about what I thought it was. What I think it is? There is only one miracle in my heart, and that is the wonders of civilization. For example, the great Twilight Hall of the Faceless Empire, the former residence of the giant king, Ormer. Zeratul finally gave a direct answer. He said, "What is a miracle? A miracle is to be resurrected from the dead." Chapter 463, Answering His Own Questions. Chapter 463, Answering His Own Questions. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. A miracle is to be resurrected from the dead? Klein suddenly remembered what had happened to him. The head injury of a man who shot himself in the head miraculously healing, a Beyonder who, having died from having his heart crushed, crawled out of his grave in the middle of the night. Are these considered miracles of being resurrected from the dead? Is this the miracle the leader of the secret order, Zeratul, spoke of? And sequence 2 of the seer pathway is called a miracle invoker. At this moment, Klein felt like he had grasped something important, but he was unable to piece together all the clues to form the truth he wanted. As I had guessed before, there are other factors at work for my choice of having seer as my beginning sequence. My greatest support is the mysterious space above the gray fog, which happens to eliminate all interference and provide seers the most coveted environment. My characteristic of resurrection also seems to have come from the gray fog as well. When I came to Backland, the events in which Nimblewright Master Rosago was involved in were naturally drawn to me, which is consistent with the convergence of beyonder characteristics of the same pathway. The higher quality it is, the stronger the attraction as the effects appear intermittently. The sudden change in the Antigonus family notebook style of passing key information to me, related to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range via the misfortune cloth puppet, might also be a result of such elements. Combined with the other miscellaneous phenomena, does it mean that this mysterious space has a very close relationship with the seer beyonder pathway? That this is a grade 0 sealed artifact of the corresponding sequence? Or perhaps it's a divine kingdom left behind by a sequence 0 of the same pathway? There's also the possibility of it being the so-called uniqueness of the seer pathway. Klein moved his gaze away from Roselle's diary, his anticipation for advancing to a high sequence beyonder increasing. He wondered what he would discover in the hidden area after he completed the staircase of light. Perhaps the reason for my transmigration and the way home will be found there. He suppressed his excitement and allowed Roselle's diary pages to disappear from his hands. At the same time, he became increasingly wary of the leader of the secret order, Zeradal. He was a powerful existence that had long since become a miracle invoker from the seer pathway many years ago. There might be times and matters that have his fingerprints hidden all over them. Although all of these thoughts were churning in his mind, Klein acted as though nothing had happened as he calmly said, "You can begin your transactions." Furs immediately turned to look at Miss Justice, who sat on the same side of the table, and she said with expectation, "I have received a reply. My teacher has a pair of mirror dragon eyes. The price is £1,000. Upon saying that, Furs felt a little uneasy. This was because Dorian Gray Abraham's reserve price was £800, which was already at a premium above the usual £500 to £600. And on that foundation, she had added another £200. After attending so many tarot gatherings and all kinds of beyonder circles, I finally understand one thing. Just like Emperor Roselle said, money isn't omnipotent, but nothing can be done without money. Although I've already received the fixed payment for my new book and have savings reaching £350, there's still the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch awaiting me. There's also all kinds of expenses needed for sequence 7, 6, 5, and even 4. The meaning before Mr. Fool's secret hint is that I should be able to be freed from the curse of the full moon once I become a high sequence beyonder. Even if I can find some of them through teacher, I can't fully rely on him and the Abraham family. In this regard, saving up money on my own isn't enough, and efforts must be made to make money. The price of £1,000 is really expensive. If Miss Justice wishes to bargain, I'll later tell her that teacher agreed to lower the price by £100 after repeated negotiations. As Furs waited for the reply, she consoled herself. £1,000? Audrey never expected to receive news for the psychiatrist potion ingredients so quickly, so she subconsciously asked in a confirming tone. Without waiting for a reply from Furs, she happily added, "Okay, deal." Although she still owed Viscount Glaint a final installment and still owed the Fool's Adorer £2,000, she would officially be declared an adult at the New Year's ball. Not only would her control over her wealth be greater than ever before, but she would also receive many valuable gifts, such as the one promised by her father, Earl Hall, a few days earlier. He had promised to give his dear daughter a further £50,000 in Backland bank shares and more than £2,000 in cash. Hence, £1,000 wasn't a number that she was bothered with. Audrey had originally asked Mr. Fool to extend the payment period of the £2,000 to February or March in order, on the one hand, to pay off her debt to Viscount Glaint, and to save up money as discreetly as possible without arousing suspicion. On the other hand, she had to set aside an additional budget for the ingredients of the psychiatrist potion. Now was the time to use the budget. At most, I'll have to tighten my belt like how I did for the past few months. After March, there wouldn't be any problems. Audrey thought, not troubled at all. She agreed? She agreed. Furs was both happy and confused. Furs asked Mr. Fool to bear witness to the transaction and arranged for Miss Justice to make the payment first before she delivered the Beyonder ingredient on Wednesday. As Furs decided to head for Pritz Harbor immediately upon receiving the cash, without wasting any time in the middle, she looked at the three gentlemen, the Sun, the Hanged Man, and the World. Does anyone have any information on the Spirit Eater stomach pouch? After calming down, she discovered that with her experience in the acting method, she could digest the excess Beyonder characteristic much faster than she had expected. 1 week was almost equivalent to 2 weeks of the past. In about 10 days, she would be able to completely digest and resolve the problem. When she gathers the ingredients and advances to Trickmaster, she felt that she would be able to perfectly pass the first test given by her teacher, Dorian. She would gain more attention and would no longer be a mere student who was taken in out of gratitude. Derek nodded and said, I was just about to tell you that during this exploration, we obtained some Spirit Eater stomach pouches. I can exchange it at low prices after I return to the City of Silver. That's under the premise that I'm no longer under surveillance. Okay, but it seems that you have no use for gold pounds? Furs asked directly. After the operation to save Little Sun, she had a preliminary understanding of the City of Silver. Without waiting for the Sun to say a word, Alger interjected, you can hand me the corresponding cash or gold coins to me. 300 pounds is a very reasonable price. I will provide the Solar High Priest potion formula to the Sun. Mr. Hanged Man, you have the formula to Solar High Priest? Derek asked in pleasant surprise. During his previous patrols and his recent explorations, he had increasingly felt that the powers of the Sun pathway were perfect for dealing with the dark. Although the giant pathway sequence 6 Dawn Paladin could already create the light of dawn in the realm of the holy and light, it's still inferior to a light suppliant. The Hanged Man nodded slightly and said, that's right. He had found the Solar High Priest potion formula in a treasury of the Rorstad archipelago, but it was only recently that he had found an opportunity to provide sufficient justification and have the sufficient conditions to have the right to read it once. The reason that he gave was that people suspected to be priests of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun had appeared on the Sonia Sea, and since he was temporarily unable to return to the Intis Republic, he could only search for the potion ingredients corresponding to Solar High Priest. Moreover, the hatred for the Eternal Blazing Sun could turn mere rumors into the basis for action by the Church of the Lord of Storms. Derek was delighted at first, but he soon said with some awkwardness, the value of the Sequence 7 potion formula is higher than a Spirit Eater's stomach pouch. I don't have the gold pounds all of you were talking about. You can repay it with ingredients of the same value, the Hanged Man gave a terse response. But I don't know what I can get from you. First, you should make a list of the common monsters found around the City of Silver and their corresponding ingredients. I'll then choose from that list. No problem. After this exploration is over, I will do it as quickly as possible. Derek was visibly relieved. By the side, Klein wanted to facepalm, but in the end, he didn't manipulate the world to break the deal. It was because he also wanted to know what kind of monsters and ingredients were common around the City of Silver. As Audrey secretly sighed, the Hanged Man looked around and raised his request. I need a pair of dragonite sea condor eyes. I'll pay the necessary compensation. He only mentioned the dragonite sea condor eyes. In other words, Mr. Hanged Man has clues regarding the Blue Shadow Falcon's crystalline feathers. He really does have many channels and resources. Audrey, who had seen the potion formula for Windblessed, thought with some enlightenment. After the transactions came to an end, they began to freely exchange information about their areas, and the end of the tarot gathering quickly approached. During the process, the World inquired for clues about mermaids and obtained an answer similar to the one he had received from Sharon. When everything was over, Klein, who had been watching quietly, thought it necessary to warn Miss Justice and Miss Magician. A terrifying object that is suspected to be a Great Zero sealed artifact has appeared around Prince Edisac. It might even involve 0-08, which would definitely not be a simple matter. Furthermore, the last time a similar situation occurred, Tingen City had faced the threat of an evil god spawn, and it had almost disappeared from the map. Hence, now there's also a hidden danger in Backland. Klein thought for a few seconds, making the world say in a hoarse voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, I have recently received some information that a major event is brewing in Backland. This will bring about a great deal of unrest and may lead to a tragedy." "What's the major event?" Audrey asked with concern. Unknowingly, her brow had begun to slightly furrow. "I don't know." The world shook his head calmly. "Where would the element of unrest and the possible tragedy come from?" Furs asked nervously. From the previous gatherings, she had confirmed that Mr. World's sources were trustworthy. The world acted stumped as he shook his head and said, "There's contradictory information, making it impossible for me to give a definite answer." Upon saying this, he looked up and earnestly cast his gaze towards the figure within the gray fog at the end of the model table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, your adorer in Backland must have detected something, right?" Everyone's eyes immediately focused towards the end of the long bronze table, with everyone feeling different feelings: curiosity, worry, anticipation, and tenseness. With the attention on him, Klein leaned back and said in a casual tone, "Edisac Augustus." Chapter 464, Consultation. Chapter 464, Consultation. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Prince Edisac Augustus? What connection does he have with the danger that might lead to tragedy? Moreover, this matter seems to have received the attention of Mr. Fool. Audrey instantly matched the name with a face, giving rise to great worry and doubt in her. In her opinion, things that caught the attention of Mr. Fool were either very dangerous, extremely secretive, or had far-reaching importance, and were by no means simple. For example, the true creator had attempted to descend upon Backland with the help of Lenivus and the harsh conditions of East Borough's factory district, Emperor Rosel's Dark Emperor card, or the death of the Duke Negan, and the Twilight Hermit Order. Taking these examples into account, Audrey had good reason to believe that, if not handled well, or given too little attention, the major event involving Prince Edisac would inevitably lead to a very, very terrible storm. Yes. Prince Edisac hasn't bothered me for quite some time, and I was only relieved by that and didn't think too much about it. Now, it does seem a little problematic. At the previous ball, he still warmly kept me back to discuss some boring topics, trying his hand at pompous bad humor. But just 2 or 3 days after that, he turned rather cold and had even deliberately avoided me. I have to find a chance to ask Father about him, but I can't show too much curiosity, or else it might be very possible that he would agree to the royal family's marriage request. Audrey recalled some details, and she suddenly felt her shoulders sink from the weight. She had never liked Prince Edisac, including his 2 elder brothers, and she had no intention of becoming a princess consort. As for the reason, it was very simple. The followers of the Evernight goddess couldn't accept that the Augustus family had believed in the Lord of Storms for generations, which meant their arrogance, pomposity, contempt, and eccentricity against women had penetrated deep into their bones. It was hard to change them, which was the one thing Audrey couldn't tolerate the most. When she thought of the strict, ancient, and extremely conservative environment she would find herself in after becoming a princess consort, Audrey felt that she would surely go crazy and flee, disregarding everything else. So, she wasn't moved at all by the rather solicitous flattery of the princes. She was even very repulsed. Edisac Augustus. The last name implies that he's a member of the royal family. I vaguely remember that he's a prince? What dangerous matter is he going to do? I have no way of coming into contact with him. Right, I can ask Miss Audrey and Viscount Glane for help, but I have to think of a reason ahead of time to prevent any suspicion from them. Furs frowned slightly as she interpreted Mr. Fool's words. Alger was very interested in the matter, but he didn't dare to ask Mr. Fool, who was obviously just providing a hint. He could only ponder to himself for 2 seconds before saying to Justice, the magician, and the world, the atmosphere over the sea isn't calm either. It might have a connection with Backland, just like those machines. His words were completely baseless. He simply wanted to exaggerate the degree of the danger and let the 3 Tarot Club members in Backland investigate it diligently. I have to say that Mr. Hangman has acted in concert so well. Klein, who was watching from the sidelines, gave up on the idea of having the world say something similar. He only mentioned Prince Edisac, but not the lady with the sapphire ring who was suspected of having a Grade 0 sealed artifact. He didn't even mention the possibility that the matter Prince Edisac might be involved in had to do with 0-08 and Ensangwil because he didn't know the circumstances of the top sealed artifact that could even destroy a country. All he could rely on were minute clues to make guesses that he wasn't completely sure of. He was afraid that if he directly told the key points to Justice and Miss Magician, their investigations would be detected by the target the moment they honed in on the target. This was also why Klein didn't try to find an opportunity to inform the machinery hive mind. Based on his guesses about sealed artifact 0-08, he suspected that if he left Minsk Street and rode a horse carriage to the Lever Cathedral or the Steam Cathedral, he would encounter an unexpected and absolutely unstoppable attack, such as the eruption of a sealed artifact hidden underground or a fatal strike of a high-sequence beyonder. Only the screening of the gray fog allowed Klein to not worry about such problems. To a certain extent, he could inform Justice and the Magician about this through a more gentle, more roundabout, and more veiled manner. In addition, Klein had other plans. It was to leave Backland by bowing out the stage as a side character among side characters and changing his appearance without anyone noticing. He would then secretly return and contact the machinery hive mind in a manner beyond the Grade 0 sealed artifact's senses. Let's hope this will succeed. I hope there's a chance of finding Ensangwil. Yes, the premise is that he is indeed involved in this matter. Wait a minute, while Mr. Azik was after Ensangwil, he had a conflict with MI9. He became secretly wanted, and MI9 has always been considered to be a pro-royal faction in the military. A series of coincidences revolving Prince Edisac is rather similar to the features displayed by sealed artifact 0-08 in the past. This seems to indirectly confirm Ensangwil's existence. Klein closed his eyes, and the bright boots and pale hand flashed back to him. He leaned back in his chair, his lips curving upward. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall meet next week. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall. Audrey stood in front of the full-length mirror, staring blankly at her reflection. There were good news and bad news for her at this tarot gathering. The good news was that she was about to receive one of the psychiatrist potion's main ingredients. Although she was no longer the ignorant girl who had bought some basic general knowledge from the hangman for £1,000 and knew the approximate price of a lot of beyonder ingredients, she didn't mind paying a premium for the eyes of a mirror dragon. After Duke Negan's assassination, she gained the desire and motivation to raise her sequence to receive the corresponding combat strength. For this, she didn't want to wait any longer and was willing to pay a price as long as the ingredients appeared. She would immediately accept the offer as long as the price wasn't too outrageous, in case something unexpected happened. It's like a precious piece of jewelry that many noble ladies have set their eyes on. It's also like the purebred houses with unique bloodlines that men like. The corresponding premium is inevitable and unavoidable. At times, it's not impossible to have the price double or triple. Besides, with Furs busying herself in the process of contacting her teacher, she definitely shouldn't be left wasting her time while taking on risks. Yes. She also doesn't know that I'm Justice. Audrey thought indifferently. As for the bad news, it was no doubt related to the matter of Prince Edisac. It left her concerned and worried. Fortunately, Mr. World received the news, and Mr. Fool had provided a warning. Otherwise, who knows how things would have turned out. Audrey, with such excellent conditions, you could certainly solve this problem. Come on. The girl drew the sign of the crimson moon against the reflection in the mirror and tried hard to be optimistic. Then, she restrained her emotions and headed out to the piano room, preparing to participate in her scheduled piano lesson as if nothing had happened. This was because Earl Hall and his wife, as well as Hibbert Hall, wouldn't be home until dinner, and she had no one to ask for information now. She could only tell herself to be calm, to be composed, and to be patient. Before the tutor arrived, Audrey casually played the piano, using the beautiful melody to cleanse her mind and soul. When she finished playing, she noticed that Susie had opened the door at some point and was sitting beside her. She still had a pair of gold-rimmed glasses hanging around her neck. "Audrey, what problems did you encounter? The sound of your piano tells me that you're frustrated over something," Susie said suddenly. Audrey froze, not knowing how to reply. She suddenly felt that having a mind-reading dog at home wasn't necessarily a good thing. Within the campsite that had a lit bonfire. With his eyes closed, Derek Berg thought back quietly to what had happened at the tarot gathering and made sure that he hadn't forgotten the memories of his repeated experiences. After an unknown period of time, he opened his eyes, which were brimming with anticipation, and looked around. However, what entered into his eyes were Flames and his teammates, who were exactly the same as in his memories. At that moment, the cross-legged demon hunter Colin, who was leaning against a stone pillar, said, "We will set off after 50 rounds of lightning." At this moment, Derek was sure that everything that had happened before wasn't a dream or a hallucination. Sherwood Borough. 15, Minsk Street. Klein went down to the first floor and sat in the activity room, feeling the warmth of the fireplace. He quietly rocked in the reclining chair without reading the newspapers, magazines, or even books. It was also peaceful and silent until he heard the ringing of his doorbell. Klein, who was wearing a house shirt and cashmere vest, got up and walked towards the door. The visitor took him by surprise. He opened the door and chuckled. "Good afternoon, Emlyn. Aren't you supposed to be helping at the Harvest Church at this hour?" It was the handsome, somewhat effeminate vampire Emlyn White, whose hair was combed back at an angle. The arrogant man's expression froze when he heard Klein's greeting. It took him a bit of effort to recover his composure. "I have something to consult with you, Detective Sherlock Moriarty." Emlyn enunciated one word at a time. After inviting him into the activity room, Klein returned to his reclining chair and asked with a smile, "What is it?" "The fee for a consultation is £1, but the consultation cannot exceed an hour." Emlyn White didn't pay attention to his words, and he said while deep in thought, "A big shot wants me to do something. Although that matter can help me solve my problem indirectly, it also contains a great amount of risk. I don't have any friends, and I'm afraid my parents will be worried, and you're a very knowledgeable Beyonder detective. What do you suggest? Reject or accept? Solve your problem? Clearing the psychological cue?" Klein said thoughtfully, "I can't give you any advice with just the word something." Emlyn White fell silent for a few seconds before he clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, "It has something to do with that fool." "Ha?" Klein almost lifted his hand to his ear. Chapter 465 Emlyn's Determination. Chapter 465 Emlyn's Determination. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. After a second of confirmation, Klein clasped his hands together and leaned forward. "What exactly is this something?" "No, I can't say any further." Emlyn White shook his head firmly. Afraid of being probed, Klein didn't pursue the matter. He simply analyzed the situation based on the information that the vampire had just revealed. Something to do with the fool. It can help Emlyn White resolve his problem. Contains a high risk. Combined with his previous ideas, this seems to indicate that he intended to hold an appropriate ritual to pray to the fool, which is also me, so as to eliminate the psychological cue and gain his long-awaited freedom. However, this is no longer a ritual that Emlyn will be holding himself. It's a result of a particular big shot's instructions, and with this vampire's pride, for him to address the person that way, it most likely means that the person is a powerhouse among the sanguine. Why would a sanguine big shot send a descendant to pray to the fool? Have they started working with the Aurora Order? Confused, Klein looked up at the expectant Emlyn and scoffed to himself. "Try guessing if I'll respond to your prayers." He hesitated for 2 seconds and didn't make a suggestion. Instead, he said, statistically speaking, when praying to a hidden existence without understanding the situation, 30 out of 100 cases would not receive any response. 68 cases will end up encountering all sorts of terrible things and cause them to lose their lives, or live a life worse than death. Only 2 cases have the possibility of success, allowing them to get what they want, but the price they pay might not be what they want. As a former keyboard warrior, Klein had always believed that when it came to proving something or reinforcing a point of view, anyone who just gave an example, an exception, without mentioning the entire sample and overall statistics was being an asshole. It was merely a trick of concept, and in these cases, there were usually similar companion words, such as I have a friend, a girl I know, or someone around me. Therefore, to convince Emlyn White, he deliberately fabricated some data. Of course, this wasn't entirely baseless. At least, many of the files which Klein had read while he was a member of a Nighthawks team had described similar situations. Only 2 cases of success? Problems happened to 68 cases? Startled, Emlyn couldn't help but lift his hand to smooth his hair. Basically, that is the level of danger over the matter you're going to do. If you have malicious intentions, the risk is even higher than this, Klein replied sincerely. Emlyn shook his head subconsciously. No, there's no malice. Besides, the big shot will protect me in the process. No malice? Even if you have malice, you might not know since you're just cannon fodder who has been pushed to the front lines. Klein raised his right palm and strengthened his tone with a gesture. This will reduce the risk by a lot, but it definitely won't reduce it to 0. Does that big shot really have the means to resist a hidden existence? Probably not, Emlyn answered haltingly. So? Klein spread his hands. He suddenly revealed a smile and said, Emlyn, there is no need for you to take this risk. Even if you completely believe in Earth Mother, it will not affect your life in any way. Look at the citizens of Fainapotter, don't they eat, dress, and do whatever they want? When the time comes, there's a high chance that Father Utravsky will no longer force you to do volunteer work at the Harvest Church. You will regain your original freedom. Furthermore, I believe that you have adapted well to the teachings of Earth Mother without any contradictions. Emlyn White remained silent for a while and said, being a believer because I like her beliefs is completely different from being forcefully turned into a believer through a psychological cue. Even if I do abandon the moon one day and believe in Earth Mother, I also hope that it is a choice that I freely made. It has nothing to do with others, this is the last pride of a sanguine. Klein looked at Emlyn with some surprise. He hadn't expected him to be so insistent. He considered for 2 seconds and didn't try to persuade him again by giving a terse acknowledgement. The problem is actually very simple, that is, do you have the courage to face a certain degree of danger because of the orders of the big shot and the temptation to get rid of the Q? If you're willing to sacrifice your life for this, then the answer is extremely simple. In short, this matter will ultimately be left to you to decide. Emlyn listened with a heavy expression, and he instinctively retorted, if I really choose to make the attempt, it's definitely not for myself, but for all sanguine. Resolving this problem is just an additional perk. For all sanguine? What matter of mine involves all sanguine? That big shot was lying to you, right? Klein sneered. Do you believe that a weak vampire has the chance to save an entire race? Sanguine, sanguine. Emlyn emphasized. Moreover, my strength isn't bad either. It's equivalent to sequence 7 of you humans. By the way, it's the kind that specializes in combat. As for whether you believe it or not, you wouldn't understand. He stood up and said, although your analysis and suggestions are meaningless, I still have to thank you. The consultation fee will be deducted from the previous suitcase and tin box. Ha! Klein wasn't able to react for a moment to what he was talking about. It was only when Emlyn had left that he suddenly realized what he meant. Aren't the vessels in large transactions usually free? That petty and stingy vampire. In the darkness, in which the frequency of lightning had yet to resume, the exploratory team from the City of Silver punctually arrived at the periphery of the abandoned temple. Derek remembered that during their first operation, all the animal hide lanterns had been extinguished here. The entire team fell into pure darkness, and he had also heard the creepy cry for help coming from the depths of the temple. According to the conjectures from Mr. Hanged Man and Miss Justice, this might be the starting point for our repeated cycles. But why would we wake up in the campsite outside the city and not directly here? Remembering the discussion at the tarot meeting, Derek raised his arm and prayed secretly, as suggested. A pure light suddenly burst out from his body, causing Joshua and the other members of the exploratory team to quickly assume battle positions. What happened? Demon Hunter Colin drew his sword and asked in a deep voice. Derek looked left and right in horror and said, "Your Excellency, I just heard a child crying, 'Save me, save me.'" He wanted to test if this was a key point. "And now?" Colin asked warily. "I don't hear it anymore." Derek listened carefully. Demon Hunter Colin glanced at Joshua and the others from the corner of his eye. "Did any of you hear it?" No, the exploratory team members shook their heads. After pondering for a few seconds, Colin came to a decision. He took out a dark blue metal bottle from the secret compartment in his belt and smeared the colorless, viscous liquid on his sword. Then, he stabbed upwards with his sword. Suddenly, the sky lit up. Streaks of silver, snake-like beams started to surge upwards, quickly spreading in all directions. The silver-white light instantly enveloped all the members of the exploratory team, as if illuminating the darkest corner of every single one of them. With a sizzling sound, the silver serpents drilled into the void, heading off into the unknown. Everything calmed down very quickly, leaving only the dim light of the animal hide lanterns scattered in silence. Colin narrowed his eyes. Whatever he attempted had sensed something unknown. After a full 5 seconds, he raised his hand and pointed forward. "From now on, we can't afford to be careless. We have to be on full alert." Such familiar words. This isn't the key to breaking out of this predicament. Derek calmed his heart and followed the team into the half-deserted temple without any delay. This time, he learned his lesson and didn't look at the face of the fallen creator. In the process of inspecting the ground, he managed to get himself to investigate the area where the mural was by being proactive. He held onto the animal hide lantern and the axe of Hurricane in his hands as he and one of his teammates began to take action as a small team. He finally reached his destination after passing through a series of mottled and crumbling walls. As the light from the animal hide lantern grew closer, the mural on the wall gradually became clearer. Derek first looked towards the corner and found the strange, memorable line of words. "Rose Redemption." He silently chanted the name, raised the animal hide lantern, and carefully examined the details of the mural. On the highest area of the mottled wall was a huge, blurry, pitch-black cross. A shadow that was difficult to discern was hanging upside down on it. Against such a backdrop, there was a desolate plain. In the plains, there was a long line of people. Their destination was a distant mountain, the cross on top of the mountain, and the figure hanging upside down. Within the line, some of the people were kneeling on the ground, praying devoutly. Others had already stood up and were walking forward while facing a raging wind. Their faces were simple sketches, as though it was trying to highlight their tattered clothing. Only the leader at the front was relatively clearer. It was a tall and thin man with long, silver hair reaching his back. This man had soft facial features, his head was lowered, and his eyes were tightly shut. There were layers upon layers of wings of light on his back. Angel. A legendary angel. Derek observed the situation around the leader with excitement. Soon, he discovered a meandering, rippling river beneath the feet of the seemingly angelic man. The river kept twisting and turning, and it led back into itself, becoming the source. A cycle. This creates a cycle. Derek felt that he had caught on to something important. In the cycles of experiences, there was actually a circular river in the mural on the wall. The latter was obviously hinting or revealing something. Derek looked up and saw the silver-haired angel with an uncountable number of wings. There was a touch of indifference in the gentleness of his face, as though he was looking down at a river, looking down at fate. Is this the true meaning behind Mr. Fool's hint? Derek thought for a moment and decided to give it a try. If he succeeded, he planned on blaming all his anomalies on the boy, Jack. If he failed, no one would remember what he had done. Under the stunned gaze of his teammates, Derek raised the axe of Hurricane and viciously slashed at the river in the mural. The lightning that had just flashed by was triggered, and the silver light fell onto the axe. Chapter 466, Tail Devourer. Chapter 466, Tail Devourer. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Bam! Derek's axe, wrapped in streaks of silver, struck the river in the mural, causing the wall to cave in and stone chips to fly everywhere. With one strike, the river that had its source connected to its mouth completely disintegrated. Just as he was looking forward to having the cycle broken, resulting in the members of the exploratory team escaping the temple, Demon Hunter Colin's figure phased away and appeared before him, his face grim. "What were you doing?" The tip of the demigod's sword was still pointed downwards, but the grip on his hilt was clearly tighter than before. Thinking back to the collective wisdom of the Tarot Club members, Derek said, half doubtfully and half fearfully, "Your Excellency, a black shadow flashed past here just now." "It's true. It looked like the figure of a child." Without looking away, Colin Iliad asked another team member, "Hyam, did you see it?" The exploratory team member named Hyam subconsciously moved closer to the chief, firmly shook his head, and said, "No, I didn't see anything." Colin's light blue eyes immediately glowed, revealing two complex dark green symbols. He watched Derek in this state for 4 to 5 seconds. Finally, he withdrew his gaze and said in a normal tone, "This is your first exploration mission. Hallucinations due to being nervous is normal. Subsequently, you are to stay by my side. I think you'll be calmer this way." "Yes, Your Excellency," Derek agreed without any hesitation. Having just made an attempt, he confirmed that the mural wasn't critical. The rose redemption that Mr. Fool suggested likely hides a deeper meaning. It's not that simple. Derek walked silently beside Chief Colin with the axe of Hurricane in hand. What happened afterward wasn't much different from the explorations he remembered from his previous explorations. Everyone repeated the events in the past and arrived at the final hall with an altar for the 6th time. There, they found the yellow-haired boy, Jack, curled up in the shadows. Upon hearing save me," and seeing the silhouette of the child, Demon Hunter Colin nodded his head indiscernibly and retracted most of the attention he had placed on Derek Berg. Just as he was deliberating his words, Derek suddenly asked, "How can we save you?" Jack revealed an excited expression. Save me, send me home. Send me home." "Where is your home?" Derek asked, curious and frightened. Seeing this, Colin shut his mouth and tightened his grip. Jack raised his hand weakly and said, my home is at Inmat Harbor." Inmat Harbor. Although Mr. Hangman never mentioned it, from the word harbor, Jack really doesn't belong to this place of ours. It's very likely that he comes from the outside world, from the Lone Kingdom where Miss Justice and the others are located. Derek was overjoyed, unable to hide his excitement. His reaction didn't arouse any suspicion from Demon Hunter Colin, because this powerful chief of the 6-member council had also never seen the sea. He could only read from the preserved books that this body of water was many times larger than a lake, as well as the term harbor. The words that came out of the strange boy's mouth presented itself like a painting of a new world in front of Colin. This made him, who was desperately searching for the future of the City of Silver, forget about anything else as he blurted out, "How did you, or you, and your companions, get here?" Jack showed a reminiscing expression. "My father and I first traveled by boat, then we met up with his companions and continued on the voyage. After a huge storm, the rest of us touched ground and followed the direction of the Lord's gaze and came all the way here." Followed the direction of the Lord's gaze? Demon Hunter Colin and the others looked at the deity statue in unison, trying to determine where he was staring at. Soon, Colin was able to determine some general information. They had proceeded in the direction of where the statue was looking at. That is to say, as soon as we reverse the process, we can find the shore and the place where they landed. The opposite direction of his gaze is. The map around the City of Silver, which was gradually being perfected through continuous explorations, appeared in Colin's mind, allowing him to come up with a preliminary sketch of the route of the boy's journey. If there are no other temples in the middle and no corresponding statues, extrapolating it all the way would pass through the ruins of the giant king's court. Colin's pupils suddenly contracted. That was the palace that once housed the ancient god, giant King Ormur. It wasn't too far away from the City of Silver. The descendants of the Kingdom of Silver, who had been ruled by the giants for generations, knew exactly where the ruins were located, but they were still unable to complete their exploration of the area because it was extremely dangerous, even more dangerous than the pure darkness. According to Colin's extrapolations, the unfamiliar boy and his party had passed through the ruins of the giant king's court before arriving here. How did they do it? Perhaps they didn't take a completely direct path, and they circled around the giant king's court. Regardless, there's a path that leads to the sea behind the giant king's court. And on the other end of the sea might be a human kingdom. Is that the hope of the City of Silver? Colin couldn't help resisting the thought. At this moment, Derek acutely noticed that the clothes on the boy's chest and abdomen were dyed dark red, as though some kind of liquid was slowly seeping out. "Are you hurt?" he cautiously asked. Jack lowered his head and replied in an erratic tone, "Something ugly is growing there." As he spoke, he took off his clothes, revealing his bare chest. It was inlaid with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. It wasn't painted nor was it made of gems. They were real eyes, a real nose, and a real mouth in the purest sense of the word. Furthermore, they didn't seem to belong to one particular face, but that of 3 people. All of a sudden, Derek imagined a scene in which Jack had used the remnants of his companions after eating them, their eyes, nose, and mouth, to form a strange face on his chest. The face was gentle and indifferent, giving Derek an inexplicable feeling of familiarity. It took only a second or two for Derek to figure out the reason for the familiarity. The face was very much like the angel in the mural above them, the silver-haired angel with his feet over the circular river. Sure enough, the reason we keep repeating the exploration is because of him. A thought struck Derek, and he blurted out a single word, as though he was going to blurt the incantation to extricate himself from the predicament. "Rose Redemption," he solemnly shouted. Jack raised his head and stared at him, his mouth slowly grinning wide before reaching his ears. "I'm so hungry. So hungry." Derek froze as he saw a fierce battle ensue. When he regained consciousness, he found himself sitting by the bonfire in the campsite again. Rose Redemption isn't the incantation. He began to reflect deeply. The 7th exploration soon began. Derek, who had made an attempt, no longer behaved strangely, but he proactively sought to investigate the Rose Redemption mural. As usual, the exploratory team entered the underground hall with the altar and the deity statue. They found the obviously strange little boy, Jack. After a similar conversation, Derek once again saw the human face that had been pieced together with the facial features of other people. Now experienced, he didn't take any actions which could agitate the boy. He lowered his voice and said to Demon Hunter Colin, "Your Excellency, the face on his chest is very similar to the angel in the mural above us. It's the angel with silver hair whose feet are above a river that is connected from mouth to source. Yes, the mural which is labeled Rose Redemption at the corner." Colin was taken aback at first before he frowned. As he paid attention and consoled Jack, he sized up Derek from the corner of his eye. After a few seconds of silence, he said with a suppressed voice, "Due to you mentioning this matter, you made me think of certain things." Without waiting for Derek to ask, he continued, "We've been studying this mural for a very long period of time and only believe that it depicts an angel leading a group of ascetics on a pilgrimage. And perhaps this group's name is Rose Redemption. The river, that runs from source to mouth, represents a cycle, and our interpretation of it is that this pilgrimage takes place over and over again. And now it may be that it is used to identify the angel. That's the idea you gave me, as Amon used to hide in your body." "Why?" Derek was at a loss. Demon Hunter Colin stared at Jack and said, "The worm left behind by Amon had the symbol of time, and a circular river is often related to fate. Putting the two together, it reminded me of a few books that mention something that I'm unsure of their credibility. When the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, cast his attention on this world, he had many angels around him. Among them were leaders of the angels, kings of angels that were closest to being a god. There were a total of 8 of them, and some of their names have already been lost to history. There are still records of others, perhaps simple or detailed. Legend has it that the sons of God were among these 8 kings of angels. Among them, 2 kings of angels had the titles Angel of Time and Angel of Fate. Derek was immediately enlightened as he asked for confirmation. You believe that Amon is the Angel of Time and that the mural is depicting the Angel of Fate? I can't be sure for now. Only the title Angel of Time has been passed down. As for the Angel of Fate, the records are relatively detailed. Colin suddenly took a deep breath. Immediately, he solemnly said, Angel of Fate, Tail Devourer or Abaros. In the evening, within the Odora family's underground structure, Emlyn White looked at the iron-black coffin and said to the ancient sanguine inside, Lord Nibs, I accept the ancestors' mission. Nibs replied in his aged voice, Very good. When do you want to begin? Do you have any wishes that remain unfulfilled? Upon hearing Lord Nibs asking about his last wishes, Emlyn White's calves went limp, and he almost regretted it. He stiffened his neck and said, There's no need. We can begin now. Chapter 467, The Delayed Response. Chapter 467, The Delayed Response. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. The iron-black coffin with its strange patterns lay quietly in the center, and there seemed to be hidden shockwaves in the air that seemed to be silently colliding. Emlyn White stood in the corner and lit the candles according to the normal ritual procedures, burning the essential oils and corresponding herbal powders. A dense and unsteady atmosphere emanated, and after recalling the requirements of artificial sleepwalking, Emlyn lowered his head, began to enter cogitation, and repeated the honorific name of the fool. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Amidst his monotone voice, Emlyn gradually entered a magical state. His body felt relaxed and reserved. It felt like he was in deep sleep, but his spirituality was light and energetic as it constantly spread outwards. At this moment, he had a feeling that he was continuously drifting upwards. In the ancient palace above the gray fog, Klein was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, tapping his fingers on the rippling light screen to his side. He was expressionlessly watching the praying figure in amusement. Although it was vague, Klein could tell at a glance that it was vampire Emlyn White. Very courageous, having the drive akin to buying a doll. Klein sighed and didn't respond. He had previously tried to divine the purpose of the sanguines, but he was unable to obtain any effective revelations. The only thing he was sure of was that it had nothing to do with the Aurora Order. This piqued Klein's curiosity, but he wouldn't take the risk of responding to Emlyn White when a lofty sanguine was beside Emlyn. He didn't know if he could grasp traces of the mysterious space above the gray fog and threaten it like blasphemer Amon. He had no intention to confirm it since he was dealing with an avatar of Amon back then. Yet, he was now facing a powerful sanguine's true body. There's no need to take risks on matters of no importance, even if I want to know the real purpose of the sanguines. And it's not like there's no other way. Klein looked at Emlyn White in his state of artificial sleepwalking. He said to himself with a smile, I can delay my response. He planned to wait until tomorrow or the day after. He would suddenly respond when Emlyn White was without protection and when the sanguine had given up. However, there was a premise, which was to first use divination to confirm the degree of danger. Tail Devourer. Just like that river? Derek Berg suddenly thought of something. Demon Hunter Colin solemnly nodded. Yes. It means that we may have stepped into a river that runs from its mouth to source, preventing our departure. Fortunately, this should only be remnants of that Angel of Fate's power. He isn't hiding here. No, it's definitely certain, and it has long since been the case. Derek silently said to himself. At this moment, Colin took out a dark red metal tube. He unscrewed the cap and gulped it down. His light blue eyes quickly turned lighter, tinged with silver. In the end, his pupils seemed to turn vertical, reflecting Jack's figure. A few sparks of silver light lit up in his eyes. They circled or collided at random in an extremely intense manner. Ding! Demon Hunter Colin first stabbed his sword into the ground, and with a flip of his hand, he pulled out his other sword, smearing it with golden, sun-like oil. Noticing this action, Jack's expression immediately changed, as if he was shrouded in a thick shadow. Before he could open his mouth, Demon Hunter Colin moved. He pulled out his sword from the ground, leaving behind a blurry figure. The golden and silver light shone brightly, illuminating the entire underground hall. The light before the little boy was the most intense. After a mournful scream, the darkness once again shrouded the altar. Jack stood in his original spot, without taking even a step. However, the face on his chest had disappeared, leaving behind only a hole where his pulsating internal organs could be seen. A few meters to Jack's side, Demon Hunter Colin genuflected, his two swords hanging down at an angle. In front of him, the face was torn apart, reduced to scattered eyes, a nose, and a mouth. These organs spasmed and bounced like electric shocks, and soon they were still, rotting rapidly like they were supposed to. In an instant, Derek felt an invisible, aqueous barrier around him silently shatter. Almost at the same time, he seemed to have left the swift river and returned to the bank. Looking at the gloomy underground hall and the upside-down deity statue, and at Jack, who had a distorted expression and had fainted due to the pain, Derek felt a sense of joy and relief. He knew that he and the others had finally escaped the cycle of repeating their lives. Derek was well aware that although the final solution didn't seem complicated, it might have taken dozens or hundreds of repeated attempts to find the clues and solution, without knowing any clues or the problem beforehand. In the process, the slightest carelessness could lead to death, and Derek had no way of knowing if a life that was lost could experience a redo, or if they would still revive by the bonfire but would end up dead after escaping this predicament. What's even more serious is that people would always repeat the same choice, which was to say that they wouldn't be able to discover the problem in the first place. Without the corresponding memories and experience, they wouldn't detect any abnormalities even if it was the 1,000th time, and they would completely lose themselves in the circular river until they reached the end of their lives due to the normal flow of time in the outside world. At the thought of such a possibility, Derek thanked Mr. Fool wholeheartedly for restoring his memory and giving him a hint. Turning his head to the side, he saw that Joshua and the other members of the exploratory team didn't show any abnormal reactions as they checked the surrounding area in a way that was similar to the sixth exploration. Perhaps it will only be after returning to the City of Silver that they would realize that they'd lost a part of their lives from the difference in dates. Derek thought silently. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin stood up, walked back to the boy's side, and took out another small metal bottle. He then poured the thick black liquid inside onto the boy's empty chest. The liquid quickly condensed into a translucent membrane, sticking to the wound and stopping the flow of blood. "Hi, Joshua, the both of you are in charge of him," Colin suppressed his throbbing hand and ordered in a low voice. To him, this was the City of Silver's hope for ridding the curse and defeating the prophecy of the apocalypse. Phew! Derek wanted to covertly thank the fool, but he realized that there was no corresponding prayer gesture. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall. The sumptuous dinner glistened under the light of the candles in an alluring manner. Unlike what was imagined in the newspapers and magazines, the dinner for a great aristocratic family wasn't serious, and there was no need for silence. This was a rare occasion for family members to gather together. While eating, they would casually chat about a variety of relaxed topics in order to communicate and solidify their relationship. Audrey sliced a piece of steak which was produced from her ranch, observed Earl Hall's expression, and, without hiding her curiosity, she asked, "Father, did something happen to Prince Edisac recently?" If nothing had happened, then her plan was to pretend that she had heard irresponsible rumors that didn't correspond to reality. It wasn't uncommon for this to happen among the aristocracy. Earl Hall paused, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "What did you hear?" "There really is something." Gleaning information from her father's reaction, Audrey replied with a faint smile, "Some rumors, but they seem to be true?" Earl Hall rubbed his temples and said, "It's not a very serious matter. Audrey, I know what you're thinking, so I don't have to hide it from you. This involves a relatively ordinary scandal of the royal family. To put it simply, Prince Edisac has fallen in love with a commoner girl. This led to the death of an aristocratic descendant. The royal family has blocked the spread of this matter, not wanting to cause too much of a commotion. His wife took a sip of champagne and said, "It seems he isn't mature enough." Mother is being very tactful with her criticism. It does sound suspicious. Has Prince Edisac really gotten himself involved in a dangerous situation that would bring about terrible changes to Backlund? Audrey put on a look of sudden understanding and said with a smile, "This makes me wonder, why would the story of freedom and love involve the death of an aristocratic descendant?" Hibbert Hall kept his head lowered while slicing the tender steak and guessed with great interest, "It reminds me of the complicated love stories that are so common among the believers of the Lord of Storms. It's very common to fight for honor and for a lady. It's a tradition that has been placed into a museum." Earl Hall denied his eldest son's statement. Audrey seized the opportunity and thoughtfully said, "I don't think Prince Edisac is that kind of person, and rumors have already proliferated. Maybe that's not what they really want to cover up." "Perhaps not," Earl Hall ruminated over these words, unconsciously frowning. Knowing when to stop, Audrey didn't say anything else, and she naturally led the conversation in a different direction. She planned on probing her other noble friends about the matter. As a girl that Prince Edisac had once courted, it was absolutely normal for her to want to know the details of the matter. Whether it was curiosity or indignation, they were enough to motivate people to make such an attempt. Being unable to maintain a state of artificial sleepwalking for long, Emlyn White returned to reality in exhaustion. Opening his eyes, he stared at the iron-black coffin, then he said with a mixture of relief and disappointment, "Lord Nibs, there's no response." After a long moment of silence, Nibs finally said in a rather hoarse voice, "Okay. Stay here tonight to prevent any accidents from happening." "All right." Emlyn didn't try to insist otherwise. He spent the night in worry and trepidation, but the night was so serene and unremarkable. It silently faded only when Backlund's rare winter sunshine scattered across the window. What bad weather! Emlyn left Odora's villa, lowered his hat, and mumbled while he got onto a rental carriage. His destination was the Harvest Church south of the bridge. After the carriage continued steadily for some time, Emlyn's vision suddenly blurred and he saw an endless gray fog. Then, to his amazement, he found himself in a mysterious and majestic palace, sitting at a long, mottled bronze table. At the very end of the long table, there was a figure shrouded in a thick gray fog, looking down at him from above. Chapter 468, The Moon. Chapter 468, The Moon. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. For a moment, Emlyn White was stiff and his mind was blank, like a marble statue sitting there. Then, he heard the figure leisurely sitting in the thick gray fog indifferently ask, "Why did you pray to me?" Emlyn's mind buzzed and he blurted out, "It's a revelation from my ancestor. She told us through a dream that the apocalypse is approaching and that we need to make preparations. And I am key in this matter. My mission was to pray to the fool." Hearing the undisguised and detailed response, Klein, who had prepared his answers, was at quite a loss on where to begin. This vampire, Emlyn White, had explained everything he wanted to know. A revelation from the ancestor. Didn't the ancient goddess Lilith perish in the second epoch, long before the cataclysm, and have her authority taken back by the Creator? It was precisely because of this that quite a number of vampires tried to pray to the primordial moon, resulting in an extremely tragic outcome. Moreover, Mr. Dorr had also mentioned that the moon card is empty, indicating that, on the one hand, the primordial moon is most likely the embodiment of some other deity or powerful devil, while on the other hand, it indirectly proves that the ancient goddess Lilith has lost her sequence 0 position, which is generally equivalent to dying. Klein instantly connected the dots. He originally imagined that Lilith, who responded to the sanguine's prayers on particular matters, was a relic from the ancient goddess, such as the uniqueness of the moon pathway. Thus, it would be rigid, passive, and extremely restrictive, but now, its initiative of providing a revelation had overturned his guess. Two possibilities. One is that Lilith is being impersonated by another deity who has occupied a key point ahead of time, preventing any opponents from reaching sequence 0 of the moon's pathway. In essence, the entity doesn't care about the sanguine, and the provided revelation is a kind of test. The greatest suspect is the goddess who had snatched the title of Lady of Crimson, but she's already sequence 0, corresponding to the star in the cards of blasphemy. Why would she covet the moon? Is it to foil the plans of her enemy? The second possibility is that the ancient goddess hasn't fully perished. As long as no other powerhouse has become sequence 0 in the moon pathway, she is able to use a unique and incomprehensible method to continue surviving, waiting for a chance to make her return, just like the Dark Emperor card's description. And perhaps the goddess had taken the title of Lady of Crimson to foil this situation to a certain extent. Going by this logic, Lilith's recent apocalyptic revelation is her struggle to revive after years of preparation. And the Fool plays a key role in her revelation. If that's true, then in a certain way, it's an invitation for cooperation. But I'm just a sequence 6 beyonder, so how am I to cooperate with a yet-to-disappear ancient goddess? Let Emlyn White join the Tarot Club? The Sanguine are a race with a long lifespan. They have existed since the Second Epoch and must know quite a number of secrets. However, that would be me taking quite a risk. Yes, it would be possible to divine whether or not to pull Emlyn into each gathering ahead of time. Yes, there was a similar apocalyptic prophecy in the sites in the spirit world from Yellow Light Venethan. He also pointed out that the Abraham family's curse would be removed by an apprentice who has the help of a hidden existence. This matches Miss Magician's present stage. She is an apprentice who has received the help of me, the Fool. That's rather interesting. Has every high-level being that's good at prophecies realized that the apocalypse is unavoidable and have seen the Fool's existence and his possible effects? One thought after another flashed through Klein's mind, but his expression didn't change at all. He leaned back in his chair and smiled leisurely. What did your ancestor ask you to pray to me for? The calm voice pulled Emlyn out of his stupor, and he shook his head in a slightly dazed manner. I don't know. At this moment, Klein saw the stars behind Emlyn's chair shift quickly, turning into the symbol of the crimson moon. As expected, the beyonder pathway of the descendants of the ancient goddess, Lilith, points towards the moon. Klein chuckled and said, in a situation with the 7 orthodox gods and so many secret existences, why would your ancestor think that I would be the key to the apocalypse? The Fool's attitude finally made Emlyn White calm down, realizing that he had encountered an incredible event. He had been forcefully pulled into a magical place by a hidden existence. He is the Fool, he isn't actually angry. Is it because I represent the ancestor? I, Emlyn White, am indeed special. I was mentioned by the ancestor, and I received a response from the Fool. With this in mind, Emlyn couldn't help but sit up straighter before saying in deliberation, Honorable Mr. Fool, the revelation provided by the ancestor is this. I, Emlyn White, will become the key in saving the Sanguine and clinching victory against the apocalypse. And all of this will begin from my praying to you. The meaning behind his words was, the key to the apocalypse isn't you, but me. This fellow has such a 8th grader syndrome. 1. Sighed to him. That's right. He has always been very arrogant and feels self-important. Klein lampooned silently with a popular phrase from the past. Amused, he said, the same question, why me and not the 7 orthodox gods or the other hidden entities? I don't know. Emlyn shook his head honestly. Klein thought for a moment, then he deliberately said, actually, I think I understand your ancestor's intentions. She wishes that, with my help, you're able to grow into a true high-level entity and save the Sanguine when the apocalypse happens. Grow? Emlyn said in puzzlement, as you know, us Sanguine have no way of growing on our own. Only through special ceremonies will we gain the bestowment of our elders and relics of the ancestor that allow our advancement. Indeed, it has to be in accordance with the law of beyonder characteristics conservation. In other words, there have to be other ways as long as the basic law is abided to. Klein chuckled. Your knowledge has blinded you, making you unable to see the wider world. Of course, this question will not be answered by me. The answer must be found by you. I will only provide you with an opportunity. He paused for a second, then he said in a condescending manner, "Do you wish for such an opportunity?" Without any hesitation, Emlyn got up and bowed. "That is what I wish for." Where did your arrogance go when facing a hidden existence? Why is there only humility?" Klein secretly lampooned as he tapped the edge of the mottled long table and said, "But you have to adhere to certain matters." "Please speak." Emlyn held back his excitement. Klein smiled and replied, "You cannot reveal anything related to me to anyone unless you gain my permission. This includes the sanguine who were previously present at the ritual." But Emlyn was somewhat unable to accept the request. Klein asked warmly in a very certain manner, "It's likely that Lilith didn't get you to report to anyone afterward?" This could be inferred from the fact that there was no prayer content in the revelation. He directly called the ancestor by her name. It sounds like they're old friends. Emlyn's heart trembled. He lowered his head and replied, "No." Klein said with an unperturbed smile, "This is a secret deal, which is why I responded after you were free from surveillance. Similarly, you don't need to report this to Lilith as it will let certain people notice it." Seeing Emlyn nod in understanding, Klein added, "If you want to be the key to saving the sanguine, you must suffer the pain of the corresponding thorns. For example, you will not be understood by others, be slandered, and looked down upon. You can only silently proceed forward in the darkness while being burdened by your heavy mission." The words that were aimed at him made Emlyn White imagine a corresponding scenario. He, who was always mocked by his kinsmen because of his fondness of dolls, had gotten lost and entered the Harvest Church. Stained with traces of shame, he, who had never been valued and thought highly of by his elders, would silently guard his race from the corner, protecting everyone without anyone knowing. Very soon, Emlyn, who had moved himself, respectfully replied, "Your will pass through the earth." Klein leaned back and said very lightly, "I tacitly consented to the establishment of a secret gathering, and it is held right here. Are you willing to join this gathering in search for the method to become powerful to save the sanguine?" "I am," Emlyn replied without any hesitation. Klein nodded in satisfaction. "Do you have any other requests?" Emlyn was overjoyed. He said in a hurry, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like you to help me dispel the psychological cue in me. A bishop of the Church of Earth Mother." "I know." Klein calmly interrupted him. "He knows." As expected of a hidden existence. Emlyn's head lowered again. Klein let out a soft chuckle. "I can help you, but what price are you willing to pay for this?" Above the gray fog, he had a very potent spirit vision, and he had previously discovered that the dark-colored psychological cue within Emlyn White's spirit body had at some point mostly dissipated, thinning out to the point of frailty. Klein had intended to resolve the problem by referring to the ritual used to resolve similar problems in the Book of Secrets, but the situation now led him to believe that a secret deed ritual with the Dark Emperor card and the purification of the Sun Brooch would thoroughly disperse Emlyn White's psychological cue. Price? Emlyn thought about it for a moment, but he couldn't think of anything that would interest a secret existence like the Fool. Seeing this, Klein took the initiative to say, "I'm very interested in some of your sanguine history. You can use that in exchange." "The sanguine's history?" After a moment's thought, Emlyn agreed. "You can think about what you would like to describe first." Before that, you need to choose a code name from them." Klein conjured the unselected Major Arcana tarot cards on the surface of the long bronze table. Emlyn White scrutinized the cards with interest and said, "The moon." "I choose the moon card." Chapter 469 Vampire Queen. Chapter 469 Vampire Queen. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Above the gray fog, inside the palace that looked like a giant's residence. The moon. Emlyn thought hard about what part of the sanguine's history that he should tell the Fool. He and the ancestor are old friends, so he must know what happened before the cataclysm, so I don't need to repeat it. In the fourth and fifth epoch, the glory of the Sanguine wasn't rare, and there was a lot of history to talk about, but there was only one most important point. Emlyn quickly came up with an idea. From what he knew, the Fool was likely an ancient god before the cataclysm. Due to certain reasons, he didn't perish and had slept till today, gradually in the process of recovering. This explained why no such secret existence had appeared in the Sanguine records, that had a history spanning millennia, until his honorific name suddenly spread. After some deliberation, Emlyn straightened his back and said, after the cataclysm, the Sanguine left the center of the historical stage of the northern and southern continents and became nobles of different empires and dynasties as individuals instead of as a race. They either governed a territory or guarded a castle in a key area. This continued until our queen, Blood Moon Queen, Oernia, who led us out of the era of darkness, became the wife of the Trunsoist dynasty's Night Emperor. She gathered all of the Sanguine together and the Sanguine became important supporters of the dynasty. At that time, Loans Augustus and Faceless Einhorn had to politely address our queen as Her Majesty. In that era, Queen Oernia was the symbol of beauty. If there was a magic mirror that could answer questions, then the answer to who is the most beautiful of them all would be her. The more Emlyn spoke, the prouder he became. He went from being reserved and serious to becoming extremely talkative. A magic mirror that can answer questions, isn't that a Rhodes? I wonder if there are any members of the machinery hive mind who were so bored out of their minds to ask the question, mirror, mirror, on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? I wonder how a Rhodes will answer. Klein sat in the same posture, smiling as his thoughts wandered. After droning on and on, Emlyn's expression turned serious. All of this shattered in the War of the Four Emperors. The Night Emperor perished, along with the Queen. The Sanguine suffered a terrible blow, and while trying to reap the final fruits of victory, the four noble families Augustus, Einhorn, Sauron, and Castilla split the empire, destroying the royal family which was lacking in high-level beings. The Sanguine had no choice but to retreat to an uninhabited mountain to hide in the shadows so as to maintain the continuation of our race. Just as I expected. The seven gods were already the seven gods during the War of the Four Emperors. Klein thought of the statue of the six gods in the Tudor ruins. Fortunately, the seven gods were fractured back then and the four countries attacked each other. After paying a certain price, we finally escaped the disaster. At this moment, Emlyn was in a rare state of being roused. He looked at Klein and said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, do you have the time to listen to my description of Blood Moon Queen's deeds and the glory the Sanguine used to have? That will be a heavy tome formed by pages of glorious expositions. I can repeat everything in them. It looks like you can continue on indefinitely. I used to think that you were a vampire who liked puppets and didn't know much history. I didn't expect you to be so professional and academic. No wonder you always believed the Sanguine to be noble and are proud of it. This kind of guy who doesn't like going out really will delve into deep research into a topic he's interested in. Furthermore, vampires have a sufficiently long lifespan." Klein hesitated, prepared to decline Emlyn's offer in a euphemistic manner. Although he had no lack of interest in the history, time didn't allow him to listen to them all. "It's enough." Klein smiled and said, "I like a fair and equal exchange, so I won't let you say anything without reaping rewards. In the future, when you have the chance, you can use your relevant history to trade for what you want from me." "All right." Emlyn felt lost for a moment. This was the first time he had the opportunity to tell someone else about the glory of the Sanguine. Normally, in order to hide his identity, he wouldn't be able to show off to the humans. As for the members of the Sanguine, all of them knew what needed to be known, and he wasn't in charge of educating the newborns. Klein didn't say anything else and resumed his supercilious attitude. "All right, you can go back now." A dark red light immediately lit up in front of Emlyn White's eyes, quickly devouring him. After a short period of dizziness, he found that he was still sitting in the rental carriage. Soon after, he saw an illusory goatskin parchment and gained the knowledge of how to request help from the Fool via a secret deed ritual. "When I'm free in the afternoon, I'll immediately hold the ritual at home and ask Mr. Fool to dispel my psychological cue." Emlyn was suddenly excited. He waited until the carriage arrived at the Harvest Church before calming down and paying for the ride. After entering the cathedral, he was relieved to see that Bishop Utravsky was there preaching to the few believers of the church. He no longer felt as vexed as he usually felt and felt rather relaxed. In this state, he suddenly thought of something. Father Utravsky has never seemed to stop me from finding a way to dispel the psychological cues. What exactly is on his mind? East Borough, in a greasy coffee shop. Klein, who arrived at the scheduled time, was enjoying wheat bread with fresh pea lamb stew while he listened to old Kohler's report of the information he had gathered over the past week. It was a pity that there was no valuable information inside. When old Kohler was done, Klein thought for a moment, then he pulled out £2 worth of bills and pushed them over. "You already paid me just now." Old Kohler jumped in shock and waved his hands in front of him. Klein chuckled and said, "Within this week, I'll be heading south for a holiday. After a year of hard work, it's time to rest for a while. I might take 2 to 3 weeks before I return, so I'll pay you in advance." "Haha, don't forget to help me gather information." Okay. Old Kohler accepted the notes with a mixture of joy and gratitude. At this moment, he had already thought of how to spend the new year. He planned to buy the cured ham he had been reluctant to buy and match it with his bread. "I really can't stand the wait. Thank you, Detective Moriarty." He swallowed his saliva without realizing it. Klein picked up his hat, hesitated for a moment, and said, "You should have noticed that East Borough has been a bit chaotic recently. Don't take risks just to find out more information. If you notice anything wrong, immediately hide and avoid getting yourself involved." He was rather worried about the matter surrounding Prince Edisak, so he wanted to give old Kohler a reminder. "I understand." Old Kohler patted his chest and said, "I'm very timid. I won't take the risk." "Very good," Klein praised. Then he remembered the laundry maid, Liv, and her 2 daughters, Freja and Daisy, who loved to read, and wanted to change their fates before he said, whilst in thought, "Watch out for Liv's family. Don't let them be bullied. If there are any outbreaks in East Borough, take them to a safe place." "Outbreaks? You mean the workers' resistance?" Old Kohler asked, puzzled. "More or less," Klein answered vaguely. This was the limit of what he could reveal, otherwise, it would be very easy for him to be suspected by others or the sealed artifact itself. In a room with large and small dolls, Emlyn White came home at noon and sat in his chair, enjoying the gloom created by the curtains. He looked around and clenched his fists. "I'll cheer for myself." With that, he rummaged for materials with spirituality and began to write the honorific name of the fool, as well as the corresponding symbols and magic labels. After some hustling and bustling, he tried the secret deed ritual. His spirituality gradually dissipated, as if he had arrived at an immeasurably high place. Vaguely, he saw countless shadows of ineffable shapes, 7 colors of light that seemed to contain immense knowledge, and the grayish-white fog that stood above everything. Above the boundless gray fog, there was an ancient palace that was impossible to see clearly. Seated inside the palace was a person shrouded in gray fog. Then, Emlyn saw a figure of golden majesty and holiness, as well as black wings that blotted out the sky behind it. He didn't even have time to count the number of pairs of mysterious wings before he felt himself quickly floating upwards, making contact with that golden figure. "Ah!" He screamed miserably as he held his head and rolled on the ground, emitting green smoke from his body. It took a while for Emlyn to calm down, and then he heard the deep voice of the fool echo in his ears. "Your psychological cue has been lifted. Is this what it feels like to dispel a psychological cue? It's really painful." Emlyn sat on the floor, panting, his neatly combed hair falling in disarray. Atop the gray fog, Klein thoughtfully nodded and said to himself, "Indeed, the sun brooch's purifying and dispelling effects can also harm vampires." He had calculated in advance that the sunlight needed to remove the weakened psychological cue wouldn't severely damage Emlyn, so he couldn't be bothered switching to a more complicated approach. And now, the result was indeed consistent with his expectations. After taking care of this matter, Klein took off the topaz pendant on his left wrist and planned to perform a divination. It is suitable to head to the Red Rose Manor this afternoon. After chanting 7 times in his mind, he opened his eyes and saw the spirit pendulum standing still and not spinning. The difficulty of divining something that involves a grade 0 sealed artifact or a corresponding powerhouse is too high. I'm unable to obtain any effective revelations. Klein sighed, knowing the gist of the matter. Then, he started to divine if it would be suitable to head to Red Rose Manor tomorrow afternoon, but he received the same signs of failure as an outcome. It's always said that divination isn't omnipotent, and it has now been proven. I have to decide on my own. I have to take this step, otherwise, there's no way for me to leave the stage unnoticed so as to go behind the scenes. The earlier the better, I can't delay it, otherwise, this matter might become completely impossible to recover from. As his thoughts churned, Klein came to a decision. He immediately returned to the real world, put on his double-breasted frock coat and half-top hat, and he walked out of 15, Minsk Street, heading for Prince Edisak's Red Rose Manor. Chapter 470 Name. Chapter 470 Name. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Outside Red Rose Manor, Klein walked out of the carriage whilst carrying his cane. He closed his eyes and calmed himself as he looked at the red-uniformed soldiers standing guard at the door. Since sealed artifact 0-08 has been making coincidences to stop the woman with the sapphire ring from meeting me, there shouldn't be any exception today. There's no need for me to worry about running into her. As long as I fool Prince Edisak with my acting, everything would be fine. Klein thought quickly and walked towards the entrance of the manor. After being searched and handing in the gun holster and revolver, he followed a male servant's lead and walked across the gray slate road, past a fountain spewing clear spring water, and entered the main house. They arrived at the second floor and arrived outside the room that was supposed to be a solarium according to the layout. During this entire process, Klein had his heart in his mouth, worrying that something unexpected would happen. He was afraid that the situation would develop in the worst possible manner. Knock. 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 After knocking gently on the door, a male servant approached the door and whispered, "Detective Moriarty has arrived." After a full 10 seconds of silence, a heavy voice came from inside the room. "His Highness has invited him in." The door creaked open and warmth spread outwards, with a temperature that was warmer than the hallway. Under the watchful gaze of the 2 tall guards, Klein stepped onto the thick, patterned yellow carpet. He took a few steps forward, skirting the cabinet that separated the inside from the outside, and he saw Prince Edisak sitting by the full-length windows, enjoying the rare winter sun of Backland. The round, impressionable face didn't have the slightest trace of a smile, and this naturally created a solemn and repressed atmosphere. Because of the combination of the elegant fireplace and the metal pipes, the room was warmer than late spring. Prince Edisak wasn't wearing a coat, and his upper body was covered with a white shirt with cuffs which resembled blooming flowers and a pale yellow vest. Seeing this, Klein was actually secretly relieved, because the woman wearing the sapphire ring wasn't accompanying the prince. Thus, he quickly stepped forward and bowed. Edisak held a steaming cup of black tea in his hand and didn't invite Klein to take a seat. He maintained his previous expression and asked in a deep voice, "Any results from your investigation?" "No, my divinations, my spirit channeling, my interviews, my investigations all tell me that Talim died of a heart attack," Klein said with a heavy, painful expression with obvious signs of self-blame. "I'm just too weak in every aspect. Your Highness, you should hire a stronger and more powerful helper." "Why don't you get someone better?" he added silently inwardly. It was only then that Edisak seemed to clearly notice Detective Sherlock Moriarty's face. He felt as if he had aged considerably, as though he had been unable to sleep at ease for a long time. It wasn't an illusion, because Klein had used his faceless powers before he left to adjust the state of his face, making his skin look dry and lusterless. He made his beard appear messy and his eye bags bigger, darker, and more obvious. Edisak was silent for a moment before he put down the white porcelain cup with a golden inlaid rim. "I understand. It's indeed like forcing a square peg in a round hole. I will have someone else follow up on the matter. Prepare an investigation report and don't leave anything out." "All right. Klein inwardly clenched his fist and quickly took out a folded piece of paper from his pocket. "Your Highness, there's no need for you to wait, as I always have the habit of recording things in writing." After instructing the attendants to take the report, Prince Edisac casually flipped through it and put it aside. "Is there anything else you need?" "No, Your Royal Highness, please allow me to take my leave." "Ah, right, I will be heading south for some time. I want to use the warm sunlight there to melt the pain in my heart." Klein sighed in response. "It's a New Year's custom of many in Lone." Prince Edisac nodded slightly and turned to Funkel, the old butler. "Send Detective Moriarty out and get him a carriage. The nearest town to Red Rose Manor is a 15 to 20 minutes walk. I'll have to hire a carriage when I get there." "Yes, Your Highness," the old butler bowed and said politely. Klein didn't let down his guard and quickly took his leave. He followed the old butler all the way to the entrance of the manor and took back his underarm gun holster and his weapon. Less than a minute later, he was seated in a Red Rose Manor carriage. He leaned against the carriage wall and watched the manor turn smaller as the distance grew. Klein relaxed and let out a long breath, letting his hanging heart calm back down to its original position. He knew that he had left the center of the stage. After that, it's time to bid farewell to Backland and head south, a complete curtain call. After that, I'll change my looks and sneak back in secret. He calmly considered his subsequent plans. Suddenly, his spirituality stirred as his spirituality tensed up as he saw the door to the carriage quickly open and then silently close. Before he could respond, he saw a figure quickly outline itself. It was wearing a heavy black dress and had a sapphire ring on its hand. Sapphire ring. Upon seeing this scene, Klein, who was at the juncture of a flight or fight response, narrowed his eyes and sat back down, not daring to act rashly. This was a terrifying person who possessed a Grade 0 sealed artifact or was a demigod of a similar level. It's really true that the more afraid you are of something happening, the higher the chances are of it happening. 0-08 or something else, what happened to the coincidences you create? Klein's spirit and body instantly tensed up as he could only watch helplessly as the figure appeared in front of him. The lady's age was completely different from her dressing style. She looked about 18 or 19, had a round face, slender eyes, and a gentle and refined temperament. Deep down, she was sweet and was an outstandingly gorgeous beauty. Klein was surprised for a moment, before immediately recognizing her as he blurted out. "Trissy. Isn't this the fellow who had gone from being instigator Triss to witch Trissy? How did she go from being wanted to becoming Prince Edisac's woman? How did she, a member of the Demonist sect, end up by Prince Edisac's side? And she even has a Grade 0 sealed artifact or a mystical item of a similar level." When he looked again carefully, he saw that there was something different about Trissy. Her facial features, which weren't outstanding alone, were softer and more delicate, but when placed together, they were stunning. Hearing his surprise, Trissy became happy instead of being alarmed. She revealed a sweet smile and said, "You know me." "I knew you know me. A detective with Beyonder powers definitely pays special attention to the wanted posters. She looks very happy." Klein cautiously asked with doubt and caution, "What do you want?" He clearly remembered that the person before him wasn't a good person. Triss had single-handedly created the tragedy of Alfalfa via instigation, while Trissy had caused the deaths of many innocent civilians in Tingen City. Trissy pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Very simple. Quickly report me to the Nighthawks, the mandated Punishers, or the Machinery Hivemind. Get them to come here and capture me." "Calling the cops on yourself? This transvestite, this woman must be insane." Klein was a bit at a loss. He soon figured out the meaning behind her message. Trissy would rather be locked up behind Cheney's Gate than stay at Red Rose Manor. She's trying her hardest to get out of here. Simply put, she believes that this place is more dangerous and more despair-inducing than being caught by the Nighthawks and mandated Punishers. Klein tried his best to control his expression and asked in a deep voice, "What are you afraid of?" Trissy stood dazed for a second before she widened her eyes and said with her unfocused eyes, "There's someone manipulating my life." There are always coincidences that horrify me after they happen. And I'm becoming less and less like myself. Saying this, the corners of her mouth curled up as she said, "Can you imagine? Being someone who loves those shy and cute maids, can you imagine the pain when I wake up in the morning in the arms of a naked man? I can, that's why it's best to stay away from being an assassin or witch." Klein couldn't help but imagine such a scene, and his heart palpitated for a moment. Trissy continued with a self-deprecating smile, "I thought that by working hard to advance, to become pleasure, that I would be able to free myself from that weird state. Hence, I sought people to help me search for the corresponding beyonder ingredients, but the outcome only turned worse. Sometimes, I forget a lot of things, but they end up really happening. I endured the disgust, seduced Talum, and tried to get him to help me escape. Who knew that I ended up killing him with a curse without me even realizing it? Do you believe that? Haha, they even changed my name. They wanted me to completely abandon my past self. No. Absolutely not. They thought I could only overcome the coincidences for a short period of time and that I would soon get back on track. Humph, it was just an impression I deliberately created for them, so I have managed to meet you, Mr. Detective. Pleasure. Demonis. Ingredients. Klein suddenly remembered that in the Beyonder gathering held by old Mr. Eye of Wisdom, Isengard Stanton, there had been a person who had requested to purchase the main ingredients of the Demonis of Pleasure potion. With him being aware of the formula, he instantly noticed it on the spot, but he had chosen to ignore it. He gradually forgot about the matter with time. So that was Trissy's helper. Was she already by Prince Edisac's side back then? Why do I somehow feel that her present smile looks so miserable but beautiful? A Demonis of Pleasure is sick. Klein took a breath, his thoughts in a jumble. As he was organizing his thoughts, he asked casually, "What did they change your name to?" Trissy furrowed her beautiful brows as she answered with a somewhat blank look in her eyes, "Trissy Cheek." Trissy Cheek. Cheek? Chick. Klein suddenly raised his head, his whole body turning numb once again, as stiff as a marble statue. At this very moment, there was only one page of Roselle's diary that was madly reverberating in his mind. June 5th. I obtained an ancient book. It actually mentions the primordial Demonis name. Her name is Cheek, Chapter 471, Klein's Preparations. Chapter 471, Klein's Preparations. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Cheek? The goosebumps on Klein's skin surfaced uncontrollably as he looked at the beautiful young lady with her misty eyes and furrowed eyebrows. The goosebumps were distinct and were accompanied with cold sweat. At this moment, he felt as if he had returned to Tingen, back to the Blackthorn Security Company, and was about to activate his spirit vision to observe Megos and the baby in her womb. The fear that resulted from his instinct was so clear that it felt like a giant hand tightly gripping onto his heart. He finally understood that the thing interfering with the gray fog and his divinations wasn't a Grade 0 sealed artifact or a mystical item of the same level. There was something even more terrifying hidden within Trissy's body. The symbol of the apocalypse, the primordial Demonis. No, she isn't the primordial Demonis yet. Otherwise, I would have already lost control just by being together with her, turning into a pile of squirming rotten meat. She's in a very strange state. Trissy's brows eased as her eyes regained their focus. As she looked at Klein, who didn't dare to move at all, she gently lifted her right hand, allowing her slender white finger to slowly slide down from the side of her body. With a bit of grievance, seduction, and malice, she laughed and said, "If you can inform the Nighthawks, the mandated punishers, and the machinery hive mind about this matter, and I happen to meet you before they arrest me, I don't mind letting you know what true pleasure is." Klein's gaze subconsciously followed the movement of her fingers, and all sorts of mind-blowing details surfaced in his mind. They aren't considered big, but they are very firm. What am I thinking? What am I looking at? Is this the seductive powers of a Demonis of Pleasure? Ignoring the fact that you were once a man, even if you were a true lady, without having committed many heinous crimes in the past to lessen the psychological rejection I have, I wouldn't dare to. If you were to suddenly awaken as the primordial Demonis, even the fool can't handle that. Klein silently sighed, raised his head, looked at the carriage's wooden roof, and said, "Do you think that I, an ordinary low or mid-sequence beyonder, would have the ability to escape the pursuit of the royal family? I think they've already discovered that something is wrong, and they're about to take action." Trissy felt somewhat smug that Klein didn't dare to look straight at her. She chuckled softly and said, "I'll try to escape and divert the main pursuing force. Although the remaining ones are still very powerful, it's not impossible to deal with them. I believe that you will fight with all your might for the sake of your own life. You have great hope." With that, her figure quickly disappeared, as if someone had wiped it away with a rag. This was different from Sharon, as it wasn't a return to a normal wraith state, but a direct form of invisibility. Bam! The carriage door opened and then closed. The sweet fragrance that remained drilled into his nose, and Klein retracted his gaze, his face sinking. Even now, his arms were still trembling slightly, as if he had contracted some disease. If it wasn't for his rich experience, even though he had faced the son of an evil god in the real world with a belly in between them, he, who knew what the name Trissy Cheek meant, wouldn't have been able to bear the terrifying pressure and would have collapsed on the spot. It was akin to having a rubber band stretched too tightly to the point of tearing. It seems like Trissy still doesn't know what's happening to her body. She also doesn't know the meaning behind the name Cheek. Klein quickly calmed his thoughts, looked out the window, estimated the distance, and counted the time. His spiritual intuition and corresponding experience told him that doing anything in such a situation was better than nothing. Therefore, with the danger of being silenced at hand, he was prepared to try his best to save himself. 3, 2, 1. Klein suddenly opened his eyes and snapped his fingers. At the edge of the road, a small fire ignited on a tree with only withered branches left. The flames quickly soared into the sky. Several matches inside his pocket, that Klein had intentionally divided up, burst into flames, and a crimson color engulfed his black attire. His figure disappeared from the interior of the carriage, and he walked out from the flames by the roadside. Pa! 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 He kept snapping the fingers on his left hand repeatedly, his figure constantly flashing through the sparse, withered forest. He rode the flames and rapidly arrived deep in the forest, which couldn't be seen from the outside. Then, he paused and pulled out the accessory hanging around his neck. He always knew very clearly that there were hidden elements behind this matter. Therefore, for his visit to Red Rose Manor, he abided by the rules of a magician. He had made some preparations beforehand, such as separating his matches and carrying a number of his mystical items on him. Among the mystical items, the biological poison bottle and the sun brooch were involved in the Capum and Wraith incidents. Therefore, out of caution, he left them above the grey fog. As for the all-blackite which was left behind by Nimblewright Master Rosigo, it was difficult to get past the manor guards, hence, it was met with the same treatment. Finally, other than the 3 kinds of bullets, purifying bullets, demon-hunting bullets, and exorcism bullets of purification, he only brought along 2 mystical items. The first was the master key that allowed him to pass through obstacles. The side effects of getting lost could be offset by dowsing. Furthermore, it looked like an ordinary key, so it wasn't easily discovered. The other item was a key element of Klein's preparations, Azek's copper whistle. Simply put, when he faced a danger he couldn't handle himself, he could ask for the help of a powerhouse. After that encounter, whether I recognize Trissy or not, I am definitely on a kill list. There's a high chance that I've been targeted by 0-08. There won't be any negative effects getting Mr. Azek's help. Well, that's if 0-08 has been behind all the coincidences. Klein raised the cold ancient copper whistle and put it in his mouth, blowing on it. Without a sound, he activated his spirit vision and saw the white bones that gushed out from the ground like a fountain. He saw the nearly 4-meter-tall giant messenger taking form. It lowered its head and looked at him with his eye sockets burning with black flames. That huge body gave Klein a sense of security. He took out the pen and paper he carried with him and wrote a word, "Help." Next, he folded the paper and stuffed it into the messenger's hanging palm. After the messenger had disappeared, he put away the copper whistle, deliberately put on a prayer posture, and quickly chanted the honorific name of the fool. "Honorable Mr. Fool, my investigations have borne fruit." The woman Prince Edisac fell in love with is witch Trissy from the Demoness sect. She has already advanced to Demoness of Pleasure, and the upper echelons have changed her name to Trissy Cheek. After quickly making the report, Klein didn't bother to hide his identity and immediately took 4 steps counterclockwise to head above the grey fog. Then, he retrieved the scenes of him praying, and he threw it into the crimson star symbolizing misjustice. He tried his best to feign a mocking tone and added in a supercilious manner that was congruent with the style of the fool, "Cheek, hee, that's the true name of the primordial Demoness." After doing all this, Klein immediately returned to the real world, ready to run for his life. He had only taken a few steps when his eyes suddenly lit up. He subconsciously raised his head and saw several meteors burning with raging flames falling from the sky, tearing through the sky and enveloping the entire forest. At that moment, the scarlet light shone into Klein's eyes, giving him an indomitable feeling. He had never expected that the person he was up against would send meteorites from the sky to silence him. On a yellowing notebook, a seemingly ordinary quill wrote, "For unknown, inexplicable reasons, the Dalisk meteor shower arrived at the planet 2 days early. A portion of them just happened to land in the forest where Detective Sherlock Moriarty was hiding. Yes, just happened. Tuesday afternoon, in Audrey's study." The teenage girl, who was about to reach adulthood, was listening intently as Mrs. Escalante explained the connection between the intersection of spectator and telepathist powers with mysticism psychology. Beside her feet, Susie was sitting there attentively. Suddenly, she saw the endless grey fog and a blurry figure in a prayer position in what appeared to be a forest. Soon after, the words reached her ears. "Prince Edisac. The Demoness sect. Witch Trissy. Demoness of Pleasure. Trissy Cheek." Audrey automatically filtered out the irrelevant details and noticed the most important words. So that's the reason. The person Edisac fell in love with is a demoness. Furthermore, many of the demonesses are transformed men. Why do I feel like laughing? Is this why he will bring danger to Backlund? Well, I have to warn Father. But what method or excuse should I use? Audrey tried her hardest to control her expression and gaze, but her mind wandered. At this moment, she saw Mr. Fool leisurely sitting at the end of the long bronze table. She heard him say in a gentle tone with a hint of ridicule in his voice, "Cheek, hee, that's the true name of the primordial Demoness." The true name of the primordial Demoness. The primordial Demoness. As her mind buzzed, Audrey's expression instantly collapsed. What's wrong? As an observant telepathist, Escalante immediately noticed that something was wrong with Miss Audrey. Audrey thought for a moment and didn't hide her concern as she said, "Ms. Escalante, I just remembered something bad. I should have told my parents before, but I forgot. It will lead to terrible and serious consequences. For example, the destruction of Backlund, how few of the millions of people who live here, regardless of them being nobles, the middle class, or the poor, will survive." Audrey pursed her lips. Her concern couldn't be hidden in her sparkling, emerald-like eyes. Escalante frowned and said, "Will it be too late to do it now?" "It's better than not doing so. Ms. Escalante, please wait for me." "No, you should leave first." Audrey entered her spectator state and calmly made her decision. Then she got up and left the study and went into the hallway. Father has gone to the House of Lords. Only Mother is at home. But what should I say? Audrey frowned slightly. She didn't slow down, nor did she increase her pace. Next to her were her personal maid and her huge dog, Susie. Gradually, she had an idea. When she arrived at the living room where her mother was, she had already made up her mind. Taking a light breath, Audrey felt an unusual sinking sensation on her shoulders. Then, without hesitation, she knocked on the door. Chapter 472, Latent Danger. Chapter 472, Latent Danger. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Lady Caitlin was sitting on a sofa in the activity room, with the deputy butler, butler's assistant, and the attendant of the corresponding services seated opposite her. She was meticulous as she gave instructions on various things to take note of for the dinner banquet that night. This continued until her daughter, Audrey, came to her side. "Mother, I have something to tell you." Audrey swept her gaze across the other people in the room. On the way to the activity room, she had felt a slight tremor, but she didn't discover anything unusual. Lady Caitlin looked around and nodded. "All of you can return later." The activity room turned silent very quickly, and even Susie was signaled by Audrey to leave. "You should stay by my side more often and learn how to handle matters. Although you don't lack such content in your family lessons, it's still profound knowledge on how to effectively combine theory with practice." Lady Caitlin, who looked to be in her early 30s despite being in her 50s, smiled and educated her daughter. "All right, my little angel, what is it?" Audrey tried to produce the elegant smile she'd practiced in etiquette class, but she found herself with a heavy, nervous smile. She pursed her dry lips and directly said, "Mother, I've been hiding something from you and Father." "Oh?" Lady Caitlin tilted her head, waiting for a further explanation. Audrey's words were a little staccato at first, but then they immediately became smooth and fluent. I'm already a Beyonder, the kind of person who possesses miraculous powers by consuming a potion." The blonde Lady Caitlin raised her eyebrows lightly and answered without any hint of surprise, "I know. Both your father and I know about it." "Ha?" Audrey was momentarily at a loss as to how to continue. Lady Caitlin covered her mouth and laughed. "You took so many mystical ingredients from the vault, and you were so naive to think that your father and I didn't notice? By your father's side, in this villa, and in the fief of our family, there's no lack of Beyonders. They may be a result of a simple employment relationship, or they may have been assigned by the Church of the Goddess, or they may have been members of the Hall family. His Majesty has tacitly agreed to such matters, and we have also tacitly consented to your little adventures. Sigh, you will eventually grow up and mature. Your father and I will never be able to protect you under our wings forever. You will have to face certain matters alone, so having additional powers to aid you as a trump card is good too. Yes, according to the general knowledge that I'm aware of, the initial stages shouldn't be that dangerous, and advancing will require 1 to 2 years, or maybe even 3 years. So, your father and I aren't too anxious, and we intended to wait until you become an adult to give you a word of warning so that you can stop at your present state. No, Mother, your general knowledge is wrong. You don't know the acting method. If I have all the ingredients, then I can become a Sequence 7 psychiatrist before the new year. Moreover, I do not wish to stop. The death of Duke Negan has made me understand that the world isn't as stable and peaceful as I thought it was. I want to have the power to protect all of you at critical moments. Mr. Fool is gradually recovering, and evil gods are making repeated attempts to descend. Although I'm still immature and lack the necessary knowledge, I can sense the hidden, indescribable dangers from these matters. Audrey had always known that she couldn't avoid the problem of taking Beyonder ingredients from the vault, but she thought that perhaps by chance, her parents weren't aware of the specific effects of those items. At most, they would suspect that she was getting deeper and deeper into her mysticism enthusiast circle. After releasing the burden in her heart, she paid no notice to her mother's exhortation and said, "Mother, I later joined a secret organization, one that's more academic and doesn't worship evil gods. Please forgive me for not being able to say its name and details, but I've already made an oath." Without waiting for her mother to ask, she cut to the chase. "I received word today that the commoner girl who Prince Edisac has fallen in love with is a demoness. I don't know what kind of plot they are plotting." The first 2 sentences of hers didn't contain any absolute connection. The former referred to the psychology alchemists, while the source of the latter was the Tarot Club, which was Mr. Fool. Through this arrangement of sentences, every word she said was true, one that could be confirmed through divination. However, it would make people believe that her news came from the secret organization known as the Psychology Alchemists. The smile on Caitlin's face gradually disappeared as she solemnly asked, "Demoness?" She didn't know much about the mysterious world, but the very word was enough to make her sense the evil and become uneasy. Audrey quickly nodded. Yes, a demoness of pleasure. And what scares me even more is that her name is Trissy Cheek. What's wrong with that? Her mother asked, puzzled. A member of that organization has seen the name Cheek in an ancient book, Audrey said, the lie that she had already planned for. Whether it was her tone, her words, the details of her expression, or her body language, they were all flawless. In the 4th epoch or earlier, it's a name that belonged to the primordial demoness. Immediately after, she gravely added, that's an evil goddess. Lady Caitlin didn't understand what the primordial demoness meant, but she knew exactly what an evil goddess meant. She couldn't sit still any longer and quickly replied with a question, are you sure? I'm not sure. Audrey didn't doubt Mr. Fool at all, but she couldn't say so openly. No matter what, I think it's necessary to seek the royal family, get the Beyonders of the Church of the Goddess to confirm the matter. If it involves an evil goddess, it's always the right decision to be cautious. Caitlin looked up at her daughter in surprise. Audrey, you've grown up. If it weren't for the urgency of the matter, Audrey would have pretended to be reserved upon hearing such praise. She would first modestly wheedle, then return to her room in glee. She might even twirl into a dance. But now, she couldn't care about that at all. She quickly let her worry and nervousness surface on her expression. Mother, can you help me hide the truth? I heard that the Beyonders of the Church and the royal family abhor secret organizations that aren't a part of them. Well, you can say that it was news which Father received. He should have plenty of channels for information. Caitlin stood up and gave her daughter a hug. Don't worry, neither your father nor I will involve you in this. Your father won't be back until evening. I'll first let the hidden guards appear, pretend that he sent a message, then I'll get the Church of the Goddess to send Beyonders to protect our family. All right. Audrey replied happily. At that moment, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was exhausted from maintaining her prolonged high level of tension. Looking at the few burning meteors crashing down at a high speed and enveloping the whole forest, Klein actually had the thought of waiting helplessly for his doom and despair. Even if he continuously used flaming jump, it would be impossible for him to escape the forest and the dangerous epicenter before the meteor shower landed. Moreover, the weak body of a Beyonder from the seer pathway didn't allow the possibility of him withstanding a head-on meteor strike. Even a zombie that wouldn't be wounded by a revolver would immediately be turned into minced meat under such an attack. Moreover, it would become charred black. Flaming jump. The yellow-white light shone into the depths of his eyes, quickly giving Klein, who had not given up, an idea. In a situation that was depicted in seconds, he didn't hesitate. He did whatever that came to his mind. Pa! After silently calculating the distance, Klein snapped his fingers and ignited all the remaining matches in the matchbox. A streak of crimson-red light soared into the sky, quickly enveloping his figure within it. Klein disappeared without a sound, appearing in the flames above the meteor. Whoosh! The meteor rapidly descended. The moment he leaped out of the flames, he was away from the meteor's vicinity, entering a region of air with frighteningly high temperatures. At the moment when he used his Beyonder powers to jump, Klein was immune to ordinary flames even if the temperature was rather high. However, upon exiting that state, he had to do his best to avoid the flames via flame controlling. Otherwise, he would suffer burn wounds and even burn to death. In addition, the hot air wasn't within his jump range. Pa! Klein snapped his fingers again, causing the air at a critical point to ignite. He phased into another flame, trying to avoid the first blast upon the meteorite's impact. However, no matter how many times he tried and how many risks he took, he still couldn't escape the danger. There were only two choices: to jump to a point away from the forest and suffer the meteorite's resulting blast, or to jump around like an acrobatic, waiting for the mushroom cloud to swallow him up. For a moment, Klein thought he could see himself being torn apart, scorched black with flames still burning over his body. A thought flashed through his mind, and his vision suddenly changed as all the colors saturated. The reds became redder, the yellows became yellower, and the whites became whiter, just like a strange oil painting. The oil paintings seemed to be different from the real world, allowing Klein to watch as the meteorite slowly crashed to the ground. That patch of the forest was instantly destroyed, and the ground clearly quaked a few times. Plumes of smoke that were mixed with flames rose up, forming a strange mushroom cloud. Such an impact didn't affect Klein, because the blast simply didn't enter the superposed, still oil painting world. Klein was stunned at first, before he saw the human figure next to him. The figure had bronze skin with a medium build. He wore a long black suit and a half-top hat. He had a pair of aged brown eyes, soft facial features, and a tiny mole below his right ear. "Mr. Azek!" Klein cried out in joy. He finally knew what scene the revelation from the divination he made a long time ago corresponded to. It corresponded to the present. The sea of blood represented a perilous situation, and being pulled up by Mr. Azek meant being rescued because of him. Just as Klein's words left his mouth, Azek waved his hand, grabbed his arm, and pushed his way through the deep layers of saturated colors. The ordinary-looking quill was no longer writing on its own, and its surface had dimmed a little. The solemn-looking middle-aged man with only one eye grabbed it and quickly wrote as if he was channeling a spirit. It was obvious that Azek Eggers had yet to recover all his memories and strength. While attempting to travel through the spirit world and the astral world, a latent danger appeared as a result of this problem. Hence, he and Sherlock Moriarty found themselves landing near Ince Zangwill and his friend. Chapter 473, Faceless. Chapter 473, Faceless. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Everything around him was like an illusion. The colors were saturated and superposed as they quickly receded. As soon as Klein came to his senses, observed, and experienced this wonderful passage, he felt Mr. Azek's hand, which was holding his hand, tremble slightly. Before he could even react, he felt a strong sense of weightlessness. His body couldn't help but plummet as he even began spinning. The colors of red, yellow, white, and black around him faded rapidly, and Klein fell, hitting the solid ground hard. The impact left his head spinning and his internal organs churning. Mixed into his vision were bits of golden stars as his vision was restored to normal. To his left was a bottomless dark valley that resembled the legendary Devil Abyss. On the right was a gray stone wall that continued to extend upwards, as if supporting the entire region. There was no sun, no clouds, and no fog. Some light came from the luminescent moss growing in different places, and darkness and heaviness were the primary tones of this world. Klein pushed himself up with his left hand and nimbly jumped up. He found that the ground beneath his feet consisted of properly paved stone which could accommodate 2 horse carriages traveling in parallel. It was definitely not naturally formed. One end of the road spiraled down into the dark crevices, while the other led to the top. From time to time, it was possible to see the domed hallways and halls inside the walls. Klein raised his head, but he couldn't see the highest point. His vision was completely blocked by the gray stone wall. Suddenly, he had an epiphany. He and Mr. Azek had fallen underground, into the ruins of an ancient civilization. Is it another area, or are we still near Backland? As soon as Klein thought about it, he heard Mr. Azek say in a low voice, "Leave here first. Head up." Ah. Before Klein could understand the meaning behind his words, he saw a flash of light from the side, instantly forming an illusory door that opened outwards. The door seemed to be made of bronze. It wasn't real enough, but it was unusually heavy. On the surface, there were countless strange patterns and indistinct symbols. With a creak, a crack appeared in the door. Pale, bloody arms reached out from the crack, one after another. In addition, there were also greenish-black vines with baby faces and sleek tentacles with protruded eyes. It's very similar to the effect of Miss Sharon's mystical item. While he was in thought, Klein noticed that the arms, vines, and tentacles were no longer as crazy as before. They had calmed down and stuck to the ground, completely unlike their former appearance of madly pulling a Sequence 6 zombie into the door. Immediately after, the gap between the doors widened, and a human figure emerged from it. The figure wore a pure black clergy robe, and his facial features were clear and distinct like an ancient, classical sculpture. His hair was dark gold in color, his eyes were dark blue, and he had a high-nose bridge. He wore a bonnet which was popular with the elderly, and his sideburns were somewhat gray in contrast to his middle-aged appearance. Looking at the figure's completely lifeless eye, Klein suddenly recalled the name of the person who had just arrived. Ince Zangwill. The former archbishop who had directed the Tingen incident and dealt heavy damage to the Nighthawks team, as well as being the owner of sealed artifact 0-08. Almost at the same time, Klein turned around and, following Mr. Isaac's instructions, fled towards the top of the road. He knew full well that being a Sequence 6, he would only serve to be a burden and distraction in a clash between demigods. In this race for time, false modesty and pretentious words were unnecessary. They would harm both him and his companion. Tap. 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 As there was nothing he could ignite underground, all Klein could do was grit his teeth and run as fast as he could. While running, he heard Isaac's calm, gentle voice. "Run all the way out of here. Don't worry about me. I've recalled a lot of things, and I know that I once remained in a particular sequence for a very long period of time. That sequence's name is Undying." Tap. 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 Klein circled around the cliff and entered a dark domed corridor. The walls on both sides were engraved with mottled murals. At that moment, he heard a dignified and hoarse voice reverberate from where he previously was. "Teleportation is prohibited here." A figure had arrived beside Ince Zangwill without anyone noticing. He was floating in midair in defiance with the laws of physics. He wore a gorgeous gold mask. And Ince Zangwill didn't attack immediately. Instead, he glanced at the bend where Klein's figure had disappeared. Sequence 4 Nightwatcher of the Church of the Evernight Goddess's pathway could grant a certain amount of bad luck to others, but Ince Zangwill, who had just silently blessed Klein, realized that things like Klein slipping and falling into the ravine didn't happen. Not only that, Ince Zangwill seemed to be hallucinating as well, as he saw a thin, grayish-white fog. Without having the luxury of time to think, he withdrew his gaze and cast it back to Isaac Eggers. Tap. 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 Running at full speed, Klein suddenly stopped in his tracks. His spiritual intuition told him that there were people ahead of him beyonders. They were most likely the guards here. After contemplating for a bit, he reached out with his left hand and wiped his face. At the same time, crisp sounds emitted from his body as his body grew 7 to 8 centimeters taller. By the time his left palm left his face, he had turned into a single-eyed middle-aged man with dark golden hair and a high nose in Zangwill. Recalling the other party's demeanor, Klein used an illusion to change his clothes before quickly walking around the corner and entering a large hall. There were 4 guards in dark black armor, their gazes keen. Klein's face was calm as he walked over. He deliberately spoke in a hoarse voice and sternly said, "Someone has sneaked in here. I'm looking for him. Did you discover any clues?" The leader of the guards first examined him before lowering his head and saying, "Mr. Zangwill, nothing happened here." "Okay." Klein nodded slightly, walked past them, and left the hall. During this entire process, although he remained highly nervous with his back drenched in sweat, he appeared to be calm and reserved. He looked no different from Ince Zangwill, be it his appearance or his aura. Relying on his faceless powers and his running speed, he quickly passed through 3 checkpoints and arrived at the end of the building. There was an illusionary door formed by pure ghostly blue light. Apart from that, it was completely sealed shut. Although he was worried about the demigod battle between Mr. Isaac and Ince Zangwill, Klein remained hidden in the shadows outside the room. He patiently spied for a while and found that someone had passed through the ghostly blue light while another person had used it to leave. He noticed that those who left had to show something that looked like a badge before they could get permission from the 4 guards to enter the door of light. "I don't have time to wait for the next person with a badge. I can only take the risk. The battle over there could end at any moment. Even if doesn't, the search order will be sent over here quickly." Klein quickly made his decision, once again walking into the room with the likeness of Ince Zangwill. Something has happened outside. He had no confidence in mimicking the former archbishop's voice, so he could only express himself with deliberate hoarseness as an indication that he had experienced an intense battle. The guards who were left confused by the news didn't react until Klein approached them. They reached out their hands to stop him. "Mr. Zangwill, where is your pass? Don't waste any more time." As he spoke, Klein pulled a badge from his pocket and thrust it into the man's hand. This calm performance made the rest of the guards relax. The moment the guard who had received the pass looked down, Klein suddenly lunged forward. Just as he landed on the ground, he quickly did another roll and went straight through the ghostly blue door. Only then did the guard realize that the badge in his palm had rapidly faded, turning into a piece of paper. On the top left of the piece of paper, there was a rather commonly seen blessing recently: "Happy New Year." The abyss-like crevice was filled with an illusory, pitch-black liquid. Moreover, the surface of the water was still bubbling without stopping, and many pale-skinned arms were wildly extending outwards. Zangwill had a general idea of Azic's standards, and he was neither surprised nor afraid, for he had a demigod to help him at the moment. What worried him the most was another problem. 0-08, which was forcefully developing the story, could backfire on him at any moment. At that moment, he swept his gaze past the corner of his eye and was shocked to find that the quill, 0-08, had left his pocket without him realizing it. It was floating in front of the gray rock wall, fervently writing lines of words. In a fierce battle, there would always be a variety of accidents, such as Zangwill's belt snapping and having his pants drop. The ghostly blue light filled Klein's eyes, constructing a passageway that overlapped with layers of light between the deep darkness and the roaming invisible creatures. Klein didn't bother to observe his surroundings as he scrambled to the end of the passage. He stood up, straightened his clothes, restored Zangwill's stern expression, and stepped into the rippling screen of light. After a moment of being mentally adrift, he found himself in another room, which was also occupied by quite a few guards. "Something went wrong underground, keep an eye out. Do not allow anyone entry," Klein calmly instructed, walking towards the door at an unhurried pace. "Yes, Mr. Zangwill," the guards replied respectfully. At this moment, the guard from before passed through the ghostly blue light and shouted loudly, "There's a problem with that Zangwill from before." Everyone turned to look at the door, but Klein was nowhere to be seen. Tap. 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 The guards immediately split up into several groups to search in every direction for their target and notify their companions. The scene momentarily turned rather chaotic. One of them had just rounded the corner when he saw Zangwill's back. Subconsciously, he pulled out his sword that coruscated with lightning and performed a forward cleave. Oof! The figure floated away weightlessly and became a splintered paper figurine. At the same time, two loud bangs could be heard. Pale golden bullets passed through the visor that wasn't pulled down and accurately hit the guard's head. Before he could even cry out, the guard collapsed to the ground with a thud, convulsing. Klein stepped out of the shadows in the corner and expressionlessly slipped the revolver back into his underarm holster. After burning the paper figurine, he quickly dragged the guard to an empty room and changed into black armor, switching his appearance to the fallen guard. Then, he picked up the lightning sword and left the room, closing the wooden door behind him and running forward in a panic. He was going to notify every guard along the way that there was a problem with Zangwill. Chapter 474 Edisac's Story. Chapter 474 Edisac's Story. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Inside the solarium of Red Rose Manor, Edisac Augustus stood by the full-length window, looking at the indifferent Trissy with a gloomy face, and he said in a voice that was like a volcano about to erupt, "Why did you run away again?" Trissy looked past him and beyond the window, chuckled, and answered with a question, "Did you see the meteor shower? Did you feel the trembling of the earth?" Behind her, porcelain and other items in the cabinet had fallen onto the thick, soft carpet. The old butler, Funkel, was standing beside her. "It's not too rare for that to happen," Edisac replied in a low voice. Trissy raised her eyebrows slightly. "You are very dull. Then let me be frank with you. I am a demoness." Prince Edisac's expression didn't change at all. He turned to the old butler and said, guard the door and prevent anyone from entering. Yes, Your Highness. Funkel gave Trissy a cold look and walked out of the solarium. When he heard the door close, Edisac exhaled slowly. Trissy cheek, you prefer to be called Trissy. I know you're a demoness. The person who helped you purchase the Beyonder ingredients failed. What you received was provided by me. I don't mind that my princess consort is a witch or a demoness. I've even seen your wanted poster. Trissy was surprised at first, but she then revealed a mocking smile. You sure know a lot. Did you know that I was once a man, and that my real name is Triss? What? Edisac's eyes widened, and he tilted his head a little, as though he couldn't believe what he had heard. Upon seeing this, Trissy couldn't help but laugh. She laughed so hard that she frantically bent back and forth like a lunatic. Ha, you didn't make a mistake. I was once a man. I used to be like you, and the thing down there was longer and thicker than yours. However, the witch potion had forcefully changed my gender. Are you disgusted? Does it give you goosebumps? She vented the words she had been repressing all this time before taking 2 steps forward. Edisac instinctively retreated, his Adam's apple moving involuntarily. No, it's not like that. You're a real woman. There's no problem. I can definitely confirm that. He mumbled to himself, then he raised his voice and said, From the moment I met you, you were a real woman. I don't want to know what you were like in the past. I can pretend that nothing like this happened. What I like, what I love is the present you. Stunned, Trissy raised her hand to wipe away her tears of laughter. You're a really pathetic man. Do you still not understand? Our meeting wasn't a coincidence. Even your interest. She paused in disgust and continued, Even your interest in me was a result of someone else's arrangement. Don't you think that everything happened too quickly? I believe in love at first sight, but I don't believe that it possesses such powerful bewitchment properties. You act like the main character in a third-rate romance novel, becoming obsessed with love from just one meeting. You fell in love with a stranger, forgetting the type of person you once liked. That's crazy. Prince Edisac's eyes went blank as his eyes turned agape, but he didn't speak. His body suddenly swayed, as if he had finally awoken from a long dream. Why, you are indeed my type. But my reaction, it's really too exaggerated. The corners of Trissy's mouth curled up, and she turned her head to the side to let out a sneer. What a pathetic man, to have what you like being arranged by someone else. It's like you're a puppet on strings. Don't you understand? You're a person that can be sacrificed, and I, as well as being a hostage for the cooperation between the royal family and the demonist sect, am also a necessary disguise for this deception. I possess an important item of the demonist sect, and under your strict supervision, I can be destroyed at any time and result in the loss of the treasure. This is the sincerity of our cooperation, and once the matter is exposed to the other 3 churches or the military, the development of this matter will be very simple. Prince Edisac secretly kept a demoness due to his lust. After knowing of his heinous sins, he shoots himself in the mouth. Then, all the problems would be covered up. No! Edisac blurted out. Then, with a twisted expression, he asked, why are they cooperating with the demonist sect? How could a hostage who might be abandoned at any moment know? Trissy gave a self-deprecating laugh. That's the whole reason behind why I want to flee. She lowered her head and chuckled in a low voice. Her body trembled slightly from the laughter. After a few seconds, she raised her head once again, curled the corners of her mouth, and said, What do you want to do with me? Strip me down and throw me onto the bed? No, you've probably formed a psychological resistance. Actually, I don't mind giving you some warmth right now. It's not a shameful thing for 2 poor people to comfort each other. Prince Edisac darkened his rotund face and looked at Trissy silently for nearly a minute. Suddenly, he closed his eyes, pointed to another side and said, You can leave. Leave through that door. Trissy raised her eyebrows in astonishment. You're letting me go? Yes. Edisac turned to look out the window and slowly replied, "I'll stop Funkle. As for whether or not you can escape from the other pursuers, that will depend on your own strength and luck." A dazed look flashed in Trissy's eyes a few seconds before she quickly ran towards the hidden door. Before leaving, she couldn't help but look back. "What about you?" Edisac didn't turn his head, but he continued to stare out of the full-length windows as if searching for the shadows of his past. He smiled and said, "Me? Let me live in this beautiful story and welcome its final end, good or bad." Trissy took a breath and, without further ado, went through the secret door. In a quiet room inside St. Samuel Cathedral. One of the 13 archbishops of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, the person in charge of the Backland Diocese, St. Anthony Stevenson, had received an urgent telegram from Earl Hall's residence. This bearded old man with deeply recessed eyes had an extremely clean appearance. Even though he wore a black and red archbishop's robe, he didn't give off a gloomy feeling. However, anyone who faced him would shudder from the bottom of their hearts. It was as if their spirituality was dominated by fear, or as if they were facing an unknown existence lurking deep in the darkness which stared back at them. Trissy Cheek. Primordial Demonis. St. Anthony lightly patted the paper and immediately stood up. The light around him suddenly vanished, as if swallowed up by the gloom of the room. All the worshippers in the cathedral instantly felt the coming of night. Everything quickly returned to normal as St. Anthony appeared in front of the Chinese gate beneath the cathedral. Today, the one leading the team was the spirit guide, Daily Simone. Without waiting for her to ask, Archbishop St. Anthony instructed in a deep voice, "Make preparations. The process shall begin. I'm awakening a sealed artifact." He wanted to use 0 to 17. He wanted to use the terrifying sealed artifact to confirm and deal with the Trissy matter. And this was the only grade 0 sealed artifact stored outside the Holy Cathedral. Only 2 of the church's upper echelons knew that it was in the Backland Diocese. "Yes, Your Grace." Daly was startled for a second, then she immediately responded. While waiting, St. Anthony closed his eyes as a portion of 017's information surfaced in his mind. Number 17. Name XXXXXX. Danger grade 0, extremely dangerous. It's of the highest importance and of the highest confidentiality. It is not to be inquired, disseminated, described, or spied. Security clearance, Pope, team of researchers, and Archbishop of the Backland Diocese. Note, when the Archbishop is transferred out of the Backland Diocese, the corresponding memories have to be wiped out using sealed artifact 1 to 29. Sealed method, the seal is completed through the combination of 1 to 29 and 1 to 80. Description, this isn't an item. This is a living angel. Her appearance is beautiful with black hair and eyes. Looks like a young woman, but her actual age cannot be estimated. She doesn't have the wings recorded in canon. Just from her appearance, she is no different from an ordinary person. She does not have the ability to think and has lost all sentience. Anyone and everything that comes close to her will completely disappear. Through divination and other methods, it can be confirmed that they're still alive but are impossible to locate. Currently, 1825 methods have been attempted, with every one of them failing. 017's range of influence will expand and contract without any pattern. Currently, it has caused more than 70 researchers to vanish. Warning, she cannot be used. Appendix 1, this sealed artifact first appeared in the Pale Era of the 4th Epoch. Exact year, missing. Exact date, missing. Exaction location, missing. Appendix 2, based on the information, she has been awakened 5 times. By passing on the message to search for the Inzanguil imposter, Klein, with the help of divination, overcame the interference of the master key and ran all the way to the exit given to him from the revelation. He knew very well that with a carpet-style search, the corpse in the empty room would soon be discovered, so he had to race against time to get to the exit. A Faceless powers should be matched with a mystical item that can destroy corpses and clean up my tracks. Having gained true knowledge from practice, it didn't take Klein long to cross the checkpoints and patrolling teams before he arrived at the exit where the divination pointed him to. However, what made him even more surprised was that there were no guards here, only a heavy stone door standing there by itself. What's going on? Why is there no one guarding the exit? Was my divination misguided, or are the guards outside? As his thoughts raced, Klein found a corner and took off his armor, restoring his lightweight and agility. Then, he came to the stone door that opened outwards and groped his way to the corner of the left wall. After carefully checking with a gold coin, Klein took out the ancient bronze key. He leaned it against the wall and gently twisted it. Water ripples appeared as they spread out slightly. Klein silently passed through the wall, without taking the door. The first thing he saw was the natural light that fell from the dome, which meant that this place was really an exit. Klein carefully stood motionless as he quickly adapted to the light. He saw neat but mottled gray stones under his feet and thick pillars in front of him. In the middle of the hall, four hooded figures knelt around what appeared to be an altar. Soon after, Klein heard a soft but gentle female voice. "Mr. A, are you ready?" Chapter 475, Lady Despair. Chapter 475, Lady Despair. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Mr. A? Mr. A of the Aurora Order? Klein, who had intended to cling towards the walls and shadows and proceed towards the door, shrank back silently. Zangwill should be working with some faction of the royal family. Those who are able to excavate and hide such a large underground ruin near Backlund must be one of the main powers in the Lone Kingdom. With Zangwill and 0-08 participating in this matter, the Church of the Goddess can be ruled out. Although the people of the Lord of Storms are a bit reckless and male chauvinists, it's unlikely that they will work with the Demonist sect. At least until now, there have been no Beyonders who appear to be of the Sailor pathway. In the same way, the Church of Steam and Machinery aren't likely suspects. Even the Aurora Order is involved? What are they trying to do? Klein leaned his back against the wall and slowed his breathing, thinking and listening to the conversation in the middle of the hall. After a short period of silence, a hoarse voice sounded, "It's done." The answer was so concise that Klein couldn't make out what they were planning. The melodious and pleasant voice from before laughed in a low voice, "You don't seem to trust us very much?" "That's right," Mr. A answered bluntly. "Haha, then I'll be frank and describe our goal and why I'm seeking your cooperation." The gentle female voice didn't sound angry at all. "We've done certain things and left behind clear traces. Before we're discovered by the churches of Evernight, Storm, and Steam, as well as the military, we must do the corresponding cleanup, and this requires your help." "Yes, it seems like you don't really understand what I mean, so let me give you an example. Imagine you performed a heinous crime like murder in a house, so what's the best way of eliminating any evidence and clues? There's no need for that. It's our goal to have others witness such an act," Mr. A said indifferently. "As expected of a member of the Aurora Order. They're all a bunch of lunatics." Klein made a preliminary identification of the speaking man to be Mr. A who had killed the Intis ambassador. "Suppose it were me, not you." The clear, soft female voice had a faint wheezing sound. After a second, Mr. A replied, "Burn that house and bury all the clues there." The clear and gentle female voice had a smiling tone. "That's exactly what we planned. I'm in charge of committing arson, while you can use this opportunity to go with this development to create a passageway or vessel, so as to allow your lord to descend upon this world. And the only price you guys have to pay is to bear all the infamy and gain the most enmity from the military and the three churches. But I don't think you would mind that. As long as we can welcome the return of the Lord, even if we're abhorred by every single force, we won't show any sign of cowardice." Mr. A's tone no longer appeared indifferent and distant. "Arson? The Aurora Order will take this opportunity to complete the ritual for the arrival of the true creator? This is probably the third time. Why did I bump into this again? What a *king bad twist of fate." Klein couldn't help but curse inwardly in Chinese. At this very moment, he was extremely curious and wary against the things that were plotted by this particular royal family faction, Zangwill, and the Demonist sect. It was terrifying enough to even use the descent of the true creator as a scapegoat. Perhaps they've kept some cards up their sleeves and will eventually destroy the Aurora Order's ritual in the end and destroy all the other factions except themselves. Klein calmly thought while feeling tense. It appears like you have no other questions, said the gentle female voice. This place is sufficiently well hidden and can be used for the required setup. You can do your ritual here at ease and won't need to worry that it'll be interrupted before you succeed. As for the things outside, we've already finished our preparations a long time ago. It's just waiting for the ignition of a spark. If you still have doubts, then you can make another round of checks. Just as Mr. A was about to speak, Klein heard a dull thud. It was the sound of the door opening. Who permitted you to enter? Didn't I declare that no one is to approach this area? The gentle female voice suppressed her rage. Lady Despair, there's an emergency. Someone has infiltrated the basement. The higher-ups sent me to arrange for a follow-up and close the corresponding passages. A male voice with a distinct Backlund accent responded very quickly. The so-called Lady Despair maintained her silence for a few seconds, as though she was communicating with an unknown existence to confirm the situation. Finally, she said without changing her tone, "Go back inside. Don't come out again, nor allow anyone out. Wait until further notice." Yes, Lady Despair. The man ran towards the stone door, with a heavy thud sounding in the background. From the place where Klein was hiding, he could clearly see the stone door leading to the back area. He waited for 7 or 8 seconds before a figure of normal height and build appeared. Phew! The man took a deep breath, stretched out his hands, and bared his teeth as he pushed open the heavy stone door with a ferocious expression. In that instant, Klein had completely taken in the man's appearance and characteristics without missing a single detail. This was the beyonder power of a Faceless. That man's skin was reddish-brown, and he was clearly of southern continent descent. His facial features had no special characteristics, making it difficult to remember him. Due to him gritting and baring his teeth, he revealed a portion of his teeth. The third tooth on the upper left of his mouth flickered with a golden light. It was a fake tooth. This. Klein, with the spiritual intuition of a seer, frowned as he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Very quickly, he used his skills to recall the source of his familiarity. The Hanged Man had once requested the Tarot Club members to find a man with reddish-brown skin and a thick Backlund accent who had the third tooth on his left missing. The man's name was Balin, and he was involved in the escape and disappearance of many colonial island slaves. And at this moment, the man in front of Klein was almost identical to the Balin that was described by the Hanged Man. The disappearance of the colonial island slaves. The many tribes of the southern continent vanishing into thin air. Balin's appearance here. Capum, who took a large share of the underground slave trade, was protected by 4 Beyonders suspected to be of the Arbiter pathway. Among them, the strongest was a Sequence 6, and even a Sequence 5. Capum constantly targeted relatively innocent girls in his abductions. The passing of the Grain Act, the improvement of the textile machines all resulted in a large number of people losing their jobs. Many female textile workers silently left East Borough after receiving new jobs, not leaving any clues. The scattered dots instantly formed a line in Klein's mind, pointing directly into the depths of the earth. What are they up to, that they need such a large number of people, as well as so many pure and innocent girls? A ritual? An extremely terrifying ritual that takes a very long period of time while being held in secret? Klein's pupils suddenly contracted. Creak. Bang. The stone door closed and Balin disappeared from his sight. The hall was silent for a few seconds before Mr. A's deep and hoarse voice rang out again. I smell an accident. Let's begin. We need to hurry before it arrives. Lady Despair responded slowly, That's exactly what I was thinking. But I need you to send me to East Borough. East Borough? Klein had a bad premonition. No problem, Mr. A answered with a lack of emotion. Under the hood, a transparent and blurry book appeared in front of him. Accompanied by a distant and indistinct chant, he said, "I came, I saw, I record." The book quickly flipped open and stopped at one of the pages. Soon after, it began to emit a light blue and illusory light. The light enveloped the white-robed Lady Despair, causing her figure to blur at first, then becoming indistinct. In an instant, Lady Despair saw countless indescribable silhouettes. She discovered lustrous brilliances which contained the bright and pure splendor of endless knowledge at the highest point. Her body was being dragged forward by a strange force as she rapidly tore through space. Not long after, she left her original spot and arrived at a secluded, uninhabited, and filthy corner of an alley. She pulled down her veil to cover her face and looked up into the sky. The afternoon sun had once again been obscured by clouds and fog, turning pale and dark. The light yellow fog wasn't particularly thick, and it sank down to every corner of Backland, giving off a slight choking sensation amidst its coldness and moisture. It's a pity that the haze didn't reach the point when it's in its worst and calmest state. The accident that happened to Trissy, the sudden and temporary loss of control over 0-08, the appearance of Azek, the destruction previously caused by Dark Emperor, these had complicated matters, garnering the attention of others. It forced the operation to be brought forward to today. Lady Despair surveyed the area, walked out of the alley, and into the streets. Her steps were slow, as though she were wandering in a sea of fog. Wherever she passed, the fog would unnoticeably thicken. Tinged with an iron-black color, it silently lowered the range of one's visibility. As she left the street, a sallow-faced tramp in an old jacket suddenly coughed violently and fell to the ground. The two poor people close to the tramp retreated in horror, and then they covered their throats with their hands as they gasped for air. It was as if they were suffering from severe lung disease or bronchitis and could no longer breathe. A haze which was a mixture of iron-black and pale yellow colors descended upon East Borough, the dock area, and the smoke-spewing factory district as it continued to spread throughout Backland. Various scenes in the distance were drowned, and even the towering clock tower was only a pale shadow. One by one, workers and poor people felt the discomfort as they fought against the cold, and the disorderly tramps fell one after another in the woman's wake, their lives as fragile as the bubbles formed during laundry. Lady Despair's expression was calm and gentle, as though she were finishing a work of art. Like an ordinary person, she walked among the pedestrians as she chuckled and said in a low voice, "The Lone Kingdom's history will remember this day. The Great Haze of Backland." The dark valley had been completely covered by the black, incorporeal water, but 0-08 didn't stop writing. It fabricated ridiculous and terrifying stories wherever it could land its tip on. The dropping of pants didn't affect Ince Zangwill's performance, because he was wearing a long robe, perhaps having anticipated a similar accident. The imperative mage stunned Azek Eggers in the spot, robbing him of his two most powerful Beyonder powers at the last moment. Truly a great assistant in every meaning of the word. However, the stacked door of the spirit world and the underworld were attracted by Azek's characteristic. It began being stirred by the powers of their battle, causing unpredictable changes. At that moment, an unknown existence was attracted, resulting in him passing by. He took this opportunity to extend his hands into the real world. Oh no! He caught Ince Zangwill. In midair, two bloody arms which were covered in squirming flesh suddenly appeared behind the clergyman robed Ince Zangwill. They caught Ince Zangwill's shoulders, dragging him into the void and into the spirit world. Chapter 476, The Strawman. Chapter 476, The Strawman. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Light suddenly faded from where Ince Zangwill disappeared, staining the area with the richest and deepest darkness. In the darkness, the sounds of melodic chanting could be heard. It was quiet and tranquil, hypnotic even. Even the countless pale arms flailing upwards underneath the pitch-black water seemed to slow down, no longer as frenzied as before, as if they had won redemption for their souls. In such a dark night, a figure walked out. It was none other than Ince Zangwill, who had just been dragged into the spirit world. Compared to before, he had lost the bonnet on his head. The clothes on his left shoulder were tattered, and a piece of flesh had been torn off. Faint yellow pus bubbled out one after another. His eyes were no longer indifferent, but filled with pain, as if he was suffering some unimaginable torment. The 0-08 quill continued writing. Some might feel regret, while others might rejoice. Insangwil had the umbilical cord of the evil god which came from the baby in Migos' womb. It was from the true creator, and through the umbilical cord, he successfully escaped from the restraints of the unknown existence and forcefully returned to the real world, but as a result, he had lost that mystical item. In addition, he would suffer the ire of the evil god's spawn from having failed to descend for a short period of time. This made his strength appear like some kind of commodity in a department store during a change of seasons, with only 55% left. Yes, this number is extremely accurate. In a street in the depths of East Borough, Old Kohler hurried back to his rented apartment, carrying some ham in a paper bag. He looked around warily, afraid that those ravenous wolves around him would pounce on him and steal his New Year's gift. He had seen wolves back when he was still in the countryside, but to his surprise, he was able to experience that familiar feeling in Backland. It's still too expensive. I can only split the cost with someone else and cut it into pieces. This is enough for the New Year holiday. I can eat 2 slices of ham for every meal. 3 slices, no, at least 5 slices of ham. I can cut some of them off and stew them together with the potatoes. I don't even need to add salt. With this in mind, Old Kohler looked at the ham in his arms, seeing the white spots mixed in with the red meat. His throat couldn't help but twitch and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. As he walked, he felt the fog around him grow thicker. The cathedral's clock tower, that was still relatively clear in the distance, was gradually swallowed by a mixture of iron black and pale yellow colors. Even the pedestrians around him were reduced to blurry shadows once they were 10 steps away. Old Kohler suddenly felt like he has been forgotten by the world as he raised his palm to cover his nose. "Why does the fog smell so bad today?" he muttered, and he quickened his pace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Old Kohler felt his face heat up and his forehead start to burn. His chest tightened, his throat felt uncomfortable, and soon he was experiencing difficulty breathing. Have I fallen ill? Damn it, I still want to have a good New Year's, and now I can only send my savings to the clinic or hospital. No, perhaps I'll be fine with some sleep. I'll be fine sleeping with a blanket over me. Old Kohler silently muttered to himself as his head grew hotter and his senses became more and more muddled. Gasp! 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 He heard his own labored breathing, and his hands went limp as the bag of ham fell heavily to the ground. Old Kohler instinctively bent down to pick it up, but he ended up falling to the ground. He held the bag of ham and tried to keep it in his arms. At this moment, he thought there was thick phlegm rushing up his throat, blocking it, so he fought back, making panting sounds. Thud! Old Kohler began to see, through his blurry vision, that a few steps away, someone else had also fallen and was gasping for breath. He was about the same age as him, in his 50s, with white sideburns. Suddenly, he understood that he was about to die. It reminded him of his own wife and children, who, like him, suddenly got infected with the plague and died shortly after. It reminded him of the time when he had been hospitalized. The patients in the same room were still chatting and laughing that night, but they would be sent to the morgue early the next morning. It reminded him of the friends he had known as a tramp, many of which had disappeared over the course of the winter until they were found stiff under a bridge or some spot which was sheltered from the wind. A small number died from suddenly having food. This reminded him of the days when he was still a decent worker, when the neighbors in the neighborhood would suddenly die like this. Some of them died from headaches, some of them died from accidentally falling into molten steel, some of them died from all sorts of painful, bloating ailments. Some of them even collapsed silently in the factories, one batch after another. This reminded him of what he had heard from a drunk in the bar when he was scrounging for information. People like us are like straw on the ground, falling when the wind blows. It's even possible to fall on our own even without the wind. The wind is coming. Old Kohler suddenly had such a thought. He clutched the bag of ham tightly as he groped the pocket of his old jacket for the crumpled cigarette he had always been unwilling to smoke. What he couldn't understand was why his healthy body would suddenly become ill. It wasn't like he had never experienced such a dense fog before. What he couldn't understand was the reason for him suddenly collapsing just as his life was back on track, moving in a direction that was sufficiently nice for him. Furthermore, he had been paid in advance by Detective Moriarty to buy his long-awaited ham for the new year, and he was looking forward to tasting it. Old Kohler fished out that crumpled cigarette, but he no longer had the strength to lift his arms again as they slammed heavily to the ground. He used the last of his strength to shout out the words that had been building up inside of him, but he could only let the frail words linger at his mouth without producing them. He heard his last words. He heard himself ask, "Why?" In an apartment at the edge of East Borough. Liv hung up the last piece of clothing she had washed and waited for it to dry. She looked at the sky outside, somewhat unsure of the time due to the thick fog which had appeared without her realizing it. "Anyway, it's still early, and we've already done the laundry." Liv's expression grew heavy. It wasn't a good thing to finish work too early. This meant that they could rest, but it also meant that they didn't have enough work, which would imply inadequate income. Liv took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at her eldest daughter, Freja, who was wiping her hands and casting her gaze towards the vocabulary notebook in the opposite room. "It's almost New Year's. Most of our clients have left Backland and have gone on vacation elsewhere. We can't go on like this. We have to find new work." As she spoke, she walked towards the door. During this period, the rich will host banquets one after another. They definitely won't have enough servants and might hire temporary kitchen cleaners. I plan on inquiring. "Freja, you stay at home and pick up Daisy when the time comes. We need income, but so do the thieves, bandits, and human traffickers of those prostitutes to welcome the new year." In the East Borough, every woman who didn't work in the factories had to be skilled or aggressive enough in order to survive. Freja answered briskly, "All right." Her mind was already on the desk and vocabulary notebook next door. Liv had just opened the door when she stumbled and fell to the floor. Cough. 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 She broke into a violent coughing fit as her face flushed red, with every joint in her body experiencing an unbearable ache. Freja ran over in panic and squatted beside her. "Mother, what's wrong with you? Mother, what's wrong with you?" "It's nothing." "Cough, I'm fine." Liv began to find it harder to breathe. "No, you're sick. I'll take you to the hospital immediately." Freja tried to help her mother up. "It's too expensive, too expensive." "Cough, let's go to a charity hospital." "A charity hospital, I can wait. It's not a big problem." Liv gasped a response. Freja burst into tears and her vision blurred rapidly. But at that moment, she felt her lungs burn, and her body went limp as she fell to the ground with Liv. "What's the matter with you, Freja?" "Cough." "You're sick too?" Liv shouted anxiously. "There's money, cough, in the closet, cough, in the hole in the wall. You have to be quick. Go to the hospital. Get a good doctor." Freja tried to say something, but not a sound came out from her mouth. Her eyes slanted up to the door beside her. It was their bedroom, their bunk beds. On top of it was her favorite table and her vocabulary notebook. Her body suddenly began to twitch. Liv's coughing stopped. Within the public elementary school at the edge of East Borough, the fog still wasn't thick yet, but many students had already started to cough. The experienced teacher on duty immediately ordered, "Quick, to the cathedral. We need to head for the cathedral next door." Daisy stood up in a panic and ran with the crowd to the cathedral next to the school. Suddenly, her heart palpitated as she felt the horror of losing something important. "Mother!" "Freja!" Daisy turned her head sharply, wanting to rush home against the crowd. However, she was stopped. She was caught by her teachers and forcibly dragged towards the cathedral. Daisy struggled and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Mother! Freja! Mother! Freja!" In East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district, the old or those with latent ailments collapsed in the fog in succession like felled trees, while those who came into contact with them felt as if they had been infected by the plague. They died quickly, and even the able-bodied adults and children also felt slightly unwell. In their eyes, the light yellow and iron-black fog was like the descent of death. On the Tuesday of the last week in 1349, Backlund was shrouded in haze. In the corner of the hall, Klein pressed himself against the stone wall so that he wouldn't be discovered by Mr. A. Soon, he heard muffled groans and could smell the scent of flesh and blood. "Give up your lives for the Lord," Mr. A's voice suddenly sounded. Thud. Thud. The sound of figures collapsing entered Klein's ears, and a strong spirituality fluctuation appeared and constantly reverberated. Mr. A sacrificed his 4 attendants? Just as this thought appeared in Klein's mind, illusory layers of weeping sounds could be heard. Some of them were calling out for their mothers, others coughing violently, and some moaning in pain. As half of an expert at mysticism, Klein seemed to see a series of disgruntled and transparent figures entering the ritual one after another, followed by the years of numbness, despair, pain, and resentment from the dock area, factory district, and East Borough. Has it officially begun? Klein closed his eyes and leaned his back against the wall, his right hand clenching and relaxing. For him, the best thing to do at this moment was to slip out of the hall and flee into the distance while Mr. A was concentrating on the ritual. His right hand loosened and tightened before relaxing many times in a row. 7 or 8 seconds later, Klein opened his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling upwards in an exaggerated manner. He reached out his hand to grab the revolver, turned around abruptly, and dashed out. Dressed in his black double-breasted frock coat, he raised his right hand and aimed at the altar. Chapter 477, The Many Considerations of the Fool. Chapter 477, The Many Considerations of the Fool. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. The first thing Klein saw was the altar, which was surrounded by layers of light, and the tall, thin figure standing in it. The figure took off its hood, revealing a beautiful, devilishly feminine face, with a left chest, shoulders, abdomen, and thighs all covered in squirming, sticky, disgusting flesh and blood. His surroundings were filled with illusory, transparent shadows that brimmed with feelings such as numbness, despair, pain, and depression. Beyond the altar, the 4 figures which were praying had fallen. Their skin was shriveled, and their bones were tightly wrapped, like corpses that had been eroded for many years. At the top of the hall, rays of light pierced through the air, quickly entering the altar through the stone pillars, floor, and air that were filled with symbols and magic labels. As soon as Klein emerged from his hiding place, Mr. A opened his eyes and looked in his direction. His pupils were dyed with blood, and an extreme madness was contained within his cold eyes. If it were any other beyonder, they would have subconsciously looked away, not daring to look him in the eye. But Klein, who had faced the eternal blazing sun and met Blasphemer Amon, wasn't afraid of this. Calmly pulling the trigger, he sent a silver demon-hunting bullet engraved with many patterns flying towards the altar. Witnessing this scene, Mr. A subconsciously wanted to raise his hand, but he stopped in the end. He watched indifferently as the silver bullet drilled into the layer of light surrounding the altar. Silently, the patterned demon-hunting bullet melted and disappeared under the layers of radiance, engulfed in untold resentment and negative emotions. In the end, it completely disintegrated, leaving not a single trace of it behind. Klein's pupils shrank as he shot the rest of the revolver's bullets. The pale golden purifying bullets and the bronze exorcism bullets shot out, piercing through the radiant barrier one after another. However, they disintegrated in the same way and disappeared without creating the slightest ripple. Mr. A laughed hoarsely. "It's no use, puny worm. The ritual has already officially begun, and with your strength, it cannot be broken or interrupted. Even if you're a sequence 5 beyonder. But you're also fortunate. You will live to witness the coming of our Lord, and be integrated into his body." With that, Mr. A ignored Klein and closed his eyes again, as if he was indeed nothing but a puny worm. The shepherd raised his hands in a gesture of open arms and shouted out in ancient Hermes, "The Lord that created everything. The Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadows. The degenerate nature of all living things. Your devout believers pray for your coming. I am willing to offer my body as a vessel to bear the burden of your great will." Amidst the prayers, a light from an unknown source appeared above Mr. A's head, completely enveloping him. The grievances and negative emotions that were gathered around Mr. A surged into his body like a tidal wave. Bang! 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 Klein snapped his fingers repeatedly and used flame controlling, trying his best to attack the altar, but they still couldn't resist being disintegrated against the barrier of light. What can I do? All my other mystical items are above the gray fog. To take them out, I need to hold a ritual, which would waste at least a minute or two, and a body without protection would be very dangerous. What should I do? Klein rationally stopped his attempts and stood there, his mind racing. Furthermore, whether it was the sun brooch, the biological poison bottle, the all-black eye, or the Dark Emperor card that raised his level, none of them seemed capable of breaking through the altar's barrier. Is waiting for Miss Justice's call for reinforcements the only thing I can do? Or do I just watch helplessly as the true creator descends? Klein tensed up, his thoughts rapidly flying through his mind. He quickly considered the corresponding strategies. As he considered each and every item on his body, his palms unconsciously broke out in cold sweat. Suddenly, he thought of something. Without having time to think about the consequences, he reached into his pocket and grabbed something that felt metallic. Tap. 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 Klein took a few steps forward, jerked his arm hard, and threw the object in his palm at the altar. With a flash of bronze, the object entered the barrier of light. It was an ancient, simple key. It was the master key. Within the barrier of light, the brass master key began to decompose and melt. And when its outer shell disappeared, the curse that was hidden within it appeared, connecting to the unknown area where Mr. Door was. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall. Audrey stood by the full-length window and worriedly looked into the distance. She saw that the fog on the horizon was gradually thickening, turning a pale yellow that was dyed iron black as it slowly spread in her location. There's something wrong with that. The huge golden retriever, Susie, sat beside her and also looked at the commonly seen haze. Yes, I hope it can be stopped in time. Audrey didn't know what the fog represented. She silently prayed to the goddess and Mr. Fool that they wouldn't let the primordial demoness descend. Suddenly, she noticed that the branches outside the window were beginning to shake and the glass was slightly rattling. A wind is coming. Audrey felt inexplicably happy. Sherwood Borough, Holy Wind Cathedral. Terrifying storms that were visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared outside of it, and then they surged towards the east in an unimaginable hurricane. Whoosh! The thick, accumulated fog was blown away, and the rich yellow and iron-black colors quickly faded away. Whoosh! Dried branches fell to the ground as dust and dirt rose into the air, following the fog into the distance. Whoosh! Many of the pedestrians had their hats separate from their heads, and their bodies swayed so much that they had to hold onto trees or walls. The sailors in the dock area felt as though they had returned to the port city and were witnessing a typhoon. The smoke in East Borough and the factory district thinned, and the healthy population felt relieved of their slight discomfort. Boom! Boom! Lightning leaped and thunder rumbled. They soon subsided, and a downpour began to cleanse the land. The Church of the Lord of Storms reacted rather quickly this time. It also has to do with us bringing the operation forward and not being fully prepared. Those in the middle class and the tycoons would have shared the same fate in this great smog as the commoners if it wasn't for the respective protection they received. They would all be lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Lady Despair sat on a rental carriage as she leisurely heard the pattering of the rain on the glass windows. Even though her plans had been ruined in a timely manner, the haze from before had caused more than 20,000 deaths according to her calculations. Furthermore, there would be the subsequent spread of the plague. With this, I've pretty much digested most of my potion, but this is just a benefit I received as a matter of convenience. With large numbers of the population being wiped out, all this points to the Aurora Order and to the true creator. No one could guess what the royal family really plans on doing. It's time I leave, along with the true creator. Lady Despair thought while in a good mood. Her whereabouts were kept secretive, and she had taken care of everything beforehand, therefore, she didn't have to worry about being surrounded by Bakland's demigods at all. By the time they found traces of her, she would already be far away from the city. Just as the Lady Despair was about to leave the carriage, her vision blurred and she saw a figure appear before her. The figure sat across her. It was a young woman in a hooded classical robe, with black eyes and hair, and a beautiful but dull face. After throwing out the master key, Klein held Isaac's copper whistle, then he held his breath and waited for the results. If things failed to develop as he imagined, with the altar's barrier remaining intact, he planned on using Isaac's copper whistle to see if he could get any help from the messenger. If that still failed, he would go above the gray fog and use all the items like the Dark Emperor card. He had to attempt every possibility until the very last second. At this very moment, there was no crimson moon, let alone a clear full moon, since it was afternoon. Therefore, Klein didn't have enough confidence in the curse contained within the master key, and he only hoped that the disintegration effects of the altar's barrier would threaten its very existence and cause it to react instinctively, such as communicating with Mr. Door in reverse and transmitting its cry for help to him. In just a second or two, Klein saw the master key disintegrate into the smallest particles of light and an illusory, distorted crimson. The crimson quickly faded as it struggled and then suddenly exploded. In an instant, Klein lost his sense of hearing. He saw the countless figures formed from resentment and indignation all raise their heads and scream. They rapidly transformed, tinged with a blackish green, and grew a second skull, a third eye, or even a fifth leg. They converged into a torrent and surged into Mr. A's body. Mr. A suddenly opened his eyes, shock and disbelief evident amidst his indifferent blood-red eyes. Soon after, the radiant layer of light surrounding the altar warped and collapsed. Boom! A huge explosion spread out from the center of the altar, setting off a terrifying storm. Crack! The four thick stone pillars closest to the blast instantly crumbled, and the distant Klein only had enough time to duck and roll before he was sent flying by the shockwave. Bam! He hit the wall, flattened into a thin sheet of paper. The subsequent wind quickly tore apart that thin piece of paper, scattering it in every direction. Klein himself appeared in the corner, using the walls to withstand the ensuing shockwave. The destruction caused by the master key exceeded his imagination. The curse that had been forcibly melted away really did have an instinctive reaction, as it transmitted Mr. Door's roar, and the voice of this forsaken entity, who was at least at the level of an angel, contaminated the resentment and numbed the despair needed for the ritual. As a result, the altar lost its balance and embarked on a path of self-destruction. The moment the blast calmed down a little, Klein rushed out to confirm the results. The illusionary figure and oppressive feeling in the air had already vanished, leaving behind scattered remnants of the altar. Mr. A had his body leaning forward as he knelt by a collapsed pillar. He was missing an arm, half a face, and a number of organs. His remaining eye was filled with bone-deep hatred. However, his wounds were quickly covered with squirming flesh. After that single glance, Klein didn't hesitate to run. For him, he had achieved the ultimate goal of foiling the true creator's descent. If he didn't leave now, was he, a Sequence 6, going to share a dinner with the shepherd, Mr. A, to welcome the new year? Chapter 478, Grade 0 Sealed Artifact in Operation. Chapter 478, Grade 0 Sealed Artifact in Operation. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Sharp, crystalline ice spear and threw it at her target. Using the force of the recoil, she attempted to break through the back of the carriage and into the street. With regards to this sudden turn of events, she was puzzled at this strange enemy who suddenly appeared. On the contrary, she was very confused and perplexed as to how someone could find her concealed self so quickly. It was no less difficult than destroying a large city, or teleporting directly from Bakland to the southern continent of East Balam. But as a Sequence 4 Demoness of Despair, she had developed herself one step at a time from when she was an assassin. She knew that she couldn't afford to be distracted or spout nonsense at such critical moments. It wasn't too late to think about all these matters later. Therefore, she chose to attack directly and wanted to take the opportunity to leave. She could already imagine how the strange woman with black hair and eyes would be frozen in the layers of sparkling light left in the frosty wake of the ice sphere's trajectory. She would have to struggle to break through the obstruction in order to have the strength to chase after her. By then, she definitely would have escaped from the street and blended into the crowd. However, the scene she was looking forward to didn't appear. As soon as the crystalline ice sphere left her hand, it silently disappeared into thin air. Its whereabouts were completely unknown. Angel. The demoness of despair's eyes narrowed as black flames suddenly surged from her body, spreading ailments in a bid to ignite everything around her and causing a large-scale fire. At that moment, her body trembled in a strange manner, and she froze on the spot. She saw her left hand disappear, 1 centimeter at a time, as it rapidly spread upward in an unstoppable fashion. In her eyes, the beautiful and lifeless eyes of the woman opposite her were dark and serene, as if there was a pure darkness concealed within. "You aren't. You are." The demoness of despair's words came to an abrupt halt. Her entire body was like a sketch that had been quietly erased with an eraser, leaving no trace behind. Her final gaze was filled with fear and despair. The seat she previously occupied was empty, as though she had never sat in it before. The beautiful woman with the lifeless expression pulled the hood of her classical robe, and her lips moved almost imperceptibly as her figure instantly disappeared. On the outskirts of Empress Borough. On a trackless public carriage. Triss was sitting quietly in the corner, wearing a veiled hat. She didn't flee with the help of the river by going straight to the Tussock River, nor did she head for the nearest railroad to catch a train, as everyone thought she would. Her choice was to return to Backland. Only in this city with a population of over 5 million, with all sorts of hidden factions and numerous beyonders, would they be able to help her escape the subsequent pursuit of the demoness sect. At this moment, she felt tense, mentally, constantly wary of the terrifying old butler, Funkel. Suddenly, her head spun. When her vision returned to normal, she found herself having magically left the public carriage and was standing on the muddy road outside. Trissy's pupils contracted rapidly as she looked around cautiously. Then, she saw a black hooded figure in a classical robe, and she noticed the black eyes hidden in the shadows. For some reason, it was as if Trissy had returned to being an infant, so weak to the point that she couldn't put up any resistance at all. Cold sweat dripped from her forehead, and although her legs were trembling violently, she was unable to move. "This is the scariest enemy I've ever faced. Even the high-ranking demoness I previously met didn't give me such a feeling. Am I going to die here? Is this finally going to end after I persisted in escaping despite failing so many times?" A deep sense of despair and uncontrollable sadness filled Trissy's heart, making her feel as if she had plunged into her deepest nightmare. Suddenly, a dim blue light flashed before her eyes, removing her curse of being unable to move. Trissy looked forward again, but there was no longer any traces of that extremely terrifying figure. Everything that happened just now seemed like the most realistic illusion. But when Trissy lowered her head, she was surprised to find that the sapphire ring on her left pinky had somehow shattered, losing all of its brilliance. Crack! 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 The remains of the ring and the gem fell off one after another. Klein dodged and rolled around the collapsed stone pillar and the heavily injured Mr. A, who was in the process of healing, and he ran for the entrance opposite him. As for the characteristic fragments which were slowly gathering from the remains of the master key, he didn't even take a glance at them, afraid that he would give Mr. A enough time to stop him. He was well aware that even if he had all his mystical items and was well prepared, he wouldn't necessarily be a match for the shepherd, not to mention the fact that he was only equipped with Azek's copper whistle and 3 types of Beyonder bullets. He didn't even have a single match left. Even though Mr. A was seriously injured, Klein didn't dare to take the risk. He had heard that the Rose Bishop, the sequence prior to Shepherd, was extremely proficient in flesh magic. Its healing ability was in no way weaker to his ability of transferring his wounds. Creak! He pulled open the heavy door. The natural light outside shone in, and the clouds in the sky were tinged with a thin yellow, and the sun was pale and dim. Klein rushed out and found that he was in the middle of a mountain. He was surrounded by towering mountains that made the area extremely hidden. Tap! Tap. Tap. He frantically ran and wasn't even taking the mountain trail. Instead, with his skills as a clown, he ran down the steep slope, occasionally tumbling and occasionally swinging up with the help of trees. Splash! He heard the crashing of the river. It was up ahead, just below him. But at that moment, a strong gust of wind blew over, sweeping towards his back. Klein made a prompt decision. His knees buckled and he rolled to the side. So. The location where he was originally standing and the direction he was moving in had a deep ravine carved out by the wind blades. Mr. A dropped out of the wind, his body still draped with a cape squirming with fresh blood. He pointed with his finger, and immediately, chunks of flesh flew out and swelled up in midair before suddenly exploding. Boom! Drops of blood and bits of flesh flew in every direction as Klein cartwheeled with his hands, dodging most of it before finding shelter behind a huge tree. The projectiles bored bloody holes through the huge tree. Traces of corrosion began spreading in every direction from the affected area. Back when Klein was running, he had already loaded his revolver. He was about to raise his hand and shoot Mr. A in the eyes when he saw a deep darkness appear within them. All of a sudden, Klein knew that, although the scenery around him hadn't changed at all, he had been forcefully dragged into a dream. He had once killed a nightmare at least. Klein maintained his consciousness and saw Mr. A phased to his side in a manner inconsistent with logic, turning into a blood-red blanket that enveloped him in a manner that couldn't be escaped from. You want to rely on nightmares to scare me to the point of stopping my heart? A thought flashed in Klein's mind and he responded. This was his dream. The lucid him could conjure anything. Thus, a pure and dazzling golden sun appeared. Clear and blazing flames ignited everything in its surroundings in an instant. Klein imagined the scene when he first saw the eternal blazing sun during the dream divination. Almost at the same time, he left the dream and heard a muffled grunt. Mr. A took a step back, 2 streams of blood running from the tip of his nose. The robe formed from flesh and blood began to slowly flow as though it was melting. Pa! Klein snapped his fingers and ignited the trees about 30 or 40 meters away. Beneath his feet, the long withered weeds caught on fire, and the soaring flames enveloped his body. Mr. A's originally unmanly beautiful face suddenly turned even more beautiful and feminine. A crystalline and weightless ice spear materialized in his hand as he threw it towards the burning trees a few dozen meters away. As soon as Klein jumped out of the flames, his pupils reflected the transparent tip of the spear. The tip of the spear became bigger and clearer, filling his eyes. Klein threw himself to the side as his body became covered with a thin layer of frost. The transparent spear then extinguished the flames, allowing the thick layer of ice to quickly spread in every direction. Klein, who was still in midair, suddenly curled up into a ball, turning his body upside down. He stretched out his left hand and lightly pressed on the layer of ice. He once again rose into the air and left the cold world. However, the skin on his palm was frozen at the point of contact. This resulted in him tearing off his skin with a ripping sound. Rolling to his feet, Klein reached into his pocket and pulled out a self-made slumber charm. As he was about to say the incantation, his nose suddenly started to itch and he sneezed. Achoo! 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 His head ached and he kept sneezing, leaving him with no strength to fight back. I fell sick. I became infected by some sort of ailment? The moment Klein realized this, he felt countless threads that were difficult to be seen by the naked eye twirl around him, wrapping him up like a mummy in a certain sense. He wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of experience. He knew that this was the beyonder powers of a demoness of pleasure. Back then, he had relied on the use of charms to cause all parties to fall into a deep slumber. Then, relying on his uniqueness, he escaped the effects of the charm. But now, Mr. A had maintained a distance of about 20 meters. However, Klein was no longer just a clown. The fingers he could still move snapped and made a crisp snapping sound. In an instant, all the spider silk around him was ignited, as if it had turned into a giant torch. Klein had just jumped out of the scarlet flames when he started sneezing again, which was then followed by a fit of violent coughing. This automatically prevented the use of many of his beyonder powers. At this moment, the feminine gentleness of Mr. A's face disappeared, adding a little more dignity to his loftiness. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it lightly. Klein suddenly had an inkling that if he ran, he would only be running in circles. Mr. A, who was wearing a blood-red robe, revealed a cruel smile. An ancient book that was transparent and illusory appeared in front of him. An ethereal, high-pitched voice rang out, "I came, I saw, I record." Achoo! Cough! Cough! Klein wanted to hide, but he was powerless. At that moment, he experienced, in an unprecedented manner, the power of a shepherd. It was truly worthy of being called the most comprehensive, most flawless, and most powerful beyonder sequence under the level of a demigod. Even if he hadn't made any preparations, with many mystical items being unusable, for him to be suppressed to such a state without being able to fight back, it implied that there were many problems. Chapter 479, The Inexplicable Smile. Chapter 479, The Inexplicable Smile. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. The old butler, Funkel, was fleeing across a barren field in the wilderness. He had lost his hat, his neatly combed gray hair hung in an unkempt manner, and the outer layer of his clothes were muddy. Huff! Puff! He paused for a moment, panting as he looked behind him. He felt slightly more at ease when he realized that there was no one around. However, when he turned his head and was about to change direction, he discovered that a figure had appeared in front of him. The figure wore a hooded, classical robe. Its face was dull and expressionless while its black eyes were hidden in the shadows. Funkel's pupils constricted. He opened his mouth and tried to say a word in ancient Hermes, but he was surprised to find his nose disappearing and his voice gone. A look of despair suddenly appeared on his face. Then, like a stain in the void, his entire body was seemingly wiped clean with a cloth, and not a single trace was left behind. Achoo! Achoo! Cough! Cough! In the face of Mr. A's looming attack that spelled certain death, Klein was infected by an illness. His headache and fever made it difficult to use flame controlling or flaming jump. At that moment, he couldn't even produce air bullets. Fear of the unknown took over his mind. The clown's intuition for danger saw himself split into the smallest particles of light, perhaps taking away any chance of him reviving. In an instant, Klein reached into his pocket and took hold of an object. This was his answer to the most dangerous situation he could think of ahead of time. No matter what kind of situation he was suddenly placed in, a magician had to be prepared to a certain extent, so that he wouldn't panic in the middle of a battle. Klein took out Azek's copper whistle, brought it to his mouth, and blew hard over the sneezing and coughing. Without any stirring motions, he saw, through his spirit vision, a geyser of white bones spewing out as they rapidly sketched out the appearance of a huge messenger with black flames burning in its eye sockets. And at that moment, the pages in the book in front of Mr. A stopped flipping, and the distant voice suddenly came to a halt. A misty green brilliance surged out, and the bone messenger, that was almost 4 meters tall, cracked and crumbled into countless specks of pure light. Behind it, the force that had caused Klein to go in circles was the first to crumble. The figure in the black double-breasted frock coat was then enveloped, turning into a statue made of yellow sand which was blown away by the wind. However, the scattered sand were white spots, as if they were shreds of paper that had been torn to the limit. Klein's figure appeared on the other end, genuflecting and coughing uncontrollably. If it wasn't for the skeleton messenger blocking the blow for him, then he wouldn't have been able to suppress his ailments and use paper figurine substitute. And after that ordeal, his illness worsened to the point of him losing almost all forms of resistance. At that moment, Mr. A, who had failed in his fatal blow, suddenly coughed in a way more violent manner than Klein. He fell to the ground in pain, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. Cough! 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 He coughed out a pile of fragmented organs and squirming flesh. Then, with great difficulty, he opened his mouth and attempted to lick them back into his mouth to forcefully consume them. What's going on? Klein was stunned for a moment. But that didn't stop him from resisting a cough. Raising his right hand, and aiming the revolver at Mr. A's head. At this moment, he vaguely understood something. While Mr. A's injuries could be treated with his flesh and blood magic, the impact and backlash on his mind and spirituality couldn't be nullified through this method. Mr. A should have switched to another Beyonder power to slowly heal the damage to his spirit body, but he was driven by hatred. He forcefully suppressed his injuries and chased after Klein. Thus, after continuously using the Beyonder powers that exceeded what his body could bear, his situation worsened and the latent problems flared up. Bang! 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 Klein fired all the bullets in the revolver. Bronze, pale gold, and silver beams of light quickly crossed the short distance between the two of them. Unfortunately, he was unable to control his sneezing and coughing during the process. The bullets didn't all hit Mr. A, with only 2 of them hitting Mr. A, and one of them drilling through his forehead and the other into his torso. Sizzle! A sizzling sound rang out, but Mr. A's head seemed to be boneless. It was just a combination of a pile of rotten flesh. This caused the pale golden-colored bullet to sink deep into his body. It quickly came to a stop and failed to deal lethal damage. All it did was emit a golden radiance of sunshine. Mr. A lifted his neck, and the flesh around the hole in his head writhed wildly. He wasn't dead, not even seriously injured. He was once the tenacious Rose Bishop. Seeing this, Klein made up his mind. He turned around and ran, no longer making any attempts to attack. As for Mr. A, he was panting, and when he lowered his head again, he licked the bits of fragmented flesh and organs he had coughed up. Amidst the wheezing and coughing, Klein ran in random directions, occasionally rolling. Finally, he fled to the edge of a cliff which was over 50 meters away. Beneath the cliff, the slightly turbid Tussock River surged incessantly. It was wide but calm. Klein didn't hesitate and put strength into his legs and jumped. He plummeted, feeling the weightlessness of a free fall. His body tore through the air as he attempted to adjust his posture in midair, transforming into a standard diving motion. Cough! Achoo! His ailment stopped his 3.5 flips midway, and the positioning of his body and palms failed to be in the correct stance. With a splashing sound, he struck the water surface, reducing into a thin piece of white paper. The paper figurine quickly became moist, half sinking and half floating. At the bottom of the river not far away, Klein's figure formed as it shivered a little. His clothes were already soaked, as were the remaining paper and bills in his wallet. After distancing myself from Mr. A, the ailment has abated. Klein thought with a lingering sense of fear. If his coughing and sneezing hadn't subsided at the last minute, he wouldn't have even had the time to use paper figurine substitutes, and he would have suffered internal bleeding and instantly died. Of course, if he died in such a manner, he felt that he had a chance of being resurrected. While kicking his legs to keep himself afloat, Klein created an invisible, hollow tube in his mouth, allowing it to rise out of the water and bring him fresh air. This was the underwater breathing performance of a magician. Klein sucked in with his mouth and blew out through his nose, not letting the turbid gas he breathed out pollute the pipe by directly entering the water. At the same time, he stealthily made his way to the shore, hoping to avoid Mr. A's subsequent pursuit. Unfortunately, this isn't a city. The powers of a Faceless cannot be used effectively. Otherwise, once I break away, Mr. A definitely wouldn't be able to find me. While swimming, Klein instinctively had this thought. This resulted in him thinking of a problem, and that was the wind-controlling Beyonder power Mr. A previously had. Generally speaking, this belongs to the pathway of the Lord of the Storms. For this pathway, apart from the wind, there's also water, which means they're especially effective for underwater activities. Underwater activities. Shepard is so all-round and terrifying. Klein's heart almost stopped beating as the thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly swam upstream, no longer concealing himself. As soon as he emerged from the water and approached the shore, he saw Mr. A's devilishly beautiful face, covered with fish scales and gaping gills. Mr. A, who was floating on the water surface in his bright red robe, had the corners of his mouth curled up. His eyes were filled with true hatred. Fight! I can only fight. I'll try to hold out until the church's reinforcements arrive or for Mr. Isaac to escape his predicament." Without hesitation, Klein, who had gained reprieve from his ailments, raised his right hand, ready to snap his fingers. At this moment, the two of them simultaneously looked at the sky as though it was an instinctive reaction. A beautiful feminine figure was quickly outlined. The figure was hooded and in a dark robe, its eyes looking blankly at Mr. A. Then, Klein saw Mr. A being quickly erased as though he had become a pencil drawing, wiped out rapidly with an eraser, leaving nothing but his look of indignation and despair amidst the blankness and madness etched into his mind that was the only audience present. This? What kind of level is this? What kind of strength is this? The moment Klein thought about it, he saw the figure turn to look at him. It was a beautiful face, but it didn't have the slightest expression. Its black eyes were deep and dark, devoid of spirituality. Just when Klein's heart was beating rapidly, thinking that he would disappear without a trace, without a clue as to whether he could be resurrected, the corners of the woman's mouth slowly lifted into a smile. A smile? Klein was stunned, wondering if he was dreaming. Before he could regain his senses, the figure instantly faded and disappeared from where he was. The sound of water splashing around him echoed in the air. Puzzled, Klein swam to the shore and got out of the water. Looking around, he found that this place was unusually remote. There were no roads or living people. Only the slightly turbid river water continued flowing in an unchanging manner. It ended just like that? Mr. A died just like that? Who was that lady just now? She was so strong that Mr. A didn't even have time to scream. And she smiled at me. Smiled. Maybe it's a she? However, other than figures at the level of the Pope, how could there be angels walking on the ground from the three churches? Furthermore, a figure on the level of Pope obviously wouldn't be in Backland. Klein couldn't believe that he was out of the danger zone. After a moment of contemplation, he finally felt a sense of reality. She should be a powerhouse sent by the churches. She arrived in time and successfully saved me. If I hadn't informed Miss Justice ahead of time, then they might not have taken such timely action. There would have been a high chance of me dying at Mr. A's hands, with the possibility of resurrection being a question. Yes, it also has to do with me persisting on, dragging on the battle all the way until this moment. Not bad at all. With a sigh of relief, Klein began to look for a way out. Exile. The man with the gold mask pointed at Isaac Eggers and threw his figure into the void, a spot no one knew. Then, he turned around to face Nsangwil, who was looking at him with a frown. There's no time, we can't finish him off that quickly. We have to hide this area as quickly as possible. Do you want the church to discover our secret? The man with the gold mask growled angrily. Nsangwil put away his doubts, nodded, turned to 0-08 which had stopped writing, and grabbed it. His figure was faltering somewhat, and by his legs were piled pants that had nearly been ripped apart in the middle of the battle. Inside Red Rose Manor, Prince Edisac sat by the full-length windows with an abnormally vacant look in his eyes. Your Highness, please hurry. A voice sounded beside him. Edisac's eyes turned spirited as he took a breath, picked up the revolver on the table, and pressed it against his temple. Inside it was a bullet that obliterated spirit bodies. He turned his head and looked longingly out at the golf course and the strolling horses. Bang! He pulled the trigger. Chapter 480, Honest Rewards. Chapter 480, Honest Rewards. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. In the hall where the stone pillars had collapsed, a group of nighthawks wearing black windbreakers and silk hats appeared around the altar. The person leading the team was the Archbishop of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, St. Anthony Stevenson. It was disrupted by someone, he muttered without stopping and directly walked to the stone door that led to the interior. Rich darkness surfaced as the stone door silently opened. St. Anthony led some of the nighthawks in as they delved deeper. Along the way, they didn't discover a single guard or anything of value. It was as if this place had been forcefully swept clean. Finally, they reached a room in the deepest recesses, but there was nothing there but walls and stone pillars. The blue door of light which was there when Klein left was long gone. The lanterns in the Nighthawk's hands suddenly lost their light, and darkness enveloped the room. When everything returned to normal, they found that the surrounding walls had somehow melted away. However, there were no hidden doors or tunnels behind them. It was either a thick layer of mud and rocks or the corridor they came from. Saint Anthony was silent for more than 10 seconds before saying, "Try divination. Search the vicinity." Achoo! Walking through the pathless cliffs and forest, Klein was saddened to realize that he had apparently really fallen sick. The residual effects of Mr. A's beyonder powers, combined with the fact that he was drenched during winter, gave him the shameful cold. However, he didn't dare to stop to collect dry twigs to light a fire and dry his clothes and money. He was afraid that the beyonders of the church would find him. Even though he had already gained the endorsement of Stanton Isengard from the machinery hive mind and obtained the status of a semi-official, this was a matter involving the primordial demonists' awakening and the true creator's descent, 2 cases of the highest order. Therefore, he was bound to be subjected to rigorous investigations, have tea sessions with the machinery hive mind, mandated punishers, and Nighthawks to recount the whole process actively or passively. There were 2 major pitfalls to this. One was that he knew people inside the Nighthawks, and although Detective Sherlock Moriarty looked quite different from the martyred Klein Moriarty, making it impossible to identify him via photographs, he had zero confidence if things were done face to face. 2. Because of similar pathways, the Church of the Evernight Goddess wasn't very friendly to people and things related to death. Back in the Pale Era, at the end of the 4th epoch, death had fallen under the siege of the 7 gods, and Sherlock Moriarty had summoned a powerful descendant of death at the critical moment. This wasn't a problem that could be explained away easily. That high-level powerhouse was rushing to deal with Ince Zangwill and 0-08, so she didn't have time to bother with a friendly small fry like me. However, I can't be careless as a result. I should flee when it's necessary. Yes, I can write to the machinery hive mind when I have a chance, stating the second reason as to why I have to temporarily leave Backland. This way, I might still have a chance to work with them in the future. Of course, I have to secretly observe to see if the machinery hive mind has any strong enmity towards any descendants of death. I wonder how Mr. Azik is doing. Haha, perhaps Sherlock Moriarty might be dead in the official announcement. He sure lived up to his name and identity. As quickly as possible, Klein tried to find a small town and blend in with the crowd while enduring the alternating fever and cold. Only in human society could the Faceless powers be fully expressed. The woman who was working with Mr. A, she should be a demoness. She went to East Borough. From the looks of the ritual, there must have been a large number of deaths over there. I wonder. With the spiritual intuition of a seer, Klein's heart suddenly felt heavy. At this moment, all the colors in front of his eyes turned saturated, as if they had been sprinkled with oil by a deity. The feeling was over instantly, and Klein found himself far away from where he had been, with the bronze-skinned, soft-featured Azik Eggers appearing next to him. Mr. Azik, are you unhurt? He couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. I am, Azik replied frankly before smiling, but to an undying, this isn't a big problem. Klein calmed down and asked, what happened to Ince Zangwill and 0-08? Ince Zangwill is still alive, and he still wields that Grade 0 sealed artifact, Azik said as he walked. Klein tried hard to follow him as he couldn't help but sigh. What a pity. Don't worry about it, he was severely injured, Azik solemnly said. And most importantly, we know that he was secretly cooperating with the royal family, so we don't have to worry about not being able to find him in the future. This way, you can focus on improving yourself, and I can also try to go to a few places that I've recalled, to awaken more memories. Haha, your luck isn't bad. I've been secretly observing the people from MI9 and the royal family to confirm Ince Zangwill's whereabouts. One of the most important places was Red Rose Manor, so I've always been wandering around the area. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to rush over to save you so quickly. Klein immediately felt a little awkward when this was mentioned. Mr. Azik, aren't you puzzled as to why I didn't die? I often wake up after entering a coffin as well. This is something that I previously recalled, Azek said with a smile, completely unfazed by the matter. And in my incomplete memory, although it's rare in others, it's not without precedent. He often wakes up after entering a coffin. Often? Klein suddenly realized that the problems that he was worried about were nothing in the eyes of a real powerhouse. As expected of an undying of the death pathway. Well, Mr. Azek had mentioned that he had been in this sequence for a long time, which means that he has long advanced. Klein thought for a moment, then he asked with concern, Mr. Azek, would Ince Zangwill discover that I'm Klein Moretti? He was afraid that Ince Zangwill would take revenge on Benson and Melissa. Unlikely. At most, he would believe that we knew each other long ago, or that you're my informant, if we use the terms that the police uses. Azek recalled and said, but that grade 0 sealed artifact might notice it, but you don't have to worry. Why? Klein pressed. It was unknown what Azek had remembered, but his expression suddenly turned strange. It was as if he wanted to laugh, but at the same time, he felt horrified. That grade 0 sealed artifact will keep attempting to write down the death of its owner. This is likely to be intrinsic to it and cannot be changed. Therefore, I doubt it would actively divulge such important information that can put Ince Zangwill at a tremendous advantage during such a critical moment unless it involves something that it cannot avoid or explain. Seeing that Mr. Azek was so sure about it while producing such strong justifications, Klein exhaled. It was as if he had recovered a little from the cold. Seeing this, Azek added, it's best if you leave Backland for the time being. Ince Zangwill might use that grade 0 sealed artifact to seek revenge again, using your fake name. As long as you aren't in Backland, it should be fine. That grade 0 sealed artifact's sphere of influence doesn't exceed a large city. Just as I had predicted, there's a limit to its sphere of influence. Otherwise, Ince Zangwill could have easily hidden in a small town in the southern continent and leisurely arranged the fates of all his targets without having to worry about anyone finding him. Klein asked after some deliberation, a short trip to Backland for a day or half a day is fine, right? With the premise that I've changed my identity and looks. With that, he rubbed his face, instantly reverting back to his appearance back in Tingen. Azek's eyebrows twitched, and he nodded. It's fine. He turned his head and looked into the distance at the spot that he could no longer see. It seems like I've been targeted by a powerful existence of the Church of the Evernight Goddess. It's best if you don't stay by my side, or you might be implicated. Haha, they're very interested in the Beyonder characteristics related to death. Yes, I plan on heading out to sea. While I digest my potion, I'll be seeking mermaids. It's a condition for my advancement, Klein explained his plan. Azek tilted his head. Mermaids? Could a mermaid in the form of a dead spirit work? I can find at least 4. Probably not. Klein reached out and wiped his forehead. His intuition told him that it was definitely impossible, but he planned to divine it above the gray fog to confirm it. Without mentioning the dead mermaid again, Azek said, if there's anything, then contact me through the messenger. Messenger. Klein suddenly felt guilt-ridden and ashamed. I had died in my battle with Mr. A. It saved my life. Azek gave him a glance, shook his head, and laughed. Don't worry about it. As long as it isn't killed by a powerhouse at the level of an angel or via some special method, then as long as the underworld still exists, it can slowly be reborn there. And before that, I have similar messengers numbering. I don't know how many there are either. It sounds like there's an army of such powerful and humongous messengers? Klein turned agape, unable to say a word. His shame faded, and he asked curiously, Mr. Azek, where is the underworld, or in other words, hell? The spirit world. To be precise, it's a special place that the ancient death created in the spirit world. Azek didn't hide the truth. Ancient death? That should be the ancient god, Phoenix ancestor Greg race. So the underworld belongs to the spirit world. No wonder the basic structure in mysticism is the real world, the spirit world, and the astral world. It doesn't contain the underworld and the abyss. Klein was about to ask a question when he suddenly remembered something and quickly said, Mr. Azek, I obtained a card of blasphemy created by Emperor Roselle. It contains the secrets of high-sequence Beyonders. I believe it can help you recall more things. However, you'll have to wait a while. It's hidden in Backland. Klein didn't mention the bounty, fearing that it would reveal the Tarot Club's secret, the mysterious space above the gray fog, and Miss Justice. Therefore, he could show his gratitude towards Mr. Azik for his help and sacrifice in this tactful way. Aziz looked at him in surprise, but he ultimately said nothing. He nodded and said, "When you get it back, have the messenger bring it to me. I'll immediately return it to you after I study it. Or you can copy the contents and pass it to me." He paused for a moment as if he had thought of something. Then, he took out a glove that was so thin that it looked like it was made of human skin from his pocket and handed it to Klein. "I've already awakened the relevant memories, so I no longer need it. Haha, it's an item that pirate rear admiral left behind. I've placed some seals on it so that it wouldn't be hungry. However, every time it's used it will require you to use a human's flesh and soul to feed it, otherwise it will devour you." Creeping hunger? The remains of a particular shepherd? Klein immediately recalled what the glove represented. Chapter 481 Statistics and People. Chapter 481 Statistics and People. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. In a small town on the outskirts of Backland. After changing into clean and dry clothes, Klein placed the wet bills on the surface of the table, one by one, waiting for them to dry naturally in the warm room. During this process, he moved very carefully and very gently. Even his sneezing and coughing, which were brought by the fever, had been forcefully suppressed. To make sure there were no mistakes, he didn't dry them by controlling a flame. Having done all this, he walked to the corner of the hotel room, where there was a full-length mirror. Klein's black hair was neatly combed in the mirror. He had a pair of dark brown eyes, and his face was thin and angular. He had gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and was beardless. He looked young but also experienced. This was a modification of Zhou Mingrui's appearance, with the traits of a native from the northern continent. Moreover, this was his youthful appearance during university when he was filled with vigor, one that had yet to be made fat by society. He intended to go back to Backland when things have settled down a little, and then he would get himself a legal identity for his current appearance. Compared to when he left Tingen, he had no shortage of appropriate channels. For example, he had Ian at the Bravehearts bar, Miss Sharon's circle, and Detective Isengard Stanton. How nostalgic! Klein whispered. He busied himself with a ritual in the room where the curtains had been drawn. He planned to bring creeping hunger above the gray fog to study it safely. Inside the silent, ancient palace, he appeared at the very end of the long bronze table, leaning back in his chair while holding a pair of thin gloves made of human skin. Immediately after, he closed his eyes and extended his spirituality into the object that required sealing. He immediately felt the hunger of the glove. It was as if it had a stomach that could never be filled, but above the gray fog, it was so tame that it didn't dare let out even the slightest bit of malice. It was like a hunting dog lying there, not daring to move at all. Then, Klein heard cries of indignation and groans of pain. Many distorted, hideous, and grieving faces appeared in his spiritual perception, brimming with unspeakable melancholy and madness. These faces were deeply fused with the Beyonder characteristics of different colors and different states. Wherever Klein's spirituality spread, it would combine with the corresponding faces and use the powers it had. This is the way to use it? Together with the help of divination, Klein made one attempt after another and figured out what the 5 souls that the creeping hunger could let out to graze. The first was Faceless, but it only had the powers to change his appearance and build. The second was Psychiatrist. He could make a target fall into a frenzied state, place a certain amount of psychological cues, and could simulate a dragon's might, intimidating individuals and groups, and creating chaos. The third was Interrogator. It allowed the wearer of the glove to be proficient in the use of all kinds of weapons, become a demolition expert, possess the ability to focus his mind, and have the ability to pierce a target's spirit body. The fourth was Nightmare. There was only one power, which was to drag someone into a dream without being detected. However, it was unlike a beyonder of the corresponding sequence. It was accomplished by creeping hunger, so the wearer could still move their bodies after entering a nightmare state. The fifth was Priest of Light. It allowed him to produce a halo-like effect, purifying all undead and foul creatures within a certain range. At the same time, he also had the singing ability of a bard, which could strengthen his companions, as well as summon the light of holiness, which was weaker than flaring sun. The limit is 5 souls, and the powers are fixed when letting them out to graze for the first time. This isn't something I can decide for myself. It's purely based on luck. Maybe there can be 3 or just 1. Klein thoughtfully nodded, sighed, and said to the suffering souls, "No matter what kind of people you were in the past, I will gradually free you from your imprisonment to acquire complete deliverance. In the future, the souls I graze will only come from people who have committed heinous and unforgivable crimes. For every such beyonder I kill, I'll replace one of you and release you, regardless of whether I need their powers or not." His solemn but gentle voice echoed within the ancient palace. The wailing souls quieted down, no longer writhing in a hideous fashion. Phew! Klein exhaled, opened his eyes, tapped the edge of the ancient table with his fingers, and said to himself, "That Faceless' powers overlap with mine, so it's completely useless. Once I have something to replace it with, I'll release him first. Yes, when the time comes, I can attempt to channel his spirit and converse with him. Perhaps I might receive information regarding the high sequences of the seer pathway, as well as clues to the whereabouts of mermaids. No, there's no need to wait for a replacement. In a few days, I can make the attempt when I fully recover from my cold. The soul corresponding to the Priest of Light should be able to complete the incomplete formulas I previously obtained. Furthermore, he'll leave behind the corresponding beyonder characteristic. That way, Little Sun doesn't need to worry about his subsequent advancements. Yes, he will be the second to be released. As for me needing to feed a human soul and flesh to creeping hunger every time it's used, that's not something I need to pay attention to. I usually wouldn't use it anyway. When using it, I'll definitely be facing a terrifying enemy. In such a battle, there's no lack of lives to call. Even if there isn't, I can throw creeping hunger above the gray fog and not be worried about its backlash, nor do I need to be afraid of harming the innocent. The worst outcome would it becoming unusable. Putting his thoughts away, Klein tried to use the mystical item, creeping hunger, to divine the formula for the shepherd potion but ended up failing. He didn't divine the origins of creeping hunger, afraid that he would provoke an unfriendly existence. Although he wasn't afraid of endangering himself due to the gray fog's isolation and obstruction, doing so could likely damage creeping hunger. I'll consider trying that out when I no longer need it. Klein leaned forward and rested his elbows on the table. He quickly recalled the previous matters and keenly noticed a detail. After the master key was obliterated, its beyonder characteristic didn't disappear. Instead, it became dots of light, trying hard to converge. It can be assumed that the apprentice characteristic that's formed in the end will no longer contain Mr. Door's roars. In other words, such a method can be used to rid the mental corruption inside a beyonder characteristic. But the underlying problem is that there's no way to destroy a beyonder characteristic which has solidified into an item under normal circumstances. Back then, I was relying on a ritual that could allow a true god to descend. It needed the prerequisite of a large number of innocent lives. Also, once the all-black eye is shattered, the true creator's mental corruption that's hidden within will definitely erupt. When that happens, who can withstand it? Do it above the gray fog? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Klein remembered what could have happened at East Burrow. He hurriedly conjured a pen and paper to make the appropriate divination. After receiving the revelation, his expression sank, and slowly, he leaned back in his chair. Below him, the endless gray fog floated in silence in a seemingly eternal unchanging fashion. Audrey stood by the window, looking at the fog mixed with pale yellow and iron-black colors rapidly disperse. When she saw the heavy rain that was incompatible with winter, her heart felt more at ease. After an unknown period of time, she and Susie waited for Earl Hall's eventual return home. "Father, how is it?" Audrey asked with concern. Earl Hall smiled warmly as he handed his coat and hat to an attendant. "It's resolved, but the exact details are still unclear. My little princess, you've really helped me greatly this time. You deserve a ton of medals." That's good, that's good. Thanks to Mr. Fool's reminder, thanks to the risky investigation of his adorer. Our tarot club has once again stopped the descent of an evil god and saved the world. Audrey's heart was filled with pride. Earl Hall took the towel from the maidservant's hands, wiped his face, and sighed. However, this time, there were still some serious casualties. To think that Backlund's smog could become so deadly. Although the statistics haven't been tabulated, I estimate that more than 10,000 people died in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district. Furthermore, the plague is still spreading, so please try not to leave the house for the time being. More than 10,000 people? That was a statistic Audrey could understand but couldn't imagine. Only on the anniversary of the kingdom's founding and during the parade would she be able to see tens of thousands of people gathered together. However, this didn't stop her heart from feeling heavy as her mood suddenly turned gloomy. Daisy stood outside her apartment, watching the doctors and nurses in white coats and masks enter and carry out the bodies. She had long known the outcome. Her expression was numb and her eyes vacant. She subconsciously moved closer to the cloth covered them. The carriage slowly moved towards the other end of the street. At that moment, Daisy seemed to wake up from a dream. She turned around and ran at full speed, chasing after the carriage. The ground was abnormally muddy after the rain. She fell and got up several times, leaving her body covered in dirt. However, she was still unable to catch up with the carriage and could only watch it disappear around the corner. Daisy slowed her pace, her body swaying slightly as her expression turned abnormally vacant. She held onto the trees by the street and stared at the place where the carriage had left. Suddenly, her entire body went limp, and she started weeping. "Mother! Freja!" The voice was soft, low, sharp, weak, and lingered. At this moment, in East Borough, the dock area, and the factory district, tens of thousands of people were similarly crying out in grief. Empress Borough, Sodila Palace. Wearing a crown above his resolute face and thin mustache, George III sat on the throne. He stared at the Earl Palatine in front of him without saying a word. "Your Majesty, the people from the three churches are waiting outside for your explanation," the Earl Palatine asked as sweat dripped down his forehead. Explanation? Prince Edisac was seduced by a demoness, causing him to collude with a cult and attempt to rebel. That is the explanation. His schemes were exposed, and he has already committed suicide. What other explanations do they need? George III suddenly flew into a rage. He took a deep breath and regained his usual solemnity. "You tell them that anyone who obtains the corresponding aristocratic title via any means can get a seat in the House of Lords. The property restrictions needed for elections will be relaxed, and the invalid constituencies will be removed. This is to appease the factory owners and bankers. Similarly, the National Atmospheric Pollution Council will immediately make their final statement. The relevant bill will soon be passed, and the minimum safeguards in working hours will appear in the form of a law. The poor law shall be reformed in accordance with their requests. The three churches are permitted to send their personnel into the military." "Your Majesty," the Earl Palatine was startled. Such a concession was beyond his imagination, especially the last one. George III flared up again. "Tell them this. Since they want a new order, I will give them a new order." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Earl Palatine didn't dare say anything further and left the palace. George III sat there, unmoving for a long time as though he was a stone statue. After an unknown period of time, his expression suddenly turned gentle. Chapter 482 Ring out the old, ring in the new. Chapter 482 Ring out the old, ring in the new. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. Morning of the December 31st, at the Harvest Church south of the bridge. Emlyn White stood in a kitchen wearing his priest robes, occasionally tossing different herbs into a large iron pot and stirring them to a certain extent. After all the pre-prepared ingredients were tossed in, he waited patiently for another 10 minutes. Then, he scooped up the ink-black liquid with a metal ladle and poured it into a glass cup and glass bottle beside him. 48, 49, 50. Emlyn glanced at the empty pot and counted the medicine he had brewed. After confirming the quantity, he picked up a large tray and brought the bottles of dark green liquid to the hall. In the hall, more than half of the pews had been removed, and the floor was covered with tattered blankets. Lying within them were victims of the plague who were either in deep sleep or groaning in pain. Emlyn and Father Yutravsky worked together, each carrying some of the medicine, distributing it from two ends. The first person in the queue was a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion. He hurriedly propped himself up halfway, received the medicine, and drank it. He handed back the bottle and said to Emlyn in gratitude, "Father White, thank you very much. I feel much better and have some strength again." Emlyn lifted his chin and replied disdainfully, "This is only an extremely trivial matter that isn't worth being grateful for. All of you are truly ignorant." With that, he sped up the distribution of the potions. After 10 minutes or so, he returned to the altar of Earth Mother and complained to Father Yutravsky, "You should get 2 more volunteers." Father Yutravsky didn't respond. He looked at the patients and said with a gentle smile, "They should be completely healed in 2 or 3 days." "How do you know?" Emlyn turned his head in surprise. Father Yutravsky looked down at him benevolently and said, "Herbal medicine is one of the domains of the Earth Mother. As her believer, I do know some of the basics even if I'm not part of the Earth pathway." Emlyn sked. "I'm not interested in religion and know little about it. Although I've been copying Earth Mother's Bible in the recent months." He inwardly added in a slightly resentful tone before saying, "Father, I didn't expect you to accept non-believers in the faith. Among them, only 2 or 3 of them are believers of the Earth Mother." Father Yutravsky smiled without minding what he said. "They are also lies, innocent lives." Emlyn paused for a few seconds, exhaled, and said, "Father, I've already found a way to resolve the psychological queue. Perhaps I will leave this place soon." Wait, why did I mention this? I was actually moved by him. What if he locks me up in the basement again? Emlyn suddenly turned nervous. Father Yutravsky's expression remained unchanged as he looked down and said to Emlyn, "Actually, you didn't need to seek out solutions. In a little while, the psychological queue will be automatically removed, and you will be free to choose whether to come to the cathedral any longer, and I would have become the Mother's, no Earth Mother's devout believer." Emlyn blurted out. Father Yutravsky raised an eyebrow and said, feeling somewhat surprised, "I didn't compel you to change your faith. The psychological cue I left in you was for you to return to the cathedral every day, hoping that you would be able to fully appreciate the value of life and the joy of a harvest. The only effect of the psychological cue was to make me return to the cathedral?" Emlyn's expression instantly froze. Father Yutravsky nodded frankly. "Yes." Emlyn's mouth gaped as he slowly and mechanically turned his head to look back at the altar, looking at the Earth Mother's sacred emblem of life, as if he had become a puppet that very instant. In the evening of the December 31st. 2, Daffodil Street, Tingen City. Benson entered the house, took off his hat and coat, and chuckled. "I booked second-class tickets for the steam locomotive to Backland on January 3rd. Melissa, who was sitting in the dining room with several newspapers in front of her, worriedly said, "Benson, the air in Backland is terrible. Tens of thousands of people have died from the poison and diseases caused by the smog a few days ago. It's a sad and regretful matter." Benson walked to the dining room, sighed, and said, "But the 2 houses have already passed the report submitted by the National Atmospheric Pollution Council. There will be legislation to regulate the emission of smoke and wastewater, so a new Backland will welcome us. You don't have to worry too much." Having said that, he smiled mockingly. "When I came back from Iron Cross Street, I found a lot of factory owners or their employees from Backland recruiting people. They said that due to the smog and plague, the factories there are suffering a shortage in manpower, so they're willing to promise that the working hours and minimum wage will be much better than the current standard, haha." "You think it's impossible?" Melissa asked. When more and more people flock to Backland, it will be impossible unless both houses pass the corresponding laws directly. Benson spread his hands and pointed to the table. Well, it's time to receive the new year. There were 3 sets of forks and knives, 3 empty porcelain plates and 3 cups on the table. 3 cups. 1 for beer, 2 for ginger beer. In the evening of December 31st. Dressed to the nines, Audrey stood inside a lounge, waiting for the start of the New Year's party. However, one couldn't see the excitement, exuberance, and joy on her face despite the fact that she was about to become an adult. In front of her was a newspaper. On it was written, according to preliminary estimates, a total of over 21,000 people died in the fog, and the subsequent plague took the lives of close to 40,000 people. Among the deceased were young children, healthy young men, and women. Phew. Audrey couldn't help but close her eyes. Just then, her father, Earl Hall, and her mother, Lady Caitlin, knocked on the door and said in unison, "Your beauty surpasses everyone tonight. Darling, it's time. The Queen is waiting for you." Audrey slowly breathed out and wore an elegant and beautiful smile. She then walked out of the lounge and entered the party's hall, under the company of her parents. She walked all the way up to the front of the dais and, under the gaze of many, handed her white, muslin-gloved hand to the Queen. The Queen led her to the edge of the dais as they faced all the guests. After a short pause, the Queen smiled and said, "Although this is a dark period in Backland's history, we still have a gem that can illuminate the entire city." Her wisdom, her beauty, her character, her etiquette, are all impeccable. Today, I will formally introduce her to you. Lady Audrey Hall. Bang! 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 Outside the window, the fireworks exploded into a dreamy light. On the last night of 1349, Audrey officially came of age and was presented to society. In the afternoon of January 3, 1350. On the outskirts of East Borough, in a newly opened cemetery. Using divination, Klein found the graves of Old Kohler and Liv. This wasn't a grave in the truest sense of the word, but rather a niche where an urn was stored. They went on, row after row, stacked one above another. Standing there, Klein saw that not only was there no photograph or epitaph on Old Kohler's niche, but even his name was missing. Similar situations weren't uncommon. There were too many ownerless ashes whose relatives and friends couldn't be located. Their names, looks, and whatever experiences they had were unknown, nor did they garner the interest of anyone. They were only distinguished by the numbers on the niches. Klein closed his eyes, pulled out a slip of paper, shook it into a piece of metal, and carved a word on the niche's door, Kohler. Then, he added an epitaph: he was a good worker. He had a wife, a son, and a daughter. He worked hard to live. He withdrew his wrist, and with a shake of his wrist, the black-haired, brown-eyed, and emaciated Klein let the paper burn in his hands, as if it was a memorial service to all the souls residing in the area. Instead of appearing to help Daisy, who had lost her mother and sister, he anonymously wrote to reporter Mike Joseph, describing the girl's predicament in detail, so as not to implicate her in his own affairs. Mike had met Daisy, knew about her, and had enthusiastically promoted the establishment of a corresponding charity fund. Therefore, Klein believed that he could help her receive more help so that she could complete her basic studies and find a stable job that could support her. Taking 2 steps back, Klein looked around, taking in the names, photos, and even the victims who had those missing. He raised his head, let out a long breath, turned around, and left the cemetery. On the steam locomotive to Backland, Melissa was engrossed in her textbooks, and Benson was soon chatting with the passengers around him. "It's too expensive, just too expensive. A whole 10 solely, half a pound." A burly man who wasn't even 30 sighed from the bottom of his heart. "If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't buy a third-class seat or a boat ticket recently, I wouldn't have spent this money at all. This is equivalent to half a week's worth of my salary." "Indeed, there are too many people heading to Backland after the new year," Benson agreed. The burly man wiped off his heartbroken expression and said expectantly, "Because they promised me 21 solely a week and that I wouldn't need to work more than 12 hours a day, we signed a contract. When I receive my first payment and rent a house, my wife will come to Backland, and she'll be able to get a good job, a job that pays about 12 or 13 soldi a week. It's said that Backland is in dire need of people. When the time comes, we'll earn a total of over £1.50 a week, and we'll be able to eat meat frequently. Your wish will definitely be achieved. The king has already signed the bill, passing the law for a minimum wage and maximum working hours. Benson sincerely wished him well before smiling. This is the land of hope. Woo! The steam locomotive brought countless hopeful people to Backland. The sky was still bright, and the fog in the air had thinned a lot. The gas lamps on the platform were no longer lit that early. Experienced, Benson protected his sister and wallet before leaving the station with their suitcases while following the crowd. Suddenly, they simultaneously felt a gaze sweep past them. Tracing the gaze, Benson and Melissa saw a young gentleman with neat black hair and dark brown eyes. The gentleman with the gold-rimmed glasses pressed his hat and looked past them into the distance. Benson and Melissa also looked away and cast their gaze to the smoky pillars in the garden in the middle of the street as they looked forward to seeing the underground transportation system in Backland. Carrying his suitcase with an expressionless look, Klein walked past them with his body kept straight. He entered the departure station, facing the mass of people pouring into the land of hope, people filled with wonderful hopes in their hearts. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. End of the second volume. Faceless, Chapter 483, New Identity. Chapter 483, New Identity. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. The sky was dark outside the window, but it wasn't the dark fog which Klein was used to. The sea waves rolled in, blowing away all the smog and making the clouds line up in various shapes, reflecting the reddish-gold sunlight. This was Pritz Harbor, the largest and busiest port in the Lone Kingdom. Wearing a light vest and white shirt, Klein stood by the window and watched the outside world for a while until his pocket watch urged him to return to the mahogany table. In the warmth of the fireplace, he picked up a black, round fountain pen, unfolded a letter, and slowly wrote. Dear Mr. Isaac, forgive me for not writing to you until today, but for the past few days, I've been wandering in Backland, immersed in the devastation that has been inflicted on this great city by the events of the past few days. If we were ordinary people, perhaps we would have been covered with white cloth and carried to the crematorium, eventually settling in a tiny niche. I've waited for quite a while and finally found an opportunity to retrieve what belongs to me. This includes the card of blasphemy I promised you. In addition, there's another item which I will get the messenger to bring to you as well. It's a copper whistle that can summon a messenger. It comes from a chance encounter of mine, regarding an elder who crawled out of his coffin. I'm sure you're puzzled having read this, as the description I used similarly points to you. This is what puzzles me. This is exactly what happened. I suspect that the original owner of the copper whistle is a member of the numinous episcopate that tries to revive death. Furthermore, his level isn't low. Perhaps you'll be able to tell something from this copper whistle. Before leaving Backland, I will write to the machinery hive mind to describe the massive underground ruin where you fought in Sangwil. I hope that they will be able to figure out the truth with the help of this information. After going through a roundabout and indirect test, I've confirmed that they do not have any enmity towards you and me for the time being. If you're in trouble, perhaps you can try seeking their help. Finally, I have one more question. Is there any way to remove the residual mental corruption of a beyonder characteristic that has already solidified? I am about to set sail. I wish you a smooth journey in finding your memories and a safe journey for myself as well. Your student and friend, Klein Moretti. Putting down the pen and reading it once more, Klein folded the letter and stuffed it into the envelope along with the Dark Emperor card and the copper whistle left behind by the suspected numinous episcopate member. When he was done, he picked up the copper whistle Mr. Isaac had given him and summoned the messenger by blowing into it. The messenger was still nearly 4 meters tall, made purely of white bones, its eye sockets burning with black fire. However, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that this was another messenger. Sighing secretly, Klein raised his arm and placed the letter into the messenger's lowered palm. The messenger lowered his head to take a look, before quickly disintegrating into bones and drilled into the ground like a torrential downpour. Seeing this, Klein lightly tapped his right molar and deactivated his spirit vision. He returned his gaze to the table, where there was a pale yellow identification card. This was a necessary item required for official purchases of any voyage tickets. For this, he had specially gone to Sharon and obtained a new identity through her circle. This identity was that of a bounty hunter, a lunatic who was eager to go on an adventure at sea to get rich. In accordance with Klein's wishes, his name was Gehrman Sparrow. A hunter of evil, Klein whispered, putting away a series of documents for his new identity. Shortly after, he drew the curtains, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the fog. There was still some time before the tarot gathering, so Klein quickly retrieved Creeping Hunger and wore it on his hand. Closing his eyes, he tried to sense each and every twisted, illusory soul. He attempted to release the Faceless. In the real world, Creeping Hunger would happily consume this gift and spit out the corresponding Beyonder characteristic, but above the fog, it didn't dare to act rashly. It allowed the soul of the Faceless to leave the glove and appear to the side of the long bronze table. It was a middle-aged man with a blurry face. His twisted and painful feelings seemed to dissipate quite a bit. With difficulty, he bowed at Klein, who was leaning back in his chair. His figure gradually turned dim, almost plummeting beneath the gray fog at any moment. In the majestic palace, Klein could directly communicate without any additional rituals prepared, thus, he extended his spirituality and stabilized the man before saying in a low voice, "Do you know where there are live mermaids?" The man answered in an adrift manner, "Apart from those kept by the Church of the Evernight Goddess, they can only be found by sailing from the Gargas archipelago towards the Sonia Sea for at least a week. That was my destination." So he's also a Faceless seeking to advance. In order to seek out mermaids, he had taken the risk to go out to sea. However, he somehow died at the hands of Rear Admiral Hurricane Kilangos in the end. The Church of the Goddess rears quite a number of mermaids? Klein suddenly asked in realization, "Which organization did you belong to? Or should I say, where did your potion formula come from?" The blurry-faced middle-aged man's body suddenly trembled. It was only 2 seconds later that he spoke up. "The Secret Order. I belong to the Secret Order." Secret Order? Doesn't the Secret Order rear their own mermaids? Klein hesitated for a moment before asking, "Have you ever seen your leader, Zeradol?" The illusory and transparent Faceless was silent at first, but then he shouted with a sharp voice, "I have. He's abnormal. He's an undying monster." As he spoke, his figure became increasingly thin, almost on the verge of dissipating. As expected, Zeradol is still alive. Just what had happened for a Secret Order member to be so afraid of him? More accurately, I should use him. Klein quickly asked about another key issue. "Apart from the treasures left behind by the Antigonus family and what your Secret Order has, is there anywhere I can get the high-sequence Beyonder formulas for the seer pathway?" The Faceless turned increasingly transparent and more illusory. He finally left the words, "The Church of the Evernight Goddess. Cathedral of Serenity. The Holy Cathedral." Klein silently watched as the Faceless spirit body achieved complete liberation as he repeated the words. The Cathedral of Serenity was the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, also known as the Holy Cathedral according to the Nighthawks. There really are high-sequence potion formulas of the seer pathway hidden there. I wonder how many secrets the various churches have kept buried and hidden. Sighing, Klein let the dark green glue-like substance that had formed on the surface of his glove slide onto the surface of the long bronze table. The Faceless Beyonder characteristic eventually formed a jelly-like translucent object. In the dark green background, from time to time, there were different faces emerging, like shadows hidden behind dark curtains. Klein took a few looks before nodding indiscernibly. He muttered to himself, "I'll use the world later to get Mr. Hangman to sell this Beyonder characteristic either to artisans or Beyonders who need it." Although he had found a flaw in the official Beyonder's surveillance of 15 Minsk Street by means of divination above the gray fog, he didn't return there so as to not provoke them or expose the secrets of his spirit body. Instead, he spent extra money to buy a change of clothing and other daily necessities. All of that amounted to £12. Together with the £8 paid for the documents of his new identity, his wallet was so empty that there was almost no need for it to exist. As for the 10% stake in the bike company, Klein found an opportunity to meet with Isengard Stanton and signed a legal agreement to entrust the matter to him. After all, their relationship wasn't a secret in the eyes of the Nighthawks or the machinery hive mind. I still have £5 in cash and 5 gold coins. It will cost £4 to head for the Rorstad archipelago, and that's for a third-class ticket at the lower deck. It would take at least £4 to go from the Rorstad archipelago to the Gargas archipelago. I have to quickly sell off the Faceless Beyonder characteristic. This way, I would be able to afford a second-class cabin and eat decent food. Thanks to Emlyn's suitcase being placed above the grey fog all this time, I've had to buy another one. Klein silently went through his financial situation, feeling as if he had returned to the time when he had just transmigrated, relying on the salary of the Nighthawks before he could even buy a suit. A Sequence 6 Beyonder characteristic varies between £3,000 to £4,000. If I encounter someone in desperate need for it, then it can be sold at a premium. But apart from maintaining my living expenses, I have to consider the cost of the Nimble Right Master's supplementary ingredients. I also have to consider the cost of the ritual needed to eliminate the mental corruption. Klein sighed and took out his pocket watch to take a look at it. Seeing that it was about time, he sent a message to Little Sun to prepare for the gathering. Furza's vision turned clear as she saw 3 figures sitting across the long, model table. A new member? With a thought, she quickly settled down. At this moment, she didn't care if the Tarot Club had any new members. Her mind was filled with the incident of the smog and plague from last week. She vividly remembered that the world had warned herself and Miss Justice at the last gathering that something huge was brewing in Backland, which could likely bring about a tragedy. Mr. Fool had confirmed that conjecture, and he had further pointed out that the person at the heart of the problem was Prince Edisac. She didn't doubt Mr. Fool's abilities and felt that the tragedy needed time to brew, giving her plenty of time to investigate. Who knew that it would come so quickly and so suddenly? Prince Edisac was also reported to have been infected in the haze and unfortunately died. It really happened. It really happened. Thinking back to the contents of the newspapers from a few days ago, she seemed to understand something, but she wasn't sure of it. For a moment, she felt terrified and uneasy. As a Sequence 9, I seem to have become involved with terrifying matters that involved a huge city, a prince, and tens of thousands of lives just because I'm a member of the Tarot Club. It was only at this moment that the magician, Furs, realized the importance of being a member of the Tarot Club. Then, she heard Miss Justice's usual greeting that lacked her exuberance. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. You saved Backland again." "Ah? What? When was I saved again?" The Moon Emlyn listened blankly. Chapter 484 Asymmetrical. Chapter 484 Asymmetrical. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. As he thought back to the recent events, the Moon Emlyn was quick to associate it with the Great Smog and the Plague outbreak, guessing that this was what the lady opposite him was referring to. But I heard that it was the work of a demoness of despair who was trying to advance herself. Furthermore, the Church of the Lord of Storms responded quickly, creating a hurricane to blow everything away. How could it be said that the Fool saved Backland? Emlyn, who had an entire clan behind him, was quite well informed. Upon doing the comparison, it was hard for him not to be surprised and confused. Although he had always been proud and didn't wish to spend time on social interactions, he still felt an instinctive fear when faced with a hidden existence that he had to address with he. He didn't dare to open his mouth to ask and decided to listen for a while. Alger, even though he was drifting out at sea, had received news of the Great Smog in Backland. He was interested in the secrets and the truth behind it, confident in the belief that this was definitely a struggle between deities. After all, it had attracted the attention of Mr. Fool. I'll ask Miss Justice when we exchange information. However, she might not be too sure of the details. It's rather impossible for her to know too many details based on her standing. Heh, she has great curiosity. To open up with such a greeting, she would definitely attempt to get an answer from Mr. Fool, hoping to get an answer. I hope that I have the opportunity to listen in from the side. With this in mind, Alger turned his head to look at the sun. Seeing how he wasn't anxious but calm and reserved, he knew that the City of Silver's exploratory team had already broken out from the fate of repeating their lives. Similarly, Audrey, who had figured out that the operation was successful from reading Little Sun's reaction, heaved a secret sigh of relief. She prepared herself to understand what had happened later in detail. After a solemn bow towards Mr. Fool, she thanked the seemingly unkind Tarot Club member, the World, for his advance warning. Mr. World, if it wasn't for your advance warning, then perhaps tens of thousands of people would have died in Backland during this great smog. In truth, I was also doing it to save myself. Klein controlled the World to give a hoarse laugh. He said it with sincerity and without any trace of acting, because if it wasn't for Miss Justice, who was notified in advance and warned the Church of the Evernight Goddess, then the powerful existence who erased Mr. A wouldn't have arrived in time, and he himself might not have been able to hold on for long. If Mr. A had disintegrated me and ate me, then perhaps I might not have a chance of reviving. Klein thought in appreciation. Mr. A's feasting would literally be feasting. Immediately after, as the Fool, he leaned back in his chair and responded with a smile, "All I did was provide some trivial help." "No, your Adora really helped save Backland. His contribution is the greatest amongst everyone," Audrey praised from the bottom of her heart. His warning allowed the goddess, the Church of the Evernight Goddess, to make preparations, wiping out the demoness of despair in a timely manner and preventing the primordial demoness from awakening. It allowed the contamination of the Great Smog to be kept under control. Furthermore, he even destroyed the Aurora Order's ritual, preventing the attempted descent of the true creators once again, keeping him at bay from the real world. Audrey received unanimous praise by Earl Hall and his wife for providing the most important information. They hadn't concealed the results of the investigation and some of the details they had gathered from her. Of course, they also raised their wish as parents that their daughter wasn't to get too involved with that secret organization. It would be enough if she stayed in the outer circle and gathered some information, then maintained her strength below that of Sequence 7. The primordial demoness awakening. The true creator's attempted descent. What exactly happened in Backland? At the same time, Alger and Emlyn had the same reaction, but their expressions were different. The former only slightly raised his eyelids as his pupils contracted, unconsciously sitting to the side a bit, while the latter gave the illusion that he was about to jump up. "Mother, no, esteemed Moon, when did Backland become so dangerous? Two evil gods had actually made their appearance during the Great Smog. Is that young lady lying? Even though Mr. Fool is in existence suspected of being a deity, it's also impossible that he would simultaneously offend two entities of the same level, right? Could it be that he is actually the incarnation of a true god? Or is there an alliance of deities behind him? Is that why the ancestor asked me to pray to him?" The more Emlyn thought about it, the faster his heart beat, but it was impossible for him to receive verification. The fact that Sanguine had the nickname Vampire didn't mean that they didn't have a heartbeat. It was just that they were relatively slow, and the heart itself was one of the Sanguine's fatal weaknesses. Indeed, it's an event that had attracted the attention of Mr. Fool. But, what benefits could he gain from sabotaging the evil god's plans? Alger sighed inwardly. Furs was surprised and frightened. She didn't expect that the horrible Great Smog that had taken the lives of tens of thousands of people would conceal an even more horrifying truth. If it hadn't been stopped in time, the whole of Backland would have been destroyed, and Zio and I wouldn't have survived. Furs swallowed a mouthful of saliva hard. Her feelings were similar to Audrey's feelings as well. Through this matter, this young noble lady clearly understood one thing, which was that the life she believed to be peaceful and calm was like a soap bubble amidst a clash between deities. Just a slight perturbation could immediately pop it into nothingness. Or it could be said that the entire kingdom, the entire human society, exists only because of the balance between the deities, and this balance is extremely fragile. Every time a similar thought gushed to her mind, Audrey felt a wave of grief wash over her. Klein was pleased when he saw that someone knew and remembered his contribution. He smiled and said, unfortunately, he has to stay away from Backland as a result. Mr. Fool's adorer has to temporarily leave Backland? Audrey stood up again and sincerely bowed. Please convey my gratitude to him. Klein maintained his image without giving a reply other than nodding his head. At this moment, Audrey added, I'm very sorry, as the 3 churches and the military are cleaning up Backland, I was unable to get the follow-up pages to Roselle's diary. Please wait 1 more week. Sure, Klein said in a flat tone. Hearing their conversation, Furs was startled as she hurriedly looked to the end of the long bronze table and said, Dear Mr. Fool, I received 3 pages of Roselle's diary. Not bad. More members mean more channels, and many things snowball quickly. Klein gently nodded. Very good. Roselle's diary? Emlyn felt as if he had heard something extraordinary again. Under his puzzled gaze, Furs conjured 3 pages of the diary and passed them on to Mr. Fool. Only then did Klein remember that he had missed introducing a particular vampire. Smiling, he introduced, This is a new member, Mr. Moon. This gathering is called the Tarot Club. They are. Mr. Moon, I thought it would be a lady who would choose the moon. Audrey greeted politely while her thoughts scattered. Similarly, Emlyn wondered whether the members such as the Hanged Man and Justice were humans or transcendent creatures, which pathways they were from, at which sequences, from which organizations, or if they were friendly to the Sanguine. Klein didn't care about them sizing each other up as he cast his gaze to the diary entries in his hands. February 11th. Today, I found out about a secret of the Sauron family. Ha ha ha. I'm going to die from laughter. Ha ha ha. So it turns out that the hunter pathway that they possess will change gender at sequence 4. Men wouldn't change, but women will change into men. It's no wonder that none of the high sequence beyonders of the Sauron family that I'm aware of are female. The iron-blooded knight is indeed a true man. Ha ha, if it wasn't for how sensitive this secret was, then I would even feel like ridiculing Florin next time. The Sauron family ancestor that he looks like might have been a woman. This potion is way too much of a trap, isn't it? I hope the savant pathway wouldn't have any strange changes upon reaching the high sequences. I don't want to one day suddenly realize that I either don't advance, or I have to change into a woman. The first thought that flashed through Klein's mind at the sight of this diary entry was, Emperor, you won't become a woman, but you will do it with a demoness, perhaps more than one. Indeed, there's a pathway that changes women to men. Furthermore, it's within the ones I expected. Hunter represents war, causing women to change genders at sequence 4. This is a little odd. The demoness pathway changes at sequence 7 which? It doesn't actually strictly correspond. Klein felt the warped and feeling of madness even more acutely. It was a result of the extreme asymmetry. Could it be that the underlying logic of this world is chaos, distortion, madness, and asymmetry? He tried his hardest not to frown. February 12th. This won't do. I want to laugh whenever I see Florin. Ha 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 ha. February 15th, the modified artillery I designed and supervised was completed. The effect was worse than I expected, but the problem isn't that great. With it in mass production, I'll be able to show the world what true advanced tactics are. In order to celebrate, I decided to hold a banquet to invite those fellows who look down on me. Just wait to be slapped in the face. The Emperor truly doesn't let a grudge go. While sighing, Klein turned to the second page of the diary. May 5th, that unspeakable organization called for another gathering. I'm struck by the way they gather their members every time. It's phenomenal, no, a miracle. With my earlier observations, I raised some problems at this gathering. For example, all the sequence 0 names have a high enough level on the blasphemy slate. Only Red Priest appears rather unique. It doesn't sound strong enough. The old gentleman sitting beside me told me that red represents the red of war. And priest can be understood as the ritualist of strength at its core. Someone objected, believing that the priest in Red Priest represents being a priest of that creator. I leaned towards the former and asked for the name of the old gentleman in a low voice. I didn't know the identity of every member. To put it in an extreme manner, I only know a portion of them. The old gentleman answered me with a smile. He said his name was Hermes. Hermes? The Hermes who created the language of ancient Hermes? Hermes, the founder of humanity's mysticism? Chapter 485 Rich Information. Chapter 485 Rich Information. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Hermes? That's an ancient powerhouse. Klein frowned slightly. With his solid knowledge of mysticism, he was well aware of the era in which the old gentleman who had created the language of ancient Hermes had been active. That is during the second epoch when the giants ruled the land and the dragons soared through the skies. In a particular sense, he appeared before the god of combat and the Earth Mother in human history. In other words, even little son, who didn't know the 7 gods before joining the Tarot Club, would likely know of the name Hermes. Yes, I should find a chance to confirm this using the world. That old gentleman had personally experienced the period when early humans tested the potions themselves, slowly seeking the thorny path of the powers of a beyonder, one step at a time. He had used Jotun and Dragonese as blueprints, and standing on the shoulders of the pioneers, he created a beyonder language that belongs to humans. He probably saw the first blasphemy slate. He actually survived until the time of Emperor Roselle, and he might even be alive until now. This is a living fossil of human mysticism. Klein felt a surge of emotions. On the other hand, he felt the terror of the Twilight Hermit Order. It even had Hermes as one of its members. As for the other secret organizations, or even internally to the 7 churches, they will often use ancient Hermes to perform sacrificial rites and rituals. The Twilight Hermit Order is really high-end, grand, and of a high level. Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What he envied most wasn't the existence of Hermes, a legend who lived throughout human history, among the Twilight Hermit Order, but the fact that they possessed the second blasphemy slate. This is simply cheating. Klein sighed at the thought of how the Tarot Club only had 1 out of the 21 cards of blasphemy. He turned his focus back to the paper and continued to read the remaining entries of the diary. Heavens! The old man sitting next to me who looked so ordinary and nothing special was actually Hermes. He lived from the dark second epoch all the way to the beyonder decline of the 5th epoch. I made the right choice joining this organization. I can see my bright future. Not using 3 exclamation marks to describe my feelings right now just isn't enough. This bunch of big shots, these undying old bastards, are all gathered together because they believe in the opinion that Twilight is approaching? No, it's definitely not the case. At least, I'm not. There must be people among them who passionately believe in those ideals, purely waiting for the original creator to awaken, hoping for the progress of history to develop to that node as predicted. Haha, according to my understanding, it's most likely not an awakening, but a resurrection. But there can't be more than half of those people. The rest are people having their own goals, either they're ambitious like me, or they're just lurking snitches. Wait a minute, I thought of a problem. I quickly joined the gathering after I agreed to the secret invitation, but I didn't undergo any scrutiny, and although the person who called for the gathering said that the members of this gathering had their differences and had to vote for me to join. Barely allowing me to join after a majority vote of 2/3, but that's not the point. The point is that they don't care if I believe in the idea that Twilight is coming, nor do they mind me having all sorts of thoughts. What are they relying on to determine that I won't bring harm to this organization? Could there be a high-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway among them, one that reaches the level of an angel? He had created a secret psychological cue in me through my verbal promise without me realizing it. And that they're confident enough to discover the hidden malice of its members? That might be possible, but thinking about it makes me shudder. In addition, without permission, once the name of that organization is mentioned to the outside world, it will be immediately noticed. They even gave me a few examples of former members who were eliminated. Writing on paper or in a newly created language wouldn't do as well. Let me think. Sequence 2 of the spectator pathway is discerner while sequence 1 is author. Who among them fulfills the corresponding traits? 1. Yes, I have a preliminary suspect, the person who convenes the gathering. Yes, there's also sequence 0 of the spectator pathway. Its name is visionary. But I don't believe anyone here has reached the level of a true god. Otherwise, there's no need to hide behind the scenes. Of course, they might have divine items at the sequence 0 level or the uniqueness of a particular pathway. Perhaps it's what creates this realistic dreamscape that can connect the east and west shores of the continent while having the ability to react the moment its name is mentioned. I didn't think too much into it back then. Amidst my shock, I asked about a few other matters, such as why the term authority is used in the description of deities. Old Mr. Hermes gave an interesting answer. When he saw this, Klein realized that the diary page had already reached its end. He quickly turned to the next page, but he quickly turned back because the following page didn't connect to the previous page at all. Where's the answer? Is it on the next page of the original diary, or was he too lazy to write it because it's too long? Or he felt that there's no need to jot it down in the diary? Klein was so frantic that he wanted to transmigrate and grab Roselle by the neck to get him to tell him what Hermes had said. Of course, he didn't show any signs of emotion on the surface, nor did he make any additional body language. So the spectator pathway sequence 0 is called visionary. This corresponds well with the dragon of imagination. I thought it would be dragon. Visionary adheres more to what humans know, which also means that consuming the corresponding sequence 0 potion wouldn't necessarily change one into a dragon. Sequence 1 author. Just from the name of the potion, I find it quite similar to that Quill 0-08 traits. The Twilight Hermit Order's method of summoning members is a realistic dreamscape that connects the eastern and western ends of the continent. The miracle description at the beginning of the diary gave me a fright. I thought they had the gray fog or the mysterious space above the gray fog as well. Klein calmed his emotions and discovered that the single diary page provided a lot of important information. First of all, he knew that the ancient sage, Hermes, had at least lived to Roselle's era, which was about 100 or 200 years ago, and he was a member of that mysterious organization. Second, from Roselle's description of how the organization's name couldn't be spoken, he basically confirmed that the mysterious organization was equal to the Twilight Hermit Order. Finally, he learned the Sequence 0, Sequence 1, and Sequence 2 names of the spectator pathway. Although they wouldn't be needed anytime soon, they enriched his accumulated knowledge of mysticism. Perhaps Miss Justice would ask the relevant question at any time. Her curiosity had always been strong. Forcing himself to forget the missing answers, Klein turned to the last page. As he read, Audrey habitually observed the details, and she acutely noticed that the Dark Emperor card, which Mr. Fool had placed face down on the long modeled table, was missing. He gave it to an adorer to provide the appropriate help, or he exchanged items with some existence? Audrey blinked, trying to guess the reason. She was more inclined to the first theory, because without the help of Mr. Fool, his adorers wouldn't necessarily be able to destroy the ritual for the descent of the true creator. It's a pity that Father is unable to see the detailed file, otherwise, I would know who Mr. Fool's adorer is. He's a man of medium height, dressed in Lone's most popular double-breasted frock coat, and he had been near Red Rose Manor at the time. I should be able to lock onto a target by using this information as a basis for investigation. But that might anger Mr. Fool. He hasn't permitted me to expose the identity of his adorer. Audrey, don't think too much. Don't be curious. Perhaps you'll meet in the future. Audrey retracted her gaze. At this moment, Klein felt like laughing because of the contents of the last page. March 16th, my first time attending a noble ball in this world. The young ladies and madams are a lot better than I imagined. In the novels I read, they didn't bathe in the Middle Ages and relied on perfume to mask their disgusting body odor. They would frequently step on feces when they were out, and easily smeared their faces with things that are laced with poisonous heavy metals. But it's different here. They love to take baths. They have charming perfumes, fair skin, and tight waists. Most of them have pretty good figures. I overcame my nervousness and had a nice chat with the young daughter of Viscount Darilos. We talked about the meritorious deeds of my ancestors, talked about my family's estate, and my present aristocratic title. Then, she politely mentioned that she wanted to get something to eat. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time since hitting on chicks needed to be taken slow, but when I went downstairs to take a walk in the garden, I found her in an empty study F***King with the eldest son of Earl Florice. F***K. This is their first time meeting each. Is it me, Huang Tao, Roselle, who isn't good-looking enough? Or am I not entertaining enough? How realistic. Fortunately, the madams have treated me quite well. I can sense the hidden passion within them, hee hee. Roselle really wasn't used to the Intas style at first. According to historical records, the Gustav family had been on the decline for several generations, with only their aristocratic title of baron and a little property estate to their names. This lasted until Roselle made his fortune. I didn't expect the emperor to have a woman snatched away. Wait, I remember Roselle mentioning in his diary that he had done it with Countess Florice. Impressive. Impressive. Klein looked down at the 2 remaining diary entries. They were of no value and were accounts of Roselle's life in the manor. The entire content was him wanting to hunt, his missing of delicacies, as well as his hopes of obtaining beyonder powers and beautiful maidservants. Klein leaned back a little, allowed the diary pages to disappear from his hands, and said with a smile, "You may begin." Audrey immediately looked at the sun diagonally across from her. "Have you extricated yourself from the cycle?" Derek nodded honestly first, before bowing towards the end of the bronze table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, thank you for your guidance. It allowed me to find the key point of the Angel of Fate on the mural with the words Rose Redemption. It aided the chief in destroying the repeated cycle of fate." "What Angel of Fate? I don't know anything." The very puzzled fool, Klein, replied with a smile, "Not bad." Chapter 486, Klein's Conjectures. Chapter 486, Klein's Conjectures. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Emlyn was similarly confused. Words like Rose Redemption, Angel of Fate, and destroying the repeated cycle of fate were beyond his understanding. He only felt that he could understand every word, but had no idea what they meant when placed together. Could it be that the young son had just escaped the pursuit of an angel? Emlyn guessed from the small amount of information he could understand. After Derek thanked Mr. Fool, the hanged man shifted his position slightly, leaned slightly towards him, and kicked off from Miss Justice's question. He said in a normal tone, "What was the exact sequence of events?" Derek didn't hide anything and honestly replied, "Miss Justice, Mr. Hangman, Miss Magician, and Mr. World, thank you for your concern, and thank you for the suggestions you previously gave me. In my 6th exploration, I tried." He described his actions and the corresponding results, highlighting the matter that the little boy, Jack, came from Enmat Harbor and the details of the Rose Redemption murals. Enmat Harbor. That strange little boy, Jack, is really from the Lone Kingdom. In other words, the forsaken land of the gods, where the City of Silver is somehow connected to the northern and southern continents in some way. As long as one finds the right place, they'll be able to enter. Klein seemed to be listening leisurely, but he had made a judgment in his mind. Enmat Harbor was located to the east of Tingen City and was one of the most famous seaports in the central region of the Lone Kingdom. Together with Pritz Harbor to the south, they supported the resupply of more than half of Backlund's goods. The spirit medium, Ma'am Daly, had once settled there, and Mr. Z of the Aurora Order seems to be there as well. Klein recalled something from the past. The same judgment also appeared in the minds of Alger, Audrey, and Furs. Towards this, some of them had pure excitement, others filled with curiosity and worry, fearing that the all-consuming darkness around the City of Silver would continue to spread, eventually enveloping both the northern and southern continent and the 5 seas. The chief told me that he recalled some unverified content recorded in some ancient books, based on matters that had happened and my warning. Rumor has it that when the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, had his attention on this piece of land, he had several angels surrounding him. And there were 8 leaders of the angels, powerful beings that were closest to God's throne. Among them included the Son of God. Derek recalled Demon Hunter Colin's words and slowly said, he suspected that Ammon is the angel of time among the kings of angels, and the mural depicted the angel of fate, tail devourer or Ouroboros. 8 kings of angels? The 8 kings of angels who are closest to the Creator's throne? Audrey was inexplicably excited when she heard this. She couldn't help but curiously ask, Mr. Sun, what are the titles of the other 6 kings of angels and their names? The chief didn't say, nor did I dare to ask, Derek replied, ashamed. I really want to know the answer. Audrey subconsciously looked towards the end of the long bronze table, looking longingly at Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in gray fog, hoping to get the appropriate answer. She had already decided on the price she was willing to pay. Why are you looking at me? I don't know either. Klein controlled the twitching of the corners of his mouth. Of course, he wasn't completely clueless. He could barely guess who 2 of the kings of angels were. The evil spirit in the underground ruin had described the Medici family as one of the founders of Rose Redemption. According to that mural, the angel of fate, or Ouroboros, is likely one of the leaders of Rose Redemption. Both basically have equivalent standing, which is to say that the Medici family possesses a king of angels, but it cannot be determined if he has already perished. The Medici family is suspected to be in control of the Hunter pathway, which is the Red Priest pathway. That King of Angels title should be Red Angel or Angel of War. Since the Son of God is a King of Angels, Ammon is one of them, being Angel of Time. Then Adam might not be one, but I can't confirm his title. As for the other 4 kings of angels, I can't guess who they are. Perhaps, there might be one or a few of them inside the Twilight Hermit Order. It's possible. The Twilight Hermit Order views the fallen creator as its enemy, making it at odds against Rose Redemption, which worships that evil god. Perhaps, its true origin comes from those few kings of angels. Right, there's indirect evidence which isn't substantial enough. According to the legends of the City of Silver, the authority of the Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt, was taken back by the Creator. Logically speaking, it's not impossible for the Lord that created everything to give a portion of the authority to a king of angels by his throne. And from the description and guesses from Roselle's diary, the Twilight Hermit Order likely has a spectator, which has the strength at the level of an angel in the visionary pathway or even higher. The 2 can form a correspondence. Hermes is a person who had experienced that piece of history. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein smiled and said, you will come into contact with it in the future. When I figure it out, I'll sell you the appropriate information. He added inwardly. Seeing that Mr. Fool had no intention of answering, Audrey looked away with a slight sense of loss, motioning Little Sun to continue his story. Alger had a bold idea. The history before the cataclysm can no longer be referenced. At the end of the 3rd epoch and the beginning of the 4th epoch, there were only the 6 orthodox gods. Together with Ammon and the Tail Devourer, aren't there 8? They had benefited from the death of the Creator and succeeded in advancing to sequence 0? For a moment, Alger felt that his thoughts were blasphemous actions that could be punished by fire, but he was also unable to contain his excitement. He finally calmed down and concentrated on listening to Little Sun tell his story. Towards all of this, Emlyn could only respond with a blank look. For all this, Emlyn could only respond with a blank expression. Although the Sanguine had a long history and lifespan, so they knew quite a bit about the history before the cataclysm, they were all concentrated before the ancestor fell asleep, and it didn't involve the so-called kings of angels. While Derek was recounting the details of how the City of Silver, Chief Colin, destroyed the repeated cycles of fate, Klein was thinking of another matter. It can be roughly confirmed that the Tail Devourer, or Ouroboros, is the sequence 1 snake of Mercury of the monster pathway. All the kings of angels correspond to sequence 1s? Could that angel of fate be the one pursuing Will Septon? If he is, that means that the true creator's forces in Backland aren't limited to Mr. A and his subordinates. However, the 2 snakes of Mercury are fighting for the position of sequence 0, to the point of draining all of the tail devourer's strength. He should be fully occupied and cannot spare time for this. Of course, I can't eliminate the possibility that Septon is equivalent to Ouroboros. However, the chances aren't high. Rose Redemption has quite a number of demigods and even angels. There's no need to let the tail devourer restart his life as an ordinary person without protection. There's another possibility. The two snakes of Mercury in Backland aren't the angel of fate. The latter is still active in the forsaken land of the gods. That way, all three snakes of Mercury are accounted for. After finishing his recount of how they escaped the cycle, Derek expressed his gratitude once again. As for Audrey and company, despite listening to the repeated events a second time, it still left them shivering down to their bones, filling them with curiosity and fear. This is beyond my knowledge of Beyonder powers. It's all thanks to the help Mr. Fool gave. Audrey sincerely praised the Tarot Club's master from the bottom of her heart, feeling full of confidence. Alger and the others had similar thoughts as her. They all thought that the repeated cycles of life were close to a miracle that could only be destroyed by a deity. Fortunately, the master of the Tarot Club was a deity. Mr. Fool was a deity. At that moment, Derek looked opposite him and sincerely said, "Miss Magician, due to some unexpected circumstances on our return to the City of Silver, despite it having been resolved, we have slowed down. It will prevent us from returning to the City of Silver on time. Your Spirit Eater's stomach pouch will require another day or two. Yes, I believe I'm no longer under surveillance. No problem, I can wait. I've prepared enough gold," Furs said as she let out a sigh. She had sold the Mirror Dragon's eyes to Miss Justice and had received £1,000 in cash. After informing her teacher, Dorian, of the exact results, her honesty had been praised and approved. Dorian told her that the £800 offer had been made in order to give her about £100 in labor fees. As such, the extra £200 would be a bonus for her. In other words, she had earned £300. Together with her original savings, she now had a total of £650, which was enough to buy the stomach pouch of a Spirit Eater. With this, Dorian trusted her a lot and revealed a lot of information regarding ingredients. "It will take me at least 2 weeks to digest the rest of the potion. I'm not in a hurry." Looking diagonally across the table, Furs said, "Mr. Hanged Man, there's news of the Dragonite Sea Condor you require. £2,200. Dorian had given a reference price of £2,000. On the one hand, Furs had allowed room for bargaining, and on the other hand, wished to earn a little more. £2,200. Alger couldn't help but frown. His financial situation wasn't looking good after he purchased the Wind-Blessed Potion formula. Although he still had some secret savings, they were either of use elsewhere, or he hadn't been able to find a buyer for a long time. Phew. He secretly let out a sigh and calmly said, "Very well, but I'll need some time to collect the funds. In addition, yours is too expensive. I have many channels to get cheaper ones. £1,900. That's the highest price I can accept." "No, £2,000. That's the bottom line," Furs replied without hesitation. She was afraid that if she made too high an offer, then the other party would give up the deal. Alger immediately nodded. "Deal." This. Furs was somewhat stunned. After listening by the side and witnessing the conclusion of a deal, Emlyn thought and eagerly asked, "Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone know how a sanguine can improve their strength without relying on the bestowment of their elders?" As soon as he finished speaking, he felt numerous gazes land on him. Sanguine? Is that the vampires of legends? Audrey's eyes sparkled as she studied Mr. Moon. And as a novelist, Furs no doubt had all sorts of beautiful or exotic fantasies of the sanguine, and her eyes were just as bright. Sanguine? Alger was taken aback at first, but he soon relaxed his brows. A vampire hiding in the darkness, covered in pus, while moving like the wind? Derek couldn't help but look sideways to size up Emlyn. Sanguine? The world was late by a second before giving a normal, necessary response. Chapter 487, The Growing Tarot Club. Chapter 487, The Growing Tarot Club. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. The moment he was being stared at, Emlyn was momentarily at a loss, vaguely aware that he had asked something he shouldn't have. Why are you looking at me like that? Can't I have a sanguine friend? Should I try to explain? No, what's wrong with being a sanguine? I'm a sanguine, there's wrong with admitting that. Us sanguine have a long history, long lives, and rich heritage. It's a lofty race. None of you are especially amazing either. What was just traded was only a sequence 6 item at best. After a few thoughts, Emlyn White raised his chin and proudly added, "Yes, I am a pure sanguine." No one asked him if he was. Mr. Moon is lacking some self-confidence, which resulted in him reacting a little excessively. Audrey read Emlyn's performance. He's really a sanguine. First asked out of curiosity, "Mr. Moon, do you sanguine mimic humans and give aristocratic titles like Duke, Viscount, Earl, and Baron to label different powerhouses of different standing?" No, it's you humans who mimicked us sanguine. Emlyn sat up straight. Long before the cataclysm, long before the second epoch, our sanguine already had these aristocratic titles. Those who have yet to fully control their strength are underage sanguine, and as for me, I'm considered an adult. Going one step further, one will gain the title of Baron and the progression leads all the way to Duke. Above Duke would be positions such as Queen and Prince. Back then, you humans were still under the rule of the Giant King's court, so it's impossible for you to invent aristocratic titles. The moment his voice fell, the nearby Derek blurted out, "There are no such records in the history of our City of Silver." The categorization of the sanguine was determined by the appearance of the blasphemy slate. Prior to that, it was very vague and ambiguous. There were only titles such as the different family clans' head or leaders of a territory. Standing atop all is the ancestor, Lilith. After that, it strictly followed the potion system, named after the different sequence names. Emlyn replied scornfully, "The history of our sanguine was written with our long lives. It's not something that can be overturned by the random records of some small, ordinary city of silver." Wait, they keep mentioning the City of Silver. Where exactly is it? Why haven't I heard of it? After the retort, Emlyn realized that he had apparently overlooked something important. Our City of Silver doesn't make up history. Our records come from ancient books that can be verified or from the ruins of other cities, Derek emphasized, somewhat aggrieved. If no one stops them, then I think they can argue about this matter until the end of the gathering. Although Little Sun is honest, sincere and reserved, he has a very stubborn and persistent personality. On the other hand, Mr. Moon seems to care especially about the history of the sanguine. Audrey did her daily observations as a telepathist with piqued interest. At this moment, Alger interrupted the discussion between the sun and the moon. "I know how to raise the strength of a sanguine." Emlyn's attention was diverted. Mr. Hangman, what payment do you need?" "I can use some of the lost history our sanguine has in exchange." Alger revealed a smile. "No, we're all members of the Tarot Club. This kind of information exchange is free of charge." Mr. Hangman sure is a generous, noble man. Emlyn inwardly made a preliminary assessment. "Thank you for your goodwill." After thinking for 2 seconds, Alger said, "The sanguine can also consume potions to advance, but it has be in correspondence, the correct type. The various churches have done a certain amount of experimentation, and the results have proven that this method is feasible. However, I am unable to find out the exact details. But the main ingredient for those potions are from my kinsman." Emlyn denied such a method. The Hanged Man laughed and said, "Never deal with absolutes. For example, I have a clue about the characteristics left behind by a sanguine baron. He died in a sudden conflict and didn't have time to find his successor. As for you, you can use the potion method to receive this inheritance and prevent the power of the sanguine from being lost." This item was owned by a great pirate that Alger knew. As he didn't know what sequence the potion corresponded to, he hadn't been able to sell it. Even his newly established artisan source wasn't that interested either. Use potions to inherit an inheritance to prevent the Sanguine's powers from being lost. Emlyn suddenly felt that Mr. Hangman was very reasonable. Hence, he asked, "What's the price?" Alger chuckled and said, "Between 4,000 and 5,000 pounds. I won't know for sure until I find the owner of it." He had never communicated with the great pirate before, but he believed that as long as the price wasn't outrageous, the pirate would accept it. To a pirate, selling something would mean profit as it didn't take much capital. 5,000 pounds? Emlyn exclaimed. "With such a large sum of money, I can buy a few puppets that I've been eyeing for a long time, and I can even get some new clothes for all my dolls." Emlyn's first reaction was to give up such a transaction. However, he thought of the ancestors' favor in him, the glory of the Sanguine, and the identity of him being the race's savior. He was momentarily put in a difficult position. Alger didn't rush him as he said indifferently with a smile, "I know this is a difficult decision. You can take your time and think about it." "All right." Emlyn breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Hanged Man is really..." Audrey muttered to herself inwardly, turned to the moon, and said to all the members, "Lady and gentlemen, do you have any news regarding the fruit of the Tree of Elders and the blood of a mirror dragon?" "Yes," Emlyn answered without hesitation. He had previously made a fortune due to a particular detective's purchase of Beyonder ingredients, therefore, at every Sanguine gathering, he would pay attention to such information. Without waiting for Miss Justice's exuberant pressing, he continued on, "The price of the fruit of the Tree of Elders is between 600 and 700 pounds, and the blood of a mirror dragon doesn't exceed 100 pounds. I don't remember the exact amount." He quoted her the original price and frankly added, "But you'll have to pay me an extra 50, no 100 pounds. As you know, I'll have to take on a risk and waste my time." This was what Emlyn learned from Sherlock Moriarty. He felt that this was very good and reasonable, because a middleman needed to be paid. "Deal." Audrey happily chose to accept as soon as he finished speaking. She knew such matters could still be negotiable, but she didn't think it was necessary. She was afraid that the deal was off if she angered the other party. "To me, the most important thing is to advance to Sequence 7. Emperor Roselle once said that any problem that can be solved with money isn't a problem." Audrey's recently heavy mood improved. After the New Year ball, she had received control of her fortune worth 40,000 pounds. She just needed to hire some accountants and management staff sent by her father. At the same time, she received gifts of more than 20,000 pounds in jewelry, horses, hounds, paintings, etc. Most of them came from her mother, 2 elder brothers, and other members of the Hall family. As for the cash, she didn't have much. It was only 5,000 pounds. Her contribution to the Backlund's Great Haze had been turned into Earl Hall's political resources by her own request to be kept anonymous, so there was no reward. For this, the great aristocratic banker offered to pay for any expenses his little angel had in the field of mysticism. Of course, Audrey didn't dare reveal her intention to aim for Sequence 7. She could still only use her pocket money and savings. "Well, I'll be able to pay off my debt to Glaint by this month. Next month, I can pay 2,000 pounds to Mr. Fool's adorer. I won't be tight at all." Audrey thought in a good mood. Very rich. Emlyn almost failed to react before asking, puzzled, "How do we complete the deal?" Audrey explained with a faint smile, "By making a sacrifice to Mr. Fool." She was very proactive in obtaining the Fool's consent, conjuring the corresponding ritual requirements. When Emlyn received the 2 goatskin parchments, he stared at them in a daze. The way they traded was beyond his imagination. Only then did he deeply understand how the Tarot Club was different from a normal secret organization. Watching the transactions between the members, Klein was very pleased. This was because with the passage of time, the channels and resources that were open to the Tarot Club would continue to increase. Everyone's goals and items that they wanted would be much simpler to obtain than in the past. It would no longer be in a state of having no response when making requests. Miss Justice represents the psychology alchemists, the lone aristocrats, and the power of money. Mr. Hanged Man represents the Church of Storms and the resources at sea. Mr. Sun represents the forsaken land of the gods and the City of Silver. Miss Magician represents the low and mid-sequence Beyonders in Backland and the Abraham family. The Moon represents the Sanguine. All of them will perfect the Tarot Club's trading resources and news-gathering capabilities. They're all about to advance. While he was thinking, Klein controlled the world and said in a hoarse voice, "I have a clue to a characteristic left behind by a psychiatrist. Miss Justice, would you have any need for it?" Klein hadn't chosen to snatch Emlyn's business because he knew Miss Justice also reared a pet of the same pathway. He wasn't afraid that there wouldn't be any demand. Of course. Audrey hardly hesitated. Her idea was very simple. If met with an enemy attack, it might not be enough to just rely on herself to provide a surprise. Adding on Susie, who would be even more surprising, it would make things more assuring. "This will take a certain amount of time, perhaps a month, or even 2 months," the world added in a low voice. No problem. Audrey was under no psychological pressure. She knew that Susie hadn't finished digesting the telepathist potion. "Phew, as long as this deal is closed. I hope I can release the psychiatrist as soon as possible." Miss Justice didn't seem to ask about the price. To her, with the full supervision, the price wouldn't be too outrageous. She would accept it as long as it isn't too outrageous. Her finances have improved a lot recently. Klein made the world look at the Hanged Man and give a low chuckle. "Are you interested in helping me sell an item? The price isn't less than £3,500. You'll be given a 15% commission fee." "Pleasure to work with you." Alger first agreed to it before asking with interest, "What is the item?" He was rather curious about the world. He felt that the other party knew a lot and had no lack of good things. A characteristic left behind by a Beyonder and is equal to a sequence 6. The main purpose is to allow a person to change their appearance and build. There's the addition of powers such as close combat and control over fire. Of course, the effects that can be produced will depend on the artisan's ideas and standard. The world chuckled. Changing appearance and build. I really want it. Audrey and Furs had the same idea at the same time. The only difference was that the latter was only entertaining the thought, but Audrey opened her mouth and asked with sparkling eyes, "Mr. Hanged Man, can I pre-order the mystical item produced by the artisan using this characteristic?" "As long as the effect of changing one's appearance remains. Father will definitely agree to me buying a mystical item that doesn't have any negative side effects." Audrey added, in an exceptionally relaxed manner, in her heart, Chapter 488, Living Expenses. Chapter 488, Living Expenses. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Pre-ordering a mystical item? Alger was stunned for a second before he realized what Miss Justice was talking about. The limits of his mind were widened, and he felt that there was room for exploitation. In a particular sense, the Beyonder characteristic the world has entrusted to me has been sold. There is a definite destination to the item. I can easily simplify the process and make things benefit me more easily. That is to say, I don't have to sell it to the artisan again. Instead, I should choose to entrust the work. This way, I don't have to worry about whether the characteristic can be sold. I can receive the commission from the world and also obtain more profit from Miss Justice's side. The only capital I need to put up is the fabrication fees for entrusting the job. Of course, I have to consider if the artisan will be willing to promise to take the risk. Many thoughts flashed through his mind as he quickly weighed the pros and cons and finally came to a decision. "No problem, I'll take care of this matter." He looked at Miss Justice and felt that she was emitting a blinding light of gold. Even after joining the Church of Storms and drifting out at sea for so many years, he had never encountered someone like that anywhere else. There were plenty of sea merchants, and even more wealthy people, but none of them really didn't care about money. Has Miss Justice's financial situation improved to this extent? Klein was shocked too. For a moment, he wanted to speak out to urge her to pay the £2,000 she owed to his adorer as soon as possible, but, considering that he had already agreed to Miss Justice postponing her repayment until February or March. He could only keep silent and not ruin his image as the fool. At the very least, the money for the Faceless Beyonder characteristic would be available soon. The speed only depends on how Mr. Hanged Man contacts that particular artisan and the speed at which the artisan can produce the mystical item. Unfortunately, I can only rely on Mr. Hanged Man to contact an artisan for the time being. Otherwise, I can directly sell the special characteristic to Miss Justice without having to pay a commission. With this in mind, Klein's mood became mixed. After finalizing a big deal, Alger heaved a silent sigh of relief, feeling his financial situation slowly improve. After thinking for a few seconds, he asked, "Ladies and gentlemen, which one of you has a way or item to make everyone on board a ship sleep at the same time?" The reason why Alger still hasn't gone to that primitive island to hunt down the Blue Shadow Falcon was that he hadn't thought of a method of leaving the Blue Avenger, as well as the 10 or so sailors and crew members of the church without garnering any suspicion. Let everyone on a boat fall into a deep sleep? The first thing Klein thought of was the biological poison bottle, but the effect of this thing was completely uncontrollable, so he was afraid that the outcome wouldn't look too good. Then, he remembered the nightmare soul in Creeping Hunger. Making people fall into a deep sleep and dragging them into dreams were specialties of this Beyonder job. But the problem lies in the fact that a nightmare is unable to make that many people fall asleep at the same time. The limit to its influence doesn't exceed 10. To satisfy Mr. Hanged Man's request, it needs to be a sequence 5 of the corresponding pathway or even that of a demigod. Klein struck down the thought and didn't let the world speak. At the same time, Audrey, Furs, and Derek either shook their heads in response or answered with no. Emlyn tried to recall and said, "I can help you ask. Perhaps us Sanguine have some mystical items that have a similar effect in the clan." Always saying us Sanguine. In the future, I can convince him by targeting this angle. Alger noticed this and nodded with a smile. "I'll have to trouble you." Seeing that the transactions were coming to an end, Klein quickly got the world to bring up his latest necessities. "Everyone, help me keep an eye out on the remnant spirituality of ancient wraiths and a pair of eyes from a 6-winged gargoyle." Other than that, the supplementary ingredients weren't too hard to purchase. He didn't think it was necessary to go through the Tarot Club. "All right." Derek was the first to respond. Then, he added, feeling somewhat embarrassed, "Mr. World, the method for removing the mental corruption of a Beyonder characteristic will still require some time. I should be able to advance to sequence 7 soon." With that said, he looked to his side. "Mr. Hanged Man, once I return to the City of Silver, I'll make a list of the commonly seen monsters in the vicinity." He had kept everything he owed others and every promise he made without fulfilling them in mind. These plagued him to the point that he couldn't even sleep in peace. "No problem," the gloomy world indifferently said. Klein really wasn't in a hurry. He hadn't finished concluding his faceless principles, and his digestion of the potion had only just begun. It would still take several months. Therefore, his plan wasn't to head straight for the Gargas archipelago. Instead, he would act as an adventurer and a traveler as he worked his way through the colonial islands. From time to time, he would change his identity and experience life in order to extract the faceless principles. During this process, he would inquire more about mermaids in detail. After knowing that the Church of the Goddess reared such spiritual creatures and that they possessed high-sequence potion formulas of the seer pathway, Klein kept feeling worried about traps placed against every faceless in the Gargas archipelago who sought advancement. In other words, Klein had to spend 2 to 3 months or more time traveling and adventuring on the Sonia Sea. This long period of time was long enough for the Sun to obtain a potion formula, gather the corresponding ingredients, and ascend to the sequence 7 Solar High Priest. With the conclusion of the transaction portion of the gathering, the Tarot Club members entered the period for free communication. Audrey didn't disappoint the Hanged Man's expectations by standing up first and raising the ends of her skirt, bowing towards the very end of the long bronze table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like to know the hidden truth behind Backlund's great smog. Is it purely a result of those cultists' bid to awaken the primordial demoness and to allow the true creator's descent? Why did Prince Edisac choose to cooperate with them? According to your principle of equivalent exchange that was set by you, what do I need to pay in order to obtain the relevant information? If I knew, things would have been completely resolved now. The experienced Klein maintained his relaxed posture, chuckled and said, "There's no need. The root of the problem hasn't been discovered yet, but there are enough clues. I hope the members of the three churches aren't too stupid." The root of the problem hasn't been discovered yet? Mr. Fool has made his adorer give the churches and the military a certain amount of clues? Audrey was rather shocked when she heard this, but she felt that this wasn't too surprising within her previous concerns and worries. "Thank you for your answer." She sincerely bowed once more. Is Backlund still in danger? Furs suddenly felt uneasy. After Miss Justice sat down, Klein controlled the world to chuckle and say, "Mr. Hangman, I discovered the Balin person you mentioned." The Balin who was involved in the escape of many slaves from the colonial islands? The hanged man replied with disbelief. Yes, reddish-brown skin, of southern continent descent, Backlund accent, and the third tooth on his left fake, the world answered hoarsely. It should be him. Alger recalled for 2 seconds before saying, "Where is he? What's his present identity? Also, Mr. World, do you wish to receive £100 in cash directly or an item of equivalent worth?" This was the mission of the Church of Storms, and purchasing clues was a reimbursable act, therefore, the hanged man wasn't pressured at all. Of course, money. Klein, who was vexing over his living expenses, controlled the world to say, £100 in cash. Balin is in Backlund. He was seen meeting a member of MI9 who was loyal to the royal family. I don't know who it was exactly, because he was wearing a mask. A member of MI9 who was loyal to the royal family. The hanged man ruminated over the words, and then he remembered Miss Justice's question, why did Prince Edisac work with the Aurora Order and the Demonist sect? It also points to the royal family. Can the two cases be one and the same? The truth behind all this involves the disappearance of the slaves? Alger felt that he could vaguely see some key points. You really are a well-informed and well-connected person. The £100 in cash will be paid tomorrow, Alger calmly said his thanks. Ha! The world laughed and turned to look at the sun. Kid, do you know ancient Hermes? Derek didn't try to hide anything as he replied honestly, I've heard of the Hermes language, but the City of Silver doesn't have that kind of knowledge. During the Second Epoch, there was no distinction between Hermes and ancient Hermes. It was only sometime during the Fourth Epoch that ancient Hermes was simplified accordingly, making it easier to be used, taught, and disseminated for daily use. However, it no longer had such a strong and direct effect on rituals. That is to say, the Hermes spoken by Little Sun is equal to ancient Hermes. There really is a person known as Hermes in the history of the City of Silver. Klein secretly nodded and said, a pity, I wanted to ask you for a favor. At this moment, Audrey remembered something from their conversation. It was something that originated from the psychology alchemists. She had intended to communicate directly, but after looking at the new member, Mr. Moon, she felt that she didn't understand him too well, so she raised her hand slightly and said, Honorable Mr. Fool, I have something to report to you. Klein nodded slightly and isolated the senses of everyone else. What is it? He asked in a calm manner. Audrey said, honestly, I got some information from the psychology alchemists. The most important thing is that they were founded after excavating the ruins of Hermes, who was the master who created ancient Hermes. The ruins of Hermes? This old gentleman was still alive 100 or 200 years ago. Had he deliberately guided the psychology alchemists to discover the relics, or had he perished in the Roselle incident? Klein was stunned for a moment. After deliberating for a moment, he smiled and reminded her, Hermes is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order. He didn't mention that Hermes could still be alive, because it was impossible to confirm. Hermes is a member of the Twilight Hermit Order? The psychology alchemists might have something to do with this mysterious organization? Audrey was stunned before she let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I have the Tarot Club and Mr. Fool backing me. Otherwise, I would have no way of knowing and no way to guard against. Once again, she gratefully praised the Fool. At this point, Klein wanted to comfort Miss Justice so that she wouldn't be too distressed and worried about the Backland incident. Maturing didn't mean that she had to give up positive moods and smiles. It wouldn't affect her ability to take things seriously and would instead help her persevere for a longer period of time. However, after consideration, in order to maintain his image as the Fool, he had to give up this advice he gained from being a former clown. He then removed the isolation barriers around the other members, waiting for the end of the exchange and for the end of this tarot gathering. Chapter 489, Held Up Suggestion. Chapter 489, Held Up Suggestion. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. After another round of conversations, Derek suddenly asked a question. Honorable Mr. Fool, what kind of hand gesture should we use when we would like to thank you usually? Hand gesture? Klein was momentarily stumped by Little Son's question. It had never occurred to him to imitate the gesture of drawing a clockwise circle from the Church of the Goddess, nor the Church of Storm's prayer gesture of striking the left of one's chest with their right fist. This is probably the last bottom line of a fake god. He lampooned inwardly. Seeing Mr. Fool smile without a word as though he was waiting for her and others to make suggestions, Audrey suddenly had a lot of inspiration and came up with a new question. Her eyes sparkled as she looked around and said, "Everyone, should we design a secret gesture to indicate our identity? Our tarot club doesn't have many members at present, so there's no need to worry about us appearing at the same spot and ending up opposing each other due to various reasons. But in the future, it might be very difficult to avoid that. We need a set of unique signals so as to identify friend from foe. I have an idea for that." Klein suddenly remembered the secret hand gestures he knew from his previous life, such as the hand in waistcoat. Just as he was about to manipulate the world to make a suggestion, the hanged man opened his mouth. "No, Miss Justice, I don't think it's a good idea. Compared to other secret organizations, our tarot club's most striking characteristic is that the members do not know each other. Even if... let me raise an extreme example. Even if one of our members are captured and interrogated, they wouldn't be able to affect the others unless there's someone who can resist Mr. Fool and enter this place directly. And that is clearly impossible. Once we have a full set of signals and passcodes, traitors can allow the opposing faction to use these means to fish us out one by one. Are you that eager to flaunt your identities as tarot club members?" Audrey temporarily failed to provide a rejoinder as she stammered, "But it's reasonable to worry about the situation you mentioned, but this can be avoided through our fixed interaction every week and creating a temporary gesture ahead of time, as well as praying to Mr. Fool." In consideration that she would be providing him large amounts of gold, Alger's tone gradually turned pleasant. Audrey replied with some understanding. "The simplest example is that at the tarot gathering on Monday, we'll first understand if there's a possibility of us bumping into another member, to the point of entering a conflict. Hence, we'll design a set of temporary gestures to identify ourselves. After the matter is over, we would immediately abandon that gesture. If there's any sudden situation and we're unable to communicate in time, or if there's some suspicion, we can seek an opportunity to pray to Mr. Fool to confirm if another member is participating in the same event? Something like that." Alger let out a silent breath. At that moment, Derek suddenly said in enlightenment, "Sorry, I asked a foolish question. Mr. Fool never mentioned any gestures to thank him because he was worried about us exposing ourselves." He immediately looked to the end of the long bronze table. "Your wish steers our path. I just thought of a special hand gesture." Klein chuckled and replied, "That's right." He cast his gaze towards the other members and said in a composed manner, "Let us end today's gathering here. By your will." All the members apart from the moon stood up at the same time. Emlyn froze for a second before standing up in a flurry, mimicking the bows of the other members. A deep red light immediately appeared in front of his eyes, and he felt his body plummet slightly. Soon after, his vision returned to normal and he saw dolls of various sizes in his room. Phew! Only until this moment did Emlyn White completely calm down as he recalled his first tarot gathering. Apart from Mr. Fool, the other members don't seem too powerful. Could they be like me, chosen for various reasons? I have the ancestor backing me, so who's backing them? What a joke! I originally imagined the son to be a demigod who just escaped the pursuit of an angel. It turned out that he's only a sequence 8 and seeking to advance to sequence 7. A child who doesn't know manners definitely isn't an adult yet. However, the city of silver that he mentioned and the experiences that he had undergone are very strange. I have to find an opportunity to ask Lord Nibs. No, I have to first ask Cosme, as well as my parents. I'll see if they know anything about the city of silver. Humph, how dare the history books of the city of silver tamper with the feats of a sanguine? Miss Justice is from Backlund. She's very, very rich. Is she the daughter of some rich banker or the daughter of some noble? Perhaps she's a banker or noble herself. Miss Magician looked at me very strangely. She must admire the lofty sanguine. She doesn't speak much and didn't divulge much about herself. Yes, she's a quiet girl. Mr. Hanged Man is a mature gentleman. He knows a lot and has a sublime character. He's willing to answer questions from new members and is willing to provide the corresponding help and information. It can be said that he's very popular. The sun and the world are both willing to ask him questions and seek his help. The world is quite an unlikable person. When he speaks, it's like there's phlegm in his throat that he can't spit out. I would disdain even drinking such a person's blood. It has a dirty taste. He's very introverted and is good at hiding his emotions. Furthermore, he easily produced a sequence 6 Beyonder characteristic and promised to provide a psychiatrist Beyonder characteristic in 2 months. Very impressive. As the details flashed through his mind, Emlyn discovered that the Tarot Club was simple, but also not very simple. Furthermore, Mr. Fool didn't interfere much with the development of the gathering. He seems to only be interested in the so-called Roselle's diary. But he is willing to offer convenient services on the level of miracles to his members. At this thought, Emlyn couldn't help but feel a little proud of his identity as the moon. Surveying the room of dolls, he recalled his own problem. A relic worth 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. A chance to become a baron in a short period of time. This is really putting me in a difficult position. At this moment, although Emlyn hadn't made his final decision yet, he felt the room grow darker, as though he were shouldering a heavy debt. In the ancient palace above the fog. Klein pressed his thumb and middle finger of his right hand to one temple and gently rubbed it. He quickly sat up in the silent environment, allowing a small badge to fly out from the pile of junk and land on the long bronze table in front of him. The badge was only the size of an eyeball. On the surface, there were symbols that symbolized fate and concealment. It was the item that Klein had found on Lenivas's body. On its back, it was inscribed with the words "You can join if you have this item in ancient Hermes." It also provided the corresponding information for the gathering, January 4, 1350, 8 p.m. in Bobber Valley. The question Klein needed to consider now was whether he should take the badge to the Bobber Valley tomorrow night to try his luck. Frankly speaking, he was inclined to not delving deeper. Even though he had already advanced to Faceless and was able to put on a perfect disguise, he didn't want to take the risk, because he didn't know anything about the gathering. A magician never performs unprepared. He muttered softly, took out a gold coin, and held it between his fingers. He picked up the badge with his other hand and muttered to himself, "It's risky to attend the gathering in Bobber Valley." After repeating this a few times, he finally flicked the gold coin. The gold coin tumbled down and stood upright in the palm of his hand. This meant that the divination had failed. As expected, Klein wasn't surprised. This isn't a problem of insufficient information, but rather the complete absence of it. He sat there in silence, letting the gold coin weave between his fingers. In the end, Klein overcame his curiosity and adventurous spirit and decided not to go. But that doesn't mean that I can't get involved. Tomorrow at 8 p.m., He smiled faintly and returned to the real world. For January, 10:35 a.m. Klein stood in front of a mahogany table and picked up a stack of bills. There were 5 £10 notes and 10 £5 for a total of £100. This was the payment which the hanged man had just paid via a sacrifice. The 15 notes made Klein's wallet much fuller, and he was finally able to buy his ticket in peace. Putting his wallet away, he picked up a thin human skin glove on the table and put it on his left hand. One of the main features of creeping hunger was that it had a camouflage effect when it wasn't in use and couldn't be detected by most beyonder means. Therefore, Klein was able to switch between its original appearance, gloves of various colors, and camouflaging it as skin. This time, he chose black gloves. To that end, Klein had specially prepared an individual black glove for his right hand. Soon after, he placed the brown biological poison bottle into a metal box, sealed it with a wall of spirituality, and stuffed it into the inside pocket of his clothes. As for the sun brooch, as long as he wore it and carried it with him, it would create a hot summer feeling. Klein had no choice but to put it in his iron cigarette case and hide it at the bottom of his suitcase. 9 purifying bullets, 15 demon hunting bullets, 3 exorcism bullets. Klein took out his revolver and a cartridge box, silently counting as he loaded them. Pa! He closed the cylinder, inserted the revolver into his underarm holster, put on his black tweed coat and half-top hat, picked up his cane and suitcase, and walked out of the hotel room. Apart from the all-black eye and the other items that he couldn't use still being above the gray fog, he was fully armed. Taking a carriage, Klein arrived at the Pritz Harbor Ticket Company located in White Rose Borough. This company was located in a rather old 3-story building. There was a wooden notice board on the door. Klein walked over and stopped there. He casually glanced at the board which said, "Things to take note. 1. Maintain order. Lines are strictly enforced. 2. Do not urinate or defecate, as well as spitting. 3. Find the guard in the lobby if there is a dispute. 4. Do not open canned wolffish in any of the rooms." Canned wolffish? What's that? Klein raised his eyebrows. Chapter 490 Warning of a Former Sailor. Chapter 490 Warning of a Former Sailor. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. The lobby of the Pritz Harbor Ticket Company was rather spacious, with 7 ticketing windows, but there were already a dozen or so people lined up in front of each. Klein took a glance and didn't directly go to the one with the fewest people. Instead, he took 2 steps to the right and arrived in front of an erected brown board. There were many pieces of white paper pasted on the wooden board, announcing all the information about the recent week's passenger ships, including their destinations, the ports they passed, and the prices of the different cabins. Before Klein could take a closer look, a staff member came over and drew a red circle on the second-class cabin of one line, marking it with a single phrase, "Sold out." So popular, Klein sighed. Of course, Pritz Harbor is the kingdom's largest port. Countless people pass through here to the southern continent and the colonial islands to seek out opportunities, a middle-aged man who was standing next to the wooden board replied in a clearly boastful manner. He was wearing a black bonnet and a black and white checkered uniform similar to that of the police, but he had no epaulets. All he had was a seagull badge hanging from his chest exactly identical to the logo of the Pritz Harbor Ticket Company. The middle-aged man's face, hands, and all of his exposed skin were bronze in color and rather rough. It was as if he had been exposed to the sea breeze and the sun for many years to the point of giving people the feeling that he had salt in his wrinkles. Find the guard in the lobby if there's a dispute. This should be the guard. Klein remembered the things he had to pay attention to at the door. He didn't mind that the other party had taken the initiative to talk to him. He smiled and said, "You seem to understand this port very well?" Hearing this question, the middle-aged man replied quite smugly, "I was once a sailor with the kingdom's navy, and their main base was located at Pritz Harbor's Oak Island. I served for 15 years and spent a long time in the sea around here. If it wasn't for East Balam's war destroying my health, then I could be a sailor for another 10 years. I know this port as well as I know my wife's body. A little cultured, but also a little vulgar." Klein casually chatted with him, having the intention of asking about news on the sea. "You became a guard here after retiring?" No, I was crammed into a night school for 2 whole years as a student and as a gatekeeper. Holy Lord of Storms, can you imagine the scene of someone my age reciting with a bunch of teenagers? And they know and remember words faster than I do. The guard showed an expression that showed how unbearable it was to reflect on the past. As he spoke, he patted his thigh and sighed. Unfortunately, my knees can't stand wet weather, otherwise, I would be a part-time teacher at night. Those kids will make you feel young, but I won't deny that it's because I want to earn more money. When you have a wife and 4 children, you have to realize that you have to support your family. Sir, you talk a little too much. Maybe that's why the ticket company hired you as a guard. Klein smiled and didn't continue with the man's topic. I just saw the things to take note of at the door and found that canned wolffish are not permitted to be opened here. Frankly speaking, I've never heard of such a thing. The guard's expression suddenly became complicated. He pinched his nose and said, "It's a food that's popular in places like the east coast of Faceless and the Gargas archipelago. It's wolffish pickled in salt, but it retains the blood, and the smell is very, very stimulating. It stinks and it's disgusting. It turns out to be a food of unknown origins." Klein laughed and said, "But I don't think anyone would specially eat canned food while waiting in line to buy a ticket, right? No, you don't understand that feeling. Perhaps, one day you will." The guard showed a look of lingering fear. There was once a barbarian from the north who came here to buy a ticket. As there were already many people lined up in front, causing the hall to look like a barrel filled with fish, he became very anxious, so he opened a can of wolffish. In less than 10 seconds, only he and a few guys were left in the lobby. This is a biological weapon. An ordinary version of my biological poison bottle." Klein laughed. In the end, he successfully bought a ticket, and a new point to take note of was added outside? The result wasn't as he expected. The lady and the gentleman in charge of ticket sales also escaped. Haha, as you know, the brains of barbarians are even worse than that of curly-haired baboons. The guard chuckled. When I was a sailor, there was a rumor at sea that a group of pirates controlled a merchant ship from Rolls. Ah, that's a city on the east coast of Faceac. In short, the pirates eagerly opened their spoils, but who knew that they were barrels filled to the brim with wolffish? Can you guess the outcome? They fainted, vomited, and lost their fighting power, and the crew received their bounty reward. Good story. Klein tried not to laugh. He returned his gaze to the pieces of paper on the wooden board and searched for information for a ship schedule to depart on January 5th. As a professional, he had previously divined which date was suitable for setting sail on this week. It came out to be the 5th and 8th. And among the passenger ships that headed to the Rorstad archipelago, the St. Haver and the White Agate suited him the most. There are still tickets, and the prices are about the same, £4 for third class, £10 for second class, and £35 for first class. People who depend on the sea for survival more or less believe in the Lord of the Storms. Even in countries like Intis and Faceac, there are fishermen and crew who secretly believe in this forbidden deity, in a bid to be safe out at sea. The name St. Haver originates from the Church of Storms. It has a certain background. Klein thought it over. He was inclined to choose the White Agate. Not in a rush to make a decision, he turned to look at the guard. "Do you know anything about the White Agate?" The guard immediately smiled. "Sir, you have a good eye. The White Agate is a steam-powered ship, but it also retains a sail. Its maximum speed is 16 knots. Also, the captain is very experienced. He was once the bosun of the Royal Navy's William V. No, it should be the Imperial Navy. The king has always claimed that he obtained the title of Emperor in Balam. In the Imperial Navy, no matter how outstanding or excellent the average person is, he can at most become a bosun. He cannot be an officer unless you can satisfy your superior, regardless of what method is used. Only then can you be recommended to the Pritz Naval Academy as a reserve officer. This is how Elend was forced to leave the Navy and ended up joining the White Agate, where he slowly became captain one step at a time. I suggest you choose a first-class cabin. That way, you'll have rooms for 3 to 4 servants, an attendant who has received etiquette lessons, an appointed chef who has excellent culinary skills, a quiet restaurant where you can enjoy the scenery, a special room for smoking cigars, and a place where you can gather and play cards." Hearing the guard's detailed explanation, Klein couldn't help but feel suspicious. Noticing his expression, the guard smiled in embarrassment. "Elan was my boss in the past. He would often treat me to drinks and ask me to help him promote the first-class cabins. But you can rest assured that everything I say is true. This really isn't the problem, it's a problem with money," Klein silently said to himself. Having made up his mind, he asked after some deliberation, "Sir, what advice do you have for a maritime adventurer?" To suit German Sparrow's identity, Klein had modified his image slightly to make himself seem colder and sharper. "Adventurer?" The guard unconsciously raised his voice. Many people in the queue turned to look at Klein. Based on his spiritual intuition, Klein instinctively traced a line of sight. He saw a man in his 30s wearing a black top hat. He had a boorish face, weather-beaten wrinkles, a strong but not tall body, and pale blue eyes that had experienced a lot. Another adventurer? Klein and the man looked away just as their eyes met. At that moment, the guard squeezed out a smile and said, "I'm sorry, I'm a bit too sensitive on the term adventurer. In my opinion, this is equivalent to a fugitive, a sea villain, and a person who goes against his pledges." "No, I'm not talking about you. You want sincere advice?" You have to remember 3 things. First, do not provoke pirates. Second, do not provoke pirates. Third, do not provoke pirates. Unless you're a member of the Navy or the church, do not go against the pirates. Don't be fooled by the enthusiasm of the island girls. They're either pirates or want you to take them to Pritz, to Backland. It's not entirely their fault. In order to cheat them of their bodies, many sailors, crew, and passengers paint them a very attractive metropolis and a very beautiful life, then kick them out of their beds and abandon them, leaving them in their original spots. What a bunch of vile people. In this era, people who live on the sea can't be too kind. Is the order at sea that bad? Pirates are this rampant? Klein nodded and said, "Thank you, I know what to do now." Saying this, he walked over to the line with the least number of people. Behind him, the guard shouted, "And the legends of treasure at sea are all fake." After buying a second-class ticket for the White Agate, Klein returned to the hotel and waited patiently for the night to descend. In the process, he had enjoyed the most famous fried fish in the Pritz harbor. He thought that the taste was pretty good, but he definitely couldn't accept eating it all the time. When it was close to 8 o'clock, he went above the gray fog, holding the badge from La Nevis in one hand and writing the corresponding sentence in the other. The situation of the gathering this time. Tick. Tock. Tick. Tock. When his pocket watch struck 8, he closed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, and began to recite the divination statement. He had reason to believe that when the door of the gathering opened, he would be able to divine something above the gray fog with the aid of this medium which had locked onto the location. He had failed before because nothing had happened yet, but this was different. Things were happening now, and Klein had the right medium. Soon, Klein entered a gray, blurry dream world. He saw the Tussock River flowing quietly, a wide river valley on the 2 sides, and about a dozen people in different positions. They were shrouded in thin light, vanishing indistinctively or illusorily. One of them had black hair and green eyes. He looked quite handsome, and he was a familiar face to Klein. Leonard Mitchell, Chapter 491, The Sherlock Moriarty, in the Investigation Report. Chapter 491, The Sherlock Moriarty, in the Investigation Report. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Leonard? Klein thought for a moment that he was mistaken. However, the blurring caused by the rays of light wasn't that serious. Being familiar with Leonard, he was able to quickly confirm his previous judgment. In the time it took to take a breath, Leonard disappeared, the light dispersed, and the valley returned to its midwinter silence. The scene which Klein saw on the dream shattered as a result. He opened his eyes and placed the badge he had obtained from Lenivas on the surface of the long bronze table. Is it really Leonard, or a Faceless disguised as Leonard? Klein considered and flipped a gold coin. His spirituality had told him through the medium that it was Leonard Mitchell, his teammate from the Tingen Nighthawks team. Is he the investigator sent by the Church of the Goddess for the gathering, or is he risking his life to find an opportunity to find the revenge target while keeping the Nighthawks in the dark? Klein muttered to himself in suspicion. It was hard to make an accurate judgment. And without any leads, his divination couldn't provide him with any revelations. After a few seconds of silence, Klein gave a self-deprecating smile as he drew a crimson moon on his chest. I wish him the best of luck. May the goddess watch over him. Klein no longer bothered with the problem, and he planned on understanding more about the gathering before deciding whether or not to participate in the future or to warn Leonard Mitchell anonymously. Backlund, in a secret room in the basement of the Steen Cathedral. Ekanser took off his hat, pressed down his fluffy but not soft hair, and sat in the first seat on the left. Then, he took out the ancient silver mirror of a Rhodes from an inner custom-made pocket in his clothes and placed it in front of him. To his right, across him, and diagonally across him, were the machinery hivemind deacons and captains, all of whom had been summoned by the member of the Divine Council, the Archbishop of Backlund, Horamic Haydn, for a meeting. The white-robed archbishop looked like an ordinary old man, sitting calmly at the end. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he looked around and softly said, "Let's start with Ekanser. Tell me in sequence about the investigation over the past few days." Ekanser Bernard pushed his hair while flipping through the thick document file, and he reported in a concise manner, "Your Grace, we were in charge of Sherlock Moriarty. After a careful investigation, and with the aid of Beyonder means, we confirmed that he was pulled into the matter. Prior to the incident, there was no evidence that he knew of Prince Edisac's problem. He and the dead Talon Dumont were friends, and he indirectly fulfilled some of the tasks entrusted to him by the prince, but there weren't many problems. At most, he had falsely made some fraudulent claims for his expenses." At this point, Ekanser suddenly felt a little worried because Sherlock Moriarty was also an informant for the machinery hivemind, and his expenses here were likely to be somewhat exaggerated. In any case, his job as an informant was very effective and very outstanding, enough to offset a lot of problems, and he hasn't become our informant for long. The money involved was mostly just from commissions. Ekanser exhaled slowly and continued to report, "Our conclusion is that he's considered an innocent party and that there is no hidden plot behind him. He once keenly noticed the danger of Red Rose Manor, but that is a typical example of coming to the correct conclusion from an incorrect deduction. He was afraid of the royal family's internal strife, and for this reason, he had been slow in his work and didn't do any substantial investigations. On this, he had reported it to us. Unfortunately, he still failed to avoid the matter, but he was lucky enough. He mentioned that the descendant of death happened to be monitoring the vicinity of Red Rose Manor at the time, hence, he was rescued from the perilous situation when the meteorite fell. The signs at the scene are ample proof of how terrifying that strike was. It's likely due to 0-08. Klein mentioned the existence of Ince Zangwill and 0-08 in his letter. As for whether or not he knew the former archbishop and the Grade 0 sealed artifact, no one was concerned about it, because he was with Isaac Eggers for some time. It was entirely possible that he learned the information from him. This was also a conclusion that everyone subconsciously came up with. As for matters regarding Grade 0 and Grade 1 sealed artifacts, the 7 Orthodox churches constantly shared information of the rough situation with each other, the numbers were shared, and there was no repetition. However, we haven't been able to grasp the entire situation. There are 3 matters that aren't confirmed. First, 2-111 indicates that after Sherlock Moriarty fled into the forest, he didn't immediately escape far away. Instead, he stayed on the spot and prayed to someone. Second, it's still unknown when he and Isaac Eggers got to know each other. Third, it's still unknown how he escaped the underground ruins. It's unlikely that he could have done so with his strength. And in this process, he had even destroyed the descent ritual of the Aurora Order, Ekanser finally concluded. 2-111 referred to the magic mirror, a Rhodes. Horace laughed after he listened to the recount and muttered, "Fraudulent claims of expenses." He then cleared his throat. In any case, Sherlock Moriarty is a hero of Backland. If he hadn't stopped the ritual in time, and if he had been frightened at that moment and had chosen to flee, then most of us wouldn't be alive sitting here. Moreover, he has also displayed his faith in God and his friendliness towards us. As long as there isn't too much of a problem with him, then we can pretend that we don't know anything about his tiny flaws and secrets. Your Grace, this is what we were thinking as well. Cancer heaved a sigh of relief and said, "I guess his prayers in the woods, including the ritual of blowing the copper whistle, were to get in touch with Isaac Eggers. But the effects and speed can be different. In such a critical situation, the only thing he could do was to try to save himself, which is something that we deduced from the follow-up process. Apart from trying to save himself, he could write his will," another machinery hive mind deacon quipped before he immediately reported the portion he was responsible for. "We haven't found the underground ruin which Sherlock Moriarty described, even with the help of 2 to 111. We're still temporarily unable to grasp the locations of the royal family's high-sequence beyonders on that very day. It can be confirmed that the Church of Evernight received the information first. This came from a special channel of Earl Hall, but the specific situation is unknown. Most of the forces of the Aurora Order in Backland have been eliminated by us, the Nighthawks, and the mandated Punishers. However, I suspect that they still have some hidden strength." At the time of the incident, Sherlock Moriarty mentioned that Trissy was heading to Backland, but no one has seen her ever since. According to Sherlock Moriarty, she was a key figure and was renamed Trissy Cheek. It cannot be determined what method the Church of Evernight used to capture the Demoness of Despair and the butler, Funkel. Results via divination tell me that they're still alive, but they aren't free. One by one, the deacons and captains reported on their findings while Horace half closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. After a few seconds of silence, he opened his eyes and slowly said, "Put all efforts into finding Trissy Cheek if she's still alive. Pass me all the problems where divination has failed to provide any effective revelations. The Church has a saint who is good at this, although it's not necessarily more effective than 2 to 111. As for the surveillance and investigation of the royal family's high-sequence beyonders, it can be tabled. There's no need to worry. They've always known what we've been doing. It's also a form of warning. Continue the search for the underground ruins and report it to the Evernight and Storm churches." Cancer asked 2 to 111 how Sherlock Moriarty escaped the ruins, as well as when he got to know Isaac Eggers. Cancer looked at the Archbishop, then at his colleagues before gritting his teeth and said, "Yes, Your Grace." He was sadly convinced that his legends were about to spread from just a few machinery hive minds teams that he was in charge of to all the beyonders of the Church of the God of Steam in Backland. After a very well-rehearsed process, he opened his mouth and said, "Honorable Rhodes, my question is, when did Sherlock Moriarty get to know Isaac Eggers?" The silver mirror, which seemed to have eyes on both sides, suddenly started to glow with an aqueous light, quickly forming a scene. Sherlock Moriarty stood in a room, watching a rat with a rotting belly burrow into a hole in a wall. Behind him was Old Kohler and the owner of a budget hotel. He got to know Isaac Eggers while completing the bounty mission for him. That mission was issued by MI9, which originated from a coincidental conflict. Cancer interpreted the scene. With that, he chose to answer the corresponding question. He held his breath as he waited for a Rhodes to give the soul-piercing question. As expected, he saw the bright red words, "Do you know the feeling of trying your best to win the favor of someone, but only to end up being abandoned without any progress?" This question isn't sharp enough. It's unlike a Rhodes's usual style. Cancer suddenly felt that the blood on the mirror seemed to lack its usual horror and bloody sense. It appeared somewhat weak. He didn't bother to think about why and immediately opened his mouth to answer, "Yes." "Congratulations, you got it right." A new line of text appeared on the surface of the silver mirror. Its color was somewhat pale. January 5, 9 a.m. With a gray scarf around his neck, Klein arrived at Rose Wharf with his suitcase and cane. The white agate was docked there, unusually large compared to the height of a human. It was said to be capable of ferrying hundreds of passengers. It had the rich characteristics of the age, with its chimneys, sails, and its 12 cannons on both sides of the ship necessary for defending against pirates and other piers. Under Captain Elankag's arrangement, the chosen stocky sailors and crew lined up at the mouth of the gangway, some even deliberately revealing their legitimate revolvers, rifles, and knives. This gave the passengers on board the boat a greater sense of security. They were no longer afraid of the journey that would take them 9 days to complete. Klein stood below, looked up, and climbed up the hanging ladder in the undulating blue water. My travels begin. He took a step forward and sighed silently. Chapter 492 Adventurer. Chapter 492 Adventurer. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. As soon he stepped onto the deck and before he could enter the cabin, Klein saw a figure moving through the crowd towards him through the corner of his eye. He looked over his shoulder with an air of indifference but hidden vigilance, and he saw a man in his 30s wearing a black half-top hat and a windbreaker of the same color. The other party had a weathered face, looking boorish but extremely masculine. His light blue eyes didn't contain a smile, as if they were immersed in many past events. He looks a little familiar. Right, he's that guy I noticed at the ticket office yesterday. He seems to be an adventurer as well. He's actually wearing a windbreaker at sea in January. He's quite strong. While lifting his cane with ease and pointing diagonally downwards, Klein said with a smile, "Good morning, we meet again." It was like he was greeting an old friend. The boorish man, however, wasn't surprised. He stopped and nodded in a somewhat reserved manner, saying, "Cleves, a former adventurer." "Mate, are you in the same trade? I thought you knew yesterday." "Gairman Sparrow," Klein responded with a smile. He didn't pass his cane to his left hand, because he didn't intend to shake Cleves's hand. "I can tell." Cleves maintained 2 seconds of silence and said, "Being an adventurer isn't a beautiful profession. I've already switched careers and have become a bodyguard. This time, I'm accompanying my employer's family to the capital of the Rorstad archipelago." He half-turned and pointed to another spot on the deck. Klein traced where he was pointing and saw nearly 10 people gathered together. They were led by a plump middle-aged gentleman with ruddy cheeks and spirited eyes. On his double-breasted suit, Klein could see the gold chain from his pocket watch and a jeweled collar brooch. Next to him was a lady in a wide-brimmed hat, her face completely hidden by the dark blue muslin that hung down, and her figure wasn't too bad. Standing in front of the couple were 2 children. The younger one was a boy who wasn't even 10 years old. He was wearing a child's version of a tailcoat. The older one was 15 or 16 years old and was a lively and energetic teenage girl. Her looks couldn't be considered outstanding, but her pair of brown eyes were quite bright and intelligent. Her faint freckles and puffy dress added to her playfulness. Around them were 3 people carrying suitcases and all sorts of items, a man and 2 women, all dressed as servants. One of the maids had brownish skin, clearly of southern continent heritage. The bodyguards protecting the 7 people were a man and a woman. They were dressed simply and neatly in white shirts, light sweaters, black coats, dark trousers, and sturdy leather boots. The 2 bodyguards deliberately didn't hide the outlines made by the gun holsters by their waists. They didn't relax as they inspected the approaching passers-by. Their eyes were sharp and they were composed. 3 servants and 3 bodyguards? Klein asked casually. This is quite an extravagant setup, which means that their employer is a rich person. Instinctively, he made his judgment. Yes. Cleves nodded. Without another word, he quickly turned around and walked towards his employer's family. Klein was stunned. He didn't know why Cleves had specially come to greet him for. After recalling the novels, movies, and television dramas he had seen in his previous life, he gradually understood what Cleves was implying. He's a little wary of me, or should I say of someone who claims to be an adventurer while not looking like someone to mess with, so he introduced himself in advance to indicate his identity and what his job is. It's to tell me to not have any plans regarding his employer's family. In short, you do what you do, I do what I do, and we stay out of each other's business. Is this the tacit understanding between experienced adventurers and veteran bounty hunters? Interesting. Klein chuckled. He carried his suitcase and black cane as he went into the cabin. With the help of his ticket, he found his own room. With a creak, he pushed open the wooden door and walked in. The room wasn't very spacious, just large enough to fit a bed, a table, and a cupboard. There weren't even any chairs. Its greatest advantage was that it came with windows. The warm sunlight shone in, illuminating the table and bedside with pure golden spots. A member of the crew mentioned that the washroom and bathroom are for public use, with about 8 rooms sharing one. If someone urgently needs one, then they can provide a wooden toilet, but one must pay the cleaning fee of 3 pence each time. I have to be grateful that after the white agate was renovated, it has many metal pipelines laid. Boilers are burning and hot water is being supplied, providing a relatively convenient way of life. Otherwise, my travels wouldn't be a pleasant one. Klein silently sighed. He quickly took out his necessities and placed them on the table for daily use. When he was tidying up the place, he sat down on the edge of the bed, which wasn't too high, and he listened to the long whistle of the steam whistle. He felt the power that stemmed from steam and machinery contained within it. When the ship began to set sail, Klein looked out the window at the sea and gradually withdrew his thoughts. He began to think about the most important thing that would happen next, the problem of how to act as a faceless. While facing the true creator's descent ritual and the powerful Mr. A, the decision to give up trying to escape and attempt to sabotage act had allowed his potion to be digested a little. Based on this feedback, he gained some new insights into the acting requirements of a faceless. You can disguise yourself into anyone, but you are ultimately yourself. This is the principle which Nimble Right Master Rosago was made to remember. I originally imagined that yourself refers to my original identity, but from the looks of it, that's not the complete picture. What is considered as yourself requires serious thought. Klein leaned forward and bathed in the sunlight as though he was a thinking statue. After a while, he came up with an idea. Does this correspond to the spirit of one's identity, to their true identity deep down? Even back on Earth, Zhou Mingrui had worn a lot of facades, which formed a social persona. In a sense, this was a big part of what wasn't real. Yes. When I become someone else, I take over their identity. In order to not be discovered, I have to disguise myself socially, which is the same as wearing a different mask. When all the masks are taken down, there will be none left. What kind of yourself does a faceless see at the end of the day? Is this the deeper meaning behind yourself in that principle? When I face my inner thoughts, overcome my fear, and challenge the impossible without reasons stemming from society, am I really acting as myself? This is to be explored and verified. At this thought, Klein changed his position, trying to sit more comfortably. Remembering everything that had happened before, he found another question regarding acting. In the underground ruins, I disguised myself as Ins Zangwil and successfully escaped from my predicament, but why didn't I feel any signs of digesting the potion at all? Does this imply that to digest the faceless potion, a superficial disguise such as that isn't enough? Yes, this is closer to the use of beyonder powers and not acting. What can stimulate the digestion of the potion is a disguise on a deeper level. Is it being a true substitute for a person, becoming that person on a social level? Only when his relatives and friends are unable to find him for a long period of time does it prove that his disguise was a success? In that case, the reason why I feel harmony with the faceless potion is because I had previously disguised myself as Klein Moretti? The first principle of Faceless is that you can disguise yourself as anyone, but you are ultimately yourself. The second principle is to have a disguise on a deeper level that fools everyone. But to replace a person and become that person in a societal sense is quite evil just thinking about it. Don't tell me that I have to find those kinds of people who have died in a foreign land but have a wish that is yet to be fulfilled? Klein eased his baffling horror, and he drew up an initial direction for his acting attempts. The higher the sequence, the more difficult it is to act. He sighed, took out his pocket watch, and checked the time. Since it was still too early for lunch and the room was too small and cramped, he decided to take a walk on the deck and enjoy the scenery amidst the sea breeze. After the excitement of the first hour of the voyage, there weren't many people left on deck. Klein walked along the side of the ship, arriving at a secluded area with large shadows. It's a warm, sunny day. Other than the strong winds which might steal my hat, there are no shortcomings. He pressed the half-top hat on his head and leisurely surveyed the cabin, listening to the faint sounds of music coming from inside. Suddenly, he saw the former adventurer, Cleves, busying himself around the corner. In front of him seemed to be a trident, a dagger, and a short knife. Cleves sensed this and raised his head to look at him. Keeping a well-seasoned demeanor, he said in a taciturn manner, "We're all old mates, and we have to maintain them frequently." At this point, he added, "There are children in the cabin." "Understood." Klein smiled in response. Cleves lowered his head and continued to busy himself. He casually asked, "You don't seem to have these things with you?" "I'm used to using weapons that keep abreast with the times," Klein said vaguely. "And I frequently do maintenance." Cleves silently raised his dagger, looked at it against the sunlight, and said to himself, "At sea, guns alone aren't enough. Pirates will board ships, and there will be a lot of people. After you finish shooting your bullets, you won't have the opportunity to reload again. Although these guys no longer keep abreast with the times, they're still useful enough." Very professional. As expected of a former adventurer. Klein leaned against the side of the boat and said half-jokingly, "If there really are pirates boarding the ship, I'm more likely to choose not to fight back." Cleves turned his head and stared at him for a good 3 seconds before retracting his gaze. Then, as he packed up his things, he said in a low voice, "It seems that you don't need me to remind you. You've already understood the rules of the sea. The bounty hunters who travel the earth are often unable to be adventurers at sea." He skillfully hid the dagger, short knife, and trident under his clothes, which dazzled Klein. "Thank you." Klein smiled and nodded. Without speaking any further, Cleves turned around and returned to the cabin, leaving behind only his broad and deep back. Klein smirked, shook his head, and turned his gaze to the side of the ship. Blue waves gently rose up and down, and silvery white flying fish occasionally leaped out of the water and soared in the air. This fish can fly and swim. They're considered the family of the Lord of Storms by fishermen and sailors, so even if they were caught by nets, they're returned to the sea. Klein was leisurely admiring the surface of the sea under the sunlight, as well as the flying fishes above the surface of the sea. An uncontrollable thought flashed through his mind. I wonder how good their meat is." Chapter 493 Hunting. Chapter 493 Hunting. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Honorable Erodes, my second question is, how did Sherlock Moriarty escape from the ruins? Ecancer's mood was a lot more relaxed than before. The surface of the silver mirror shimmered, rapidly outlining Sherlock Moriarty leaning his back against the wall, his fists clenching and tightening. Then, Ecancer Bernard and the surrounding machinery hidemine deacons and captains saw the private detective's exaggerated smile before turning around and dashing out with his gun drawn. At this moment, under the influence of the composed scene, they all felt an inexplicable sense of sadness and excitement. The image in the mirror jumped, revealing Sherlock Moriarty wielding his revolver as he shot at the altar to no avail. The scene of those disintegrating bullets caused everyone present to be a little worried. Then, Sherlock Moriarty threw out a brass key, and the altar showed signs of instability due to corruption. With the erupting air blast, Mr. A fell to the ground and Sherlock Moriarty pathetically fled out of the temple building. At this point, the image changed to have the slightly turbid Tussock River as the main background. Sherlock Moriarty and Mr. A floated in the water, looking up into the sky where there were no clouds or fog. Almost instantly, Mr. A became transparent and disappeared, leaving only Sherlock Moriarty looking around in astonishment. "The Church of Evernights reinforcements?" Ecancer said with a frown. Unfortunately, he didn't mention what appeared in his letter. We have no way of guessing. Was he trying to sell this secret for a good price, or was he simply affected by it and lost the relevant memories? Also, his experience of escaping from the underground ruins doesn't show anything. It seems like the corresponding clues have been concealed at the same time. He analyzed it quickly, in procedural sentences, and then without too great a psychological burden, he chose to answer with reciprocity instead of taking a risk. Rhodes doesn't seem to be in the mood to be a prankster today. I can make the most of it. In his self-consolation, Ecancer saw bloody words appear on the surface of the mirror. With a skip of his heartbeat, he had a bad premonition, suspecting that Rhodes had already recovered to his usual state. The blood-like words wiggled and quickly formed into a question. Who was the person you gave your all to while trying your best to win the favor of, only to end up being abandoned? With his head buzzing, Ecancer's face drained of all its color before flushing red. The question pierced a deep wound in him while leaving him at a loss as to what to do. If I mention who he is, then his reputation would be ruined before tonight. I've already become a kind of legend in some sense. Ecancer swallowed his saliva with great difficulty and bitterly said, I choose punishment. A bolt of lightning immediately descended. However, it was different from before. It was no longer silvery white and had been dyed with slight green. It hit him right on the head, causing his hair to stand on end and flash with the color of lightning. He shook violently like shaking dice, as though he had been drugged with a hallucinogenic drug. Archbishop Horamek sighed, closed his eyes, and muttered to himself, a grade 0 sealed artifact? When Ecancer recovered, he looked around and said, there's one more question. Where did the key that Sherlock Moriarty used to destroy the descent ritual come from? Which one of you is going to use 2 to 111? All the machinery hive mind deacons and captains looked at each other. For a moment, no one responded. The sound of water splashing against the ship's hold seemed to be the only sound left in the world. The sea at night was both noisy and quiet. Klein suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. He saw the wooden ceiling covered with a crimson moon veil. His spiritual intuition told him that there was something happening outside. Is someone having a rendezvous? He tilted his head to listen, vaguely able to hear some unnatural sounds. He sat up, put on his gloves, and put on his coat. His eyes turned dark as he took out a gold coin, flipped it, and quickly performed a divination. After receiving no revelations of danger, he took out the revolver under his pillow and put it in his pocket. After making the appropriate preparations, Klein opened the door and walked out of the room, following the sound to the upper deck. At this moment, at sea, away from the industrial pollution, the crimson moon quietly hung there, mysterious and dreamy. After carefully bypassing a few patrolling crew members, Klein arrived at the area where there was a commotion. He could smell the faint scent of blood. With the help of the moonlight, he looked over and saw the former adventurer, Cleves, squatting to the side of the ship and setting up something. There were 3 people hiding in the shadows of the cabin about a dozen meters away from this gentleman. One of them was a companion of Cleves, the female bodyguard in the black coat, and the remaining 2 were the children of their employer, a girl of 14 or 15 years of age and a young gentleman of no more than 10 years of age. The 2 youngsters wore thick cotton nightgowns and outer coats. It was obvious that they had come out in a hurry. They trembled amidst the chilling night wind, but they still squatted there full of energy and vigor, looking at Cleves with their bright eyes. Playing hide and seek? Klein joked inwardly. He purposely increased the volume of his footsteps, causing Cleves and the others to turn their gaze towards him. Friend, what happened? Klein recalled the expressions of some bounty hunters he knew in East Borough. But he still maintained Gairman Sparrow's unique identity of being cold and sharp. Cleves replied, unperturbed, a private job, a hunt that came by accident, but one that's worth looking forward to. A hunt? Klein's interest was suddenly piqued. The reason he had named himself Gairman was that it represented the first hunter of a game he had played in his previous life, and it suited his idea of hunting evil at sea. Klein was in no hurry to inquire about the reason. Using his left hand, which wore creeping hunger, he pointed at the shadow next to him with his left finger. Private job? Doing a private job in front of your employer? Cleves, who was squatting there, glanced at the boy and the girl and said, without changing his tone, Cecile wasn't careful enough and ended up waking Donna and Denton up. She had no choice but to let them follow. The girl called Donna wrinkled her nose when she heard her name mentioned. She curiously looked up and asked Klein, "Uncle, are you also an adventurer?" "Uncle? Even if it's the me from Earth, I'm at most 10 years older than you." Klein said in amusement, "No, you can't use the word also. Strictly speaking, I'm the only adventurer here, they're just bodyguards right now." He turned to Clevis and said, "Hey, mate, what prey did you discover?" Clevis looked into the faint crimson waters and said, "A murloc." "Murloc? That's a beyonder creature. Even though it's of the lowest grade, it's still quite difficult for ordinary people to deal with them. They would need at least 5 to 6 people and 4 to 5 spears to have a chance." "That's right, the scales on a murloc's body are very hard. Revolvers can only deal a little damage. They need to have a rifle." Klein raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you plan on doing? And how are you sure it's a murloc?" Clevis pointed to the edge of the ship and said, "There are traces of its body's mucus here. 1 to 2 hours ago, it tried to climb onto the ship to attack the passengers, but the deck was still bustling with activity and there were lots of sailors and crew." Klein took a few steps forward and saw that there were some traces of green corrosion on the side of the ship. He recalled the information he had come into contact with in Tingen City, and it coincided with the content in the books. He asked with great interest, why must it be one, and not a group? He remembered that murlocs had a tendency to live together. If it's a group, then they'll directly destroy the ship's hull and let everyone sink. Moreover, the area around this channel and the surrounding sea have already been cleared of murlocs. The Church of Storms really enjoy hunting them, Clevis solemnly explained. That's because murlocs are probably one of the main ingredients of the Sequence 9 Sailor Potion. Klein stroked the revolver in his pocket and asked with a smile, "Are you confident?" Clevis didn't directly answer him and instead opened a paper bag beside him. Inside the bag were some pig organs still stained with blood. This was the source of the smell of blood that Klein noticed. All murlocs like this kind of food and are unable to resist its allure. Of course, these monsters love human organs the most, so in many sea legends, it's emphasized to prepare some pig or beef organs from the ship's kitchen or canned organs, Clevis said as he sprinkled some granules. Pepper granules can cause the murlocs to feel the excitement of smoking marijuana and lose some of their sense of balance. This can last for about a minute, and after that, the murlocs will be exhausted after the high state of excitement has subsided. He then took out a wooden box from his clothes and placed the dark green paste on the tip of the trident, dagger, and short knife. The mint cream that's popular in Pritz Harbor is a unique sweetener for humans, but in the eyes of the murlocs, it's a deadly blood toxin. In addition, I borrowed 2 rifles from the sailors. I got an agreement to not disturb this area for 20 minutes, and I spent a sizable sum of money. However, as long as I can successfully kill a murloc, then I'll be able to reap 10, 20, or even 30 times the cost. As expected of an experienced adventurer, he's exceptionally aware about the weaknesses and problems of his prey. Listening to him speak, I feel like they have a chance of successfully hunting the murloc, even if they aren't beyonders. In the face of traps and firearms, low-sequence beyonders really aren't much stronger than the average person. It's not like there are no low-sequence beyonders who die in gang wars. However, murlocs are creatures that seem to wear full-body armor. It's not easy to kill them. They would be injured, but it's not like they can't escape. Klein curiously asked, "You seem to have killed quite a number of murlocs?" Understanding the characteristics of common sea monsters is a prerequisite for an adventurer's survival. Clevis didn't show the joy of being praised as he remained calm and silent. As they conversed, the girl, Donna, and the boy, Denton, squatted in the shadows and listened with relish. They found all of this to be the most interesting thing in the world. "Yes, I also need to brush up on my studies in this area." Klein smiled and said, "So that's how it is. I didn't disturb you, did I?" Clevis pierced a portion of organs on a rod and said with a deep voice, "If you want to participate, take care of Donna and Denton so that Cecile won't be distracted." "Sure." Klein, who wanted to watch from the sidelines, smiled and agreed. Chapter 494, A Bite of Murloc. Chapter 494, A Bite of Murloc. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. The red moon hung high in the sky as Klein walked over to Donna and Denton and squatted down beside them. Cecile, the female comrade of Clevy's, let out a sigh of relief. She picked up the rifle on the deck, bent down, and quickly walked in another direction. She opened up a distance of about 10 meters from the peppered pig's organs. "Uncle, is it starting?" The mischievous, freckled teenage girl, Donna, suddenly felt a little nervous. However, her face was filled with curiosity and anticipation. Klein raised his left index finger to his mouth, motioning for the two young ones to be quiet. At times like this, he couldn't help but thank Roselle. It was because of the efforts of this transmigration senior that some of his habitual gestures had become common body language in the northern continent, so it wouldn't lead to misunderstandings. It was said that in the early part of the Fifth Epoch, this don't talk gesture was an insult in loan. But in certain parts of the southern continent, it means kiss me. Klein's mind was a little distracted for a moment. Donna and Denton didn't dare to say anything else. They just squatted there quietly, watching with rapt attention as Clevy's prepared for the battle. The former adventurer picked up a rod and threw the thread with some pig organs hanging from it over the side of the ship. With a splash, the bait entered the water. Calmly dispersing the remaining organs, Clevy's wielded his weapon and retreated, step by step, to hide in the shadows opposite Cecile. The two of them formed an angle of about 60 degrees to the side of the ship where the rod was being supported. Leaning his trident and other weapons, he raised his rifle and tried to take in the feeling of aiming. The deck had completely quietened down, leaving only the operating sound of the steam engine and the crashing of waves against the ship. As the minutes ticked by, Donna and Denton couldn't help but switch from squatting to sitting, with their backs against the planks of the cabin, trying to soothe the paralysis in their legs. At that moment, they saw the rod on the side of the boat sink a little. The muffled sound of friction rapidly grew closer and closer. Suddenly, a figure jumped onto the deck. It was a monster bathed in crimson moonlight. Its entire body was covered in dark green scales, and there was a green slime flowing around it. It didn't have much in common with humans. It was like a giant fish that had grown 4 strong limbs, and there was obvious webbing in the cracks of its limbs. The Murloc was more than 1.9 meters tall, with round eyes and gills on its cheeks. It looked like demons from Legends, making Donna cover her mouth to prevent herself from screaming. At the same time, she covered the mouth of her brother, Denton, as well. Good thinking. Klein smiled to himself as he carefully examined the Murloc. Unlike the sailor rampager he had seen before, real Murlocs didn't have human-like brains. They were pure monsters. The Murloc vigilantly scanned the surroundings before squatting down. It picked up the scattered pig organs, quickly stuffed them into its mouth, and produced clear chewing sounds. The light in its mainly white eyes gradually faded, as if it had fallen into a dream. It's of low intellect. Klein shook his head and made his judgment. Bang! Clevy's pulled the trigger, and a bullet flew out from the rifle. It instantly struck the Murloc's chest, causing its scales to shatter and blood to splatter. Wah! The merman let out a cry which sounded like a child, and it threw itself at Clevy's, who was hidden in the shadows. It was as fast as a steam train. At this moment, Cecile, who was in another position, opened fire as well. Bang! The bullet from the rifle struck the Murloc's ribs, causing many scales to scatter and the tall figure to stagger. The Murloc, who had eaten the pepper granules, became visibly sluggish. It stopped, unsure of which enemy to attack first. And this gave Clevy's and Cecile a chance to calmly reload. They took aim again and pulled their triggers. Bang! Bang! The sprays of blood bloomed in succession. The pain caused the Murloc's eyes to regain its lucidity. It flipped and pounced, dodging the follow-up shots, and closed in on Clevy's as if it were unhurt. Clevy's methodically put down the rifle in his hand and picked up the trident that was leaning to his side. Instead of dodging, he leaped forward and rolled to the side of the Murloc. The trident in his hand ruthlessly and accurately pierced into the area where the scales on the side of his prey were shattered. The Murloc spun around abruptly, bringing with it a gust of wind. It forcefully threw the trident along with Cleves out, causing the former adventurer to crash onto the deck. The Murloc shook its head, as though sensing an intense discomfort. It didn't attack Cleves and Cecile again, but instead, took large strides to the side of the ship in an attempt to jump into the sea. Bang! Cecile's bullet hit it again, creating blood to blossom again, but it still didn't make it become immobile. With 2 steps, the Murloc reached a suitable spot. It bent its knees and prepared to jump up. However, its body was too weak to exert its full strength. The distance it had jumped was obviously not enough, so it could only land on the inner side of the ship. Bang! The Murloc bore the brunt of the damage and tried to flip over the side of the ship. Seeing it almost escaping, Klein took out his revolver. Just then, a loud bang came from another direction. The Murloc's left eye turned into a bloody hole, and one could vaguely see a pale gelatinous substance squirming inside. It wasn't dead yet. It lay on the floor of the deck, trying its best to crawl and get up again. After a few seconds, the poison took effect and it twitched to its death. Klein traced the sound and saw a middle-aged man step out of the shadows on the other side of the cabin. The middle-aged man was wearing a thick dark red coat and white slacks. He was wearing the standard ship-shaped hat of this era. He was holding an iron-colored musket that was a relic of the times as white smoke billowed out of its thick black muzzle. Klein had heard the attendant introduce the man before, and he knew the man. He was the captain of the White Agate, L.N. Cag. With obvious wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, his forehead, and the corners of his mouth, Ellen walked towards Cleves and said with a smile, "As a captain, I must ensure that no accidents happen. Forgive me for watching by the side all this time." Cleves had already stood up. He didn't betray his emotions. "This is your ship. According to convention, you have the right to share in the spoils." Ellen turned his head to look at Klein and others and said with a smile, "The next resupply of water and food is in 2 days' time. You'll have to think of a way to preserve the Murloc's corpse. How about this, sell it to me at a cheaper price, the difference is the reward I deserve." This is the best solution. Cleves and Cecile exchanged glances and agreed to Ellen's request. "For 130 pounds, it's all yours. The Murloc Beyonder ingredient has a market price of 150 to 200 pounds. Considering the other parts with spirituality, 130 pounds is indeed cheap. However, this is the only thing Cleves and Cecile can do. This is Ellen's ship, and he had a large group of armed sailors and crew to help him. If the negotiations break down, they could sink everyone here into the sea within minutes. Of course, that's under the premise that I don't involve myself. Yes, it can be seen that Cleves and Cecile aren't Beyonders, at least not Beyonders of the combat and shooting domains. As for Elland, I find it suspect." Klein stood up and listened to the deal. "No, you seem to have misunderstood something. I'm not threatening you. 150 pounds. That's a fair price." Ellen Cag called for a sailor and gave him the key to the safe. "You are the just Elland?" Only then did Cecile seem to recall his title on the sea. Ellen laughed and said, "Yes." At this moment, Donna and Denton, stunned by the intense battle and the living monster, jumped to their feet and ran over to the Murloc in excitement and fear. Is it really dead?" Donna kicked the Murloc's body with her toe, then she jumped away and hid behind her younger brother as if she were afraid it would revive. "It really is a monster." Denton took a deep breath and opened his eyes wide. "There are many monsters at sea. Apart from having 4 limbs and being able to stand, Murlocs have no similarities to humans." Elan smiled gently. He squatted down and took out a knife, slicing the cheek beneath the Murloc's eye, revealing white, tender skin that was tainted with some red. The most delicious part of a Murloc's body is suitable for eating it raw. Elland carefully sliced a piece of flesh and handed it to Donna. "You remind me of my daughter. Unfortunately, she's grown up and has a family of her own." I don't dare to eat it," Donna said, looking at the thin sliver of flesh held at the tip of the knife. "Ha, which one of you wants to try?" Ellen laughed and looked around. After confirming that there were no warnings from his spiritual intuition, Klein nodded. "I'm very curious." Eland immediately handed him the knife. "Give it a try. On land, even nobles may not necessarily have a chance to eat it. These murlocs are fish monsters. They can be understood as a mutated type of fish." He was trying to dispel the siblings' fears. Klein wanted to ask if there was any wasabi, soy sauce, or any other condiments, but seeing that the other party didn't mention it, he was afraid to appear ignorant. He took the knife, bit into the bloody flesh, and swallowed it. It was a feeling of flesh that instantly melted in his mouth. The taste of blood was very faint, giving it an appropriate salty taste. It perfectly set off the fresh and sweet taste of the meat. Klein chewed twice, taking in the deliciousness of the tenderness and freshness of the fish meat. It was the first time in his life that he was experiencing something like that. "Excellent." He wasn't stingy with his praises as he gave a thumbs up. Donna watched the whole thing with curiosity, suddenly interested in the flesh on the murloc's cheek. This overwhelmed her fear and disgust, and she suggested the idea of trying. Ellen fulfilled her request and smiled as he watched her tightly close her eyes as her face scrunched into a grimace as she bit into the meat. Donna's expression gradually relaxed, and she quickly opened her eyes. She excitedly praised an indescribable delicacy. She spurred things into action as Denton, Cecile, and the others shared the little chunk of cheek meat. Eating it satisfied them, but it also made them dissatisfied. They were satisfied with the taste, but were dissatisfied with the quantity. Seeing that Eland had eaten the last piece, Clevis pointed at the murloc's body and said, "The meat around the ribs is suitable for frying, while the belly meat should be roasted. The other parts taste bad." "I share your thoughts," Eland said with a chuckle. "I'll have the chef prepare it immediately. On such a night, we should enjoy good food and wine together and exchange the legends at sea. It's a very enjoyable matter. I'm looking forward to it." However, why did a perfectly fine hunt turn into a delicacy exchange? Klein swallowed his saliva. Chapter 495, Legend of Treasure. Chapter 495, Legend of Treasure. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Above the deck, there was an extra layer of asbestos beneath the grill to prevent the coal sparks from being blown out by the wind and scorching the surface of the ship. The fat cook, wearing an apron and a tall white hat invented by Roselle, used a fine brush to constantly apply a seasoning created from a secret recipe: basil, fennel, sea salt, pepper, and lemon juice to the long, white strips of fish, and frequently flipped them over to ensure that both sides were evenly heated. The flesh of the murloc's belly was fatty, dripping with drops of oil and causing the coal beneath the iron mesh to sizzle and flare up. An enticing aroma began to fill the air, and Klein inhaled again and again. In front of him was a round table and a chair. On top of the table was a unique-looking bottle of wine. The wine was golden red in color and seemed slightly sticky as it swirled about. Sonia blood wine is brewed from the sugarwood juice found in the surrounding areas of Golden Spring. It tastes like thin honey mixed with blood. It's sweet and smooth, but it's very easy to get drunk on. If you fancy any lady and want to treat her to a drink, you can consider this. It will make her drink more without realizing it. Ha, that's under the premise that you're able to handle the amount of alcohol she's drinking. Noticing Klein's scrutiny, Captain Ellen Kegg introduced in a half-joking manner. As expected of a former bosun, he's accomplished when it comes to self-deprecation. Klein sat down and maintained a cold attitude as he asked, a qualified adventurer wouldn't indulge in alcohol. Clevis, who was beside him, nodded. Only when they return home will adventurers allow themselves to drink. What a pity. Ellen turned to look at Donna and Denton, who were staring curiously at the blood wine. He laughed and said, "This isn't something that underage children should experience. I've had it before, it tastes really good." Donna retorted immediately. It's just that I fell asleep without realizing it and slept an entire afternoon. I remember that you drank 2 cups that time," the little gentleman, Denton, said enviously. Ellen didn't satisfy their cravings and instead ordered a cup of sweet iced tea for each of the siblings and casually explained, "There are a lot of Southerners on this ship." Denton retracted his disappointed gaze and looked at the Murloc, which had its valuable materials taken away. He said rather innocently, Actually, it's not that scary. It's just a bigger, uglier fish with 4 limbs." Donna shot a glance at her younger brother. "Congratulations, you finally recognized the essence of it." She then looked eagerly at Clevis and Elend. Uncle, are there many of these monsters in the sea?" Murlocs didn't possess beyonder powers which were beyond one's imagination. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were akin to ferocious beasts at sea or a living example of legendary monsters. Ellen chuckled and said, "No, in the main sea route and the surrounding seas, there are very few monsters like this. They've been cleared out a long time ago. You must be lucky enough to meet a Murloc. Think about it, if I can often kill monsters worth 200 pounds or more, then I certainly wouldn't be the captain of a passenger ship. I'd organize my own hunting boat to chase down these gold pounds." "That makes a lot of sense." Klein secretly cheered him on. According to his observation, the beyonder ingredient from a Murloc was its bladder. That azure aqueous light made one feel like they were looking at a gem. Clevis raised the black tea which a sailor had just delivered. He first smelled it before taking a sip. Only by leaving the main sea route and going deep into the ocean, which is often shrouded in fog or storms, will there be a good chance of encountering such monsters, but that would be very dangerous. Apart from scaly Murlocs who can climb, there are also legends at sea of Nagas that have the upper body of a human while their bottom half is that of a snake. They have 6 arms and are very agile. Elend continued on the topic. There are also giant octopuses which can spit out juices that can corrode a lot of people, terrifying sea monsters that can flip a boat with a gentle blow, mermaids with intoxicating songs that make one unwilling to leave, blue giant dragons that can produce lightning, giant birds with wings that can cause hurricanes. Haha, I've never seen any of these before. They're all legends of the sea, and no one knows whether they're real or fake. Mermaids. Klein's expression didn't change. Very interesting, Donna exclaimed, fascinated with a look of longing. Denton looked around, and seeing that Klein hadn't spoken, he curiously asked, "Uncle, you're an adventurer too. Have you seen such monsters before?" Klein was stunned for a moment and then gave a faint smile. "Once. Back then, there were 5 of us, and we chanced upon one, a single Murloc. After an intense fight, we finally finished it." This was a real experience of his in Tingen City. It was also his first encounter with an official beyonder who had lost control. At that time, he and Old Neil had helped to eliminate a mutated sailor at the request of Swain, the old owner of the Evil Dragon Bar. Thinking of this, Klein felt nostalgic and wistful. The cold and sharp expression on his face couldn't help but soften significantly. 5 people? While asking, Donna secretly counted the number of people who had been involved in the battle. 1, 2, 3. She discovered that only 3 people had taken action to kill the Murloc. Without waiting for Klein's response, Ellen said with a hint of surprise, "A chance encounter?" "Yes," Klein answered frankly. "Were there any casualties?" Elend pressed. Klein shook his head. "A few minor injuries. A chance encounter, and you only took 5 people to finish a Murloc. All of you are very powerful." Clevis gave his own evaluation. His companion, Cecile, nodded to express her astonishment. The battle that had happened just now was brief and quick, and the Murloc seemed easy and vulnerable, but she and Clevis both knew very well that without the pre-prepared bait, the hallucinatory effects of the pepper granules and the subsequent fatigue, the Murloc's fatal weakness of mint cream, and the 2 borrowed rifles, it was impossible to imagine how many people would die in order to kill a Murloc. Indeed, very powerful. Elend looked thoughtfully at Klein. It was a team formed of 4 sequence 9s and a sequence 8. Klein said with a half smile and a half sigh, "At that time, I was still very young, and I didn't even have any experience in combat. I was purely support." "Uncle, you're still very young." Donna nodded her head vigorously. I like what you said. Klein keenly noticed that Captain Eland had relaxed a lot from what he had just said. At this moment, several crew members had brought over a large ceramic plate. On top of it were pieces of meat that had been fried to a golden hue. The basil leaves were sprinkled with color, and a captivating fragrance assaulted their noses. Eland raised his glass of Sonia blood wine and offered a toast. To a beautiful night. May the storm be with us. To a beautiful night. Donna and Denton cheered and sipped their sweet iced tea. Klein chose to clink glasses with a cup of black tea. He forked a piece of meat from the murloc's ribs, finding it firm and without fat. However, after absorbing the vegetable oil, its flaw of being too dry was remedied. As he chewed, it emanated in limitlessly chewy consistency and fragrance. It's really inferior to the cheek meat, but it's already good enough. It's better than all the fish I've eaten while in Backland and Pritz Harbor. Klein praised in satisfaction. Eland put down the knife and fork in his hands, took a sip of Sonia blood wine, and sighed at the topic. At sea, the greatest danger doesn't stem from the monsters but those pirates. They helm their ships, going wherever they please. No one can defend against them in advance. Uncle Captain, will we encounter pirates? Denton asked with concern as he swallowed the fried fish. Eland laughed. The route to the Rorstad archipelago is the safest in the world, with colonial islands en route every 2 to 3 days, allowing us to dock. The route is also patrolled by ships from the Imperial Navy and the Church of Storms. Even if pirates come wandering here, they wouldn't do anything too excessive. After seeing our cannons, they would at most extort some compensation. Seeing that the 2 underage children had calmed down, Eland added, but from the south of the Rorstad archipelago, or as we continue east, we'll have to rely on the Lord's blessing. Many pirates are active in these areas, playing hide and seek with the ships of the Navy and Church. If we're lucky, we'll be able to reach the southern continent and every destination very smoothly. But if we aren't lucky, we'll encounter some relatively powerful pirates, including the fleet of the 7 pirate admirals and even the 4 kings. However, you don't have to be too worried. Ever since Nast became the king of the 5 seas and enacted the rules of sea passage, most pirates will only rob you clean of your wealth, without doing anything too overboard. Around this area, we're most afraid of encountering the captain of the Black Tulip, Admiral Hal Ludwell. He'll get his subordinates to kill everyone on board, throwing the innocents into hell. Next would be Admiral of Blood Seigneur. He loves blood, and he allows his subordinates to partake in heinous acts. Many girls have suffered under them before being sold to different islands. Donna trembled as she subconsciously changed the topic. I heard that there are a lot of treasures at sea. There are legends of treasures, but most of them are fake. Eland glanced at Clevis and said, there are 6 stories which are the most famous. Ranked first is the Death's Key. Rumor has it that at the end of the 4th epoch, Death, who had caused the Pale disaster, was attacked by the 7 gods and ended up perishing. He attempted to return to the southern continent and created a raging stormy wave, an impassable barrier. It completely obstructed the sea route between the northern and southern continents. This is the origin legend of the Berserk Sea. However, he eventually failed to return to the southern continent and ended up vanishing in the sea. When he said this, Eland sighed with pangs of yearning. It's said that in some secret place in the Berserk Sea, the treasure left behind by Death is waiting for the person holding the specific key to find it and open it, but no one knows what the key looks like or where it will appear. Ranked second is the Fountain of Unaging. It's deep in the Sonia Sea. Rumor has it that one of the 4 kings, King of Immortality, Agilito, had drunk the waters of the Fountain of Unaging. Chapter 496, The Promising Sea. Chapter 496, The Promising Sea. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Fountain of Unaging? Will you really gain eternal youth if you drink it? Donna widened her eyes and asked curiously. She didn't have any feelings of anticipation, because she was still young enough. Eland didn't answer at once, and instead, he forked a piece of fried murloc rib meat, tore into it in 2 bites, and took a sip of Sonia wine. The sweet and smooth taste has completely nullified the cloyed taste of fried oil. His eyes were half closed, and he looked like a gourmet. After pondering for a few seconds, he slowly answered Donna's question. I don't know if there's a fountain of unaging, nor am I certain if the king of immortality, Agalito, drank its waters. I only know one thing, and that is, that when I was very young, I heard the legend of this pirate king. It's just like how King of the Five Seas, Nast, seems to live forever. Their beards must be very long, extending beyond than their chests. Denton gave his opinion. In fact, the King of the Five Seas, Nast, has a beard that only reaches below his neck. He sits on the deck, draped in a black splendid robe with silver ends. He wears a crown that's 2 times taller than his head and overlooks everything like a deity. Ellen's tone gradually lowered, as though his memories had entered a quagmire, and he was unable to extricate himself. Whence the King of the Five Seas is it now? Although Klein was focused on sampling the murloc meat, his mind whirled as a result of the group's discussion. Faced with Donna's question, Ellen said with a sigh, at that time, I was still very young and serving on the William V. Once, our fleet tried to cross the Strait of Calamity in the Berserk Sea and encountered the Dark Emperor's ship there. In those few minutes, everyone, including the fleet captain, lost the will to fight. Fortunately, Nast didn't give the order to attack us. Very cool, the boy Denton cheered, his eyes shining. Ellen didn't continue the topic. He smiled and said, as for King of Immortality, Agalito, I've never met him in real life. I only know that his bounty notice depicts a pale middle-aged man. How pale? Let me give an example you can understand. It's like he's been dead for some time, a corpse which is just beginning to rot. When Donna and Denton heard this analogy, they subconsciously looked at the badly mutilated Murloc's corpse and involuntarily quivered their throats. Of course, the most important thing in a bounty notice isn't the looks. It's the bounty reward. In loan alone, Agalito is worth £100,000. And his bounty is the lowest among the 4 kings. Ellen diverted the topic and said, let's continue the stories about treasure. Ranked 3rd is the inheritance of the Solomon Empire. In the 4th epoch, when that massive empire was dissolved and destroyed, the royalty brought treasures that even the gods would be jealous of onto a ship. They steered it deep into the Fog Sea, awaiting the opportunity to rebuild their dynasty. However, 500 years passed, 1,000 years passed, and 1,500 years passed, but it ultimately didn't appear. Rumor has it that the King of the Five Seas, Nast, inherited parts of the Solomon Empire's inheritance. No one knows if he's a descendant of the real Dark Emperor, Cecile added with interest. Fog Sea? Western shore of the northern continent? Donna thought back to her geography. Right, Cleves responded simply. West of the northern continent was the Fog Sea, to its east was the Sonia Sea, south was the Berserk Sea, and north was the North Sea. The east and west sides of the southern continent were similar to the northern continent, while south of it was the Polar Sea. Together, they formed the 5 Seas. The Lone Kingdom was backed by the Hornacis mountain range and the inland mid-seashore. Its eastern face was the Sonia Sea, and it stretched south to Desi Bay. It occupied several of the excellent entrances to the Berserk Sea, but it didn't involve the Fog Sea. Is that so? Donna didn't have much interest in the faraway treasure, so she switched focus and asked, what about the 4th treasure? It belongs to the last empire of the 4th epoch, Tronsoist. Rumor has it that they built a huge ship the size of a city, and they transferred all their treasures onto it. Funny enough, their escape was of no use. Although the predetermined passengers and crew didn't fail to arrive at the port in time, none of them survived. However, that ship vanished by itself. Up to this day, people often claim to see a gigantic ship sail by them silently in a foggy night. It's been called the Spectre Empire, and it appears across the Sonia Sea. This is the conclusion from all those stories. Ellen looked up at the red moon hanging high in the sky as he said with a tone of mockery, without any disguise of his longing. Perhaps we will see it pass us by tomorrow night, no tonight. Donna thought with anticipation and excitement. Klein finished up the rest of his food, drank his black tea, and listened with interest to what Ellen had to say about the rest of the treasures. The 5th is the lost city of Nuans. Rumor has it that at the bottom of the Fog Sea, there's a civilization with intelligent creatures. Around that patch of sea, seafarers and adventurers often find special items which all point to the nuance of ancient times. However, the members of this civilization have yet to appear. It's like it has been lost to this world. Ellen drank the remaining of his Sonia blood wine and said, "That is an inheritance left behind by a civilization. The magnitude of its wealth is absolutely unimaginable." After pausing for 2 seconds, Ellen put down his glass and laughed. "In fact, the treasure I look forward to the most is one which has more accounts than legends, the sunken laurel. More than a century ago, it carried gold, jewelry, and various valuable items that the kingdom obtained from East Balam. As it steered away from the sea route, it sunk in an unknown area somewhere between the Berserk Sea and Sonia Sea. It hasn't been found to this day. It's said that the items on board are worth millions of pounds." Millions of pounds? The number caused Donna to blurt out in astonishment. As a merchant's daughter who had been educated for many years, she had a vague understanding as to what this number represented. In Lone, a millionaire was a genuinely rich person, second only to the top noble families and tycoons. Millions of pounds? As a member of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council, a major shareholder in the coin company, Mrs. Mary, who allowed me to join the Quelite Club for free, is only worth a few £100,000, and even so, she's rich enough even in the circle of aristocrats and merchants. She's a popular divorced lady, and there are even aristocratic children who propose to her. Klein quickly found a target for comparison. Ellen sighed with a smile. "If I can find the sunken laurel, then I don't have to be a captain anymore. I'll head to Backland and become a philanthropist. I'll purchase land and donate to political parties and get a hereditary aristocratic title. I've heard Talum mention before that a baronet costs about £300,000 and about £800,000 for a baron. If you manage to get your hands on the treasure, the titles of Viscount and even Earl is something within the limits of imagination. Millions of pounds." Klein helped Elland perfect his plan. "If it were me, I wouldn't do that. I'll buy a huge manor." Cecile also began to imagine her life after finding the treasure. "I want to hire many servants and helpers, plant large tracts of wheat, build vineyards, make wine for myself. Also, I want to have a room where I can sunbathe, have leisurely moving cows, sheep, and horses, and have bread from my own mill, just like a beautiful picturesque scene." Ellen laughed when he heard that. "Ma'am, do you know how much a manor like this is worth?" "No, I don't." Cecile shook her head. "It's only a few £1,000s. If you find the sunken laurel, you can buy 1,000 of those manors." Elland used exact numbers to illustrate the value of the treasure. 1,000 manors? Cecile couldn't help but raise her cup and drink a mouthful of black tea. Before this, she had known that several £1,000,000 was a lot of money, but she hadn't expected it to be this much. In order to alleviate the shock in her heart, she looked at Clevis and said, "Boss, if you find the sunken laurel, what do you plan on buying?" "No, what sort of life do you wish to have?" Clevis fell silent for a moment before saying, "Return home. I'll hug my wife and children, telling them that I no longer need to go on an adventure out at sea again." "Not a bad guy." Klein nodded slightly. Donna looked at him curiously. "Uncle Adventurer, what about you?" Klein replied expressionlessly, "Tell myself not to sleep anymore. Hurry up and wake up." "But..." Donna spat out the sweet iced tea she'd just drunk, but fortunately, the fried fish on the table had already been eaten. At this moment, Klein sighed inwardly. "Even though I know it's basically impossible to find the treasure, otherwise, the various churches would have already done it with all the powerhouses they have. But when discussing such topics, I couldn't help but get excited. This is the charm of treasure. Even if it was just a legend, it can attract many adventurers." Donna wiped her mouth and sat down like a lady, as though she wasn't the one who had lost her composure. The little boy, Denton, asked, still eager for more, "Are there any other legends of treasure?" Elland looked at Clevis, indicating that he should answer. Clevis calmly drank a mouthful of black tea and said in a deep voice, there are countless treasures at sea. The hidden lands of the elves, the missing pirate ships in the depths of the fog, the underwater city sealed with powerful monsters, the last secret trove of Emperor Roselle, and so on. Ah! The Emperor had already reached the level of leaving treasures and legends for others. If it's true, would there be cards of blasphemy in it? How many would there be? The legend of the Key of Death might help Mr. Azek regain more of his memories. Klein thought with curiosity and anticipation. Chapter 497, The Wall of Rewards. Chapter 497, The Wall of Rewards. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. After the talk about the legends of treasures that had inspired generations of adventurers to go to sea came to an end, the cook had also finished roasting the flesh of the murloc's belly. They were white after being cooked, charred a little black, and covered with tiny brown particles that glistened with a moist, oily glow. The repeated smearing of seasonings had already seeped into the texture of the meat, effusing it with a tantalizing visual effect. Desi grilled fish, it's different from how you usually eat it. Ellen pointed at the white porcelain plate the cook lowered. Donna held her fork and knife and eagerly said, I love honey-roasted fish. But this is also very appetizing. Honey-roasted fish. How much honey would that take? If I have a chance to try it, the taste should be pretty good. Klein allowed his imagination to run wild. With a chef, there was no need for them to serve themselves. They could only look on expectantly as pieces of fish were sliced, placed on different plates, and served in front of them. Klein was very serious when it came to tasting delicacies, so he was in no hurry to deal with the fish. Instead, he took a sip of black tea and used the slightly sour liquid to clear his mouth of any remaining flavors. After doing all of this, he forked a piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth. In a split second, he felt the slightly stimulating flavors of fennel, basil, and other spices. They were sufficient enough to help him open up one taste bud after another. Immediately after, the delicious juices of the meat, the slightly astringent taste of the sea salt and the refreshing, sour, and sweet taste of lemon all burst out at the same time, filling his oral cavity and making his mouth water. As he chewed, the last bit of the fish meat's stubbornness was broken off one by one after having its fat roasted out of it, fully presenting the splendor of the meat, as well as its faint sweetness. Swallowing the fish in his mouth, Klein recalled a delicacy program he had watched in his previous life and chose the evaluation line that matched what he just felt. The layered flavors are very clear, excellent. Ha, your tone and words make you sound like a gourmet, Ellen joked. Donna waved her fork and echoed, Uncle, perhaps you should write a column in the newspaper about different restaurants and different cuisines. Why didn't I think of this idea? This is a good job that can earn me money, as well as allowing me to taste delicacies. The only problem is that an obese man can't be a flexible clown. Use the great art of spewing vomit? What a waste of food. Klein seriously considered Donna's suggestion. To a beautiful night. When there was very little food left, Ellen poured himself some more of the Sonia blood wine and raised his glass with a ruddy face. Klein and the others echoed in similarly good moods, to a beautiful night. They drank the rest of the liquids from their glasses and watched the waiter clear the table and clean the deck. They talked for a while more amidst the cold wind, talking about the mermaids that Donna was most interested in. Klebbies told the young lady that, in some legends, mermaids were also called sirens, and they used their songs to confuse humans not for entertainment but for hunting. Aside from the possibility of encountering these creatures on the sea route from the Gargas archipelago to the depths of the Sonia Sea, there was a certain chance of discovering it in dangerous seas that haven't been explored by humans. However, all of this stemmed from the drunken boasting of certain pirates, and they all avoided the question of how they escaped from the mermaid songs, which made it highly suspicious. No matter what, this at least points me in a possible direction. Klein took note of what they had discussed. Donna, Denton, it's time to go back. You'll have to get up early tomorrow and have breakfast with your parents. Cecile looked at the moon's position. Fine. Donna stood up reluctantly. Denton hurriedly asked, do I have a chance at becoming an adventurer? His mind had been captivated by the previous hunt and the legends. Cleves walked to his side, patted his shoulder, and said, "Before you ask this question, you need at least 5 years of combat training and studying. I think your father will hire a good tutor for you."
Yeah.
Denton's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. After 5 years, the adult you probably won't want to be an adventurer who can find himself buried at the bottom of the sea at any time. Cleves's handling of the situation was very shrewd. He didn't immediately refuse him, but rather he gave him hope and let time wash away his interest. This prevents the child from becoming suddenly rebellious. Regardless, mastering a fighting technique is always beneficial for anyone. Klein put his hands in his pockets and thought with appreciation. On the way back to the interior of the cabin, Cleves handed 2 5-pound notes to Klein. "Your payment." He had just received £150 from Ellen's purchase of the whole Murloc. "I didn't do anything," Klein instinctively refused. Cleves glanced at him with his pale blue eyes and said in a low voice, "You freed up Cecile and took good care of the children." "Took good care of the children?" Klein was somewhat amused, but he finally took the 2 bills and drew a triangle on his chest. "You're more generous than I thought. Thank you." He stopped declining because he suddenly figured out something. If he hadn't accepted the £10, then in the eyes of a veteran adventurer like Cleves, it would appear as though he was dissatisfied with the price and was attempting to get more, making it possible that he would attack them at any time. Among self-proclaimed adventurers, there was definitely no lack of greedy madmen. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow pocket the money, Cleves looked away and said flatly, "This is a rule of the sea." Without another word, he followed Cecile, Donna, and company into the cabin. "If I could get such rewards with every single mission and job of this difficulty, then I would have long made a fortune with my job as a private detective." Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and turned his head to look at the red moon hanging high in the sky. It still shone quietly and gently in the night. Legends of the sea, different monsters. I've finally found the slight feeling of being an adventurer. Klein turned around and walked to the edge of the ship. Bathing in the crimson veil, he admired the waves that were growing darker. Gradually, his mood settled as he walked out bit by bit from the gloom of Backlund's great smog. The cold, damp wind slapped his face, and the vast, endless ocean caught his eye, opening up his heart. For a moment, Klein felt the urge to sing, but when he opened his mouth, he found that he couldn't remember the corresponding modern verses. "I can't just end up saying, 'Oh sea, you're all water.' The Emperor's Savant sequence is really well suited to doing such things. When I have the time, I should read through his poems so as to not look like illiterate." Klein lampooned as he looked at the red moon and the ocean before sighing. "What a beautiful night." After an accidental episode of getting lost, the exploratory team returned to the City of Silver. Looking at the wall's cracks filled with weeds, Derek found himself in a trance, as if he had been gone for many years. Diagonally behind him, Demon Hunter Colin's eyes suddenly wore a lost look as he raised his hand to press on his right temple. The rest of the team members were filled with joy and relief from the bottom of their hearts. After a difficult exploration, having a home waiting for them was the happiest thing in their hearts. Colin's gaze returned to normal as he turned his head to the side and looked diagonally ahead. Backlund, the White family. After some thought, the confident Emlyn came up to his parents and asked, "If I wanted to delve into the history of a sanguine, who would I look for? If I were to ask about the City of Silver directly, it's very likely that I'll be exposed for being problematic. Although I'm not afraid and very calm, for the ancestor and in order to save the entire sanguine race, I have no choice but to hide it. I've always been interested in the history of sanguine. I've collected a lot of information, and father and mother know that, so I wouldn't be suspected in any way. This excuse is perfect." Emlyn praised himself inwardly. He resembled his father to a certain extent. He wore gold-rimmed glasses that made him look very professional. The gentleman, who had gotten his doctorate in medicine, put down the thick anatomy book in his hands, nudged his glasses, and said, "No one in Backlund knows more than Lord Nibs. If I dared to seek Lord Nibs, I would have long done so." Emlyn thought of Mr. Fool's description of him being a messiah, that had to bear the burden of a secret while being misunderstood, as he pressed with a solemn expression, "Aside from Lord Nibs?" He's sleeping underground, so it's not convenient for him to be disturbed. Emlyn's father pulled up the collar of his thick cotton pajamas and thought for a moment. Way Mandy. He always thinks of himself as a historian. Emlyn heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. I wish to visit him. Woo! The whistle sounded and the white agate sailed into Demir Harbor. It would replenish fresh food and water on the colonial island and set sail again the next morning. After hunting the Murloc, Klein spent the next 2 days of what could be described as a leisurely or boring life. He was completely bored by the scenery of the sea, and he decided to head to the harbor's bar to look around that very night, hoping to get more information on mermaids and inspiration for acting. If I were to come across a pirate whose hands are stained with blood on shore, I wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. There are still souls waiting to be released from creeping hunger. Klein's forehead sweated as he equipped himself with all his mystical items as he left his cabin before heading down to the harbor. During this process, he met Donna, Cleves, and the others. They seemed to be heading over to a port restaurant to taste Demir's most famous cured meat. Donna and Denton greeted the adventurer, whom they had just gotten to know, without their parents noticing, and seemed curious as to where he was going. Klein smiled back, pulled up his collar, and, following the directions of the sign, found the nearest bar. Flying Fish and Wine. Klein looked at the signboard and saw that the outside of the bar was plastered with bounty notices. Among them were the 800,000 pounds belonging to the King of the Five Seas, and more than 100 pounds for the common pirate captain. This formed a unique landscape that ranged from the highest to the lowest. It's all money. Klein stood on the spot and looked at it for a long time. He withdrew his gaze, pushed open the door, and entered the bar, only to find that it was abnormally quiet. It didn't have the din that such places came equipped with. What happened? Klein looked around and saw Captain Eland, in a dark red coat, sitting at the bar, as well as 2 large men in the middle of the room, facing each other. Chapter 498, Character Setting. Chapter 498, Character Setting. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas, email protected. The standoff was between a brawny man in a blue-white striped shirt, a symbol of the Navy. Despite the weather being at near 0 temperatures, he had his arms bare. He held a dagger against the throat of the man opposite him, but his glabella was being pointed at by an ancient musket, one which could have been placed in a museum. The musket's owner was also more than 1.8 meters tall, with strong muscles and an oily face. He had shaved his hair, and with a sea eagle tattoo, he cursed, *T Navy sailor. No one in Demir Harbor would dare slander me as a pirate's informant. The Navy sailor didn't yield to him, and both sides fully illustrated the rich profanities of the sea. Klein observed for a few seconds, then he walked around the edge to Captain Eland, who had a straight sword at his waist and a hidden musket on his body. He asked in a calm and casual manner, "What happened?" "A quarrel between 2 drunkards. In Demir Harbor and in the surrounding waters, there's always been such rumors that Sea Eagle Logan is in service of the master of the Black Tulip." The Navy sailor had mentioned this a moment ago, and Sea Eagle just happened to hear that. The master of the Black Tulip? Isn't that Admiral Hal Ludwell? Klein turned and sat down on the high stool in front of the bar counter. He tapped the wooden countertop. 1 glass of Southville beer. 6 pence. A bronze-skinned bartender with pearly white teeth wiped the cups as he said with zero passion, "When it comes to continental specialties, the prices are much higher than Backland and Tingen." Klein fished out a handful of copper pence, counted 6 pence and gave it to him. At this moment, Logan and the Navy sailor were stopped by the bar's bouncer. After they each spoke harshly to each other, they retreated to different corners. Perhaps it was due to him losing his dignity, the Navy sailor hurriedly left after about 10 seconds. The atmosphere in the bar became lively once again. "Want to play some cards?" Captain Eland pointed to the stairs by the side of the bar. No, Klein's main purpose for coming was to gather information. Eland subconsciously wanted to pat him on the shoulder, but his cold and sharp demeanor stopped him. He could only pull back his hand and pretend to adjust his dark red coat and remind him, "Don't get the women here." Klein nodded, picked up the glass of Southville beer, and took a swig. Also, don't trust anyone here. Only a small portion of what they say is true. Ellen carried his lanty-proof and stepped onto the stairs that led to the second floor. Klein turned his head to glance at him and asked without a change in expression, including you? Perhaps. Ellen was taken aback at first, before he laughed out loud. At least my reminder just now was real. Oh, and me being a man is true as well. Not necessarily. There's a potion called witch in this world. Klein looked away, drinking slowly and listening to the surrounding drinkers boasting. 2 or 3 minutes later, a short, thin man sat down next to Klein with his drink. Mate, you look like an adventurer. He tilted his head and smiled. The man who greeted him had black hair, blue eyes, and aged facial features. His temperament was rather wretched. You could say that, Klein replied coldly. I can tell you're a hunter that chases after bounties and riches. The short man looked around and lowered his head, suppressing his voice while he said, Have you heard of the Spectre Empire? I've heard of Amway, and I've also heard of the Father in Heaven and the Messiah being sealed at the bottom of the sea. Using the power of Faceless, Klein sent out a signal not to approach him. Yes, a huge, ancient ghost ship full of treasures. We have clues to it, the short man said in an infectious tone. We found some information about where it will appear next. We don't want the pirates or the Navy to benefit from it, and we don't want to be robbed of our wealth, so we've decided to hire our own armed merchant ships to wait in that area, which would probably cost about £1,000. I've already found 15 companions and raised £720. Are you interested in participating? Without waiting for Klein to speak, he fumbled for a stack of brownish-yellow letters. I know you won't believe it so easily. In fact, no one will, but after the 15 friends who read through this information, all of them decided to join in on our plan. Do I have such a gullible face? Or would any bumpkin end up in this situation without slipping away from this sort of thing? While Klein was considering whether to appraise the letters, from the corner of his eye, he saw that Sea Eagle Logan, who was previously squabbling, was walking towards him. Woody, you're trying to scam someone again. You damn sewer rat. Logan picked up the short man and threw him into the open space in the middle of the bar, where he landed on the ground, sprawling. The muscular man, with the bluish-green tattoo on his head, sat in the same position as Woody and guffawed. Sorry, these are the rats of our Demir Harbor. They always do things that ruin our reputation. In fact, we're all very friendly. If you have anything you want to ask about, don't hesitate to ask me. Heh, don't believe what they say about me. I'm an upright person, and I have nothing to do with Admiral Hell. The more you emphasize that, the more suspicious it becomes. Klein's expression didn't change as he calmly said, I want to know the latest rumors. No problem. Sea Eagle Logan slammed the bar top and said to the bartender, Give me a plate of special cured meat. I'll be treating this mate to our most famous delicacy in Demir. The bartender, while still maintaining his cold expression, pushed open the door and entered the kitchen. Soon, he brought out a plate of red and white, finely cut cured meat. 5 pounds. He didn't look at Sea Eagle Logan, and he instead looked straight at Klein. 5 pounds. Sea Eagle Logan turned his head to the side, smiling warmly as he raised his arm to show his muscles. Everyone just heard it. In order to thank me, you offered to treat me to some special cured meat. For a moment, Klein didn't realize what had happened. It was only when the bartender urged him a second time that he realized he was being blackmailed. Furthermore, their scam was rather well planned. First they used an easily seen-through farce to let Sea Eagle Logan appear, thereby winning a good impression with the target, then, with the excuse of treating the target, order an especially expensive special cured meat, and then finally, he goes back on his word and turns matters upside down, enforcing a sale. It's no wonder that when Rat Woody was thrown out, those drunkards didn't make a sound. They were all afraid of this Logan, who's rumored to be in the service of Admiral Hell. How should I deal with this? My present persona is Gehrman Sparrow, a somewhat crazy adventurer and bounty hunter. Klein raised his cup and drank a mouthful of the rich malt-flavored beer and said with his usual tone, "Why don't you just rob me?" "Why don't I just rob you?" Logan was a little stunned by the question. Soon after, he saw a fist expanding before his face. Thump! Klein's left fist landed on Sea Eagle Logan's chin, knocking him backwards toward the bar counter. With a push of his right palm, Klein nimbly left his chair and approached Logan's falling body. His legs tensed and his knees jerked upward, slamming into Logan's lower abdomen. Put! Logan threw back his head, his eyes bulging while his mouth hung half open. Klein drew his gun, shoved the revolver into the man's mouth, and pulled the hammer back. I am," Logan shouted indistinctly. Klein looked him in the eye, pulled out his revolver, and swung it, striking the side of Logan's face with the butt of the gun. Logan's teeth fell out one after another, and his mouth was stained with blood. Faced with such a heavy blow and a pain that exceeded his limits, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Klein propped him up and pulled a handful of loose bills and coins out of his pocket. Since he estimated that there wasn't more than £5 with just a glance, Klein threw them on the bar and calmly said, "Keep the change." The bartender's bronze face turned slightly pale as he shouted in panic, "My boss's white shark." Without looking at him, Klein released his hand and allowed Sea Eagle Logan to fall to the ground. Then he sat down again, forked up a piece of cured meat, and stuffed it in his mouth to taste it. He found it rather unique as the flavors of the condiments spread out in wisps, scratching at his belly and throat. After eating 2 pieces, he looked up and asked, "Does your boss know that you're colluding with Sea Eagle?" No, the bartender mumbled an answer. Seeing that Klein had no intention of continuing his attacks and had paid the bill so quickly, the bouncers who had gathered nearby silently retreated. Klein took a sip of his wine, glanced at Sea Eagle Logan on the ground, and calmly said to the bartender, "He's Ludwell's informant. How much is his bounty worth?" "No, he's not." The bartender shook his head and said, "This is just something he says about himself, the information he spread himself. That Navy sailor from before was hired by him. That's the only way to make everyone here afraid of him." Upon hearing this answer, the drinkers at the bar all put down their glasses in surprise. Some of the drunkards even staggered over to Logan and spat in his face. "Pooey! Pooey! Pooey!" Many drinkers followed suit. Klein lowered his head again and said while eating the special cured meat, "Tell me about the recent rumors." The bartender breathed a sigh of relief as he wiped his glass and gave an intermittent account of the rumors in the past 2 months. Some of them were what Klein had heard before, and there were also things he just learned. The Imperial Navy's ironclad warship, Pritz, had destroyed a passing pirate crew during routine training. Panic over the behemoth's cannons has begun to spread among the small and medium-sized pirate powers. Some of them even wish to take advantage of the ironclad warship fleets in coet form to madly commit crimes before withdrawing from this trade with a sum of money. The sea wouldn't be peaceful for the next 6 months to a year. Admiral of Blood Seigneur and Rear Admiral Duskbulatov Yohan had a conflict in the southern waters of Sonia Island, and each of them lost 2 ships in the massive skirmish. Klein listened without asking questions, and he gradually filled his stomach. Seeing that the plate containing the special cured meat had been emptied and having finished the rest of his beer, he slowly stood up. "Remember today's lesson." Klein handed the plate to the bartender. The bartender was about to reach out when the hair at the back of his head was grabbed. Bang! Klein shoved him down hard, knocking the bartender's head against the bar top, sending splinters flying and blood gushing. The customers all tried to avoid the impact, and the bouncers rushed over quickly. After doing all of this, Klein clapped his hands and picked up his own glass, trying to pour the rest of the beer onto the bartender's head. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. Klein silently gave up. He turned around and bent down, grabbed Sea Eagle Logan, and threw him to the bouncers who were rushing over. Taking advantage of the moment when the bouncers were dodging and the bar being in chaos, Klein quickly ran, agilely circling around them, and easily left flying fish and wine. He pushed down his hat and quickly proceeded forward, turning towards a neighboring street. After continuously changing directions, he suddenly slowed down his pace, and a gold coin appeared in his hand. The gold coin kept weaving around in his fingers as if it was scouting something. Chapter 499, Solicitation.
Chapter 499, Solicitation. Translator. Atlas Studios. Editor. Atlas Studios. Ding.
The gold coin quietly flipped up, tumbled down, and firmly lay in the palm of Klein's hand. Lowering his head to glance if it was heads or tails, Klein spun his heel and smoothly turned into a quiet, dark alley. The wind by the sea was cold and strong, and it caused a convection in the area, propelling his coat up without him realizing it and causing his half-top hat to almost fall off. Suddenly, Klein stopped, turned around, and said in a deep voice, "Come out." His eyes were sharp as he stared at the shadow around the corner. After 4 or 5 seconds of silence, a figure emerged from the shadows. He chuckled and said, very sharp. It was a man in a black cloak, approximately 30 years of age, and his eyebrows were charred yellow while his dark blue eyes were bright.
His face wasn't too chiseled, as though he was from the area south of Intis, Lemberg, and Seeger.
As soon as he saw him, a picture flashed in Klein's mind. As he entered the Flying Fish and Wine, he had professionally looked around for anyone he needed to pay attention to.
The answer at the time was no.
The man had been drinking like a sailor and watching curiously from the side. He was no different from the other guests, and his appearance wasn't distinctive, but his black cloak had left a certain impression on Klein, allowing him to recognize the person who tailed him in an instant.
"What do you want?"
Klein, who was maintaining his persona, bent down slightly, like a huge feline ready to pounce.
The man in the black cloak laughed once again.
The fighting technique and handling method that you displayed just now was very consistent with my taste.
I chased after you to ask if you're interested in joining us.
Although that guy named Logan was indeed pretending to be an informant of Ludwell, White Shark Hamilton does have connections with many pirates. He's a character with a shady background, so he'll definitely take your act of beating up one of his men at the bar to heart.
There will definitely be problems for you in the future, and I can help you resolve this problem.
You're an adventurer, so it's necessary for you to have dreams of treasure. As for us, we're people who banded together in a bid to seek treasure such as the Spectre Empire, Solomon's Inheritance, the Secret of the Fountain of Unaging, the Death's Key, the Sunken Laurel, and Roselle's treasure while traveling the 5 seas. Today, although we haven't accomplished any of our main goals, we've found many missing pirate ships. Haha, what I said does sound like what that rat had said, right? He cleared his throat and said, frankly speaking, we're a band of pirates formed from a group of adventurers, but we only plunder merchant and passenger ships when we're especially poor, and we don't harm the innocent.
Our main focus is on finding treasures, and we often reap harvests. And I kid you not, I once slept on a bed formed of gold coins.
If we run into any other pirate ships, just showing them our prowess wins us some compensation. By the way, our captain has decreed that before we recruit new people, we have to explain our creed and remuneration.
Creed? Your captain is a little interesting. Klein deliberately softened his tension to see if the enemy would take the opportunity to attack.
The black-cloaked man smiled in a relaxed manner. What I said previously was our creed, and now, let me talk about the remuneration.
This fellow is quite confident.
Although he wasn't a spectator, Klein could tell that he was very confident and that he was completely unfazed by the scene in front of him. We don't have any weekly salaries or annuity, but once we find treasure, or obtain riches from plundering, they'll be distributed according to our ranks. Under normal circumstances, when our luck is still pretty good, the lowest-ranking sailor can earn about £200 to £300 a year.
I heard that this would make one a member of the middle class on land?
Haha, if we find the sunken laurel, all of us will become tycoons, the black-cloaked man casually introduced. According to our ranks, we would get different days off every month, but they can only be accumulated together and done in a staggered fashion. As he spoke, he suddenly cursed softly. Dog*T, just the year before, we missed a good chance of finding the Spectre Empire because Captain was on holiday.
Pirates have annual leave?
Klein found it somewhat surprising. He could only feel the pirate crew's comedic intensity from the man's description, reminding him of the humorous Somali pirate recruitment advertisements he had seen in his previous life. Seeing that Klein appeared shocked by his words, the black-cloaked man added with a smile, "As an adventurer, are you still chasing after the powers that transcend nature as told in legends? As long as you join us, you'll have a chance to possess them." Having said that, he coughed and said, "I forgot to introduce myself." His expression turned solemn, no longer looking as jocular as he was before. Rear Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards' subordinate, 4th bosun of the Golden Dream, Blazing Danitz. After reporting his title, real name, and identity, Danitz waited patiently for the look of panic and fear to appear on Klein's face. After a second, he heard the adventurer, who acted somewhat crazily despite looking refined and polite, say in a low voice, "Blazing Danitz with a bounty of 3,000 pounds? Danitz was about to reply when he had the illusion that the man standing in the dark alley had turned into an indescribable, hungry monster, salivating over his soul and flesh. He suddenly clenched his fists, his body no longer as relaxed as it had been earlier. He was so tense that he was trembling slightly. His intuition told him that he was facing an abyss filled with madness and bloodlust. In this state, Danitz had no idea how much time had passed until the other party spoke again. "Why are you here?" I am on vacation." Blazing Danitz's dignity made him scorn to answer this question, but his instinct made him spit out the reason. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the man retract his gaze, the hunger to gnaw on his flesh and soul disappearing. He stood where he was and watched as the young adventurer in a black coat and a silk half-top hat turned around and walked to the other end of the alley. He stopped when he was about to turn the corner, and turning his head, he asking, "Where's White Shark?" He lives at 1 Seawall Avenue, but he spends most of his time on the second floor of the Flying Fish and Wine. "It's no different today," Blazing Danitz answered truthfully. Only when the figure disappeared into the distance did Danitz straighten his back and take off his cloak. "What a terrifying fellow," he sighed silently. Following that, he found his thoughts and muttered to himself, "I have to inform Captain that there's another terrifying person at sea. This is a guy who looks like a gentleman on the outside, but he has a heart like a lunatic's. If one doesn't have the determination and confidence to kill him, it's best not to deal with him." Danitz pulled up his black cloak's hood and decided to return to the hotel for some sleep. He planned to wait until the telegraph office opened the next morning before relaying the message to his middleman contact in the Rorstad archipelago. As for what would happen to White Shark, he didn't care at all. In the corner of another quiet street, Klein stood in the shadows, looking down at the black glove on his left hand. He found that, although creeping hunger had been sealed by Mr. Azik, its thirst for flesh and soul still intrinsically existed and was trying to manifest itself. Under normal circumstances, Klein wasn't worried that the sealed item would produce any problems, but when he had the urge to kill someone, the corresponding influence he would receive was enough to let that hunger which could lash back at him emanate. Earlier, when he heard that Danitz was a famous pirate on the bounty list, killing intent instantly rose inwardly out of his yearning desire, causing creeping hunger to become as active as a fish in water. Fortunately, Klein always had good self-control in this aspect. From his words, he was able to judge that he wasn't a pirate who was riddled with sin, so he easily restrained his impulse. With creeping hunger, German Sparrow's persona will be flawless. Klein paused for a few seconds, took out a gold coin and performed 2 divinations. First, he divined if Blazing Danitz was lying, and second, if White Shark Hamilton was able to cause harm to him. The first revelation showed that there was no need for Blazing Danitz to lie, and the second one showed that White Shark Hamilton was unable to cause harm to him. Klein put away the gold coin, pressed down his hat, and while doing so, he swept his palm down and touched his face. He instantly changed his appearance, blonde hair, blue eyes, and ordinary facial features. Then, Klein unbuttoned his overcoat and pulled up the inner shirt so that it was no longer stuffed into his trousers. After a simple change of his attire, Klein, who didn't carry a cane, began sweating. His lips were dry as he identified the direction and headed back to the Flying Fish and Wine bar. On the way, he met Blazing Danitz again. The man only glanced at him once before withdrawing his gaze and headed for the hotel opposite the bar. After inspecting the bounty wall, Klein calmly reached out with his hand, pushed open the door and walked in. At this moment, it had been less than 10 minutes since he escaped. In the bar, most of the customers had dispersed, but there were still a lot of drunkards gathered here to watch the show. Their eyes swept over the new guest, but they all withdrew it soon after, and Klein made his way unimpeded to the bar counter. He saw the bartender standing with frightened eyes beside a fat man, his forehead heavily bandaged with white bandages, his nostrils stuffed with tissue paper, and his face was bruised. The fatty was tall and big. His skin was fair and he looked like a big white shark that had swam itself ashore. He touched his shiny bald head and said to Eland, who was wearing a dark red jacket and a straight sword, "Someone told me that you know that guy? There are only 3 passenger ships that docked today, so there won't be many unfamiliar outsiders. Don't try to lie." Eland patted the hilt of his sword and smiled casually. "Yes, he is my passenger. But the problem today clearly stemmed from your people. So I just want him to come back here, apologize to me, and compensate me for the damage done to the bar," the tall, big-sized white fatty said with a frown. Ellen laughed and said, "White shark, I have a proverb from my hometown, don't hate wild dogs that pass by just because of the rats in the storehouse." "Just Eland, is this your answer?" White Shark Hamilton narrowed his eyes. Eland gripped the wooden handle of the musket, took a step forward, and said with a deep voice, "Yes, this is my answer. Captain Shore has his way of doing things." Klein was slightly surprised at Eland's response. After staring at each other for a few seconds, White Shark Hamilton took in a deep breath. "You've helped me before, so I don't need an apology. However, he must compensate half of my losses, and you will be the one to pass them on." "Good suggestion." Eland smiled. White Shark Hamilton's face darkened as he looked around. He suddenly threw out his hand, slapping the bartender in the face. The bartender flew out, all his teeth dropping to the floor. Klein quietly watched from 5 meters away, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Chapter 500 Interrogating White Shark. Chapter 500 Interrogating White Shark. Translator Atlas Studios. Editor Atlas Studios. Bam! The bartender fell to the ground, writhing in pain. White Shark Hamilton snorted and didn't say anything. He turned around and walked towards the second floor, stepping on the creaking wooden stairs. After the excitement was over, the drunkards dispersed one by one. Unaffected, Captain Eland and the others returned upstairs to continue playing cards. Klein took the opportunity to follow. He returned to Flying Fish and Wine, not to deal with White Shark, who didn't pose any threat to him, but rather to simply get more information from the owner of the bar, who was connected to many pirate factions. After all, he had named his new identity Gehrman, which secretly implied hunting pirates whose hands were stained with blood. He planned on using their souls, flesh, and beyonder characteristics to replace the souls in Creeping Hunger who were awaiting their release. There was no gas in Demir Harbor, and the corridor on the second floor was relatively dark. The brass candle stands that were inlaid into each wall flickered and dimmed. Klein observed the surroundings as he wiped his face, silently transforming into one of the bouncers on the first floor. He used illusion creation to compensate for his mismatched attire. After finishing his preparations, he walked towards the room that his spiritual intuition identified as belonging to White Shark Hamilton. He first passed the card room, but he didn't attract anyone's attention. He stopped in front of the bouncers who were guarding the corridor and said in a low voice, "There's something going on downstairs again." "Holy Lord of Storms, what's happening tonight?" A bouncer sighed. "I hope those beautiful people don't get hurt," another guard said worriedly. He was referring to the whores who got their business in the bar. "They're fine." Klein stepped past the bouncers and knocked on White Shark's door. "Who is it?" Hamilton warily asked. "Boss, it's me. Something happened downstairs again." Klein remembered the information he gleaned while watching the commotion and deliberately hoarsened his voice. "Damn it!" Hamilton bellowed, "Come in and explain to me what happened." Klein turned the doorknob and walked in. When he closed the door, he dispelled the illusion, and the muscles on his face rapidly squirmed, returning to his previous identity, a new customer with blonde hair, blue eyes, and ordinary facial features. Hamilton was stunned for a moment before he immediately opened his mouth wide in an attempt to shout loudly. At the same time, many illusory fish scales surfaced on the back of his hand, his originally large and fat body burgeoning. Suddenly, his heart began to beat faster, and a strong instinctive fear seized him by the throat. At this moment, he felt that the stranger standing by the door was a demon that had been starved for many days, repeatedly examining his flesh and soul with an ice-cold, craving look in his eyes. All of a sudden, White Shark Hamilton was gripped by an extreme panic, and he failed to effectively respond. Klein slowly walked to the sofa and sat down. He politely smiled.
"Now, can we talk calmly?"
The feeling of being stared at by a horrifying monster suddenly disappeared. Hamilton relaxed all of a sudden while his body shriveled up a lot like a punctured balloon. He didn't rashly cry for help as he asked with beads of sweat lining his forehead, "Who are you?
What do you want?"
"A hunter," Klein answered casually. "I heard that you're connected to a number of pirate factions. I would like to know their respective situations." "No, I'm not," White Shark Hamilton subconsciously denied. He immediately felt the extreme hunger again, and he felt as if the man's eyes were dyed with a dark red layer. Klein inwardly deliberated over his persona and said with a gentlemanly smile, "You have two choices.
One is to answer frankly. The second is to be killed by me and then answer honestly." "Killing to channel my spirit?"
White Shark Hamilton had heard of similar rumors.
He swallowed hard and asked, "Why do you want to know about any of this?" Klein smiled and answered, "I'm a hunter, so I'm chasing after bounties."
Hamilton suddenly felt that the man's polite smile was tinged with an indescribable madness, and he couldn't help but blurt out, "Are
you mad?"
"I've seen many similar adventurers, but all of them have been buried at the bottom of the sea."
"It's not hard to kill a lone pirate, but can you defend against any further retaliation?"
"The whores in the bar or the seemingly ordinary customers might all be pirate informants."
"Your friendly accomplice could be bribed at any moment and you'll be shot in the back."
"The pirates will gather information in advance and surround your ship."
"Can you protect all the passengers? Can you survive a cannon bombardment? On the sea where there's no room to run, how are you going to survive?"
After venting the horror in his heart in one breath, he saw the man, who called himself a hunter, reveal a gentle and kind smile.
"Just have them all killed, and then there won't be such a problem." A true madman.
White Shark Hamilton immediately took a deep breath and said, "I'm in contact with many pirates, but it's a passive relationship. They need to sell the cash, jewelry, and goods that they plundered in exchange for alcohol, food, freshwater, weapons, and women's comfort. This has to happen through me, but I can only wait here for them. I don't know where their ships pass or where they're going."
"What else?" Klein asked calmly.
His reply just now was mainly to scare White Shark. As for having revenge sought on him by the pirates, he wasn't worried at all. As a Faceless, he might as well find a place to drown himself at the bottom of the sea if they could find him so easily.
"And?"
White Shark Hamilton's throat moved, without immediately giving an affirmative or negative description.
He tightly closed his mouth and looked at the gentleman in the half-top hat.
The gentleman's eyes were calm and reserved, as though madness was brewing within him. The uneasy silence was like the calm sea surface before a storm, gently resounding, colliding, and fermenting. Finally, Hamilton shifted his gaze away and placed his hand on the desk in frustration.
"Yes, I'm still gathering information for them. If there's any urgent information, I'll use the radio transceiver they gave me to alert them."
White Shark didn't dare to take the risk and was afraid that the man possessed unique beyonder powers that could determine if he was speaking the truth or if he was saying the whole truth.
"Radio transceiver?" Klein, who had succeeded in laying his bets, sharply caught on to a noun. "That's what they call it when speaking to me. It's like a telegram, but it doesn't require a wire." Hamilton turned and walked over to the gray safe and squatted down. "A wireless telegraph? The pirates possess such advanced technology?"
Klein could vaguely guess what the radio transceiver was. He had previously thought of inventing something like this, but when he flipped through relevant magazines, he realized that wireless telegrams had long since appeared. However, it hadn't found its place in the commercial world. The Berserk Sea, which separated the northern and southern continents with its constant thunder and lightning, the chaotic magnetic field, and violent storms, made only a few sea routes accessible. Even if one was equipped with wireless telegraphs, they were almost useless. Similarly, the weather in the Fog Sea and the Sonia Sea had changed drastically, and there were a number of factors that affected electromagnetic transmission. The use of wireless telegrams had been severely restricted. Could it be that there's an enhanced model that can solve some of those problems? Klein watched as White Shark pried open the floor plank in front of the safe and twisted a mechanism to reveal a secret door in the wall. Behind the secret door was a hidden cabinet with 3 levels. On the top level were some documents and bills, a revolver, a new type of half-arm gun, and other weapons, while the bottom layer was filled with complicated black machinery. With just a glance, Klein deduced from his previous life's impression and the information he had gathered previously that the mechanical construct belonged to a radio transceiver. That's what they call it. It's called a radio transceiver. The news it transmits can be received by similar items as far as the Rorstad archipelago. Any further and it'll depend on the weather and one's luck. Usually, it's very troublesome and limited. Hamilton didn't know much about the machine, and he was vaguely describing the corresponding situation based on his experiences using it and what he had been taught. It's better than the new radio transceivers that are now being commercialized. I wonder who invented it. Klein quietly listened and asked, "Who are they?" He made himself look like a bounty hunter who didn't understand technology. White Shark Hamilton wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, "Silver Coin Viper Oder, who claims to serve the owner of the Dawn, as well as the intelligence officer of Admiral of Blood, Old Quinn. They appeared together, and I can't be certain if they're working together." Of course, Oder has always only made claims. The owner of the Dawn, that Queen Mystic? Klein looked away, a gold coin appearing in his hand. The gold coin kept weaving between his fingers before finally leaping into the air and landing. It left White Shark puzzled as he trembled in fear and trepidation. Lowering his head to take a glance, Klein slowly stood up. At this moment, he suddenly asked, "Who gave you the potion?" Old Quinn. Hamilton hesitated but still chose to answer honestly. Klein nodded and no longer asked. He turned and walked towards the door. Thud. The wooden door opened and closed. The figure wearing a black coat disappeared from White Shark's room. Hamilton held his breath, waited for more than 10 seconds, and finally let out a long sigh. He quickly wiped the sweat from his face, placed the radio receiver on the desk, flipped through a codebook, and hurriedly sent a telegram into the distance. I was targeted by an unfamiliar fellow. Beside the completely engrossed Hamilton, Klein had his hands in his pockets as he quietly watched, taking in the entire frequency spectrum and the passcodes. His departure just now was just a large-scale magic show, more than enough to deal with a low-sequence beyonder like White Shark's Sailor Pathway. As for the question of whether or not he would be able to remember the details later, a seer didn't need to worry over it. A dream divination was enough to recall everything. Admiral of Blood and his men enjoy killing and love blood. They're passionate about enacting violence against women. Every time they rob a passenger ship, they would always cause a tragedy. This is public information known by everyone, and they themselves were proud of it. They're never stingy with their proclamations. The target of the hunt and the risk involved. I'll give priority to them. Klein thought for a moment and then prepared to leave the room while Hamilton tidied and put away the radio transceiver. He didn't plan on dealing with White Shark for the time being, as he was afraid of disturbing the real prey. Anyways, this kind of fellow who was on land with a fixed territory could be easily dealt with in a letter later since he had dirt on him. Klein's soundless footsteps caused the door to slowly open and then quietly close, bringing in a slight cool breeze. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to click the notification bell, like, and subscribe buttons. For me, please click the new channel's follow button. To ensure you don't miss the footage, there is a link to subscribe to the new channel under the title. If you think this narrative is entertaining, please leave a comment saying so under the video and assist the Light Novel podcast channel reach 1,000 likes when it posts the next segment. A little amount. This channel has a relatively small number of likes and subscribers. Until the next clip, bye.